My name is Chen Qi. One day, when my girlfriend and I were shopping and having dinner, I happened to see her chat history with her bestie and discovered some of her little secrets. Just when I was about to lose my temper, things took a turn. The system suddenly prompted, I seem to prefer others to spend money on me, and as long as girls spend money on me, I can get a 10,000-fold cashback. The system told me that as long as I said one sentence, from now on, I will turn against the world and eat gigolos. I could activate the gigolo system and hear the goddess's voice. I thought it was just an illusion caused by being depressed, but I couldn't help but say the words from now on, I will turn against the world and live off my wealth. At this time, my girlfriend Li Ting's voice suddenly rang out, angrily accusing me. You are so disappointing. Other people's boyfriends gave them iPhone 15s, but I just wanted to eat an apple, but you were reluctant to give it to me. She said that apart from my good figure, I had no other advantages and directly proposed to break up. The strange thing is she clearly didn't say anything, so where did the voice come from? Just when I was puzzled, Li Ting finally spoke in a cold tone. My mother doesn't like your name. Let's break up. This meal will be treated to you on my own. After Li Ting finished speaking, she stood up to pay the bill, while I sat in my seat in a daze and did not try to stop her. Suddenly, the system prompted. The girl spent money on me and got a cashback of 6.17 million yuan. My phone immediately rang with a text message notification. I almost fell off the stool when I saw it. The text message showed that 6.17 million yuan had been credited to Dasha Bank's account, which was exactly the amount after the 10,000-fold cashback from the Japanese meal. Could this be true? The system then confirmed that I could use the money freely without any restrictions. As I was excited, I realized that this system was very different from other systems. It didn't return the money I spent on the goddesses, but the money they spent on me. I couldn't help but think, if I could find a more obedient goddess and let her continue to spend money on me, wouldn't I be making a fortune? However, the system warned me that I must never actively ask or hint to the goddess to spend money, otherwise the system will take back all the proceeds and the right of interpretation will belong to the system. In order not to be too happy, I further asked what other rules the system had. The system told me that every day there must be a woman with a charm score of 90 points who spends money on me. Otherwise, the system will immediately fail. This undoubtedly poses a huge challenge to my personal charm. However, I discovered a loophole in the system, and I didn't expect that this loophole would allow me to completely control the system in the future. I walked out of the door quickly, and Li Ting's sarcastic voice came again. You were just a poor guy, and I finally got rid of you. Brother Lou drives a BMW to bring me apples, and I want to sit in the BMW and laugh. Her tone was full of contempt. To my surprise, I actually heard her inner voice. Li Ting was still thinking about her brother Lou. It turned out to be that male best friend with the surname Lou. What a bastard. Just as I was getting angry, the system warning sounded suddenly. There are 23 hours and 56 minutes left before the system fails. You must find a woman with a charm score of 90 or above to spend money on you as soon as possible. When I heard the news, I panicked instantly, forgot the pain of breaking up, and went straight to the mall to find my target. However, although there were many beautiful women in the mall, none of them had a charm value of 90 points, which was really frustrating. Suddenly, I thought of the salesgirls in luxury stores. They're the faces of the stores, and there should be people who meet the requirements. I immediately went to the luxury clothing store upstairs in the mall. A quick glance outside the door showed that the salesgirls in the luxury store all had good figures and looks, but the system showed that none of them could reach 90 points. The standard of the system is too high. I walked into an LV store and planned to carefully select the items. As soon as I entered the store, I heard the voice of welcome to LV. Because the charm of these salesgirls was less than 90 points, I could not hear their inner voices. Just then, a salesgirl who was sorting bags turned around. I was stunned by her appearance. She was so beautiful. Her professional attire and black stockings made her irresistible. The system then prompted, Sulu, charm value 93, favorability 0. Do you want to bind? Is this even a question? I immediately chose to bind. I walked up to her quickly and said, Hello, I want to buy some clothes. Can you help me choose? Sulu politely asked me if I wanted to choose a suit or casual clothes. I didn't hear her inner thoughts. It seemed that she was very dedicated and was simply serving customers. Let's take a look at the short-sleeve shirts first, I said. At this time, the two salesgirls at the door whispered, It's better to let this kind of customer shop on his own. However, Sulu had just been reprimanded for her service attitude, and if she had a bad attitude again, she might lose her job. I picked up a t-shirt at random and was almost shocked when I saw the price. 23,000. Is this t-shirt bulletproof? Can I try it on? I asked Sulu. At this moment, I heard her inner voice. If you try it and don't buy it, I really don't want to serve you. But Sulu said very politely, of course, the fitting room is over here. I took the clothes into the fitting room, changed them and came out and asked, what do you think? Sir, you are so handsome, you look good in anything you wear. Sulu said with a smile. But what I heard was, this guy does look good, but he dresses like a loser. How can he afford it? But he was just scolded by the store manager, so he can't neglect it. I smiled and said, since the beauty said it looks good, then I'll buy it. Can you help me pick out 2 more simple ones? Hearing this, Sulu felt relieved. Fortunately, I didn't show any disapproval just now. She immediately responded, of course, please wait a moment. Soon, Sulu brought 2 short-sleeved shirts, one black and one white, and asked me if I was satisfied. Okay, I'll take these 2 too, I replied. At this moment, I heard Sulu's inner voice. Did I meet a low-key rich second generation? These 3 short-sleeve shirts cost more than 60,000 yuan. Handsome guy, you are not only handsome and have a good figure, but you are also willing to spend money. I wish my boyfriend was as handsome and rich as you. I secretly rejoiced. This is a good idea. So I decided to raise the stakes a little further. Please help me pick out the shirts and suits, too. When Sulu heard this, she happily ran to pick out clothes. The 2 salesgirls standing at the door had obviously heard our conversation and regretted not taking the initiative to greet me. They thought to themselves, this guy turned out to be a low-key rich second generation. They really misjudged him. However, they don't know that no matter how enthusiastic they are, the gigolo system only recognizes beauties with a score above 90, and no matter how hard others try, it will be useless. Sulu looked at me and said with a smile, handsome guy, you look better in this outfit. It makes you look more natural. I casually agreed. If you say it looks good, then buy it. Sulu chuckled and whispered, handsome guy is really good at joking. Then she recommended a few pairs of leather shoes and casual shoes for me to try. I felt very comfortable after trying them on, so I said readily, I want all 4 pairs. I calculated that I had bought nearly 280,000 worth of items. Based on commission, Sulu could earn about 20,000 from this order. In response, Sulu continued to ask, handsome guy, do you need a bag? We just received 2 new men's bags last week. I responded, I want everything you picked. Your taste for beauties must be better than mine. Hearing my answer, Sulu muttered to herself, could this rich second generation be coming for me? I smiled in my heart. Yes, I came here for you. Sulu smiled and said, then I'll pick a few for you. A few minutes later, she brought 2 ties and 2 men's bags. The ties were not expensive, just over 4,000 yuan each, and the bags were just over 10,000 yuan. I nodded and said, I want all of these. Please help me pay for them. Sulu was a little confused. Handsome guy, are you really not kidding? I smiled and said, I believe in the vision of beautiful women. In order to get Sulu to spend money on me, I deliberately added, beauty, help me pick out an expensive women's bag. Sulu was helping me pack the clothes I had picked out earlier. When she heard this, she asked her colleagues to help and then took me to the women's bag area. On the way, she thought to herself, he is so handsome and rich, he must have a girlfriend who is well matched with him. When we walked to the display case, Sulu suddenly turned to me and asked, handsome guy, what kind of bag does your girlfriend like? Or does she have a favorite style? I pretended to answer casually, I'm not sure either. After all, she has a good temperament, but I don't fully understand her yet. Sulu went on to say, in fact, girls' preferences vary greatly. If you give the wrong gift, they might be unhappy. I waved my hand and said, it doesn't matter, just pick an expensive one. If you don't like it, buy it tomorrow. Sulu thought to herself, oh my god, this is simply a perfect boyfriend. If I had a boyfriend like him, I would be willing to eat vegetarian food every day. Then, she carefully selected a medium-sized pink handbag. Okay, check out. I didn't even glance at it. After the shopping was done, Sulu said she wanted to add my contact information. I was delighted and immediately took out my phone and added her WeChat. After paying, I was carrying more than a dozen shopping bags, which I couldn't carry. Watching her sort out my changed clothes, I deliberately asked the salesgirl at the door to hand the lady's bag to Sulu. Sulu looked confused. Handsome guy, is there something wrong with this bag? I replied easily. Are you angry? Sulu was a little confused. Why should I be angry? Didn't you say that girls would get angry if they received gifts they didn't like? I pretended to be stupid. At this moment, Su Lu finally reacted and was shocked. Is he going to give this bag to me? In order to confirm her guess, Su Lu asked cautiously, "Didn't you pick it for your girlfriend?" I calmly said, "When did I say I have a girlfriend? I just said pick a lady's bag." Su Lu hesitated a little. How can I not like it? But she was secretly proud of herself. I picked it myself. How could I not like it? The salesgirls standing by immediately realized that I was pursuing Su Lu, and they all showed envious expressions. Su Lu felt the bag was too expensive and was embarrassed to accept it, but I said directly, "If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else." As soon as these words came out, Sister Zhang next to her almost jumped for joy. Su Lu's thoughts suddenly emerged. No, I can refuse it, but I can never let anyone else accept it. In the end, she still accepted the bag. I looked at the time and said without further ado, "This bag is just a way to make friends. I'll have to trouble you to help me pick out clothes in the future." Sister Zhang interrupted and said, "What a generous, handsome guy. He gives a bag worth 100,000 yuan just for making friends with us." I waved my hand and asked them to pick one. The two salesgirls were so shocked that their mouths opened wide, thinking to themselves, where did this rich second generation come from? He throws money around when he goes out and gives bags to everyone he meets. When Su Lu saw this scene, she knew in her heart that she had to accept the bag. Seeing that she finally took the bag, I asked Su Lu, "Are you going to work tomorrow?" Sister Zhang answered first. She has a day off tomorrow. She also enthusiastically told Su Lu that she wanted to take over a shift. Her meaning was obvious. Such a good opportunity cannot be missed. Su Lu also agreed. "Yes, I will take a day off tomorrow." Seeing this, I said, "Would it be convenient for you to accompany me to walk around the area tomorrow and help me choose something?" "Of course, no problem." Su Lu agreed immediately. I was secretly happy and planned to take her to buy a car. After all, a qualified gigolo should be fully equipped. I was just about to leave when I heard Su Lu calling me from behind. "Chen Qi." I turned around and asked her, "Are you off work?" She shook her head and said there was still an hour left. Then she took out a small gift box and handed it to me. At this time, the system prompts, obtain 2280 soft rice coins, cashback 2280,000 Chinese yuan. I almost jumped up with excitement and secretly rejoiced in my heart that today was such a good day. Seeing that I didn't respond, Su Lu said, "This is a return gift." When I opened it, I had no idea what it was and wondered to myself, what the hell is this? Su Lu also began to mutter in her heart. Why is he silent? Does he think this tie clip is worthless? Yes, these rich second generations will definitely not look down on this item worth thousands of dollars. Fortunately, I could hear her thoughts and quickly responded, "This tie clip is so beautiful. I like it very much, thank you." But in my heart, I was sighing that Su Lu was giving me more than 20 million in disguise. Hearing what I said, Su Lu smiled and said, "You just bought a suit and a tie, and I thought it wouldn't be perfect without a tie clip." I responded, "I really like it. You are very thoughtful." At this time, the system prompted me. Su Lu's favorability +5, current favorability 15. After coming out of the LV store, I called a private car and did not go back to the doghouse-like rental house, but went to the nearby Hildo Hotel. The hotel receptionist is a beauty, but unfortunately she is not even close to 90 points. The key point is that she has been in love more than 8 times. So I gave up the idea of taking advantage of this opportunity and asked directly, "Is the presidential suite still available?" "Yes, sir. The prices are 50,000, 80,000, and 100,000 per night, respectively." The beautiful receptionist answered immediately. I said without hesitation, "Then it's 100,000 per night for 3 days first." After a while, the front desk called a middle-aged man in his 40s and told me that this was my exclusive butler, whose surname was Lee. Butler Lee took me to the presidential suite on the 28th floor. The suite is over 400 square meters, which is more than enough for riding a bicycle or playing ball. Seeing this luxurious scene, I secretly sighed. Oh my God, is this the life of rich people? Then I remembered that I already had more than 20 million in my account. Although I couldn't afford the best villa in Donghai City, I could still afford a 200 square meter luxury apartment. Although the presidential suite was comfortable, it was too extravagant to live in it every day. So I came up with an idea and decided to get some more soft rice from the goddess to stock up more ammunition. From the time the system appeared last night until now, I have been in an excited state. After washing up, I lay on the bed, looked at the balance of 28 million in my bank account, counted the zeros, and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, I had a dream. I dreamed that my system thought I was too lazy and ran away. I woke up suddenly and immediately picked up my phone to check the balance. I breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the string of zeros was still there. I smiled and said to the system, "Good morning, Mr. Soft." As a result, a voice came from my mind. "What's the point of being early? You lazy guy, if you have time to sleep, you might as well go find some goddesses. Be careful that you won't even be able to eat gigolo in the future." Yi is right. I quickly opened TikTok and started browsing the female anchors in the dance and appearance areas. After browsing for a while, I found that most of these anchors have a charm value of around 80, and very few have a charm value of more than 85. This one looks pretty good, huh? Only 73? How come her charm value is lower than those salesgirls last night? I asked puzzledly. The system immediately replied. They put on makeup, beautify the screen, and add filters. They will scare you to death after removing their makeup. After listening to it, I stroked my chin and said, I see. Yi has a unique vision. Although there are many beauties on TikTok, after scrolling for a long time, only a dozen of them scored 90 points, and the lowest number of their relationships was 6, while the highest was more than 30. Just then, Sulu sent a WeChat message. "When are you going shopping?" I thought to myself I should just keep my job, so I replied, "Meet me at the Hildo Hotel at 2 p.m. At this time, Sulu was wearing suspender pajamas, sitting in front of the dressing table and looking at her phone. Her face suddenly turned cold. Sure enough, these second-generation rich people are all the same. The system then prompted. Sulu's favorability -5, current favorability 10. Oh no, my favorability has dropped. She must have misunderstood. I was anxious. As the goddess favorability dropped, the possibility of spending money became smaller. Fortunately, there was a system prompt, so I quickly sent another message. I'm staying in a hotel these few days. Please wait for me at the hotel entrance. There were still 4 hours until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sulu began to put on makeup carefully, thinking to herself. In his eyes, I am a rich second generation with a score of over 90. I am handsome, rich, and a good flirt. If I can catch this rich son-in-law, I won't have to work as a salesgirl anymore. As for me, I was sitting in the presidential suite eating lunch prepared by a private chef. A fish and a bowl of rice. Simple, yet exquisite. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I was waiting in the hotel lobby wearing LV, and many girls passing by secretly looked at me. I was not idle, and asked Yi to rate these girls in my mind. There are so many beauties on the internet. Why can't I see a few of them in real life? In fact, a girl with a charm value of over 80 points is already very outstanding in the crowd. But the standards of soft men are high, and even those who live off him have to choose girls with good looks. At this time, an online hailing taxi stopped in front of the hotel. Sulu got out of the car wearing a white floral dress. Her well-proportioned figure and elegant temperament immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. I immediately went up to him and praised him with a smile. You look really nice today. Sulu smiled and asked, Does she look like Han Hyo-ju? Sulu stood in front of the closet, feeling troubled by the pile of clothes. She suddenly remembered that I said she looked like Han Hyo-ju last night, so she looked up Han Hyo-ju's dressing style on the internet, imitated her look, and dressed up before going out. I looked at her, scratched my head, and said with a smile, No, you're prettier than her. You are such a good talker. Sulu smiled and hit me lightly, then asked, Where are we going later? You'll know when you get there, I said mysteriously. We got on the hotel special car, and there was a private driver on standby. Sulu muttered to herself, What kind of mystery is this? It's so hot, and I'm still dressed like this. If I go out for outdoor activities, I'll really go crazy. About 20 minutes later, Sulu saw the destination and asked in surprise, Ferrari 4S store? You want to buy a car? Yes, I'm not very good at choosing a car. You have a good eye. Can you give me some advice? I replied with a smile. Sulu muttered to herself. The cheapest Ferrari should cost more than 2 million, right? Is he really planning to buy it? Or is he just bringing me here for show? I heard her thoughts and thought that this girl was quite cautious. But for a car worth more than 2 million yuan, she could just buy it directly. As soon as we entered the store, a beautiful salesperson quickly came to greet us. I asked the software master in my mind, What do you think of this salesperson? The system immediately gave the data. Name, Zhongli, age, 25, height, 166, charm, 88, occupation, car sales, number of relationships, 18, favorability, 20. I thought to myself that the number of relationships was a bit too many, but the favorability was not bad. Zhongli was also muttering to herself. This guy is quite handsome, wearing LV clothes, which must have cost hundreds of thousands. The woman next to him is also very beautiful. Why can't I meet such a rich second generation? After thinking about it, she asked us with a smile, "Do you have an appointment?" I said calmly, "No, just looking around." "Then let me introduce it to you," Zhongli said enthusiastically. "Thank you." I nodded. Ferrari is not as common as Porsche on the street. After all, the starting price is more than 2 million, which is too high. But the appearance is really handsome. I usually only see this kind of car on AutoHome. Now I am really standing in front of it. I can't help but want to sit in it and experience it. Zhongli saw that I was interested in the car and quickly began to introduce it in detail. I asked, "Can I come in and sit down?" "Of course," Zhongli replied immediately. I motioned Sulu to come and feel the car. The space was not big, and I, who am 1.8 meters tall, felt a bit crowded when sitting in it, but it was okay. In terms of comfort, SUV is definitely better, but every man has a dream of owning a sports car. Now that he has money, he must make his dream come true. "How is it?" I asked Sulu, wanted to hear her thoughts. "I don't know much about cars, so I can't give you any advice, but it's really cool." Sulu smiled and shook her head. Zhongli immediately responded, "This white car paint suits your temperament very well. It is noble and elegant." I couldn't help but wonder in my heart when I became so elegant. Then Zhongli said, "This Roma originally cost 2.78 million, but we have a discount now, so you can apply for 2.58 million. When Sulu heard the price, she was shocked. 2.58 million. This amount can buy two low-end Porsche 911s. Although she doesn't know much about Ferrari, she has some understanding of Porsche 911. The boyfriend of the Hermes salesgirl next door drives this car. Every time Sulu sees her proud look, she feels envious. I got off Roma and pointed to a bright red Ferrari next to me. "Look at that one again." Zhongli quickly introduced. This Ferrari 488 is equipped with Ferrari's most powerful V8 engine. It is a special series that uses top racing technology. The price is 3.15 million. I turned to look at Sulu and asked, "What do you think?" Sulu smiled and said jokingly, "It looks great. With a handsome guy like you, I wonder how many people will be charmed by it." She was secretly muttering in her heart, "What do you mean by what do I think? This is a car worth more than 3 million yuan. Will he really buy it, or is he just pretending?" There are many kinds of rich second generations. Some of them just come from wealthy families and have to rely on their parents for everything. There are very few who really make them pay for it themselves. I smiled slightly, shook my head, and said firmly, "Then let's take this one." "Ah!" Sulu's eyes widened. "More than 3 million, and he bought it just like that?" She thought to herself, "This is the first time I've seen a rich second generation that makes such a direct move." Zhongli became even more enthusiastic when she heard this. "Sir, if you are interested, please fill in the information first, because the 488 has many optional items." I nodded and waved. "Okay, let's choose the configuration." Zhongli took us to the VIP room, took out an iPad, operated it for a while, and handed it to me. "Sir, you can take a look at the configuration." I glanced at it and handed the iPad to Sulu. "Come and take a look." Sulu was stunned for a moment, thinking to herself, "This is a car worth more than 3 million yuan, not just a few tens of thousands of yuan of clothes." She said a little embarrassedly, "Chen Qi, I really don't know much about cars. This is your car, so you should choose it." I smiled and patted her head. "The clothes you pick for me are so beautiful. I trust your taste." Zhongli also smiled and agreed. "Beauty, your boyfriend trusts your aesthetics so much. He will definitely like what you choose. Besides, you will also sit in the passenger seat, so you can choose an interior you like, which will make it more comfortable to look at in the future." Sulu smiled secretly in her heart. What a misunderstanding. I was looking forward to becoming his girlfriend. She glanced at me secretly and saw that I was still drinking tea calmly. She didn't explain this misunderstanding, but was happy to be misunderstood. Sulu carefully selected the car for about half an hour under Zhang Li's explanation, and I did not participate in the whole process. Soon, Zhang Li calculated the price and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, the final price of the car is 4.38 million. Sulu leaned over and asked worriedly, "Are there too many choices?" She was afraid that the configuration she chose was too expensive and Chen Qi would be unhappy. I smiled and comforted her. Very good. Your vision is not wrong. That's it. I handed the iPad to Zhongli. Zhongli's face was full of smiles, and she must be wondering in her heart whether I was a henpecked husband who let my girlfriend make all the decisions. But Zhongli didn't say much and continued to ask, Mr. Chun, if you place an order today, you can pick up the car in as little as a week. Would you like to choose a loan or full payment? I smiled. There was still more than 28 million in the card. Of course I had to pay in full payment. Zhongli immediately started to handle the car purchasing process, and I transferred 4.38 million to the 4S store's corporate account without hesitation, plus a 10% purchase tax, which totaled almost 4.8 million. Su Lu witnessed the whole process and kept wondering, this can't be fake? He bought a 4.38 million car in just over an hour? At this moment, the system prompted, Su Lu's favorability plus 10, current favorability 20. Huh? How come the favorability has increased again? I just bought myself a car. I wondered. Women often admire strong men. I spent millions of dollars so easily, which is enough to prove my strength. So I couldn't help but ask the system, Soft Lord, if I buy a car for Su Lu, how much will her favorability increase? The system replied coldly, what's the point of adding that? You gave her a car worth millions the second day after we met. You dare to give it to her, but she doesn't dare to accept it. Then she will suspect that you are laundering money. I smiled and looked at Su Lu. Seeing that she looked a little embarrassed, I said, no matter how good the configuration you choose is, it doesn't matter if I don't like it. What matters is that you think it's suitable. Su Lu pouted slightly and said half-jokingly, but this is your car. I am not qualified to make the decision. I touched her head and smiled. Won't you sit down? We will go out together often in the future. I've been thinking about asking you out. I knew you were trying to seduce me. Although Su Lu thought so in her heart, because of my actions of giving her a bag yesterday and taking her to choose a car today, she felt involved as if she was already playing the role of the heroine. Zhongli walked up with a smile and said tentatively, Mr. Chen, let's add each other on WeChat. You can contact me anytime if you have any questions in the future. Su Lu was a little reluctant to hear this. After all, Zhongli was also very beautiful, comparable to her. She knew that as a salesperson, it was normal to add customers on WeChat, and she was also a salesperson, but some female salespeople often had their eyes on wealthy customers, especially those who were young and wealthy. I took out my phone and added Zhongli on WeChat without a care in the world. Seeing that I hadn't finished filling out the information, Zhongli said, Mr. Chun, you haven't filled in your home address and your VIP information yet. I waved my hand and said, no need to write. Just contact me on WeChat if you have anything. What is Chen Qi's background? He can't even fill in his home address. Is there some mysterious origin behind him? Su Lu has already started to imagine, and Zhongli is also obviously curious. Many real, invisible rich people do pay great attention to privacy and are unwilling to disclose private information. But they don't know. I'm just embarrassed to write. I live in a very ordinary community now. It's normal to drive a BBA, but a Ferrari 488 seems out of place in such a community. So I also plan to buy a 200 square meter house in Gongyuan number 1 in the next 2 days to live there temporarily. After buying the car, it was still early, and I wanted to stay with Su Lu for a while longer, so I suggested, do you want to go shopping in the mall? Su Lu agreed readily. She spent 2 hours putting on makeup today. If she didn't go out for a walk, it would be a shame to show off her exquisite makeup. So we decided to go to the nearby Jintai shopping mall instead of Yida Plaza, where she worked. After arriving at the mall, I smiled and said to Su Lu, you helped me choose the car. As a thank you, I will pay for whatever you want to buy today. Su Lu smiled and said, I was just moving my fingers on the iPad. I didn't help much. You don't have to thank me specially. But the system reminds me that her true intention is, I'm just being polite to you, don't take it seriously. Hearing her thoughts, I continued. Choosing configurations is a big project. I'm definitely grateful for your help. Su Lu smiled helplessly. Well, I can't refuse your kindness. Let's just go shopping. She took me to the La Mer counter. Her skincare products were almost used up, and La Mer is a high-end brand under Estee Lauder, which is very expensive. Although Su Lu has bought it several times, she dare not use it often. After all, she has to pay a mortgage of $4,500 a month. Although her salary is good, it is stressful to keep using such expensive skincare products. Welcome, La Mer. A salesgirl greeted us warmly. Unexpectedly, another salesgirl suddenly grabbed her and said, let me come over. She's my classmate. When Su Lu saw Zhou Yali approaching, her heart skipped a beat. How unlucky. How could I meet her here? Mastersoft, help me check the score of this. I said silently to the system. Soon, the system gave feedback. Charm value 89. Number of relationships 38. I found that girls with a charm value of over 80 generally have quite a few relationships. And it is rare to find someone like Su Lu who is both pretty and has had few relationships. Lulu, long time no see. Zhou Yali smiled and held Su Lu's hand, as if they had a very close relationship. Su Lu could only respond with a polite smile. Lily, so you work here, I didn't know that. Yeah, I've only been here a few months. Zhou Yali glanced at me and continued. Is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. Isn't he another gigolo who's trying to get laid? Although I couldn't hear Zhou Yali's thoughts, if I could, I would definitely be amused by her speculation. Obviously, she didn't know the fake rich second generation that Su Lu had met before. The relationship between girls cannot be seen on the surface. Su Lu and Zhou Yali seem to have a good relationship, but in fact they have always been competitors. When they were in high school, they were the two most beautiful girls in the school and were in the same class. They disliked each other, and although there was no direct conflict, they were constantly competing in private. What's worse is that Su Lu's ex-boyfriend was a fake rich second generation who drove the company bus, used the company credit card to pay for meals, and finally asked Su Lu to pay for the meal. After that, we could no longer contact each other. This matter was later spread, and Zhou Yali even mocked Su Lu in the class group. Now, when Su Lu saw her, she began to mutter to herself, "What bad luck. I get annoyed just by seeing her. Should I tell her that I am Chen Qi's girlfriend? But what if Chen Qi is unhappy?" She knew that many rich second generations would not easily confirm their girlfriends and preferred to remain free. I heard her inner voice and knew that she and Zhou Yali were not as close as they seemed. So I took the initiative to extend my hand and introduce myself. Hello, I am Su Lu's boyfriend, Chen Qi. The system immediately prompts. Su Lu's favorability +1, current favorability 21. Su Lu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect me to say it myself, but it really helped her a lot. At least now she had face in front of Zhou Yali. Zhou Yali smiled and introduced herself. Hello, I am Su Lu's high school classmate, Zhou Yali. Then, she turned to Su Lu and said with a hint of provocation, Lulu, your boyfriend, is even more handsome than the previous one. Su Lu was immediately annoyed. What boyfriend is this bitch talking about? Competition between women is sometimes like this, with thorns in every word. Hearing Su Lu's thoughts, I hugged her shoulders and said with a smile, Of course, Lulu is so beautiful. How can an unhandsome person be worthy of her? As soon as I said this, Su Lu immediately took my arm, and the soft touch made my heart numb. However, I'm also a worldly person. Although I don't have a particularly close relationship with Li Ting, I have experienced a lot of similar physical contact, so I calmed down quickly. I patted her arm gently and said gently, Lulu, take your pick. I'll sit over there for a while. Just pick one? Let's see if he'll find an excuse to slip away later, Zhou Yali muttered to herself, thinking that I was just pretending. After all, she didn't know my true situation. Su Lu didn't doubt that I would run away without paying, but she wouldn't buy anything randomly. I took the initiative to give her the 100,000 yuan bag yesterday, and she didn't deliberately mention any extravagant requests. When buying La Mer now, Su Lu knew very well that these skincare products were not cheap, and a set could easily cost 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. She didn't want to give me the impression that she was spending money recklessly and looked like a gold digger. Then, brother, take a rest first, I'll take care of it myself. Su Lu's tone became much gentler, and she changed her address to brother. Zhou Yali enthusiastically recommended various skincare products to Su Lu, including lotions, body lotions, eye creams, and essences. She even joked, Lulu, your boyfriend doesn't seem to be short of money. Why don't you just get a full set? Su Lu lowered her head and muttered, I do want to, but will he think I'm wasting money? I sat on the sofa beside me and scrolled through TikTok, thinking about the local female anchors recently. The ability of telepathy can only work face-to-face, so it is not convenient for those anchors from other places. Hey, can I find some with less growth times? I shook my head helplessly. In today's fast-paced society, people are no longer as conservative about things between men and women as they used to be. After watching for more than 10 minutes, the number of love affairs of those female anchors was not less than 7. I guess I have to find time to go to the university town and try my luck later. I said to myself, although college students nowadays are having a lot of fun, there are always some girls who look pure and charming. After scrolling through TikTok for about half an hour, I stood up from the sofa and walked over to see Su Lu still trying out some samples. So I asked, Lulu, have you chosen yet? Zhou Yali spoke first. Lulu said she wanted this La Mer gilded luxury suit. This gossip, I didn't say anything, but she was in a hurry to sell her product. Su Lu felt a little unhappy, but she didn't refute it immediately. She wanted to see how I would respond. Gilded luxury pet set? How much does it cost? I asked. Zhou Yali immediately replied. The original price is 22,888, but now it's only 22,000 due to the promotion. Isn't this quantity a bit too little? I frowned and stared at the skincare products on the counter. How funny. How can someone come up with such an excuse? The men Su Lu finds only look at faces, and they are really useless. Zhou Yali sneered in her heart. Handsome guys, skincare products are like this. Zhou Yali still had a professional smile, as if to say, if you can't afford it, just say so, don't make excuses. Su Lu next to me looked a little unhappy, with the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, obviously irritated by her expression. Lulu, is one set enough? If not, let's get 3 sets. I said lightly. Su Lu's eyes lit up instantly when he heard that. He pressed his whole body against me and held my arm tightly. Thank you, brother. You are the most handsome. Su Lu's favorability +1, currently 22. Beauty, let's check out. I took out my mobile phone, scanned the QR code, and instantly paid for 66,000 yuan. The moment the money arrived, the professional smile on Zhou Yali's face instantly became a little stiff. My favorability has increased, but you should give me some gift in return. Otherwise, when the favorability is full, my 20 million will just double, and it will be nothing more than that. I muttered to myself, feeling that this wave of investment was a bit of a loss. The problem is that favorability does not equal reward. Some girls are just after the money in your pocket. If you spend money on her, she will smile sweetly. If you stop, she will turn her face and ignore you. These days, it is very realistic. Lulu, your boyfriend is so good to you. Zhou Yali said sourly. Damn, this little bitch really let her catch a rich husband. 3 sets of skincare products? Can she really use them all? Zhou Yali must have been so jealous. Of course, my brother is the best. Su Lu deliberately raised her voice, her face full of pride. In fact, both of them are good-looking with natural beauty, but their family backgrounds are just average. Their dream is just to marry a rich second-generation man, step into a wealthy family, and upgrade their lives directly. But even for the second generation of the rich, marriage still requires background. If you really don't have special means, you can only be a gold digger and be very careful. I heard that a second-generation rich man in Shanghai fell in love with a top tea artist and paid her 900 million yuan as a breakup fee. This kind of thing makes people's teeth ache just by hearing about it. At this time, Su Lu had already held my arm tightly. I wasn't wearing much in the summer, and the soft touch on her arm made my heart flutter. Su Lu suddenly asked in a coquettish tone, Brother, what are we going to do later? The Amazing Spider-Man 3 was released the day before yesterday. Shall we go see it? I haven't seen it yet. I had planned to go see it with Li Ting last night. We had already bought the tickets and spent 182 yuan. Okay, I haven't seen it yet either. Su Lu nodded obediently with a sweet smile on her face. The Amazing Spider-Man has already reached 3? I haven't seen any of the previous ones. I heard Su Lu complaining in her heart. In fact, Su Lu had no interest in Marvel movies at all. At most, she had seen some clips on TikTok. But she knew how to cater to my tastes, and when she saw that I liked it, she pretended to be very interested. It's good to be rich. People will change their preferences for you. Thinking of Li Ting, she never accompanied me to watch this kind of movie before. I mentioned it several times, but she just turned her face away. Last night, I begged her for a long time before she reluctantly agreed. Let's go and buy tickets. I took Su Lu to the cinema and bought 2 tickets for the IMAX theater, which were also 182 yuan. What a coincidence. Brother, you sit down first. I'm going to the bathroom, Su Lu said with a smile and turned to go to the escalator. I sat in the lobby, feeling a lot of emotions. In just one night, my life has completely changed. I felt bad about the 182 yuan yesterday, but now it doesn't matter at all. Su Lu was gone for a while, and there was no sign of her for almost 10 minutes. I couldn't help but wonder, could she have diarrhea? Just as I was thinking about it, Su Lu came over from the escalator holding a Starbucks bag in her hand. Damn, did she go to buy coffee? I was stunned. Su Lu came over with a smile, shaking the Starbucks in her hand. We've been out for so long and haven't had any water, so I went to buy a cup of coffee. This one is oatmeal latte, and this one is caramel macchiato. Which one do you want, brother? My mind raced which one was more expensive. To be honest, I didn't know much about Starbucks. I had had it with Li Ting a few times, but she never cared about the price, and I never looked closely. Oatmeal latte. I pick one at random. Get 30 soft rice coins and get 300,000 Chinese coins back. You can't even eat free food properly, and another cup costs 34 yuan. How can you survive if you don't even know this? The system suddenly popped up and made a sarcastic remark. Stop talking, Mr. Wan. I can't just take out my phone to check the price, right? I felt helpless. Indeed, Starbucks is still a luxury for me. In the past, Li Ting insisted on drinking it, and I would grit my teeth to buy it. Isn't Gu Ming's more than 10 yuan fragrant? But Su Lu's move did improve my favorability and earn me 300,000 yuan. She really knows how to play. Some girls know how to fish. They will give you a small gift first, and then ask you to give them something more expensive. The trick is too deep. But I don't care. As long as I can earn some soft rice coins, what's the harm in spending a few million? Lulu is so thoughtful. I praised her with a smile. When I compared them in my mind, Su Lu and Li Ting were completely different. The more I thought about it, the more ridiculous Li Ting's expression became. Brother, you've worked hard to accompany me shopping. Su Lu handed me the oatmeal latte. I took it and asked, is it ice cold? Su Lu looked at me questioningly. What's wrong? Brother doesn't like ice. My stomach isn't feeling well, I said calmly. Oh, these 2 cups are iced. How about I buy new ones? Su Lu said apologetically. Both cups are iced. I repeated, frowning. Seeing my reaction, Su Lu blushed subconsciously. Brother, what are you thinking? The weather is too hot. Drinking iced drinks will help you cool down. I thought she was hinting at something. Forget it, just this one. You'll be responsible if you get sick. At this time, Su Lu opened her eyes wide and looked at me and said, then how can my brother let me take responsibility? I jokingly said, promise me your body and take care of me for the rest of my life. After hearing what I said, Su Lu tapped my shoulder and said, you're disgusting. You asked someone to marry you just for a cup of coffee. Su Lu's favorability +1, currently 23. I sighed to myself. It's really weird. Rich people can make people laugh at any nonsense they say, but if I didn't have money, I would have been slapped in the face. The movie was about to start, and the couple seat I bought was in the last row, which was perfect for me. Brother, why did you say you were my boyfriend in La Mer? Su Lu leaned over and asked softly. I smiled and replied, seeing that you didn't have a good relationship with that sales girl, I said I was your boyfriend to help you out. Su Lu was a little surprised. How did you figure that out? I touched Su Lu's face and said, feel it. Maybe this is what it means to be in tune with each other. Brother is so awesome. I hate her so much. Thank you for helping me vent my anger. Su Lu replied in surprise. I touched Su Lu's head and said, as long as you are happy. When the movie started and Dr. Octopus appeared, Su Lu immediately jumped into my arms. This was a science fiction movie, but she acted like she was watching a horror movie. The soft touch in my arms and the faint fragrance of Su Lu made me feel itchy, and I couldn't help but hug her. Chapter 8, Michelin Restaurant. Oh, I'm so scared. Just as Chen Qi was about to make a move, Su Lu shrank back. Chen Qi directly grabbed Su Lu's hand and said, don't be afraid, it's not scary. Su Lu's slender hands are silky and soft, and feel very comfortable to touch. She did not withdraw her hand, and Chen Qi still held it. The men and women sitting in the couple seats around them had already started to bite each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Look at them. Shouldn't we do something? Brother, we are a couple. Su Lu didn't want to move so fast and kiss the guy the second time they met. Although many gold diggers could have sex right away after the first meeting, Su Lu couldn't do it. Chen Qi was a little aroused by the atmosphere and Su Lu's body fragrance, but it wasn't to the point of being overwhelmed. The movie ended, and it was time for dinner. Let's go eat. What do you want to eat? The coffee Su Lu ordered just now was not to Chen Qi's taste, so she let Chen Qi choose what to eat. What do you want to eat, brother? Actually, I kind of want to eat at that 2-star Michelin restaurant. Chen Qi hates being asked what to eat. Every time he goes out with Li Ting, he has to spend a long time choosing. This food is not allowed, and that food is not allowed. At this moment, he heard Su Lu's thoughts and spoke immediately. Let's eat at Socrates, which has 2 Michelin stars. Su Lu was a little surprised. She took Chen Qi's arm and said, brother, how did you know that I also want to eat at that restaurant? Isn't this just telepathy? Chen Qi said. It's not that Chen Qi can't afford a 3-star Michelin restaurant. But there is only one 2-star Michelin restaurant in Donghai City. Sulu suddenly thought of it. Brother, Socrates needs to make a reservation. It's already past 5 o'clock, so there must be no seats left. Why don't we go somewhere else? Sulu's previous suitors and ex-boyfriend had all invited her to Socrates for dinner, so it was difficult to reserve a seat. I'll call and ask. Chen Qi stayed in the Hildo presidential suite. Butler Lee said that if the food in the hotel was not to their liking, they could ask Socrates to deliver the food. This is called the golden spoon service of high-end hotels. Michelin restaurants will cooperate with high-end hotels to serve high-end guests. Butler Lee, I'm going to Socrates for dinner later. Can you help me reserve a table? Mr. Chen, please wait. I will call you back soon. About a minute later, Chen Qi received a call from Butler Lee. He smiled at Sulu and said, "Done. Let's go." Brother is amazing. He managed to book such a difficult restaurant with just one phone call. Chen Qi thought that his favorability would increase, but he didn't receive any prompt. Sure enough, girls who have seen the world have a higher threshold. More than 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Socrates. Chen Qi reported his name, and the waiter led them to a seat by the window. Chen Qi had seen it on TikTok. Socrates was designed like an oceanarium. Eating there felt like being at the bottom of the sea. Sitting near the window, you can see sharks swimming past in front of you, which is quite interesting. Chen Qi looked at the menu and found the prices were a bit outrageous. 300 yuan for seafood fried rice is already considered expensive in a 5-star hotel, but here it's 900 yuan. Lulu, you order what you like. Chen Qi handed over the menu. Then I'll order. If you don't like it, I'll change to something else. It doesn't matter, just order. Chen Qi said generously. Sulu has already witnessed Chen Qi's strong strength. Since he said, order whatever you want, it must not be a polite remark. Then it's French blue lobster sashimi. French blue lobster is the best of all lobsters. It is said that only one blue lobster appears in 2 million lobsters. It is a rare marine creature comparable to living fossils. It is a top-notch and hard-to-find delicacy. The price of one is about 2,000 yuan, and with the preparation of a Michelin chef, the price of this sashimi is 4,288 yuan. 3 ways to eat Alaskan king crab, Canadian geoduck sashimi, seasonal black truffles, matsutake mushrooms. Sulu ordered 6 dishes, which cost about 18,000 yuan. Brother, can you please watch it? Of course, but it's still a little short. Add 1 or 2 more. Chen Qi saw that most of the dishes were seafood, so he added 2 servings of Kobe beef and a can of caviar. Sir, we sell caviar by the gram, 100 yuan per gram. You don't sell it by the can? If I sell it, it's 25,000 per can. Okay, give me a can, 1 for each person. The waiter was a little shocked, but he had been working here for 5 years and had seen too many wealthy people in Donghai City. Chen Qi's way of ordering food is not the most exaggerated. 25,000 yuan worth of caviar. 1 can per person. Oh my god, are all rich people so extravagant? How much is this? 70,000? I must take a few more photos later. Sir, what kind of wine would you like? Asked the waiter. Chen Qi doesn't know much about wine, let alone the high-end wine here. Do you have any recommendations? Last week, several bottles of Chateau Petrus arrived from France. They're from the same region as Lafite, but taste better and are slightly more expensive. How much? Chen Qi wanted to hear how expensive it was. 3,038 US dollars. Sulu quickly took out her cell phone and calculated the exchange rate. Almost 22,000. Damn, a meal costs more than 90,000. Sulu's favorability +2. Currently 25. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Qi thought, romance is indeed the most touching thing for women. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Money is what can impress women the most. Socrates' dishes were served one by one, and only after one dish was finished would the next one be served. Brother, can you take a picture for me? Come, I'll take the picture for you. Chen Qi took Sulu's cell phone and took a lot of photos. His photography skills are pretty good, all thanks to Li Ting's scolding. But now he is not afraid anymore. If you dare to say that I didn't take the photo well, then I won't take the photo. Brother, this is such a beautiful photo. Sulu was very satisfied with the result of the photo and only needed to do some minor editing before posting it on WeChat Moments. You got it the other way around. It's because you're good-looking that I take good-looking photos of you. If you're beautiful, you'll look beautiful no matter how you take photos of you. I haven't even had dessert yet, and my brother's mouth is so sweet. Sulu immediately sent the photo to the group. Sisters, who knows? I spent more than 90,000 yuan on a meal. Sister Zhang, Lulu, is this the handsome guy from yesterday? Yes, in the afternoon he asked me to accompany him to buy a car, and he paid 4.38 million on the spot and bought a Ferrari 488. Then we went shopping at the mall, and he bought me a bottle of La Mer for 66,000 yuan. Now, when dining at Socrates, a bottle of red wine costs 22,000 yuan, and caviar costs 25,000 yuan. Xiao Jing, oh my god. Lulu, this is the richest son-in-law among all the rich sons-in-law. You are so lucky. I envy you. I didn't expect that. He is so willing to spend money. Sister Zhang, is he the son of a listed company? I don't know. He hasn't talked about his family yet. Eating at a Michelin restaurant is a pleasure. The waiter will introduce each dish as it comes. The meal lasted more than 2 hours. While watching the fish and listening to live piano music, I felt like I was on the Titanic. Chapter 9, he must be the illegitimate son of a rich man. What should I do if he says he wants to go to the hotel later? Su Lu was in a dilemma. A high-quality rich second generation like Chen Qi was hard to come by. Those second-generation rich are either very rich, but short, fat, or ugly. Then it means that they are married, or they are indulged in extravagant activities such as pornography, gambling, and drugs. There are really few people like Chen Qi who are well-rounded in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, labor, and financial development. Chen Qi heard Su Lu's thoughts. She was still struggling, so Chen Qi would not force her. He wanted more of the kind of passion that reached a certain point where he couldn't help himself, and then things would flow naturally. Besides, it is precisely because Su Lu is reserved that she has only been in love twice. From another perspective, this is her advantage. Wait a minute, let's go to Yida Plaza. Ah, why are you going to Yida? Su Lu asked. Buy some more clothes. After dinner, they went to the LV store where Su Lu worked. As soon as she reached the third floor, Zheng Fangyue, the salesgirl at Hermes, couldn't believe her eyes. Isn't this the guy from last night? He bought some stuff at LV, and now he's picking up Su Lu. Su Lu took Chen Qi's hand and walked down the escalator, and they went straight to the LV store. Sister Zhang, who was covering for Su Lu, saw the two people coming and greeted them enthusiastically. Lulu, aren't you taking a day off today? Why are you in the store? Brother Chen Qi wants to buy some more clothes. Brother Fu has sold LV products at the local stall, so just buy it. Lulu, Mr. Chen doesn't need us to entertain him. Sister Zhang, you guys are busy. I'll go shopping with Brother Chen Qi. Lulu, take whatever you like, and we'll pay together later. Su Lu knew that Chen Qi was serious and he had the ability. Although Su Lu is an employee of LV, the clothes in her own home are indeed expensive. She only saved a little money and bought 3 pieces with the employee discount. Look, the white floral dress on your body is from your own store. Brother is so nice. Chen Qi is not very picky about clothes. Su Lu has a good eye. When she brings something to Chen Qi, he doesn't even try it on. He just puts it in front of him, gestures, and then buys it. I also bought 3 short-sleeved shirts and 2 pairs of casual pants, spending 100,000 yuan. Brother, does it look good? Su Lu came out of the fitting room wearing a black suspender skirt. The white and tender shoulders are fully exposed. The proud little white rabbits are about to come out, and the slender thighs are extremely attractive against the suspender skirt. It's very pretty. Then buy this one. No. Su Lu thought Chen Qi had changed his mind. This halter dress was not expensive. It was not even as expensive as the caviar she had tonight. One is not enough. Buy a few more. Chen Qi said. Su Lu's favorability +5, currently 30. Brother, what a jerk. He breathes heavily while talking. Su Lu said angrily. Trying on clothes for girls is completely different from trying on clothes for boys. Chen Qi just needs to wear it and feel it fits him well. Since Chen Qi was paying for the clothes, Su Lu wasn't worried about the price. But after putting on the clothes, she had to consider the color, hairstyle, and matching makeup. Chen Qi couldn't give any advice. He could only keep talking. Nice. Purchase. Buy whatever you like. Chen Qi really wanted to try what it felt like to say this sentence, and now he understood it. It was really cool. Brother is the best. Su Lu was as happy as a child, and went to choose her favorite clothes with great joy. After more than an hour, Su Lu picked out 5 pieces of clothing, totaling 160,000 yuan. When Sister Zhang was paying the bill for the two of them, she kept praising Chen Qi. Mr. Chen is young and promising. If Lulu follows you, she will definitely live a happy life in the future. Sister Zhang, Su Lu looked shy. They hadn't even started dating yet, so it was too early to say that. She looked at Chen Qi, not knowing what he would say. She felt a little expectant, yet a little nervous. After all, It was difficult to gauge the minds of these second-generation rich people. Of course, Lulu is such a good girl. I can't wait to love her. Hey, Sulu said shyly. Sulu's favorability +2, currently 32. The slick talk of rich people will never disgust girls. What girls are disgusted by is that you have no money. Lulu, let me take you home. Sulu pulled Chen Qi's arm and said, Brother, I want to chat with Sister Zhang and the others for a while. Okay, I'll go back first and come see you tomorrow night. Chen Qi probably guessed why Sulu wanted to stay. She definitely wanted to hold a small meeting to discuss and analyze Chen Qi. Message me when my brother gets home. After Chen Qi left, Sulu and the other two immediately gathered together, and she began to talk about what she and Chen Qi had done today and how much money they had spent. Sister Zhang and Xiao Jing, it was like listening to the plot in a novel. 25,000 yuan worth of caviar. 1 kin per person? Sister Zhang couldn't imagine how delicious it tasted. Do you have that? Sister Zhang, what are you talking about? We just met yesterday, and today it happened? How is that possible? Even if you spent more than 200,000 yuan on me, I can't give myself up so quickly. Xiao Jing said actively. Lulu, if you don't pay, I will. You little slut. Sister Zhang complained. Xiao Jing, just forget it. Didn't you see that he ignored you when he came into the store last night and went straight for Lulu? There's no one else like Lulu in the entire Yida Plaza with her looks, figure, and temperament. Chen Qi didn't look at all the salesgirls at Yida. Zheng Fangyue from Hermes next door had a charm of 90, which could be compared with Su Lu. But she grew up a bit too much and was not chosen by Soft Lord. There are only 2 salesgirls with scores of 90 in the luxury store on the 3rd floor. The scores of salesgirls on other ordinary floors probably won't be as high as theirs. Lulu, you have to seize this golden bachelor. Such a high-quality man is very popular. I know. When buying a car today, the female salesperson Zhang Li added Chen Qi on WeChat. In the afternoon, that bitch Zhou Yali also wanted to add him, but was rejected by Su Lu. Could he be the illegitimate son of some rich man? When he came to the store yesterday, he was wearing cheap clothes. Then he came to the store for 2 consecutive days to buy clothes and a car. If he was a genuine second-generation rich, he would have already had a car. Xiao Jing used her imagination, and although it sounded a bit like a melodrama, it was quite similar when you thought about it carefully. Don't tell me, maybe it's true. When he filled out the information to buy the car, he didn't write down his address, saying it was inconvenient. Now he is staying at the Hildo Hotel. Su Lu followed Xiao Jing's speculation and pieced together the information she had seen. The 3 came to a conclusion that Chen Qi was the illegitimate son of a top wealthy man in Donghai and had only recently returned to the wealthy family. Lulu, if that's the case, if you take him down, you'll be the young mistress of a wealthy family in the East China Sea in the future. It's not that easy. Not every girl is called Wei Shui. Every girl wants to live the life of a lady with luxurious clothes and delicious food, but there are only a few wealthy families. And if you want to enter such a family, hard work alone is not enough. Beauty, figure, background, education, means, and the indispensable yet illusory luck. Compared with the daughters of wealthy families, Su Lu is far inferior in all other aspects except for her beauty. But she was lucky, because Zheng Fangyue from the Hermes next door looked similar to her, but Chen Qi went into Hermes and came out immediately. Chapter 10 Sister Zhang, you are my real sister. Didn't you say that he was very happy when you gave him a tie clip yesterday and bought him coffee today? He may not care much about money. Look, he spends money on you without any nonsense. But I think you should pay more attention to details and thoughtfulness. You can't give a gift worth millions, so why don't you spend some time to think about his hobbies? Sister Zhang is experienced, and her suggestions are very useful to Su Lu, and even better to Chen Qi. If Chen Qi knew what Sister Zhang said, he would definitely hug her and call her sister. But I haven't talked to him much. I spent the whole day shopping. How would I know what his hobbies are? Su Lu was a little annoyed. She was indeed too happy today. Even when she was eating and chatting, she didn't talk much about Chen Qi. Lulu, didn't he just buy a car this afternoon? He hasn't picked it up yet. Why don't you buy a car aromatherapy diffuser? New cars usually have a smell. When you pick up the car, you can give it to him and put it in his car. Xiaojing's idea gave Su Lu an epiphany. Yes, aromatherapy. We also have it in our store. Ms. Zhang, please give me a bottle. I'll use the employee discount. There it is, employee discount again. The discount on this fragrance is even bigger than yesterday's Thai clips, and employees can get a 30% discount. The original price was 4,050 yuan, and after the discount, it was 2,835 yuan. When it came to Chen Qi, the difference was 12.15 million yuan. If Chen Qi knew that Sister Zhang and Xiao Jing were helping him so much, he would have given them a few more bags earlier. When we returned to the hotel, Butler Lee had already filled the bathtub with water and took the clothes we had taken off to wash. You are such a lazy person, and you are still living off others. I have ruined your job. Do you have any ambition to make progress? I've only bound 2 goddesses, and you're already taking a bath. After being scolded by Wan Yi, Chen Qi just wanted to take a bath, lie on the bed, and watch a movie. As a result, after taking a shower, he left the hotel and went to the nearest bar, Black Rose. Chen Qi had never been to a bar before. He heard that ordering a few drinks at a bar would cost hundreds of dollars, which was enough for him to buy instant noodles for a month. It is now 12 o'clock in the evening, the busiest time of the bar, with groups of handsome men and beautiful women wandering around the door. Chen Qi is handsome, which is his natural advantage. Even before he started spending money, girls came up to him and chatted with him. Handsome guy, want to play together? What the hell with your charm value of 78? If I play with you, I will definitely scold you to death. Handsome guy, I'll buy you a drink, let's play together. Another girl with 80 points came. With Chen Qi's looks, he could attract girls with low scores to spend money on him. But for girls who score above 90, it's not enough to just be good looking, you also need money. Chen Qi entered the bar. The atmosphere inside was very lively, and the DJ was playing Wild Wolf Disco. The dim environment, coupled with colorful lights and the atmosphere group's hard work, can easily stir up emotions. Chen Qi was still watching. There were too many people in the bar, including many pretty girls. It would be troublesome for him to visit them one by one. At this time, Xiao Xiao, the marketing manager of the bar, spotted Chen Qi in green and went over to greet him immediately. Handsome guy, which booth are you in? I haven't reserved a seat yet. Is there any empty booth? Xiao Xiao was delighted, thinking that this was the performance result. Yes, which district do you want, handsome? You've never been here before. Please introduce it to me. Xiao Xiao's face was full of enthusiastic smiles. Okay, brother, the minimum consumption in our Black Rose D area is 8,000, C area is 12,000, B area is 20,000, and A area is 33,000. Is there any more in area, eh? Chen Qi asked. Xiao Xiao smiled widely. Yes, yes, handsome boy. Please follow me. The two of them went to booth A06. The booths in area A were very spacious and could accommodate more than a dozen people without any problem. The waiter immediately brought the fruit plate, and Xiao Xiao asked with a smile on his face. Brother, this is your first time here. Do you need me to introduce you to some drinks? Not to mention the cheap ones. It's not that Chen Qi really understands wine and wants to order expensive wine to taste carefully, but if he orders cheap wine, he won't be able to attract girls. He came for the audition, first to show his ability to the marketing department, and then to organize the girls. The minimum consumption in Area A is 33,000 yuan. Xiao Xiao directly reported several drinks worth more than 30,000 yuan to Chen Qi. Brother, our little dragon is 48,888. Xiao Xiao was about to continue his introduction, but was interrupted by Chen Qi. To be specific, this is my first time in a bar. Xiao Xiao was a little surprised. This outfit must have cost at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. It turned out to be his first time in a bar. Could it be that he was wearing fake goods? His attitude suddenly became less enthusiastic than before. The small dragon is 3 bottles of Spade A champagne, and the big dragon is 5 bottles of Spade A plus a bottle of black gold Spade A. The price is 88,888. The Frozen Supreme Dragon is 128,888. Brother, which one do you want to order? Chen Qi also felt the change in Xiao Xiao's attitude. In the end, he didn't even introduce the Frozen Supreme Dragon. Did he think he was not worthy of it? First, let's have the Frozen Supreme Dragon. XL. Brother, we need to pay for this little dragon suit first. Scan the code. Xiao Xiao didn't expect Chen Qi to be so direct and ordered the most expensive one right away. Seeing that 128,000 yuan had arrived in his account, Xiao Xiao's attitude suddenly became more enthusiastic than before. Brother, are you drinking alone? Do you need some girls to accompany you? Of course, he came here to find girls, but Chen Qi knew what kind of people were in the bar, so he didn't have much hope. It has to be a high quality. If I'm satisfied, I'll order another Frozen Supreme Dragon set. Xiao Xiao really wanted to call Chen Qi dad at this moment. From this order from Chen Qi, he could earn a commission of 12,800. The commission for Black Rose is 10% for 30,000 to 100,000, 10% for 100,000 to 200,000 and above, and 15% for 200,000 and above. If Chen Qi orders one more frozen dragon, he can get 15 points and can take a rest this month. At this time, the DJ on the stage started shouting into the mic. Congratulations to A06 for choosing the Frozen Supreme Dragon set. I wish the boss all his wishes come true and everything goes smoothly. Soon, two big men in suits carrying a wine rack with white smoke coming out of it, followed by a group of bunny girls, walked into A06. This Frozen Dragon set is no different from the Great Dragon set. Both contain 5 colors of Spade Ace plus a bottle of Black Gold Spade Ace. However, the box that holds the wine has been changed, and the white smoke is dry ice, in order to create a feeling of the frozen throne. Everyone in the bar screamed. It was the first time this month that someone ordered the Frozen Dragon set. Although they were not the ones drinking, the atmosphere was livened up. Everyone shook their heads and looked at A06. The bunny girls fired salutes and scattered gold paper in A06, and the feeling of extravagance was immediately created. Chen Qi doesn't even like these bunny girls, let alone Ruan Yi. The two bodyguards in suits stayed, and the bunny girls were sent away. Brother, please wait a moment. I will call someone for you. Xiao Xiao quickly went out and picked out all the good-looking people in the Atmosphere group. Chapter 11, Double Standards. The Atmosphere group knows that everyone who goes to A06 is very active. Brother Xiao, I'll go. Chen Qidu asked for someone who was good-looking, so Xiao Xiao didn't dare to fool him. A few minutes later, Xiao Xiao took 4 girls to A06. When the girls looked, they saw that the sponsor sitting there was a handsome guy who looked a bit like Takashi Kaneshiro. So handsome and so rich. He seems like my first love. There were 4 girls, all wearing short skirts, belly-bearing tops, and black stockings. Although their looks were a bit tech-heavy, the quality was pretty good. Soft Lord, give me a rating. You still have the nerve to ask me to rate this? Not even 185. Next batch. Xiao Xiao was very observant, and he could see that Chen Qi didn't seem very satisfied with these people. Brother, why don't you let them accompany you first? It's too boring for you to drink alone. I'll call someone for you. All right. Just then the B03 booth was over, and Xiao Xiao immediately ran over and grabbed a girl. Jenny, there's a rich guy coming to A06, and he's also a handsome guy. Jenny blinked her beautiful eyes. Is it the one who ordered the frozen dragon just now? That's right, he's short of people. I called a few girls over, but he didn't seem very satisfied, so it's up to you. Jenny is one of the most beautiful women in the Black Rose Atmosphere group. Usually, when she goes to a company drinking, the customers are willing to order more. I would also add her on WeChat and send her red envelopes to do other things. Xiao Xiao took Jenny to A06. As soon as Jenny entered, Chen Qi no longer looked at the other girls. Damn, it looks good. Jenny has a great figure, estimated to be about D, with a pair of slender legs that are white and well-proportioned. She is wearing a backless dress and a hip skirt. She has delicate features, big wavy hair, and her eyebrows and eyes are so charming that no man can resist her. Name, Jenny Jiang. Age, 24. Height, 166. Charm, 90. Occupation, Bar Atmosphere Group. Number of romances, 18. Favorability, 20. Jiang Zhenyi and Su Lu have their own merits in appearance, but Jiang Zhenyi is better in figure, but it's a pity that she has grown too many times. Chen Qi was a little disappointed, but he still let Jiang Zhenyi sit over. As soon as Jiang Zhenyi came, the other girls knew they had no chance. Brother, you are so powerful. You were the frozen dragon right away. Jenny sat down right next to Chen Qi, and the turbulent waves made Chen Qi dizzy. When Su Lu met Chen Qi for the first time, her favorability towards him was 0, and Chen Qi was dressed very nerdy at the time. Now, the first impression he gave people was that of a wealthy second-generation man. So Jenny naturally had a good impression of him because he was handsome and rich. It's okay. Why is he like this? Is he pretending to be cool? Most men would smile like a pig when they see Jenny and put their dirty hands on her body in a dishonest way. Chen Qi seemed to have no interest in her. After 18 relationships, even if I'm interested, I'm not interested anymore. Ruan Yi also scolded Chen Qi. If you don't have it here, you won't change places. It's not progressive at all. Chen Qi is a gigolo, and no one would say anything about him, and no one would think that charging a drink is a gigolo. But Ruan Yi would say that he is lazy and has no ambition. Brother, are you in a bad mood? Let me have a drink with you first. Chen Qigong was in no mood after being scolded and wanted to go to the toilet first. The wine is open. I'm going to the bathroom. It's fine as long as the wine is open. I'm just afraid that you'll order a dragon suit and not drink it just to show off. Brother, hurry up. As soon as Chen Qi went out, several girls started talking about him. Have you seen him? So handsome and so rich. Just now, Brother Xiao said that this is his first time in a bar. When Jenny heard this, she was shocked. Is this a top-notch, rich second generation with strict family education? Chen Qi came out of the toilet and passed by the stage. Suddenly, I saw a girl who was out of place in the bar environment and seemed like a breath of fresh air. The girl was sitting at the counter, with 3 girls next to her, all wearing suspenders and short skirts, but she was the only one wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. Ruanyi, how many points is that? Name, Han Linlin. Age, 23. Height, 164. Charm value, 92. Occupation, teacher. Number of romances, 2. Favorability, 0. Fuck, what can I say? I planted flowers with care, but they didn't bloom, but I planted willows by accident, and they grew into shade. I came out to use the restroom, and I met a gigolo goddess. Soft Lord, you have nothing to say now, right? At this moment, several men were surrounding Han Linlin's table, trying to pull her out for a drink. Ladies, let's go to B04 and drink together. We sisters can drink on our own. We don't need you to treat us, said Lin Yuan, who was next to Han Linlin. It's more lively when more people are drinking. Chen Qi returned to A06, and Jiang Jinni could immediately tell that Chen Qi was in a better mood than before. Brother, is there anything happy? Have fun. Come and have a drink. Chen Qi directly poured the most expensive bottle of black gold spade ace. He had never tasted other champagnes, so it was difficult to make a comparison. He just thought it was delicious, with a sweet, mellow, and smooth taste, rich and delicate foam, and a strong fruity aroma. If the sponsor is in a good mood, everyone will be in a good mood. Call Xiao Xiao and order another frozen dragon set. Fuck, he only took a sip and ordered another set. How thirsty is he? Jenny pressed her breasts against Chen Qi's arm, and her 2 breasts almost clamped his arm. Brother is so handsome and so capable. Chen Qi thought, do you have the ability? He also has to thank our Lulu. A cup of coffee yesterday was enough for him to order 2 frozen dragons. Lulu, I'm sorry, I want to eat a variety of food. Xiao Xiao's face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. He thought that Jenny would come out and leave immediately. He winked at Jenny, meaning, you are still awesome. I didn't do anything. He just went to the bathroom and came back and ordered again. Jenny just thought that Chen Qi was in a good mood and wanted to spend money. Mr. Chen, just tell me what you want me to do. Xiao Xiao stood aside, nodding and bowing. There's a girl wearing a white t-shirt and jeans over there. Call the 4 people at that table over. The DJ called out to the mic again, accompanied by the rhythmic music. Congratulations to A06 for choosing the Frozen Supreme Dragon set for the 2nd time tonight. I wish the boss all his wishes come true and everything goes smoothly. The atmosphere of the Black Rose Bar tonight was all brought up by A06. Everyone in the bar was twisting their bodies to the music, and the atmosphere reached a climax. 4 beauties, the guests of A06 invite you to come over and drink with us. Han Linlin, Lin Yuan, and the other 3 had just arrived, and they didn't know that this was Chen Qi's first time ordering the frozen dragon. Fuck, it's from A06. The 2 young men from B04 immediately became scared because they knew that A06 had clicked on the frozen dragon twice. This person is so powerful that they can't afford to mess with him. The minimum consumption in Area B is only 20,000, and Chen Qi now has more than 12 times as much as them. Ladies, the customer in A06 has ordered 2 frozen dragons. Xiao Xiao said, Lin Yuan and her friends have been to Black Rose several times and know the price of the frozen dragon. But they spent more than 250,000 in one night. What kind of person is this? Lin Lin Yin Yin Xiao Xue, let's go. People are all double standard. Just now, 2 young men from Area B invited them to go, but Lin Yuan refused. Damn, snob, gold digger. The 2 young men could only curse in their hearts. They knew very well that in a place like a bar, the one with money is the boss. Chapter 12, White Lotus. Ayuan, can't we just drink it ourselves? Han Linlin didn't want to go, but it wasn't that she didn't like rich people. But she just observed that today Area A seemed to be full of greasy, middle-aged business bureau officials. She also likes rich men, but they have to be young and handsome. In simple terms, they have to be tall, rich, and handsome. Lin, that's Area A. It won't hurt to meet more high-quality men. Yin Yin, yeah, maybe I can recommend you a good job. Xiao Xue, why work? If you're with a rich second generation, you'll be a young lady. Xiao Xiao said, ladies, the guest of A06 is a handsome guy, young and rich. When it comes to marketing, just listen halfway. Xiao Xiao said that the guests of A06 are very handsome. Even if the guests are short and fat, he will still say they are handsome. Even if they have been in prison, he can say they are civil servants. Han Linlin couldn't persuade the three of them, so she followed Xiao Xiao to A06. As soon as they came in and saw Chen Qi, they were overjoyed. Chen Qi is really handsome and rich. The four girls' favorable impression of him increased after seeing him. Han Linlin's favorability +5, currently 5. Chen Qi quickly asked the Atmosphere group members to make room, including Jenny. This made Jenny very upset. Which of these girls is as pretty as me? That White Lotus is a bit pretty. The sponsor won't like this kind of girl, right? Chen Qi heard Jenny's thoughts, and he wanted to tell Jenny. You are not bad looking, very pretty, but you have grown up too many times and are of no use to me. I don't like the White Lotus either, I just like all the good-looking ones. There were 12 bottles of Ace of Spades on the table, worth more than 250,000 yuan. Lin Yuan, Yin Yin, and Xiao Xue couldn't help but take out their phones to take photos and make TikTok videos. This scene can only be seen a few times in a lifetime, unless one of them hooks up with a rich second generation. Only Han Linlin sat aside obediently and awkwardly. Brother, why did you ask us to come drink? Lin Yuan comes to the bar more often and is obviously braver than the other three. She sat on Chen Qi's left, with Han Linlin next to her. Of course my sisters are pretty. Brother, I'm not good looking, Jenny said in a coquettish tone. It looks good, and you look good too. Jenny's charm value is also 91, and her entire body is original. She is the charming type, and men will feel that kind of impulse when they see her. Han Linlin is a pure and well-behaved type. Her style is very different, and it makes people want to protect her. Sisters, please introduce yourselves. We are all graduates of Donghai Normal University. We just received our diplomas yesterday. My name is Lin Yuan, and the three of them are my roommates, Lin Lin, Yin Yin, and Xiao Xue. Lin Yuan introduced them to Chen Qi one by one. Han Linlin's three roommates are all good-looking, similar to the ones in the Atmosphere group next to them. But they are of no use to Chen Qi. They're just here to make up the numbers. Lin Lin, let's have a drink. Han Linlin was very reserved, but when Chen Qi toasted her, she raised her glass and clinked it with Chen Qi's. The taste of Spade Ace is completely different from the wine they just drank at the open table. It has a strong fruity aroma and is smooth on the tongue. It tastes much better than the watered-down Ace of Spades that the fake rich second generation ordered last time. Lin Yuan said from the side, this is Lin Lin's first time at the bar. She usually never comes when we ask her to. She only came out to have some fun because she graduated. If there was no system, I would believe you if you said this. There are many girls pretending to be pure in the bar, and it is impossible to tell them apart without some skills. What a coincidence, this is my first time too. Yes, my brother has never been to Ace of Spades before, so we just met now. Jenny said, is this true? He is so handsome and rich. Aren't those second-generation rich people good at having fun? I'm not a rich second generation. Han Linlin called out softly. Can he hear what I'm thinking? Chen Qi's words sounded different to other people. Jenny squeezed over with a glass of wine in hand. Mr. Chen, it turns out that you are a first-generation rich man who worked hard on your own. That's amazing. I toast to you. There are many opportunities in the Southeast Coast. If you are lucky enough, you can start a business and make a lot of money if you catch the right opportunity. Brother, I respect you too. Lin Yuan was not willing to be outdone. Although she was not as good-looking as Jenny, nor as good in figure as Jenny, she could tell that Chen Qi was not very interested in Jenny. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called the four of them over. Let's all come together. Chen Qi's alcohol tolerance is average. If everyone toasts him one by one, he will be drunk immediately. From time to time, there are girls outside A06 who want to come over and have a drink. They all know that the sponsor inside is a handsome guy. However, they were stopped by two men in suits. By the way, you just graduated yesterday, right? Chen Qi asked. Yes, does my brother's company still need people? Take us in. Lin Yuan was also misled just now, thinking that Chen Qi was a first-generation rich man who started his own company. Then we have to celebrate and order another frozen Supreme Dragon. Jenny was a little confused. She didn't know where she lost. She had never been left out like this by other men. What fun is there for a few college graduates who have just graduated? They can't let go. Han Linlin and the other three were also shocked by how Chen Qi casually spent more than 100,000 yuan. Within an hour tonight, I ordered 3 frozen Supreme Dragons for more than 380,000. The 4 of them have already entered society and are doing internships in primary schools with an internship salary of 4,000 yuan. They have deeply experienced the truth that money is hard to earn, but shit is hard to eat. Han Linlin's favorability +5, currently 10. He looks so handsome when scanning the code. He's handsome and rich. If I can win her over, I can live the life of a young lady. Han Linlin comes from a typical well-off family. Her mother is a junior high school teacher, and her father is a high school teacher. With her conditions, she basically has no worries about food and drink. Although her parents' salary is not very high, she has everything she needs. His parents have relatively traditional ideas and believe that it is enough for the couple to live a stable and good life. So they hope that Han Linlin will find a partner within the system, preferably a civil servant who has a stable income and a good income. But Han Linlin doesn't want to live a dull life like her parents. She wants to be a little princess and a lady. That's right, I saw it from watching TikTok. For ordinary people, a dual-income family with good welfare benefits is already a very good life, and many people are scrambling to get on board. You really can't just judge this girl by her appearance. Chen Qi heard Han Linlin's thoughts. Looking at Han Linlin's appearance and temperament, you can tell that she has a simple mind. Chen Qi sat next to Han Linlin. Linlin, do you have a boyfriend? Not yet. So, what kind do you like? I don't know either. It depends on fate. This white lotus, it all depends on fate. This tall, rich, and handsome guy is in front of you. Do you dare to say you don't like him? Jenny complained in her heart. Sure enough, women understand women best. If Chen Qi didn't have the system, he really wouldn't be able to tell that Han Linlin was a white lotus. How about I be your boyfriend? Brother, if your girlfriend knew you said that, she would beat you to death. I don't have a girlfriend. You can if you want. Chapter 13, you are different from them. Although you opened the bottle of wine worth 380,000 yuan, and I know you are rich, the wine is for everyone to drink, and I didn't get any benefits. You didn't even send me a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars. But you wanted to sleep with me, thinking I was so easy to fool. Brother, we've only known each other for an hour, and I don't even know your name. Add me on WeChat, and I'll send it to you. After the two added each other on WeChat, Chen Qi sent his name to Han Linlin. Brother, I want to join too. Lin Yuan came forward. Brother, I want one too. Jenny was not willing to be outdone. The other girls also gathered around. No hurry, no hurry. Add them all. Brother, eat grapes. Jenny pushed Han Linlin aside, sat next to Chen Qi, and handed him a peeled grape. Chen Qi felt that if he asked Jenny to feed him with her mouth, she would be willing. Brother, let me massage your legs. Jenny's hands wandered over Chen Qi's thighs, and that technique was definitely not a proper leg pinch. $10,000 is not a lot of money for Jenny. Those bosses who want to sleep with her all start at $50,000. It also depends on whether Jenny is willing. If it is ugly, she will not accept it. She took the initiative towards Chen Qi because, firstly, Chen Qi was rich and secondly, he was handsome. There are a lot of handsome guys coming to the bar, but some of them even have to collect money to pay for their drinks. Jenny's soft little hands pressed higher and higher on Chen Qi's thighs. Judging from the number of relationships she had, Jenny was very experienced. After a short while, she had set up Chen Qi's tent. Good girls don't let down, bad girls don't waste. Chen Qi decided to take Jenny back to the hotel at night. With her figure, he wondered how comfortable she would be. Several other girls from the Atmosphere group also came over to feed him fruits and massage his shoulders. It's so damn comfortable. I haven't spent much money tonight. Han Linlin's favorability -3, currently 7. Sure enough, he is just like the other second-generation rich people playing around a lot. Chen Qi received the system prompt and heard Han Linlin's thoughts, but he did not stop. I finally have a system. I have money and can live a life of luxury and indulge in all kinds of things. But why do I have to look at a woman's mood? He wants to eat Han Linlin's free food, and he has to do it anyway. Brother, let's play dice. Jenny said. Chen Qi felt that drinking without doing anything was meaningless. Each of you has a dice, and you compete with me. If you lose, you have to drink a glass of wine and then give me a spanking. What if my brother loses? Jenny asked. Since there are so many of you, I won't drink. If I lose, I'll give you a bottle of Ace of Spades. This game only makes money and no losses, and several girls cheered. A bottle of Ace of Spades, if not opened, can be returned to the bar and still be worth more than 10,000 yuan. If you have money, you can take advantage of others openly. Below, Han Linlin's favorability -2, currently 5. Everyone else gathered around, but Han Linlin sat aside. Lin, don't you want to play? Lin Yuan asked. I don't want to play. She didn't want to play, and Chen Qi didn't care about her. He was having a lot of fun anyway. These girls all have great figures, especially Jenny, with that perky, but that looks so comfortable. A slap on the face caused it to shake Duang Duang. I got 5 points, my brother got 3 points, I won. Lin Yuan jumped up with joy. She just rolled the dice and won a bottle of Ace of Spades. Lin, go play. If you lose, you'll just get spanked. Lin Yuan made spanking sound as insignificant as drinking water. If this happened on the street, not to mention spanking, even if you take a picture of your but with a cell phone, people will point at your nose and scold you. Although Han Lin also wanted it, she had to maintain her own personality and couldn't let anyone take advantage of her so easily. After 2 rounds of dice playing, everyone won at least 1 bottle, and Lin Yuan and Yun Yun won 2 bottles. This made Han Lin even more uncomfortable because she was obviously the prettiest one. In other situations, the boys would have surrounded her, but Chen Qi actually left her alone. Chen Qi stood up, changed his seat, and sat next to Han Lin. Lin, why don't you play? Brother, you have so many people accompanying you, it would be redundant for Lin to go. Han Lin looked so aggrieved that I felt sorry for her. How could that be? You were special, different from them. Chen Qi leaned close to Han Lin's ear and whispered, I don't believe you. It should be said that Han Lin is still clear-headed and not like a naive person who believes everything. Are you free tomorrow? Let's go shopping. I have classes tomorrow morning, so I can spend the afternoon with my brother. Isn't it summer vacation now? Do you still have classes at school? It's a training class, substitute teaching. Although the school does not allow teachers to substitute classes in outside training institutions. But there are still many teachers who do this privately because training institutions offer much more than schools. Lin Yuan heard this, and she also wanted to go shopping with Chen Qi. The rich second generation might buy her a luxury bag while shopping. Brother, I'm free tomorrow too. Next time I will definitely only bring Lin with me tomorrow. Han Lin's favorability +5, currently 10. When a person is treated specially, a sense of superiority arises in her heart. I looked at the time, and it was already 2 a.m., but the bar was still bustling with people. However, Chen Qi had something else to do. That's all for today. Brother, there are still 6 bottles of wine left to drink. Jenny was still not satisfied and wanted Chen Qi to stay. Save the wine on your card first. Aren't you afraid that I'll drink all the wine? Jenny smiled coquettishly. Drink if you want, it's just a few bottles of wine. It was indeed time for Han Lin to leave. She had strict parents, and she had to sneak home after playing so late. Brother, let's go first. Xiao, call a taxi for the beauties. Okay, bro, beauties, follow me, and I'll make arrangements for you. Xiao earned nearly 60,000 yuan in commission tonight. Not to mention asking him to arrange a car, he would even be willing to run naked even if Chen Qi asked him to. Brother, please come tomorrow. I will miss you. Jenny's rich breasts swayed back and forth between Chen Qi's arms. You think so? Then follow me. Hey! The two took a car back to the Hildo Hotel. After reaching the top floor, Jenny realized that Chen Qi was staying in the presidential suite. Butler Li is dedicated to his job. Even though it was already past 2 a.m., he still stood at the door to greet Chen Qi. The presidential suite in Hildo costs 100,000 a day, right? Brother, what do? I'm just a gigolo, Jenny said coquettishly. My brother always likes to joke around. Jenny had seen many gigolos, but this was the first time she had seen a gigolo like Chen Qi, who spent more than 600,000 yuan in one night. People are always willing to believe what they see. Chen Qi's LV items cost hundreds of thousands, and Jenny could tell they were all genuine. Frozen Dragon ordered 3 sets of wine and paid for them actually. It was not rented wine. The wine given away for playing dice later was also worth more than 200,000 yuan. Which gigolo has so much money? Mr. Chen, these are prepared for you, 50 styles in total. Butler Li brought out a large wooden box, opened it, and saw that it was full of condoms. The service was really great. Butler Li was already ready before Chen Qi even opened his mouth. Jenny pretended to be shy and said, Brother is so bad. There are so many. I'm going to be exhausted to death. Chapter 14, I already have a system. Why do I still go to Mao class? An experienced girl like Jenny understands men very well and can make your blood boil with just a few gestures. Brother, let me rub your back. The two of them were playing in the bathtub. Jenny was naked, and her figure was extremely seductive, big where it should be big, and thin where it should be thin, without a trace of fat. Chen Qi had two girlfriends. The first one was in college and the second one was Li Ting. Li Ting had never grown up with him, and Chen Qi had been holding back for a long time, and he simply couldn't resist Jenny's teasing. The two began to grow in the bathtub, then on the bed, and then on the sofa. When daybreak came, they tossed and turned 5 times before falling asleep exhausted. Han Lin is giving extra lessons to primary school students, and she checked her phone every 2 minutes. She was waiting for news from Chen Qi. Although the appointment was for the afternoon, she always thought that Chen Qi should contact her earlier. In the past, when those boys asked her out, they would send messages to her early in the morning. It is impossible for them to send messages at a certain time. At this time, the WeChat notification sound rang. Han Lin picked up the phone with great anticipation, and it turned out to be a message from the sisters group. Lin, these second-generation rich people spend a lot of money. Don't be tempted by their sugar-coated tactics. Lin Yuan won 2 bottles of Ace of Spades yesterday and returned them to the bar, earning 35,000 yuan. But she had no intention of speaking for Chen Qi. Yuan is right. Look how much fun he had last night. Yunyan said, I know, I'm not stupid. Don't just listen to sweet words, and don't just listen to him because he has money. Money is only money when it's in your hands. There is a popular saying among scumbags recently. A man's money is for women to see, not to spend. The gold diggers strongly condemned the person who said this. How can they make money if they don't spend it? Chen Qi and his friends slept until 12 o'clock. When they woke up, little Chen Qi also woke up. Brother, I hate it when I just woke up and it happens again. It's all because my sister is too attractive. After another round of growth, Chen Qi felt a little weak. Jiang Zhenyi's favorability, +5, currently 25. Damn, this is more than spending 700,000 or 800,000. But it's useless for her to add it. He also didn't know whether the attribute rewards after completing 100% of the strategy would be useful. He was in urgent need of improving his physical fitness. Otherwise, he would not be able to enjoy life to the fullest. When sending Jenny away, Chen Qi transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Jenny felt that she had made a fortune. Chen Qi was generous and handsome, and she enjoyed her growth very much. Brother, if you miss me, call me anytime. After Jenny left, Chen Qi looked at his phone. Several colleagues in the company group tagged him, and manager Wang also sent him a private message. If you don't come for the whole morning, do you want to work? Chen Qi had such a long weekend that he forgot that today was Monday and he had to go to work. No, I already have a system. Why do I need to attend a Mao class? Yes, I quit. Chen Qi replied. If you say you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Can you be held responsible for the losses caused by the new store that the company just handed over to you? Chen Qi is the operations manager of an e-commerce company. Last week, the company handed him a new project. If he just left, it would indeed cause losses to the company. And if the company pursues responsibility, it can even sue him. He is not afraid of losing money, but it is too annoying to get involved in a lawsuit. I'll go to the company in 2 days. You think you're the boss? Come here right now in 2 days. If you are absent from work for half a day without reason, it will be counted as a full day. Chen Qi still had to go back to the company. He didn't have anything valuable to take, but he had to get back a thermos cup. That was the cup his father used before. After his father passed away, Chen Qi started using it. This cup has probably been used for 11 or 12 years. The paint on the surface has all fallen off and has been covered with patina by Chen Qi. Chen Qi transferred 50,000 yuan to Manager Wang. Manager Wang looked at his phone, a little confused. Fuck, what does he mean? Before he could reply to Chen Qi, another transfer of 50,000 yuan came in. After 4 transfers in succession, Chen Qi sent a message. This 200,000 yuan should be regarded as compensation. Even if the stores suffered losses, it would only be a matter of tens of thousands of yuan. Chen Qi directly transferred 200,000 yuan, which scared Manager Wang. Xiao Chen, did you win the lottery? Yes, I'm not going to work. That's what I was wondering. How come you're so rich all of a sudden? How much did you win? It's inconvenient to say, but it's enough anyway. Manager Wang thought that if it was enough in Donghai City, it would be at least 10 million in lottery tickets. Okay then, don't worry about the store. I'll take care of it. Manager Wang can take 195,000 of the 200,000 and give the remaining 5,000 to his subordinate, asking him to increase his workload and take over Chen Qi's store. When the time comes, the company can hire new people to take over, and he can save a few $1,000s. I've put away all the things in my workstation. I will pick them up in a few days. Don't worry, I'll keep it for you personally. For lunch, I had some Kobe beef wild yellow croaker, and wild giant soft-shelled turtle in the hotel. After replenishing the energy, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Chen Qi sent a message to Han Linlin. Linlin, where are you? I'll pick you up. I thought my brother had forgotten. Han Linlin sent a location. I've been waiting for the whole morning with my makeup on. Little did she know that Chen Qi had also worked hard for the entire morning. Mr. Chen, the car is ready. There is a Maybach S800 parked downstairs of the hotel, which is specially used to pick up and drop off Hildo's VIPs. Linlin, I'm downstairs. Brother, I'm here. Han Linlin checked her makeup and outfit one last time in front of the bathroom mirror. No problem, it looks good. Han Linlin went downstairs and saw a Mercedes-Benz. She was sure that it was Chen Qi's car. But she was a little disappointed because the second generation of rich people all drive Porsche, Ferrari, and Lamborghini sports cars. She only looked at the car logo and had no idea that this Mercedes was a Maybach S800 worth more than $6 million. It's much more expensive than entry-level Porsches and Ferraris, but it's more comfortable to sit in. Chen Qi doesn't plan to drive his Ferrari often if he has enough of the freeloaders. He still needs to change to a more comfortable car with more space, such as a Rolls-Royce, and hire a driver. Chen Qi rolled down the window and shouted to Han Linlin. Linlin, here it is. The driver got out of the car, professionally, wearing white gloves, and opened the back door for Han Linlin. It turned out that the driver was driving the car. He is indeed a rich man. As soon as Han Linlin got in the car, she found that it was different from the Mercedes she had ridden in before. Some teachers in her school also drive Mercedes-Benz, but the interior is nothing compared to this one. Linlin, this dress is really beautiful. Yesterday, Han Linlin was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. Her figure was barely noticeable. It was all supported by her face. Today, she is dressed in preppy style, with a white shirt on top and a pleated skirt with white stockings on the bottom. Her well-proportioned thighs are white and glowing, and she is wearing black leather shoes on her feet. With her sweet face, if no one told you that she was a recent college graduate, others would think she was a high school student. Didn't you look good yesterday? Of course she looks good. Linlin looks good in anything she wears. Has anyone ever told you that you look like Yuna? Appeared Chen Qi's actress analogy. Girls' generation's Yuna? She's much prettier than me. Chen Qi shook his head. You lack a certain understanding of your own beauty. You are prettier than her. My brother is very smooth-talking. Han Linlin is very confident about her beauty. Among so many girls in Donghai Normal University, she can be ranked among the top 3 campus beauties. Chapter 15, let's just stay here for now. Mr. Chen, where are we going next? The driver asked, looking straight ahead. Han Linlin was a little confused when she heard the driver addressing Chen Qi. Should her driver call him Young Master or Young Master Chen? This is what the wealthy people's drivers and butlers in TV dramas are called. Isn't this car rented by him? Brother, why does the driver call you Mr. Chen? Chen Qi told the truth. He is the driver assigned by the hotel. He must call the guest, sir. Which hotel provides a driver? The wallet limited Han Linlin's imagination, so she didn't know. In the early morning, Chen Qi and Jenny were still riding bicycles and playing hide-and-seek in the presidential suite. Go to AD1. Okay, Mr. Chen. AD number 1 is very famous in Donghai City. It is a first-class residential area. Those who can live there are either rich or noble. Han Linlin asked, Brother, why are you going to AD number 1? Go home. Chen Qi doesn't have a home yet, and he is planning to buy one. I guess so. You took me home after just the second meeting. Who do you think I am? Do you think you could do whatever you want just because you have a few bucks? Han Linlin's favorability -5, currently 5. Brother, didn't we say we were going shopping today? Why do we go to your house? Damn, there are too many inner dramas, which will reduce the favorability. Chen Qi explained, I'm going to buy a home. To buy a house. More than half an hour later, the car stopped at the sales office of AD number 1. The sales office is decorated magnificently, and the security guards and receptionists at the door are all image-conscious people with good looks and height. Sir, ma'am, do you have an appointment? As soon as I entered the door, a female salesperson came to greet me. She is very good-looking, 30 years old, has a charm value of 88, and has been in love 7 times. No, it's my first time here. Please introduce me. Jiang Min is an experienced salesperson with a very sharp eye. He can tell whether a person is rich just by taking a quick look at him or her and observing his or her expression and eyes. It's not that ordinary wage earners can't look at houses here, but they will appear either excited or cramped if they do. Chen Qi was dressed in LV from head to toe, all of which were genuine goods. The female companion next to him was very beautiful. Usually a female companion shows a man's strength. Plus, he looked extremely relaxed and calm, as if he was just shopping at the vegetable market. Jiang Min judged that Chen Qi was a rich second generation with great potential. What's your name, sir? List. Mr. Chen, what do you need? We have 3 types of apartments: 150 square meters, 180 square meters, and 210 square meters. Of course, Chen Qi wanted the biggest one. Can you introduce me to the one with 210 square meters? AD number 1. Launched half a year ago. The average price is 43,000. 210 square meters is 9.03 million. Han Linlin was a little shocked. Her house cost 2 million yuan, and she had to use her parents' housing provident fund to pay off the mortgage, which would take another 10 years to pay off. But she soon calmed down. Her college classmate married a rich second-generation man from Pengcheng. The wedding house I just bought this year is said to cost 100,000 yuan per square meter, and this is not the highest price in Pengcheng. More than 40,000 is considered the first tier in Donghai City, but it is still far behind in first-tier cities. Mr. Chun, the 210 square meter apartment is the most popular now. There are 5 units left, 2 on the west side, 2 in the middle, and 1 on the east side. The house Chen Qi rented before was in the middle. Although it had windows, it basically did not get any sunlight. The best apartment is the one on the east side, which faces south, and you can feel the sun rising and setting through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Which floor is the east room on? On the 16th floor, Mr. Chun can take a look at the sand table model. The orientation is very good, the view is wide, and you can see the wetland park from your home. It's 210 square meters with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. It's perfect for a wedding room. Chen Qi and Han Linlin were both handsome and pretty, and they were rich, so Jiang Min naturally thought of them as a couple who were looking at a house and were about to get married. What does he mean, bringing a girl to buy a house on their first date? Let's take a look at the model room. Chen Qi said, "Okay, both of you follow me." Jiang Min took the 2 of them to the 210 square meter model room. In a word, spacious. Han Linlin's house is 120 square meters, but after removing the public area, it is only 98 square meters. Compared with here, it seems much more crowded and narrow. All our apartment types are decorated just like the model rooms. Jiang Min took the 2 of them around and introduced the model room. When Han Linlin saw the cloakroom, her heart was beating fast. This area is almost as big as her second bedroom. The samples placed in the glass wardrobe and shoe cabinet seem to be what her future life will be like. How happy it would be to live in this big house. I would be willing to be a full-time housewife at home. Chen Qi heard her thoughts and strongly disagreed. Damn it, I'm a gigolo. If you don't work, where will you get the money to spend? What do you think, Linlin? It's very beautiful, spacious, and well laid out. How can a house over 8 million not look good? Even a rough finished house looks good. Let's just take this one and live in it for now. Jiang Min was ecstatic. She was right. These wealthy second generations bought houses like cabbages, but she remained calm. Mr. Chun, do you want to sign a contract today? Today? Isn't it convenient? That's convenient. I'll arrange it right away. Huh? Just 10 minutes after coming in, he bought a house worth 9 million? Doesn't he know that housing prices are inflated now? Why is the rich second generation just throwing money around like this? Wait a moment. Han Linlin stopped Jiang Min, who was about to sort out the contracts. She leaned close to Chen Qi's ear and whispered, "Brother, don't you bargain? Many real estate developers are offering huge discounts now. It's a big loss for you to buy it like this. Talk to her about the price. Maybe you can get a discount of 1 or 2 million. Chen Qi seemed unable to learn the skill of bargaining. He never bargained when buying vegetables at the market. He would just pay whatever the vendor said. Now that you have the system, there is no need to bargain. Can I still bargain? I'm not good at this. Is he the stupid son of a landlord? He can't even bargain, and sooner or later, he will be cheated out of all his money. Then let me tell you, although Han Linlin looks sweet and pure, she is quite talkative due to her job. Manager Jiang, don't you have any discounts? Other real estate companies have offered very generous discounts in the past 2 years. Some even give away gold when you buy a house. Jiang Min smiled and said, "Madam, our price is already a discounted price. I know that many properties are reducing their prices now, but you can take a look at where we are now. It is located in the core area of Donghai City, and the surrounding supporting facilities are the best in Donghai. Medical resources, educational resources, wetland parks, and luxurious business districts are unmatched by other real estate projects. Except for two other first-tier real estate projects in Donghai City, other real estate projects do not have the advantages of AD number 1. So when other properties are experiencing significant price cuts, its price remains strong. Han Linlin still refused to give up and fought with Jiang Min for more than half an hour. Finally, Jiang Min said with an embarrassed look, "Okay, I'll apply." Linlin, I didn't expect you to be so good at bargaining. Brother, save where you can and spend where you can. The price she quoted is obviously too high. There is still a lot of room for price reduction. 10 minutes later, Jiang Min came back with the applied price. Mr. Chen, 8.6 million is the best price I can apply for. Chen Qi was already very satisfied with the price reduction of 430,000 yuan, but Han Linlin wanted to continue bargaining. If she continued to bargain, it would be a problem whether she could buy the house today. Chapter 16. Meeting an old classmate. That's it. Let's hurry up with the formalities. Jiang Min was delighted. It seemed that this rich second generation was still the one in charge. In fact, the price can be lowered further, but the more it is lowered, the less commission she will get. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. We can complete the purchase procedures today. As for the property certificate, it will take 20 working days to get it. Staying in a hotel is comfortable, but it always feels a little lacking. It took an hour to finally sign the purchase contract and other documents. Jiang Min handed Chen Qi a silver suitcase containing 6 keys. There is also a pure gold badge of the owner with the AD number 1 logo. This pure gold badge alone is estimated to be worth 30,000 yuan. Mr. Chen, congratulations on becoming the owner of AD number 1. Chen Qi took the silver suitcase containing the key and thought to himself, this house costs over 8 million, but it still uses a key lock. I need to change it to a combination lock. Because it is fully furnished, you can move in at any time just by buying some appliances and furniture. Han Linlin was in a good mood at this time. Not sure whether it was because she successfully bargained or because she saw Chen Qi pay the full amount of 8.6 million. Han Linlin's favorability plus 10, currently 15. I thought he would take out a loan in installments, but he actually paid the full amount directly. Linlin, thanks to you, I saved over 400,000 yuan. Let me take you shopping. Just take whatever you like. He has some good eyesight? Then brother, I won't be polite to you. The two got in the car, and Chen Qi asked the driver to drive to Yixiang City. Brother, isn't Yida Plaza closer? Yida can't go because Su Lu is at work today. If she accidentally sees them, she doesn't know how much of her hard-earned favorability points will be lost. Jean Tai couldn't go either because Su Lu's archenemy classmate Zhou Yali was there. If Han Linlin went shopping for cosmetics, she would be in trouble if she saw her. There is a Hokkaido sushi restaurant in Yixiang City. I want to eat that tonight. Okay. Han Linlin had heard of that Hokkaido sushi restaurant. It was said that the minimum consumption per person was 8,000 yuan. However, this price should be just the level of a home-cooked dish for Chen Qi. The two of them were sitting in the car, and Han Linlin sent a message to her group of sisters. Sisters, he just paid the full price for AD number 1, 8.6 million. Xiao Xue. Bought it for you? Yun Yun. Damn it. Why can't I meet such a rich second generation? What are you thinking? We've only known each other for a few hours. Are you crazy? You want to buy me a house worth 8.6 million? Even if you buy it for me, I won't dare to accept it. Lin Yuan. Lin, he deliberately took you to buy a house to show off his wealth in front of you. He can buy a house for 8.6 million yuan in full, so he must be capable. But don't forget that there are some scumbags nowadays who are reluctant to spend money to pick up girls. He just wants to show you how rich he is, so that you can stay around him and even pay for him. If he doesn't show some sincerity with real money, don't let him take advantage of you, or he will think you are too easy to fool. He said he would take me shopping, and I could buy whatever I wanted. Yun, don't pretend to be on the phone when it's time to pay the bill. Lin Yuan, that shouldn't be the case. He spent over 100,000 yuan on wine for us last night. Anyway, Lin, don't believe his sweet words too much. These rich people are very smart. How can they make so much money if they are not smart? Chen Qi saw Han Linlin was typing, so he asked, "What are you looking at? You're so fascinated." Said, "Nothing, just checking tomorrow's class schedule." In this situation, even if Chen Qi didn't have the ability to read telepathy, he knew what she was doing. It's nothing more than criticizing and analyzing him in the sister group. Chen Qi was too familiar with this. When he first started pursuing Li Ting, he once took her to a fast food restaurant and spent more than 60 yuan. Li Ting typed from time to time while they were eating. Later, when they were together, Li Ting told him that she was scolding him in the group. "Sisters, who understands? The guy below brought me to eat fast food. who was a good person going on a date to eat fast food. At 3 o'clock, the two arrived at Yixiang Plaza. Han Linlin had a clear goal and went straight to Chanel. Brother, you said it, I just buy it, you pay the bill. Of course, I can't fool you. Chen Qi really wanted to say, in a domineering manner, that you can buy whatever you want, even by the store, but his financial situation did not allow it. He still has more than 14 million in his card, which is really not enough to show off. When Chen Qi and his friend entered the store, the salesgirl greeted them warmly. He found that after he put on LV, he no longer had the opportunity to show off and slap others in the face. However, he doesn't have that habit. He obviously has money, but insists on dressing like a loser. If others look down on him and he fights back pretending to be cool, it will be troublesome. Han Linlin picked up a pink dress. She had been looking at it on the official website for a long time. The price was 37,000 yuan, which was a sky-high price for her. What she wore today was her most expensive outfit. The dress, pleated skirt, Chanel bag, and leather shoes cost a little over 10,000 yuan in total. Her monthly internship salary was only 4,000 yuan, but fortunately, she was a local in the city. There is no need to rent a house. Breakfast and lunch are free at school, and dinner is at home. You can also earn more than 20,000 yuan from training courses during winter and summer vacations. Her mother's junior high school and her primary school are close to each other, so she saves on commuting expenses and her mother picks her up and drops her off every day. This way she can save some money every month, but she also uses it to buy clothes, cosmetics, and travel. Han Linlin took the clothes to the fitting room and came out a few minutes later. Brother, does it look good? This pink dress has puff sleeves, which makes Han Linlin look more youthful and lovely when she wears it. Chen Qi gave a thumbs up. Very beautiful. Chen Qi's exaggeration made Han Linlin laugh. She is an English teacher, and she found it very funny to hear this combination of Chinese and English sentences. While Han Linlin was trying on clothes, the salesgirl next to her kept looking at Chen Qi. Chen Qi thought that it was his handsomeness that attracted her. Sir, are you Chen Qi? I am. How do you know my name? Chen Qi looked at the salesgirl with some confusion. Ruan Yi had just rated this salesgirl, Wang Siwen, with a charm value of 86 and 6 romances. Wang Siwen no longer showed his professional smile, but instead grinned. It's really you. Don't you recognize me? I'm Wang Siwen from Class 3, Jianing number 1 Middle School. We're in the same class. It was another chance encounter with old classmates, but Su Lu and Zhou Yali recognized each other immediately because they were sworn enemies in high school. There are also photos in the moments, so you can often see each other. Chen Qi and Wang Siwen were just classmates and had no other relationship. They hardly spoke to each other and didn't even add each other's contact information after graduation. Chen Qi never returned to his hometown after he went to college. Without his parents around, his home became meaningless. Just now, Ruan Ye showed Wang Siwen's name, but Chen Qi didn't realize that he was his classmate. Chen Qi didn't have a deep impression of Wang Siwen. He seemed to remember that she was the most beautiful girl in class at that time. Now looking at Wang Siwen's face, I can barely match it with the face. Wang Siwen, remember, she's the class beauty, Chen Qi said perfunctorily. Chen Qi, we haven't been in touch for many years, and you haven't even attended your high school reunion. Look at you now. You're doing pretty well. Wang Siwen glanced at Chen Qi's outfit and said, a set of LV clothes, it costs hundreds of thousands. She pointed at Han Linlin in the fitting room and said, you found a girlfriend who's so pretty and capable. You must have made a fortune. Ha, what kind of fortune? It's just a small business. Bet big on small, get some money for drinks and meals from the girls, and then bet small on big, get a 10,000-fold cashback from the software guy. Chapter 17. Strive to be promoted to VC. You have to take care of me. I haven't opened any orders today. Wang Siwen pushed Chen Qi and was seen by Han Linlin, who came out of the fitting room. Beauty, don't get me wrong. I just realized that Chen Qi is my high school classmate. Really, brother? Chen Qi replied generously. Well, I haven't seen you for many years. Wang Siwen immediately went over and held Han Linlin's hand. Beauty, you have to talk to Chen Qi and ask him to buy more. Han Linlin also took a look at Wang Siwen. The salesgirls in luxury stores are all generally good-looking on average, and Wang Siwen is also okay, but much worse than her. Brother is very generous. Don't worry. Chen Qi smiled and said, Linlin, just buy it. How well is Chen Qi doing now? Has he started a company? He said he only needs to buy at Chanel. Without some foundation, he couldn't have said that. Beautiful lady, let me show you the new models we received last week. Okay, Han Linlin asked casually while picking out clothes. Are you in the same class as Chen Qi in high school? Yeah, we had a very good relationship in high school. This is pure nonsense. Chen Qi was only assigned to a group with Wang Siwen in the men's and women's relay race during physical education class. They had no intersection at other times. Han Linlin thought that since they were high school classmates and had a good relationship, he must know Chen Qi's family situation. Is brother Chen Qi the young master of a large company in your place? Wang Siwen was stunned for a moment. Sister, don't you know? Han Linlin was confused. Know what? Didn't Chen Qi tell you? His parents died when he was in the first year of high school. Oh, I don't know. He never mentioned it. When Han Linlin heard this, she couldn't help but think of what Chen Qi said last night, that he was not a rich second generation. Could it be that he is really a first-generation rich man who started from scratch and became a successful entrepreneur? Does he have any brothers or sisters? Wang Siwen shook his head. He is an only child. It's not easy. I finished college on my own and became so successful. How long has my sister known him? How could Han Linlin have the nerve to say that? If you count from last night, it's only been about 5 hours in total. We haven't known each other for long. My sister is so beautiful, and Chen Qichang is handsome and capable. The two of you are a perfect match. Han Linlin spent an hour choosing and picked out 3 skirts, 2 t-shirts, a pair of crop pants, and 3 pairs of shoes. Brother, I've chosen it. The total cost here is more than 200,000 yuan. Han Linlin comes from a well-off family, and it is unimaginable for her to spend 200,000 yuan just on clothes in one night. What's missing? Han Linlin looked at her body and asked, what's missing? You didn't buy a bag. Han Linlin was already very satisfied, and for a moment she forgot about the bag, which is an essential item for women. The entry-level Chanel bag she carried was only over 5,000 yuan. It would be unreasonable not to buy an expensive bag here. If my brother hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about it, but I've already bought a lot. Han Linlin looked embarrassed. There are plenty of them, just buy them if you like them. Han Linlin's favorability +5, currently 20. Chen Qi is so good to you. I'm so envious of him. Wang Siwen said. Wang Siwen estimated that Chen Qi's current net worth was at least tens of millions, and he spent at least 300,000 a night, so he was very powerful. Han Linlin didn't dare to spend too much and finally picked a gray twill shoulder bag for only 98,000 yuan. Brother, let's take this one. Does it look good? It looks great. Old classmate, check out. Han Linlin's favorability +5, currently 25. The total consumption of clothes, shoes, and bags was 313,000 yuan, which shocked Wang Siwen. It's not that she hasn't seen rich people before, such as the wealthy ladies who spend money at Chanel, the bosses who bring their mistresses with them, and many who spend hundreds of thousands in one night. But Chen Qi was her old classmate, and anyone would be shocked to see their classmate become so rich. She will gossip about Chen Qi in her high school girlfriends group later. Chen Qi, your spending limit is enough to apply for VLP in our store. Linlin, you do it. Wang Siwen immediately said, Sister, you can get a discount next time you come. Han Linlin loves Chanel, but it doesn't matter whether she goes to this VLP or not. She can't afford it even if it's on sale, unless Chen Qi brings her here. I'll buy more next time and upgrade to VLC. Chen Qi said. It was only after chatting with Su Lu that he found out that these luxury stores also have VLC above VLP. VLPs may enjoy special benefits such as priority bookings, invitations to special events, or customized services. VLCs typically receive a higher level of personalized service, including dedicated service consultants, private shopping experiences, limited edition product previews and purchase rights, and other deeper privileges. VLC customers can also enjoy additional benefits such as priority selection of new models, participation in small brand events, and brand gifts, which are treatments that ordinary VLP customers may not be able to enjoy. Sister, my old classmate is so nice to you. Wang Siwen couldn't stop smiling. Chanel's VLC requires a minimum consumption of 1 million to reach the entry threshold. Isn't this the life of a rich lady? She spends hundreds of thousands of dollars casually while shopping in luxury stores. Han Linlin said obediently, Brother, I don't have enough time to wear so many clothes. Linlin is so beautiful. She should change into a new one every day. Han Linlin's favorability +5, currently 30. We still have to believe in the power of brands. Looking at Han Linlin's increasing favorability, Chen Qi felt emotional. Old classmate, we are leaving first. Go slowly, come again next time. When Wang was paying the bill, Wang Siwen asked Chen Qi to add him on WeChat. One must maintain a good relationship with such a big classmate. Chen Qi and the other person had just walked a few steps out of the door when Wang Siwen secretly took a photo from behind and immediately sent it to the group. Girls, guess who I bumped into? Who are they? I don't recognize them from behind, but the man looks handsome and the woman looks pretty. Wang Siwen, Chen Qi, he was in the same class with us in high school. He was the very lonely one. That shady guy is actually quite handsome, but he just ignores everyone. That's for a reason. My parents died when I was just in high school. It would be a huge blow to anyone. Wang Siwen, he is doing very well now. I estimate that his assets are worth tens of millions. Ah, so amazing. The woman next to him, a school beauty, just spent more than 310,000 yuan in my store. Oh my god, so rich. Have you added her on WeChat? Invite her to the next class reunion. Chen Qi has no contact with his former classmates, even though he is rich now and can show off. But it's better to date a few girls than to have dinner with a group of people you don't know well. Lin, let's go eat. Okay, I'm hungry from trying on clothes. Han Lin intimately held Chen Qi's arm with her hands, and the two looked like a couple in love. If the intimacy level wasn't only 30, Chen Qi would have believed it himself. These goddesses who have high charm and few love affairs have high thresholds and will not fall in love with you immediately just because you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on them. The two came to Hokkaido Sushi on the 4th floor. The decoration of this restaurant is very Japanese. It is said that the sushi chef is from Japan and his skills are very good. Chapter 18, Why Kiss? It's better to buy a cup of milk tea. Do you two have an appointment? I called this afternoon. My last name is Chun. The waiter thought to himself, this must be the rich guy from this afternoon. Originally, the restaurant was fully booked for tonight and there were no seats available, but Chen Qi paid an extra 5,000 yuan to cut in line. How could the store miss out on this fat sheep? They immediately found a reason to cancel other customers' reservations and make room for the new customer. The waiter took the two to a tatami room. Chen Qi had already ordered the menu several hours ago, and now all he had to do was sit and wait for the food to be served. Looking at this environment, I suddenly remembered that he was also eating Japanese food the night before. He broke up with his ex-girlfriend Li Ting because of Japanese food worth more than 600 yuan. Hello, this is a 5-course meal. Hairy crab, Hokkaido sea urchin, basil flour, black truffle mashed potatoes, and sturgeon caviar. What you need to pay first is the appetizers and appetizers. What would you like to drink? Asked the waiter. Lin, what would you like to drink? I have to drink sake when eating Japanese food. I don't really know how to drink sake. Can you recommend one to me? The waiter was also a man who knew how to judge people by their appearance. When he saw Chen Qi and Han Lin, they were both handsome and pretty, both wearing designer clothes. They were definitely wealthy second generations. So I would first take out the most expensive wine in the store and recommend it. If the other party doesn't want it, I would then introduce other wines. We have a high-end sake called Kitayuki, YK35 in our store that is imported in its original bottle. The bottle is made of pure titanium. Beishue, YK35, is the best wine in the Beishue series. Y refers to Yamada Nishiki rice, K refers to Kanabiki yeast, and 35 refers to the degree of rice polishing. This is a very high degree of refinement among many high-end sakes, and is listed as one of the 10 most expensive sakes in Japan. Chen Qi thought that he had just drunk Chateau Petrus from Bordeaux for dinner yesterday, which cost 22,000 yuan a bottle, so he thought about how expensive this Beishue, YK35, would be. What's the price? 13,000. It seems that it is not as expensive as the Ace of Spades. After drinking a lot last night, Han Lin was no longer so surprised when she heard the price of more than 10,000 yuan. Okay, give me a bottle to try. The food was served very quickly. Mullet roe, golden eye snapper, prawns, bluefin tuna belly, and Arctic scallops. Fried isabi oysters, red and white jade cakes, 1-inch beans, vinegar-flavored sea cucumber and hair algae, arc shell, cucumber and wheat grain miso, cheese-cooked shrimp with smoked radish, and boiled yellowtail without green onion. Baked abalone with sesame soil, avocado, maitake mushroom, asparagus, corn shoots, salmon roe, spiny lobster, spring bamboo shoots, small olives. The table was filled with small butterflies. After one batch was eaten, another batch came immediately. Han Lin took out her phone and took a lot of photos. Lin, let me take the photo for you. Then, brother, please take a better picture of me. Just kidding, you're so pretty. You'll look beautiful no matter how you take the photo. The portions of these dishes are too small, some are only half a mouthful, but the advantage is that there are so many of them. I feel about 80% full after eating dozens of them. Brother, what business are you in? Han Linlin tasted the food and asked about Chen Qi intentionally or unintentionally. Financial. Chen Qi thought about it and decided that Ruan Yi should be considered in the financial field. Financial circle. No wonder they're so rich. I heard that in the financial circle of Shanghai, an annual salary of 1 million is considered low. Stock funds? Han Linlin asked curiously. It's an investment. I will spend money on you, and as long as you spend a little on me, I can get a return of 10,000 times. This should be considered venture capital. Investment. Are you in investment banking? I heard this industry has top income. I was just lucky. I met an expert who gave me some pointers. Are you talking about me? Ruan Yi suddenly asked in Chen Qi's mind. Mr. Ruan, you scared me. Investment banking jobs are prestigious, much better than being a civil servant. Brother is awesome. I want to toast him. This Japanese meal cost 30,000 yuan. After scanning the code to pay the bill, Han Linlin's favorability did not increase at all. Damn, shouldn't I take her out to eat first, then buy her clothes? After buying a Chanel worth more than 300,000 yuan, a meal worth 30,000 yuan is not enough. Yesterday, Su Lu had a Michelin meal that cost more than 90,000 yuan, and her favorability increased by 5 points. Brother, let's go for a walk and help digest the food. Chen Qi looked at the time. It was only 7 o'clock, so it was still early. Okay, let's go shopping. The two of them walked slowly from the 4th floor, taking the escalator down 1 floor at a time. When they reached the 1st floor and passed by Chow Tai Fook, Han Linlin pulled Chen Qi. Brother, let's go in and take a look. The price of gold has risen sharply recently, with some stores selling it for more than 700 yuan per gram. There are a lot of people in Chow Tai Fook, and many of them are here to speculate. Han Linlin was fascinated by it. Which girl doesn't like shiny gold? This is so beautiful, gold and diamonds. I really want it, but it cost him too much today. If I ask for something again, will it seem like I'm being too greedy and make him feel disgusted? Chen Qi heard Han Linlin's thoughts. He looked at the gold and diamond necklace. It was indeed beautiful and cost 88,000 yuan. This is just an ordinary style, not a master design. If it were made by a famous artist, the price would be 3 or 4 times higher. Hello, let me take a look at this necklace. Chen Qi asked the clerk to take out the gold inlaid with diamonds. Linlin, do you like it? Han Linlin was overjoyed and tried her best to suppress the curling of the corners of her mouth. I like it, but it's too expensive at 88,000 yuan. As long as you like it, I'll pay for it. Brother has already spent a lot on me today. I know that brother is rich, but it is not easy to make money. Let's wait until next time. Han Linlin finally met a top-notch quality man. It's impossible for her to eat him up all at once. That would be too ugly. She wants to boil the frog in warm water and let the water flow slowly and steadily. We have the ability to do this. Why should we wait until next time? Beautiful lady, pack up this necklace. Han Linlin's favorability plus 10, currently 40. Brother is so nice. Han Linlin took Chen Qi by surprise and gave him a light kiss on the right cheek, and Chen Qi didn't even react. It's too fast. I'm not even prepared. Let's do it again. Hate it. There are so many people. Han Linlin was reluctant to accept the offer. She just wanted to give Chen Qi a taste of the sweetness. After all, she had spent nearly 400,000 yuan on clothes and gold. With 400,000, Chen Qidu can call 10 girls and fight for 18 rounds. I spent so much money just for a kiss. You might as well buy me a cup of milk tea. Chen Qi thought. When it comes to reciprocity, Lulu is the more sensible one. I bought her a bag worth 100,000 yuan and gave her a tie clip worth more than 2,000 yuan in return. I'll go find Lulu later. Strike while the iron is hot. After seeing her for 3 consecutive days, my favorability towards her should increase a little bit. Su Lu was now in the store, looking outside absent-mindedly. Lulu, stop looking at it. It's become a place where you can't wait for your husband to come back. He said he would come again tonight. It's already past 7 o'clock. Why hasn't he come yet? Su Lu complained. Sister Zhang, don't worry. If it doesn't work, just send a message and ask. If I don't send it, it will seem like I'm giving it away. Su Lu is a beauty with a charm value of 93. She has excellent conditions, and the number of rich second generations and rich uncles chasing after her is too many to count on one hand. Even though she was indeed attracted to Chen Qi, she could not lose her dignity. Chapter 19, I am allergic to wearing horse brand. Chen Qi looked at his phone, and it was already 7:30. Lin, I have something to do later, so let me take you home first. Brother, go do what you need. I can just take a taxi back. Then I'll call you a car. Chen Qi called a luxury car and waited until Han Linlin was gone before getting in. As soon as Han Linlin got in the car, she looked at the generous spoils and her smile was harder than AK's. Sisters, guess how much you spent on me today? Yun, 200,000? Lin Yuan, it won't be 300,000, right? I bought 310,000 yuan of Chanel, ate Japanese food for 30,000 yuan, and bought a 88,000 yuan gold and diamond necklace while taking a walk to digest the food. Lin Yuan's fingers quickly pressed the screen. No, sister, is he here to give out money? We've only known each other for a few hours. Yesterday, the frozen dragon thought he was just trying to stir up the atmosphere and show off his strength, so he drank quite a bit. But tonight, these 400,000 yuan were actually spent on you. Xiao Lin Lin, my back teeth are about to break. I even ran into his high school classmate at Chanel. Introduce it to me. Lin Yuan thought that all friends of rich second generations were rich second generations. What introduction? She's a salesgirl at Chanel. I got some information about him from her. He is from Jianing County. His parents died when he was in the first year of high school. His parents are wealthy and left him a large inheritance? No, I asked him and he worked hard on his own. He said he was in investment banking or something like that. I don't really understand. Lin Yuan was so excited that she rubbed the screen so hard that it looked like smoke was coming out. Shit, he can't be a fund manager. A fund manager making $1 million a year is nothing. For a large fund, the fund manager will make tens of millions a year. And so on, investment bankers seem to be more powerful than fund managers. Lin Yuan, Lin, he is simply the best. He is young and rich, his parents are both dead, and he won't even have a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship in the future. Yun, however, he is so capable, and I heard that the financial circle is more extravagant than the entertainment circle. Looking at how he spent money lavishly at Black Rose yesterday, he must have no shortage of pretty girls around him. Lin, you have to be careful. Our brains cannot outsmart the brains of the financial community. They have 800 minds. Sisters, let me tell you something. If anyone gives me over 400,000 yuan just to play with me, I would be willing to do it. Xiao Xue sent a message. Lin Yuan second. And so on. Second. He asked me if I had time tomorrow to go with him to pick out furniture and appliances. Sister, if you are not free, I am free. Lin Yuan said. Get out of here. Chen Qi has already arrived at Yida Plaza. When he went up to the third floor, Zheng Fangyue, the Hermes salesgirl, was the first to see him. Again? I heard from LV's sister Zhang that he has spent nearly 700,000 yuan in the past 2 days and just bought a Ferrari worth more than 4 million yuan. Should we ask him to come to the store and have a look? Sir, are you here to see Hermes? Zheng Fangyue took a step forward for the sake of performance and connections. Sorry, I'm allergic to horse brand. When Chen Qi came for the first time, he heard Zheng Fangyue's thoughts. Not surprisingly, she looked down on Chen Qi in her heart because he was wearing Anta and Li Ning at the time. Although Zheng Fangyue's charm value is 90, her number of romances is 8. There is no need to pay attention to her at all. Buying from her, earning her commission, and improving her favorability were not beneficial at all to Chen Qi. When Zheng Fangyue heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Chen Qi had already gone to Louis Vuitton next door. Lulu, Master Chen is here. Where is she? Sister Zhang smiled and said, I was a little busy just now. Lulu is eating now. The salesgirls take turns to eat. If they all go out to eat, there will be no one to entertain the customers. At this moment, Su Lu was eating takeout in the lounge. When she heard that Chen Qi was coming, she immediately put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and picked up a small mirror to check her makeup. It's almost 8 o'clock. Why are you eating just now? You can't be too hungry. Chen Qi suddenly walked in. Guests are generally not allowed into the staff lounge, but Sister Zhang was a sensible person and pointed to the door and let Chen Qi in. Su Lu felt warm in her heart when she heard that Chen Qi cared about her. I'm not very hungry. I didn't have lunch until 1:30. Su Lu and her colleagues work from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., so 8 p.m. is not too late to have dinner. The beef brisket rice we had tonight. Chen Qi looked at the takeaway on the small table. Well, I didn't know what to eat, so I just ordered something at random. He wouldn't be disgusted, would he? For someone who spends tens of thousands of dollars on a meal, would he feel sick when seeing these pre-prepared dishes worth tens of dollars? Chen Qi saw the takeout order that had not yet been torn off, and the price of beef brisket rice was marked on it. Damn, 32 yuan, so expensive. He had never dared to order such expensive takeout before. He either had instant noodles or pre-prepared meals that cost just over 10 yuan. There was also a cup of Haiti next to it, which probably cost more than 20 yuan. This meal was equivalent to my food expenses for 2 days. Lulu, Is this what you usually eat? Chen Qi asked. We work. How can we afford to eat meat and fish every day? Usually we just order these takeouts. He really dislikes my food. As expected, the class difference is reflected in food and drink. Su Lu's income is quite high, about 20,000 yuan a month, but her expenses are also high, and she does not treat herself unfairly at all. The price of takeout is between 30 and 50 yuan, and including milk tea, coffee, and fruit, the normal food and drink alone will cost about 4,000 yuan a month. Chen Qi said, I used to eat takeout. It's not healthy, Lulu. Don't eat it anymore. So, Xiaojing's guess was correct. He is the illegitimate child who recently returned to the wealthy family. Then what should I eat? Su Lu blinked. Isn't there a private restaurant downstairs? I'll order food there from now on. Chen Qi and Li Ting have been to that private restaurant. The food tastes good and it is clean and hygienic, but the price is a bit expensive. A plate of stir-fried water spinach costs 35 yuan. Su Lu said, That's too expensive. I can't afford it on my salary. Chen Qi reached out and pinched Su Lu's face. What are you talking about? I'm here. So why should I ask you to pay for the meal? I'll go talk to them. Then you can add the store's WeChat and ask them to deliver it every day. Brother, you are so kind to me. Chen Qi went downstairs to discuss with the manager of the private restaurant. I'm sorry, we're busy at mealtime, and it'll be even busier if you need delivery in or outside the store. Sir, you can place an order for takeout. We deliver on all major platforms. Ruanyi does not support directly transferring cash to the goddess. If she orders takeout, she needs Chen Qi to order for her or pay for it on her behalf. But this is too troublesome. If something can be solved with money, don't beat around the bush. 1 vegetarian and 2 small meat dishes, 200 yuan, lunch and dinner a day is 400 yuan. I'll just give it to LV upstairs. If that doesn't work, I'll go to another one. When the manager heard this, he thought this was a wealthy man. The average price of ordering 1 vegetarian and 2 meat dishes for takeout was only 100 to 150. He gave me 200 for pure profit, and it was just upstairs. You'd be a fool not to take such a lucrative order. Chapter 20. Want to pick up girls just with a bag? The manager immediately smiled and said, No problem, no problem. Is it delivered every day? Chen Qi also didn't know Su Lu's schedule, so he said, Not necessarily, but I will give you 12,000 yuan for the whole month. This is the WeChat of the person who receives the food. Add her, and ask her every day if you want food delivered. Chen Qi sent Su Lu's WeChat to the manager. After transferring 12,000 yuan to the manager on the spot, Chen Qi went to the boutique fruit shop on the first floor, applied for a membership card, and topped up 50,000 yuan into it. When he returned to Lu's shop, Su Lu greeted him happily. Brother, the manager of the private restaurant added me. Why are you giving him 12,000? I only have 4 days off a month. It's okay. Let him add some dishes with the extra money. Chen Qi took out a card from his pocket and said, It's a membership card for the fruit shop on the first floor. There's 50,000 in it. Go buy it if you want to eat it. Su Lu's favorability, +5, currently 37. He is so considerate, it feels like when a boy chases a girl in school. When Chen Qi was in college, he pursued his first girlfriend by sending her breakfast for a week. Plus, he was handsome, so the two of them soon got together. Brother, even if I eat fruit as a meal, I can't spend so much money. Besides, if you eat too much fruit, you'll get fat. Chen Qi pinched Su Lu's delicate face and said, You've gotten fatter, and I like it too. Su Lu was somewhat moved, and she looked at Chen Qi with emotion. Brother, why are you so nice to me? Because you're worth it. Chen Qi put some thought into this and really considered Su Lu, hoping that she could save some money. He paid for the food expenses, which could save at least 3 or 4,000 yuan a month. He didn't expect Su Lu to spend all the saved 3 or 4,000 yuan on him. He makes a lot of money by spending 300 yuan a month. Multiply that by 10,000 times, that's 3 million. The 30,000 yuan made Chen Qihua spend the equivalent of 300,000 yuan. Sometimes, simply spending money may not necessarily impress a girl. But if you spend money and put in some effort, you will definitely be moved. Brother, are you free tonight? What's wrong? Su Lu took Chen Qi's hand and said, I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Chen Qi was stunned for a moment. He was so moved that he wanted to cry. Lulu was the best. He didn't expect to get a reward so soon. Why aren't you talking? Does he think the things I bought him look down on him? If you don't want to eat, forget it. Chen Qifa smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, Eat. How can I not eat when Lulu treats me? I'll wait for you to get off work. Su Lu could see that Chen Qi was really happy. His eyes and mouth were smiling. Does he really like me? So, I am happy no matter what I eat? Chen Qi heard her thoughts and wanted to tell her. Yes, as long as you treat, I'm happy to eat anything. Su Lu's favorability +1, currently 38. Well, just agreeing to have dinner with her will increase your favorability? The Japanese food they had in the evening was mostly raw food, and Chen Qi's stomach was feeling a little upset at the moment. Lulu, I'm going to the bathroom. Chen Qi released himself in the toilet for more than 10 minutes and immediately felt physically and mentally relaxed. When I returned to LV, I saw a short and fat young man talking to Su Lu. Lulu, as long as you agree to go on a date with me, I will buy you a bag. Su Lu has seen this kind of situation many times. The short and fat young man is a rich second generation and has spent more than 500,000 yuan in the store in half a year. But given his appearance, fat and frail, Su Lu wouldn't look down on him even if he had money. I rejected him twice before, and he came again today. Mr. Wang, thank you for your favor. We welcome you to our store to buy things. But I hope Mr. Wang can show some respect for private matters. I've rejected you twice. Don't you have any sense? Don't you even look at yourself? Respect. As long as you are with me, I will definitely respect you. Wang Zhuge said with a flattering look on his face. Chen Qi thought to himself, it turns out that not all rich people are so bad and of such a high level. There are also those who are rich but still have a loser personality. Sister Zhang and Xiao Jing both knew that Chen Qi and Su Lu were having an affair and were just about to explain the situation to Chen Qi. Chen Qi shook his head. It's okay, I'll do it. He walked inside and winked at Su Lu. Hello, can you introduce me to a female country bumpkin? Su Lu said to Wang Zhuge politely. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, I have to entertain the guests. Am I not a customer? I am buying something too. Wang Zhuge said to Chen Qi rudely. Do you understand the first come, first served rule? Chen Qi smiled. Not only was he not angry, he also gave Wang Zhuge some suggestions. These bags are great, buddy. You should buy them for this beautiful lady. She will definitely want to date you. Wang Zhuge saw that Chen Qi was dressed in green and looked handsome, so he should be a sea king. He hated this kind of pretty boy the most because he was not good looking. You tell me, Lulu, I'll buy this bag. Wang Zhuge was pointing to the black shoulder bag in the third row of the bag cabinet. Sir, the price of this bag is 123,000 yuan, said Su Lu. When Wang Zhuge heard the price, he felt relieved. It was an acceptable price. Although he looks short and fat, he is a typical rich second generation with a monthly pocket money of 150,000 yuan. Compared with those super rich people and those who hang around, 150,000 is nothing, but many people can't earn 150,000 in a year. Wang Zhuge's biggest hobby is playing games at home. In addition to recharging game money, the thing he spends the most money on is buying action figures. He lives alone in a 180 square meter house worth 6 million yuan, and his house is almost filled with action figures. He drives a BMW 7 Series worth 1.2 million yuan. During the busiest time of the day, he drives to the company and clocks in at his father's company. Then he goes home to play games and sleep and checks in so that his father can see that his son is still alive and well. His father doesn't care about him. As long as he doesn't indulge in prostitution, gambling, or drugs, playing games is nothing. Whenever the sons of Wang's friends start a business, they lose hundreds of millions. He thinks it's fine for his son to stay at home and play games, but it would be a bit difficult for him to find a wife. Therefore, in order to encourage Wang Zhuge to find a girlfriend, Wang's father increased Wang Zhuge's pocket money from 50,000 to 150,000. I haven't bought many figures this month. 123,000 is just enough. Wang Zhuge thought about it and said, Lulu, buy this. If I give you this bag, you will go out with me, right? Without waiting for Su Lu to answer, Chen Qi walked over. Excuse me, please make way. He stood in front of the bag cabinet and took down all 4 bags around the black shoulder bag, leaving only the black shoulder bag that Wang Zhuge wanted. Chen Qi walked to the counter with 4 bags in hand. Sister Zhang, check out. He's here to buy some goods? Wang Zhuge was stunned. There were many rich people and second-generation rich people in Donghai City, and he was considered one of the lower class. This pretty boy is handsome and rich, and it's really infuriating to look at him. The total cost of these 4 bags was 600,000 yuan, and Chen Qi paid for it without even blinking an eye. He whispered to Sister Zhang that the credit for this order belonged to Su Lu. Sister Zhang is a smart person, and she doesn't dare to snatch this performance away. Chen Qi walked back, carrying 4 shopping bags. Beauty, these 4 bags are for you. Can you go on a date with me tonight? Su Lu didn't know what Chen Qi was going to do just now, but now she understood that he was trying to make fun of Wang Zhuge. He is so handsome and interesting. Su Lu's favorability +3, currently 41. Brother, what do you mean? Can't you see I'm making a date? Wang Zhuge was a little unconfident. I saw it. I'm not saying anything bad about you, buddy. You dare to date a beauty like this even if you only give her a bag. Do you look down on beautiful women? Chapter 21, Lulu's Midnight Snack. Wang Zhuge suddenly stuttered. He couldn't help Chen Qi. A bag worth more than 120,000 yuan. Is it now so popular on the street? He thought he was a rich man. Could it be that he had been staying at home for too long and everyone out there was rich? Wang Zhuge didn't know the exact price of the 4 bags in Chen Qi's hand, but he had been to LV several times and had a rough idea of it. He estimated that it would cost 5 or 600,000. Fuck, these are just price gouging. 5 or 600,000. How many young models can I find in the club? How many action figures can I buy? Wang Zhuge is different from ordinary otakus. He is a wealthy otaku who goes to the club to solve his physical needs. But it is impossible to find a girlfriend in a club, and his father will never allow it. Okay, handsome, I'll treat you to a midnight snack tonight. Su Lu cooperated with Chen Qi's performance. Wang Zhuge felt humiliated when he saw Chen Qi and Su Lu being so affectionate. Is it so great to have a few filthy bucks? And you, a gold digger. For a moment, Wang Zhuge even forgot that he was also a rich man, but he just met someone richer than himself. Hey, being rich is great, Chen Qi said, asking for a beating. Chen Qi didn't care at all. He even felt that Wang Zhuge was praising him. But Su Lu looked at Chen Qi with a nervous expression for a moment, and then her expression returned to calm. Fatty, what are you talking about? If brother Chen Qi really thinks I'm a gold digger, I'll never let you go. Dad, I don't want to play anymore. I want to find a 2D wife. Wang Zhuge left Louis Vuitton angrily and probably would never come back again. Brother, you bought so much again. It's unnecessary to spend so much money to get rid of him. I just need to refuse him twice more. No, I want him to give up and not think that he can date us Lulu just by buying a bag. Then you don't have to buy 4. They already cost 600,000. How rich is he? He comes to the store every day to throw money around. Chen Qi thought, is 600,000 a lot? If you treat me to a 100 yuan meal tonight, I will make a profit. As long as Lulu is happy. By the way, I'll ask Sister Zhang to count this order as your achievement. Brother, you are amazing. Of course not. Good things should be kept within the family. Out of 600,000, Su Lu can get a commission of 30,000, which goes to Sister Zhang, and Chen Qi gets nothing. Give it to Su Lu. Maybe when she comes to her senses, she will buy some expensive gifts for Chen Qi. Brother, do you mean that I am your wife? You are, sweetheart. Slippery tongue. Su Lu was delighted when she heard this. Her favorable impressions spoke volumes. Su Lu's favorability +2, currently 43. Brother, don't buy me a bag next time. I can't carry it anymore. Chen Qi bought her a total of 5 bags, worth more than 700,000 yuan. Plus Su Lu bought some 20,000 yuan herself. She felt that her house was not even worthy of displaying all these bags. Chen Qi also discovered that if you do the same thing too many times, the novelty will disappear, which can be seen from the favorability level. I bought 4 bags tonight, but it only added 3 points of favorability, which is obviously weak. At this time, Sister Zhang came over and handed Chen Qi a VLP card. Mr. Chen, you have spent more than 1.3 million in our store, which is enough to become LV's VLP customer. Give the card to Lulu. Sister Zhang did not refuse and directly handed the card to Lulu. Su Lu's favorability +2, currently 45. By the way, Sister Zhang, that fat guy just now is not a big customer of your store, right? No, he only spent more than 500,000 in the past 6 months, which is not as much as what Chen Xiao bought in one night. That's good. Otherwise, I'd be worried that you might drive away a big client. Mr. Chen, you are the big customer. Although Sister Zhang did not earn any commission, Chen Qi improved the store's performance. If he comes to spend more, the store's bonuses will also be higher in the future. Chen Qi stayed in the store until 10 o'clock, and when Su Lu got off work, they went to the underground parking lot together. Mr. Chen, are we going back to the hotel? The driver asked. Su Lu said angrily, we're not going to the hotel. We're going to Tianhao Barbecue. Chen Qi thought, that's right, let's go to a shitty hotel and have a midnight snack. Tianhao Barbecue is a famous barbecue restaurant near Yida Plaza, but the price is a bit expensive. It is July now, the peak season for barbecue, and almost every barbecue restaurant is packed. The two found a small table in the open air and sat down. Brother, you don't mind this roadside shop, do you? Lulu, rich people only have one mouth to feed, and they also eat grains. Principal Wang even eats at street stalls. Su Lu smiled and said, "That's good. What do you want to eat, brother?" Chen Qi looked at the menu. This barbecue restaurant is indeed expensive. The general price is 1/3 more expensive than other restaurants. Gillardeau oysters imported from France, 200 each. Damn, can I have sex 7 times a night after eating this? At this price, ordering 5 is only 1,000 yuan, and you get a cashback of 10 million yuan. Su Lu still has some money, so spending 2 or 3,000 yuan is not too much. Chen Qi was thinking about getting a cashback of 20 to 30 million, but his dream was shattered by Ruan Yi. "You're pretending I don't exist? You want to take advantage of this loophole? Give the menu back. You have no right to order." "Lulu, you should order. I like everything you order." Chen Qi really hoped that Su Lu could understand his eyes and go a little higher. "More." Su Lu took the menu and asked while looking at it. "This shop's imported oysters are quite famous. Do you like oysters, brother?" I like it. "Lulu, you understand me so well. Come a few more." "Then let's have 4 oysters first. Eating too much is not good." "What's wrong with it?" Chen Qi asked. Su Lu glared at him shyly. "Are you planning to do something bad?" "No. Heaven and earth can bear witness to my clear eyes. I don't look like someone who has done anything bad." It is said that oysters are good for the kidneys, but Chen Qi didn't think about it that way. He just hoped that Su Lu would order a few more and sell them at a higher price so that he could get more cash back later. Oysters, eggplant, grilled fish, chicken wings, beef skewers, lamb skewers, grilled shrimps, grilled leeks. No matter what Su Lu said, Chen Qi nodded and said he liked it. In order to maintain her figure, Su Lu rarely eats midnight snacks, just to spend more time with Chen Qi. I was afraid that Chen Qi would have indigestion if he ate too much of these barbecues, so the portions were small, 2 skewers of lamb and 2 skewers of beef. Except for 4 Gillardeau oysters costing 800 yuan, the rest of the barbecue and beer only cost 263. "Brother, let me pour you some wine." Although a beer that costs a dozen yuan is not as expensive as a bottle of wine that costs 22,000 yuan, drinking beer is the only way to create the atmosphere in this environment. "Brother, you are so rich. What does your family do?" "I used to be very poor, but I recently met a noble person and my life has changed." He is definitely the illegitimate child of a wealthy family, but there are so many wealthy people with the surname Chun in Donghai. Which family would he be from? "She thinks I'm a rich man's illegitimate child." Chen Qi didn't explain either. The identity of being the illegitimate son of a wealthy man was not bad either. The two chatted while eating, with Su Lu doing most of the talking, so Chen Qi didn't need to actively find topics to talk about. "Brother, what do you like to do?" "Just go shopping and spend some money." Chapter 22, Sexy Female Anchor. "That's great. I also want to go shopping and eat and drink every day. I don't want to go to work." "Comrade Su Lu, your idea is very dangerous. Only through work can people show their value and make life less boring." Su Lu pouted. "Which girl doesn't want to be a rich wife and go shopping every day? I've been wanting to live such a boring life." "Lulu." Chen Qi suddenly grabbed Su Lu's hand. "People who do nothing all day will become numb and useless." "Brother, are you talking about yourself?" "I'm a loser and a gigolo. Thanks to Lulu for treating me." Chen Qi and Su Lu clinked glasses. Su Lu was amused by Chen Qi. "Don't let brothers say that about me. Chen Qi is a gigolo. The goddess doesn't work. So where does the money come from for him to spend? Even if you just do a random job and earn a few $1,000s, you still have income and you have your own financial control. He must not like the type of girl who does nothing. This is motivating me to do my own business well. However, work is work, but there is no need to be too tired. Just do it happily. We are not short of money. After a break, we can go shopping, have a nice meal, and travel. Work is for fun. You get tired of shopping and eating out every day, right?" Su Lu knew that the shopping, dining, and traveling that Chen Qi talked about were different from the usual spending of thousands or tens of thousands on shopping and dining. He is so rich. When he goes out to play, he must spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. And he may even have a private yacht. When Su Lu thought about enjoying the life of a rich person in the future, she suddenly felt that going to work was not so tiring. "Brother is right." Su Lu smiled. "Brother, besides shopping, do you have any other hobbies?" "When I have nothing to do, I watch movies and play games." The two of them ate until after 11 o'clock. The waiter was checking the menu, and Chen Qi had already estimated the price of the meal in his mind, which was about 1,100. Hello, the total is 1063, just give 1060. Rounding off the price is a common practice in the restaurant industry. Even though it's just a few dollars, it can sometimes win the favor of customers. But at this moment, Chen Qi really wanted to shout, "No, it's just $3. Do you think our Lulu can't afford it?" 3 yuan, and to Chen Qi, that's 30,000 yuan. Although Su Lu has a good income, she usually can't bear to spend more than 1,000 yuan on a meal. However, in the past few days, Chen Qi has allowed her to earn commissions of up to 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Su Lu readily scanned the code and paid 1,060 yuan. Get 1060 soft rice coins. Cashback 10,600,000 Huaxia coins. Chen Qi's text message alert sounded. He checked and saw that it was a bank account arrival message. There was more than 24 million in the card now. For ordinary people, this is already an astronomical fortune. But in first-tier cities such as Shanghai, Beijing, and Shenzhen, not to mention bosses and shareholders, even some elite workers can accumulate tens of millions of wealth. Chen Qi still needs to continue working hard to expand the soft rice business and make it bigger and stronger. Chen Qi was enjoying himself eating barbecue and drinking beer, but Han Linlin had been restless since she returned home. When she returned home at 8 o'clock, her parents saw her carrying a bunch of brand-name goods and immediately pulled her to the sofa to interrogate her. The first trial lasted more than 3 hours, and Han Linlin even had an argument with her parents. He only knew you for a few hours, but he bought you something worth $400,000. What did he want from you? Mother Han pointed at the pile of Chanels and said, "It's because I look good." Linlin, we are just ordinary people. You said he is an elite in the financial circle with an annual income of tens of millions. This is not a good match. Maybe he is just having fun on a whim. Dad Han doesn't have a good impression of the financial circle. Some of his students have now entered the financial circle, and their circle of friends seems very exaggerated. Han Linlin looked downcast, feeling that she couldn't communicate with her stubborn parents. Mom and Dad, can't you just expect me to be okay? Is this just a joke? Can't I tell? Mother Han said earnestly, "Daughter, I'm afraid you'll be cheated. Some scammers are so cunning nowadays that they give you a little sweetness first and then sell you out. You still help them count the money." But what Han Ma said does make sense. Some of the scams nowadays are indeed too sophisticated, and the scams within the scams can play people around. Mom, I will protect myself. Father Han pushed up his glasses and said, Lin, Director Lee from the Education Bureau's son, asked someone to find me and said he wanted to meet you. Look, our family are all teachers, so we are a good match for Director Lee's family. Before Han's father could finish his words, he was interrupted by Han Linlin. No see, no ad, no chat. You kid, you've grown wings, haven't you? You've even learned to talk back. Director Lee's family are all civil servants. They work for the government. They are down to earth. What's wrong with that? Anyway, I won't see you. If you want to see me, I'll see you. She didn't want to miss a rich son-in-law like Chen Qi. After looking at houses worth 8.6 million yuan during the day, she now felt shabby when she looked at her own house when she returned home. After quarreling with her parents, Han Linlin went back to her room without washing up. Instead, she opened today's spoils and began to study what to wear for tomorrow. After sending Su Lu home, Chen Qi returned to the hotel at around 12 o'clock. Chen Qi was lying in the bathtub, watching Douyin. He had almost watched all the local female anchors in Donghai in the past 2 days. There are indeed many beauties on the internet, but most of them are the result of makeup and beauty technology. On Softy, I have only seen a dozen with a score of 90 in the past few days. Among these dozen or so female anchors, none of them meets the conditions for goddess binding. If it doesn't work, I can only search the entire internet. If there is someone who meets the requirements, I will spend more money and ask her to come to Donghai. Chen Qi swiped twice more, and just as he remembered, a beautiful woman appeared in front of him. She has a standard oval face, charming almond-shaped eyes, and a cherry mouth with tempting bright red lip glaze that makes people want to take a bite. The long brown wavy hair fell in front of her chest, hiding the faintly visible big white rabbits. The purple silk camisole is more seductive when worn than without. The fatal waist sways with the music. A pair of long, snow-white legs is a sure kill, well-proportioned and full of strength. Before Chen Qi could ask Ruan Yi, the message from the female anchor, Yao Yao is not sexy, popped up directly. Name, Sunny Yao. Age, 25. Height, 168. Charm value, 92. Occupation, anchor. Number of romances, 2. Favorability, 0. Do you want to bind? Master Ruan? I'm not saying anything bad, but do you even need to ask this? Fine, fine. Chen Qi jumped out of the bathtub excitedly and ran to the bed without even wiping himself. It's really not easy to find one among these female anchors who has had less than 3 romances and a charm value of 90. This fucking female anchor is the type that only rubs shoulders with the dance area, and she has only had 2 relationships. You can't judge a person by appearance. He looks very hot-tempered, but he is more chaste than some decent-looking women. Sunny Yao doesn't have many fans, only 160,000. Her dancing is breathtaking, so why does she have so few fans? She was dancing to the Korean girl group dance Marionette with a graceful figure, twisting her body to the music, which made people feel a little excited. Chen Qi entered the live broadcast room. There were quite a few people inside, and the comment section was also very active. I dare not think about it. How comfortable it is. The host is so hot. I'm fine. The above is too bad. Is this good enough? It's easy to guess what kind of comments the female anchors in the borderline dance area will make. Chen Qi changed his nickname on Douyin. It was originally the same as his WeChat name. What to eat later? Now the nickname of Douyin has been changed to roast duck rice small portion. Chapter 23, I'm just here to watch the dance. Chen Qi seldom watches Douyin live broadcasts, let alone live broadcasts. He also seldom watches Douyin's short videos. He spends most of his time on the small broken site. He clicked on the fan list of the live broadcast room, and the top one on the list was a level 67 account. The name is Society Yulonga. Level 67 account, pretty awesome. He made at least 5.5 million in his Douyin live broadcast room. However, Chen Qi couldn't see how much Sunny Yao had brushed, and only the anchor herself could see it. Chen Qi wiped his wet hands and then started to recharge money into Douyin. He planned to top up 1 million first, but there was a limit, so he topped it up in 2 installments. A small portion of roast duck rice was given to Carnival in the unsexy live broadcast room. A red scrolling subtitle flashed in Sun Yao's live broadcast room, and other live broadcast rooms that were also broadcasting also saw the Carnival prompt. But there's nothing special about a Carnival. It's only 3,000 yuan, and there are many rich people on the internet. Oh wow. Anchor, there is a big customer in your live broadcast room. You have to be a wealthy family. If Yao Yao relied on us freeloaders, she would probably starve to death. Even if you starve to death, she won't. You're a vegetarian as the leader of the list. Comparing yourself to others makes you angry. Just this one move cost me a month's salary. Sunny Yao covered her chest with her hands and leaned forward to her phone to look at the LD that was sent out for the Carnival. Then she read it out in a sweet and coquettish voice. Thanks for the Carnival. Should I call you Brother Xiao or Brother Ya? Chen Qi didn't reply. He was sending out his second Carnival. Since it was his first time sending gifts on Douyin, he was not very familiar with the business, and his hand speed was not fast enough. A few seconds later, the second Carnival was delivered. A small portion of roast duck rice was given away in the unsexy live broadcast room of Yao Yao, and Carnival times 2. Anchor, Big Brother has already watched 2 carnivals. Why don't you dance again? Hey, did you notice that when Xiao Ge first entered the live broadcast room, he was a level 1 trumpet? I saw it. I am now level 29 and have only played 2 carnivals. Is Brother Xiao here? What dance do you want Yao Yao to do? When Chen Qigong entered the live broadcast room, the marionette was almost over, but he didn't watch it much. Do the marionette dance again. Okay. Sunny Yao is attractive in her own right, and she dances the Korean girl group style dance, which is really fun to watch. Roast Duck Brother is tasteful. Roast Duck Brother has the same vision as the Korean chaebol. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Sunny Yao played the accompaniment and thought while dancing. This person should be a passerby. I haven't heard of any plans made by the union tonight. Chen Qi seldom watched female anchors dancing on TikTok before. He usually watched Aadibio on Bilibili. However, I've seen too many female anchors these days, and none of them dance as well as Sunny Yao. A small portion of roast duck rice was given away in the unsexy live broadcast room of Yao Yao, and Carnival times 3. Another one came, and Sun Yao danced even harder. Times 4, times 5, times 6, until the 60th Carnival. The Carnival screen filling finally stopped. But the comment section exploded. 60 carnivals in less than 2 minutes. That's 180,000. Brother Roast Duck, stop roasting it. I spent a year's salary in 2 minutes. I am 2 years old. Why is Roast Duck Brother silent? Is he here to launder money? Is this the union number? Have you ever seen a union account with 0 followers and 0 fans? Someone clicked in and saw that they were all 0. This was definitely not the case with a union number. He is definitely a low-key boss who is just throwing money around when he is bored. At this moment, Chen Qi threw his cell phone on the bed and ran to blow dry his hair. When I came back a few minutes later, I found that I was already 5th on the fan list. How can she be ranked 5th with only 180,000 fans? Her fans are not very supportive. Roast Up Brother has set his profile to private, so I can't follow him. It's so mysterious that it makes people more curious. Is it some new way to attract traffic? Is it done this way on purpose? Sunny Yao had finished dancing and was waiting for Chen Qi to speak. Brother Xiao, are you not here? Did you see the private message I sent you? Brother Xiao, what else do you want to see Yao Yao dance? Chen Qi didn't pay attention to the private message and typed in the comment section. Will AOA's catwalk be light and flirty? Thanks to the Roast Duck Brother for bringing us to enjoy. Roast Up Brother really likes Korean girl groups. They're all very burnt. When Sun Yao saw Chen Qi appear, she immediately said with a smile, I burned my brother's order. I don't know how to do it. I'll go change my clothes. Sunny Yao's #1 on the list. Social Brother Long just went live. Looking at the scrolling subtitles in other female anchors' live broadcast rooms, someone was throwing coins at Sunny Yao. Dude, you're quite rich. Brother Long from the society said. The top brother appears. Brother Long is here. Listening to this, there is a bit of tension. Some people enjoy watching the fun. Brother Long, Brother Xiaoya has earned 180,000 in just 2 minutes. If you have a few more minutes, your #1 spot will be in jeopardy. Chen Qi continued to post, and netizens became restless. No, Brother Xiao, the host hasn't come out yet. Why are you on it? Boss, are your fingers tired? Let me help you brush them. Damn it. Why am I not a rich person? I also want to give money away. Dude, this is not the way to spend money. If you don't get what you want by swiping here, you might as well change the anchor. Society, your Brother Long said again. Some netizens couldn't understand what he said, but many people still figured out what he meant. No way, the anchor didn't even follow the top brother on the list? No wonder Brother Long hasn't given any gifts recently. I just came to watch the dancing. Chen Qi replied. After reading what Brother Long said, he finally understood why Sun Yao had only had 2 relationships. He really only sells his art and not his body. Brother Long must have been rejected, which is why he said that in the comment section. Sunny Yao came back after changing her clothes. Her catgirl leather jacket was sexy yet cute. The comment section started to make trouble again. Anchor, tissues are ready. I'm fine. God, it's fine before it even starts? If you're sick, you still have to treat it? Sunny Yao was shocked when she saw that the carnival screen was constantly refreshed, and she quickly sent a message to the union using another mobile phone. The union immediately responded to her, saying that it was not arranged by them, but just a low-key wealthy passerby. Chen Qi hasn't replied to the private message just now, and Sun Yao sent another one. Thanks to Brother Xiao for the 75 carnivals. Brother Xiao, let's do the cat walk lightly. Chen Qi's carnival scrolling subtitles were all over the screen in other live broadcast rooms, and many netizens who watched the live broadcast came to watch it. The number of people online in Sunny Yao's live broadcast room has increased from 8,000 to 250,000 and is still continuing. I came here because of her reputation. Damn, this female anchor is really good looking. Advanced succubus. Society, your Brother Long sent another sentence. You don't understand what I'm saying, right? Some people thought that in order to keep his #1 position, Brother Long would also start brushing. However, before Brother Long could perform, the third on the list, Tony Ho, entered the live broadcast room. So lively. As soon as he finished posting this sentence, netizens discovered that Monkey Brother's 3rd place on the list was gone. Chapter 24. No pretense or slap in the face. Brother Monkey, you are no longer on the list of 3rd place. Monkey Brother's house was stolen. Brother Xiaoya is awesome. He has already spent 230,000 and he is still not stopping. Monkey Brother sent a message. Brother, stop it. Monkey Brother has no intention of playing the carnival to regain the 3rd place on the list. The second on the list, Wind Blows Dermatitis, was called into the live broadcast room. Dude, it's boring to play here. Change to another anchor. You will be happier. Brother Finchue gave Sun Yao 400,000 yuan and even flew from the north to Donghai to meet Sunny Yao. I spent 20,000 yuan on a meal, and all I got was a thank you, brother. Netizens began to speculate why the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places on the list all came out and told Brother Xiaoya to stop brushing. Could it be that the 3 of them didn't get a good response from the anchor, so they broke up with him? The 3 of them are all rich people, and they care about their reputation, so they can't say some things directly, otherwise it will seem that they can't afford to play. Previously, there was a big brother on the list in Linen City who gave 300,000 yuan to a female anchor and arranged to meet her offline. As a result, the eldest brother was so angry that he failed to sleep with the female anchor that he printed out their chat records and hung them on the street. They demanded the return of the reward and started fighting, without any respect left. Chen Qi typed, "I feel happy just watching her dancing." Jean Jianlong sat in the office looking at his phone with an angry expression. "You don't know what's good for you. You're just throwing money around." He spent 600,000 yuan intermittently in Sun Yao's live broadcast room, which is not a lot. In addition, he spent more than 1 million yuan on several other female anchors. However, he was happy with the more than 1 million he earned, and all his goals were achieved. Anyone can see what the top female anchor in the live broadcast room is trying to achieve. But some things cannot be said explicitly. We need green live broadcast. He hit a wall with Sun Yao, but after he became number 1 on the list, he met the anchor offline as he wished. Sun Yao's appearance is not much different from that on the internet. She is a 100% natural beauty. After the two finished their meal, Jean Jianlong explicitly and implicitly suggested that Sun Yao go to a hotel and that he would give her more money afterwards. But Sun Yao decisively refused. In other words, Jean Jianlong spent 600,000 yuan and just had a meal, which he paid for. He didn't even hold the host's hand. The second and third place winners had the same experience. They paid money to meet the female anchors, but they didn't even let them hold hands. Although Brother Long was angry, he couldn't use force. Otherwise, if he sued him for rape, he would be finished. However, he was number 1 on the list, and his words carried weight in the live broadcast room. Whenever someone tried to help Sun Yao move up the list, he would come out and warn them. Jean Jianlong sent a private message to Chen Qi. "Brother, it's useless even if you get to the top of the list. This bitch is so greedy. She's just trying to make money and stand up. If you want to sleep with a female anchor, change to another one. You don't need to spend money anymore. You can already sleep with her." This does have some impact on the popularity of Sun Yao's live broadcast room. Without a few big guys to lead the pace, how can it be lively? Even if it's a guild, they can't come to your place every day. There are too many anchors in the guild, and they would rather focus their energy on the big anchors. Chen Qi was just reading the private message Sun Yao sent him, asking him to add her WeChat account. "I probably have dozens of private messages by now. Boss, do you need a massage? I can fly anywhere in the country for 5,000. Brother Roast Duck, I am your half-brother. Xiao Gidge, do you like non-tongue? Brother, I can dance too. Come to my live studio. Xiao brother, I am very hot. Add me to show you." He was overwhelmed by all the messy private messages. "Brother Long, isn't this number 1 on the list? Why are you sending me a private message?" Chen Qi thought that he was going to be shown a scene of ridicule and pretentiousness, but when he clicked on the private message, he saw those 2 sentences. They came here to share their experiences and told Chen Qi to stop brushing for Sun Yao, as it would be in vain. Chen Qi thought if she could sleep so well, I would have looked for her. Carnival times 80, times 90, times 100. Chen Qi suddenly felt that scattering money was quite tiring, and his fingers were a little sore from swiping. Seeing that Chen Qi still didn't stop, Jean Jianlong ignored him and cursed inwardly. "Throw money. Sun Yao's favorability +1, currently 1. Sun Yao's favorability +2, currently 3. Sun Yao's favorability +3, currently 6. Sun Yao's favorability +4, currently 10. Sun Yao was dancing quietly like a cat. She managed her facial expression very well and did not scream when she saw the carnival exceeding 100. But she was already very excited. She had been a host for almost a year and had only seen this kind of situation in other people's live broadcast rooms. She didn't expect to encounter it herself today. Every year, there are many people who become famous overnight on the internet. And tonight, this huge wealth finally fell on her head, Sun Yao. What Chen Qi gave him was not money or carnival, but a future. The number of viewers attracted by the screen-sweeping carnival has exceeded 500,000. Chen Qi kept swiping until he reached 333 before he stopped because he had used up the 1 million yuan he had recharged and only had 1,000 yuan left in his account. We had supper quite late, and it was almost 12 o'clock when we came back to take a bath. Chen Qi kept mechanically repeating the carnival, and his eyes were tired. Feeling sleepy at the moment, he typed something in the comment section. "I'm done. I'm getting off. Damn, are all big guys so calm? Tomorrow's hot search reservation. Rich people spend 1 million and feel nothing at all. Is this Principal Wong's trumpet? Has Brother Xiao left? Good night, Brother Xiao," Sun Yao said in a coquettish voice. Before going to bed, Chen Qi added Sun Yao on WeChat, and without waiting for her to accept, He threw the phone aside and went to sleep. Sunny Yao can't sleep tonight. The number of her fans has increased from 180,000 to 850,000 and is still increasing every minute. Sunny Yao calculated that the 333 carnivals rewarded by Chen Qi were worth 999,000. The platform takes half, the union takes half, and after deducting 45% tax, she has more than 130,000 yuan in her pocket. In addition to Chen Qi's carnival, a large number of netizens attracted by him also sent gifts. Tonight, Sunny Yao earned 200,000. As long as she seizes this wave of traffic, even without Chen Qi in the future, she can still live a good life with the help of a large number of fans. An hour after Chen Qi fell asleep, he and Sunny Yao became a hot topic on the internet. $1 million roast duck appears on TikTok. Mysterious roast duck brother gives $1 million in rewards. New Oriental anchor Dong was rewarded 600,000 yuan by a big brother in one night, and he was on the hot search for 2 days. Mr. Singing Tree's live broadcast received 3 to 4 million in tips from many netizens, and was on the hot search list on the entire internet for more than a week. Chen Qi's 1 million will probably remain on the hot searches for 2 or 3 days. Sunny Yao was in the live broadcast room, dancing and chatting, and she ended the broadcast at 3 a.m. when she couldn't continue. Chen Qi slept until 10 o'clock in the morning and asked Butler Li to prepare lunch. Butler Li reminded Chen Qi that the 3-day stay in the presidential suite was about to expire and asked him whether he wanted to extend his stay. I forgot about it. Stay another 4 days. I haven't bought anything at AD number 1. I plan to buy furniture today. If things go well, I can move in 2 or 3 days. Even though Butler Li had met many wealthy people, he was still a little shocked by the young, handsome man in front of him. Staying in the presidential suite for a week straight for $700,000 without blinking an eye. It's like this is not a presidential suite that costs 100,000 yuan a night, but a budget hotel that costs 200 yuan a night. Whose young master is this? In the separate kitchen of the presidential suite, the private chef was preparing lunch for Chen Qi. Chen Qi spent more than 30,000 yuan on lunch in the presidential suite during the 3 days. Although a private chef is a service included in the presidential suite, the ingredients are still charged separately. For lunch today, Chen Qi ordered a grouper with abalone rice. In one word, delicious. Chapter 25. This car must cost 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. Chen Qi was eating while browsing on his phone. Seeing an unread message with the note, Annie Wong, Chen Qi subconsciously nervous. He clicked on the dialog box to check. Xiao Chun, please pay the rent for next quarter in the next 2 days. This Aunt Wong is Chen Qi's landlord. She doesn't look very friendly and always has a gloomy face. Annie Wong, I'm moving out these 2 days, and I won't rent it anymore. You don't want to rent it anymore? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I have to find a new tenant. Really? Chen Qi guessed that she would use a lantern to assess the damage, but he was not afraid of anything now. I'll go get the stuff at 1 o'clock and give you the key. The rental house was full of junk. The most valuable thing was an Asus laptop he bought in college. After 4 or 5 years, it was already very stuck. I'll find a junk collector and give all those clothes away later. The most important things are the graduation certificate, driver's license, some certificates, and childhood photos of my family. I clicked on another dialog box and saw that the WeChat nickname was Yao Yao, not sexy, and I knew who it was at a glance. She accepted Chen Qi's friend request last night. Brother Xiao, your WeChat name is so interesting. It matches your TikTok nickname, right? Chen Qi's WeChat name is What to Eat Later. And the original Douyin name was also this, but it was changed to Roast Duck Rice Small Portion last night. At 1 a.m., when Chen Qi went offline, Sun Yao sent a message. Good night, brother. At 9 o'clock in the morning, another message came. Is my brother awake yet? Chen Qi replied, only now. What is the anchor's real name? I'll make a note of it. Sunny Yao is currently in a meeting with union members. A large wave of traffic last night has caused her number of fans to exceed 1 million. If they can take advantage of this wave of traffic to become popular, the union will make a lot of money, and she will also make a lot of money. Yao Yao, I'll send you an assistant to interact with you in the evening. By the way, has that roast duck guy contacted you? We must catch this kind of rich guy. If we give you another wave, you will become completely famous. We will do our best to help you. It is not impossible for you to become a top streamer within 2 months. This person is too mysterious. He has set his privacy settings. You can't follow him, and he doesn't follow you either. When Chen Qi was watching his first carnival, Sunny Yao wanted to follow him, but found that he had set his privacy settings. After accepting the friend, he still didn't say anything. She even suspected that some middle-aged boss with nothing to do happened to see her dancing, spent 1 million on it on a whim, and then stopped watching Douyin. At this time, WeChat rang. Sunny Yao looked and saw that it was Chen Qi who replied. Brother, just call me Yao Yao. Chen Qi sent her a message. It's customary to note your full name. He looked so old-fashioned, probably just a middle-aged uncle. However, facing the sponsor, Sunny Yao still quickly sent out her name. Let's have a meal when we have time. Chen Qi didn't say a word and went straight to asking for dinner. Sunny Yao has also gotten used to it. Eating with the big brothers is a compulsory course for female anchors. How to teach this course depends on the level of the female anchor. Okay, where are you from, brother? Yao Yao is in Donghai City. We're from the same city. What a coincidence. How about tomorrow afternoon? Okay, tomorrow at noon then. Chen Qi didn't continue the conversation. Now when he was with girls, he was in a dominant position and was in a superior position. He didn't need to please the other party like before. I haven't chatted with Su Lu and Han Lin Lin on WeChat these days. If we can meet in person. A bag is worse than chatting for 100 sentences. Sunny Yao spoke to the union members. Brother Xiaoyao replied to me. He is also from Donghai City. We agreed to meet at noon tomorrow. Li Xiang, the head of the labor union, said, Yao Yao, you have to seize opportunities on your own. Tomorrow you should test this roast duck brother's background. If he is really a low-key big shot, then you will have a chance to turn things around. By then, the troubles at home will no longer be troubles. The union also knew that Sun Yao rejected the previous first and second places. The union hinted that the female anchor should sleep with the top guy, so that he would come to the live broadcast room more often to give gifts. In this way, the union can also earn more money from rewards. In the hands of the union, the anchors are just tools to make money, and they don't care what the tools think. How could Sun Yao not know what the union was thinking? She also knew that it was normal for female anchors to sleep with men in the industry. But there was a hurdle in her heart that she just couldn't get over. She can eat and sing with her elder brother, and just treat it as a work-related social event and client reception. But she couldn't sleep with him. Yao Yao, your figure and appearance can be said to be very good, but you just lack an opportunity. Li Xiang has said this to many female anchors, and he also says this when he wants to sleep with a female anchor. Sun Yao nodded, but she didn't compromise in her heart. Chen Qi took a taxi to the rental house. This is an old neighborhood with narrow roads and not enough parking spaces. The security guard at the door poked his head out of the security booth, and the scorching sun at noon shone brightly on his bald head. No outside vehicles are allowed to enter. Chen Qi felt uncomfortable being exposed to the sun inside, so he opened the car window and said to the old man, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang noticed that the person in the car looked familiar, so he walked out of the security booth and took a look at the car. This isn't Xiao Chun. How come he's sitting in a Mercedes-Benz? Chen Qi came to the security room several times to pick up express deliveries. When he had nothing to do, he chatted with Uncle Zhang about all sorts of things, and Uncle Zhang remembered him. Isn't this kid living in a rented small room? How can he afford such an expensive car? Uncle Zhang thought. Chen Qi smiled and said, I made a little money. You are really good. This car must cost 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. Not all men understand cars, and many people only recognize a car logo. Uncle Zhang thought that this Mercedes-Benz should not be cheap, but he didn't know that it was a Maybach S800 worth more than 6 million yuan. Uncle Zhang, I'm here to cancel my lease. I'll take my things and leave right away. You need to move away, Chen Qi said to the driver. Master Zhu, do you have any cigarettes? Zhu Quan did bring cigarettes, but they were just 20-something yuan worth of Li Chuan cigarettes. How could someone like Chen Qi, who lived in a presidential suite, be interested in them? Mr. Chen, the cigarettes I smoke are not good ones. If you want, I will go buy them for you now. Okay, let's go buy 2 packs of soft serve. There's a convenience store next door. As he spoke, Chen Qi had already transferred 2,000 yuan to Master Zhu. Master Zhu picked up the phone and took a look, then immediately said, Mr. Chen, a soft Zhonghua bottle won't cost that much. 1,300 is enough. Chen Qi doesn't smoke, so he doesn't know the exact price. He only knows that it's about 600 to 700 yuan a pack, so he simply transfers 2,000 yuan directly. He doesn't mind spending a few hundred yuan. Here you go and buy it. Master Zhu knew that these wealthy people would often give tips, so he didn't bother to be polite with Chen Qi and immediately got out of the car to buy cigarettes. Chen Qi opened the back door. Uncle Zhang, it's hot outside, come in and talk. Uncle Zhang had never sat in such a spacious Mercedes-Benz before, so he sat in immediately. The leather seats are 1,000 times more comfortable than the plastic seats on the bus. The car is fully air-conditioned and has an unknown fragrance. The smell is refreshing and can calm the anxious mood in summer. Chapter 26. I have money, but I am not an unlucky person. Wow, Xiao Chun, this Mercedes is so comfortable. Uncle Zhang, I need to go and clean up the house and get some things. Can you please let the car in? Uncle Zhang looked embarrassed and said, Xiao Chun, you know that in this old neighborhood, there are very few parking spaces planned. Parking spaces are in short supply, and the parking lot is still full today. Uncle, I'll just stop for a while. I'll be gone in 10 minutes. A temporary parking space will be fine. I know, but there's nothing I can do. There are no more temporary parking spaces. At this time, Master Zhu came back to the car after buying cigarettes and handed over 2 packs of Huazi. Chen Qi took one, and the other was still in Master Zhu's hands. Master Zhu, that one is for you. Mr. Chun, this won't work. I can't accept this. He had just taken 700 yuan from Chen Qi for running errands, and this soft Huazi cost 650 yuan, so he felt really embarrassed to take more. These days, Chen Qi's personal driver is Master Zhu, who follows Chen Qi almost around the clock. The place I spend the most time is parking lots in various places. It's actually quite tiring to sit in the car all the time. Since you've already bought cigarettes, buy him one more. Take it if you want. They can stay in presidential suites that cost $100,000 a night. A few $100s is nothing in the eyes of these rich people. Thinking of this, Zhu Quan thanked him twice and accepted the rice dumpling. Chen Qi handed the cigarette in his hand to Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, I've troubled you several times before to help me collect express deliveries. Now I've moved away and there's nothing to send. Please keep this cigarette. Uncle Zhang was extremely happy. He didn't expect that Xiao Chen had made a lot of money and still remembered him as an old man. His monthly salary was only over 3,000 yuan, so he couldn't afford to buy 650 yuan worth of soft cigarettes. Chen Qi was so generous, so he couldn't refuse. Xiao Chun, this is too much of expense for you. It's only natural for you to receive a package like this. By the way, you can drive in later. There are no more parking spaces, but you can park at the intersection of your Building 8. I'll just stand by the road and watch for you. If there are any cars passing by, I'll ask other cars to go around. The roads in the old community are narrow, and if a car is parked in the roadside parking space, the aisle can only accommodate one car. If Chen Qi's Maybach was parked in the aisle, it would definitely hinder traffic in the community. But if security guard Uncle Zhang can help coordinate, there will be no problem. Excuse me, Uncle Zhang. Zhu Quan drove the car and stopped in front of Building 8 of his rental house according to Chen Qi's instructions. Zhang, do you know anyone who can clean up the house? I don't need most of the things in my room anymore. Ask someone to clean up and take away anything you want. The cleaning fee is 300 yuan. Although Chen Qi is rich, his quality cannot be compromised. He must do basic things such as cleaning after the lease is moved out. Uncle Zhang immediately agreed. Yes, we'll be there in 5 minutes. The cleaner that Mr. Zhang contacted was actually his wife, who was watching TV at home after lunch. Uncle Zhang called his wife over with just one phone call. Grandpa Zhang was standing next to the car and saw his wife coming over with cleaning tools. The guy in 401 is amazing. He just gave me a soft drink. You should hurry up and clean it carefully. Chen Qi looked at the rental house where he had lived for 2.5 years, and then looked at the Maybach parked outside the window, as if he was dreaming. He went from being a low-level worker to a paid worker. He's not a guy who hangs on the wall. He's a super rich man who hangs on the wall. He chuckled and shook his head, then began searching through the desk drawer for useful documents. Zhang'ai hairdressing and haircutting membership card, Mimi breakfast shop redemption voucher, King Long supermarket points card. He threw all the messy things into the trash can. When flipping through some old photos, Chen Qi's eyes became melancholy. In the photo, he is still a junior high school student with his parents holding his arms on either side. He felt emotional, thinking how nice it would be if his parents were still alive. Now he had the ability to provide them with a worry-free retirement life and let them travel wherever they wanted. Bang, bang, bang. The knock on the door interrupted Chen Qi's thoughts. Young man, I am Mr. Zhang's wife. Aunt Zhang, I don't want any of these things here. Take whatever you can use and pack up and throw away the ones you don't need. Aunt Zhang looked at the small single room, which was only about 12 square meters, with a bedroom and a bathroom. She cooked on an induction cooker placed next to the window. Chen Qi eats noodles most of the time, so there isn't much smoke and there isn't much dirt near the window. The average hourly cleaning wage is only about 30 yuan, but for such a small room, A lot of cleaning ladies would rush to do the job even if they are offered 50 yuan. After giving her 300 yuan, Aunt Zhang smiled happily. Aunt Zhang was very efficient and cleaned the house in less than half an hour. The induction cooker, pots and pans were still usable, so she put them aside and planned to take them back. Chen Qi also gave her his antique laptop. Of course, Chen Qi deleted all the learning materials. Otherwise, if Aunt Zhang's grandson saw them, it would be a bad influence on the child. Dozens of gigabytes of learning materials were gone with just a click of the fingers, but Chen Qi didn't feel sorry about it. Now that he had actual combat experience, why would he need to study more? At 1 o'clock, the landlord Aunt Wang arrived at the rental house on time. Aunt Wang still had a sullen look on her face. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you wanted to cancel the lease? I can't return your deposit to you. The deposit is just 1 month's rent, which is only 1,200 yuan, Chen Qi said generously. It's a temporary decision, so the deposit doesn't need to be refunded. Chen Qi returned the key to Aunt Wang and was about to leave when Aunt Wang called him. I haven't checked yet. Why are you in such a hurry? As Aunt Wang spoke, she took out a flashlight from her bag in the middle of summer. This made Chen Qi speechless, but it did seem like something Aunt Wang would do. Aunt Wang began to check whether the furniture and appliances in the house were damaged. But there is only a table, a bed, and an air conditioner in this room. What's there to check? The electric fan, induction cooker, and simple wardrobe were all bought by Chen Qi himself, and now they were taken to the corridor by Aunt Zhang to be taken away. The room was very clean. Aunt Wang pretended to check it for a few minutes, but couldn't find any problems. She didn't give up. She went to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and turned on the light. Everything was working fine. When she turned on the bathroom heater, an expression of "I finally found something wrong" appeared on her face. You broke this bathroom heater. You need to rebuild it. Not counting the deposit, this requires another 1,500 yuan. It would have been fine if she didn't mention the heater, but as soon as she mentioned it, Chen Qi got furious. Annie Wang, when I moved in, I discovered that the bathroom heater was broken. I told you about it. I asked you to come and fix it several times, but you always said wait. Aunt Wang put her hands on her waist and said arrogantly, "What do you mean it's broken? It was fine before you moved in. It was obviously you who broke it. Look at the WeChat records. I told you twice on WeChat and called you twice. There is no record. I changed my phone." Aunt Wang is playing dirty. Today, she wants Chen Qi to jump into the trap, and he won't be able to get out without 1,500 yuan. Chen Qi didn't care whether it was 1,500 or 15,000, but he couldn't be a sucker. Chapter 27: Community Mercenaries. She has lived here for 2.5 years and had to endure taking a shower in winter. Now she has the nerve to ask Chen Qi to pay for the heater. I have a record here. Chen Qi took out his cell phone, but Aunt Wang just waved her hand. I won't read it. Who knows if you made it up or fabricated it? You're relying on me for the 1,500, right? Chen Qi really wanted to slap her twice, but if this aunt in her 50s got into trouble with him, both of them would probably end up in police station. Aunt Zhang in the corridor heard the two people arguing in the room and ran over to stop them from fighting. Xiao Chen is not the kind of person who plays dirty tricks. He didn't break it, so it's unreasonable for you to ask him to pay for it. Aunt Wang knew Aunt Zhang and knew that she was the wife of security guard Uncle Zhang. Aunt Wang said in dialect, "You two are from other places. You are teaming up to bully others, right?" But Chen Qi and Aunt Zhang both understood. Chen Qi is from Jianing County under the jurisdiction of Donghai City, and Aunt Zhang's family is from Jiala County next door. Their dialects are basically the same as those in the urban area, so there is no communication barrier. But for some middle-aged people in the urban area who have a strong sense of superiority, those from surrounding counties are outsiders. Who are you talking about as an outsider? It's you who have made the neighborhood a mess. Say it again. Aunt Zhang was so angry that she was about to have a fight with Aunt Wang. Chen Qi pulled him back and whispered something in his ear. What are you talking about? You are so sneaky. Don't do anything to me. You must pay me the 1,500 today. Aunt Zhang nodded and went downstairs immediately. Chen Qi had to go to the furniture store with Lin Lin to buy furniture in the afternoon and had no time to waste with the shrew Aunt Wang. But he definitely would not give her 1,500. About 5 minutes later, Aunt Zhang went upstairs again, followed by two other aunts. It was obvious that the old lady was aggressive and not someone to be trifled with. Wang Tzuilian, are you being unreasonable? Why would that guy owe you 1,500? If he didn't break it, then it wasn't him. Don't try to cheat him. Lu Hong, why are you everywhere? Get lost. This has nothing to do with you. Aunt Wang looked at Aunt Lu with an unhappy face. How come it's none of my business? I'm from a neighborhood committee. If there's any dispute in the community, I have to take care of it. Aunt Lou said righteously, with her hands on her hips. But is it really that good? The neighborhood committee has always been trying to smooth things over. Are they here today to seek justice? Just now, Chen Qi didn't let Aunt Jean continue arguing because he was afraid that she would lose the argument. So he whispered to her and asked her to find 2 more middle-aged women and give them 2,000 yuan each to help him scold Wang Tzuelian. Aunt Zhang thought she had made a fortune today. Chen Qi actually hired people to quarrel with her. 2,000 yuan per person. Isn't that just picking up money? She immediately called Lu Hong over. Lu Hong was also one of the most powerful aunties in the community and was rarely matched in an argument. There is also an Aunt Li, who is Aunt Zhang's good sister. Since it is easy to make money, she naturally wants to bring her sister along. If the 3 of them join forces to challenge Wang Tzuelian, they will definitely win. You're still pretending. You're using your identity as a neighborhood committee member to bluff people now, right? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wang Tzuelian seemed to be ready to engage in a debate with the group of scholars, so she put her hands on her hips and spoke in a loud voice. Wang Tzuelian, don't raise your voice. Let's just talk about the matter at hand. No matter what, he was the one who broke my bathroom heater. Chen Qi cleared his throat and said, I won't argue with you. I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Xiao Chen, go and do whatever you want and leave this to us, said Aunt Zhang. Lu Hong rolled up her sleeves and said, Young man, this bitch is unreasonable. I'm here to talk some sense into her. Chen Qi went downstairs. There would inevitably be a fierce battle here soon. As soon as he reached the first floor, he heard high-level swear words coming from upstairs. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Wang Tzuelian was already red-hot. Lu Hong's fighting ability was comparable to hers, and with 2 helpers, she had no chance of winning the argument. I was so angry that I burst into tears on the spot. Uncle Zhang was taking shelter from the sun under a tree by the roadside. When he saw Chen Qi coming down, he hurried forward. Xiao Chen, are you done packing? Everything is fine. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Zhang. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Okay, I'll open the door for you. Uncle Zhang trotted all the way to the security room and lifted the electric door lever. He had just heard that Chen Qi spent 6,000 yuan to hire 3 middle-aged women to quarrel with Wang Tzuelian. Are all rich people so willful? They even hire someone to help them when they have a quarrel. Chen Qi left the community where he had lived for 2.5 years and probably will never come back again. He sent a message to Han Linlin saying that he would be downstairs of the training class in 15 minutes. Han Linlin had classes this afternoon, but in order to go shopping with Chen Qi, she asked another teacher to take her place in the class. Han Linlin changed into a Chanel dress that she had just bought yesterday. The 30,000 yuan dress made her more confident. Linlin still looks so beautiful today. Brother's little mouth is full of honey. He starts praising me as soon as we meet. Han Linlin said with a giggle. Linlin is so beautiful. She must be praised every day. Brother, what are we going to do today? Didn't we just buy a house yesterday? Why don't you accompany me to buy furniture today? Master Zhu, go to Gigolo. Han Linlin leaned closer to Chen Qi. Brother, choosing furniture for a new house is usually done by the hostess. I just happen to be in need of a hostess. How about you come? I don't want to. My brother has so many beauties around him. I don't know how much I'll have to worry about being your mistress. Chen Qi took Han Linlin's hand and said, Where is the beauty? Where? I only see a jealous person. Damn it, I'm not jealous. But he is so rich and handsome, and there are so many beautiful women around. If I really became his girlfriend, I would definitely not be able to control him. Chen Qi heard Han Linlin's thoughts. How could anyone control him after he was hanged on the wall? Now there is only one person who can control him, Ruan Yi. Soon, the 2 arrived at the Gigolo Home Furnishing City, which has a full range of furniture, home appliances, panels, and interior decoration materials. Let's go check out the bed first. Is he hinting at me? Chen Qi was speechless. This girl had a strong ability to associate ideas. He really just wanted to buy a bed first. The most famous bedding brand in MK is Hasten's on the 4th floor. Chen Qi had never imagined that a mattress could be sold for millions. Brother, Hasten's, the S's family sleeps on this brand of mattress. It's super expensive. Han Linlin reads a lot of entertainment gossip and walked into the store with great interest. She wanted to see how comfortable it was to sleep on the same mattresses as the stars. The receptionist was a female salesperson. Working as a salesperson at Hasten's is no worse than working in Porsche or Ferrari stores, and she may even earn more than them. When buying a car, some people may do it for the sake of face, so they will take out a loan to buy a low-spec car so that they can have face when driving it with that car logo. But beds are placed at home. You can't sell them out, and basically no one will take out a loan to buy a bed. Customers who come to Hasten's are generally wealthy, and they pursue the essence. Chen Qi looked at the sales. Mr. Ruan, this charm value is 90, right? Name, Wu Ying. Age, 25. Height, 163. Charm value, 89. Occupation, sales. Number of romances, 1. Favorability, 25. Damn, it's almost there. Wu Ying's number of romances met the requirements, but unfortunately her charm value was 1 point short, and her favorability was 20 when they first met, which surprised Chen Qi. Chapter 28, Big S's, same mattress. This guy looks like a younger version of Takashi Kaneshiro, my ideal type, so handsome. The case was solved. It turned out that Chen Qi's appearance was the type that Wu Ying liked. The man is wearing Donkey brand, the girl is wearing Chanel, and they are both very pretty. Sir, madam, if you need anything, I can recommend it to you. Wu Ying came forward to greet them warmly. I just bought a house, and I need a full set of bedding, including a bed, mattress, and bed set. Then I'll show you the bed first. Han Linlin asked curiously. I heard that your store has the same mattress as DS's. Wu Ying smiled and said, yes, many people know our brand because of the news about DS's family. Is that mattress in her house really worth 2 million? It's 2 million indeed. I happen to have the same model on display in the store. I can take you to have a look later. Chen Qi was also very interested. Could sleeping on a mattress worth 2 million yuan allow one to sleep like a baby? Wu Ying introduced the bed size, material, and design concept to the two of them. Chen Qi knows nothing about these things. He only understands the dimensions. When you tell him that this is mahogany or log, he can only nod his head in a pretentious manner. This bed is now priced at 100,000 yuan. Now I understand. It's okay. Let's take a look at the others. When Han Linlin heard the price, she sighed. It's worthy of being the same style as the stars. It's so expensive. Wu Ying smiled and said, beauty, with a bag in your hand. You can buy a bed. Han Linlin touched the Chanel bag she had just bought yesterday for 98,000 renminbi. A sense of vanity arises spontaneously. You carry such an expensive bag to show it to others and to get compliments. If no one is looking at it, this bag is no different from a plastic bag. Now that you mention it, this bed doesn't seem expensive. Han Linlin tried her best to appear that she didn't care much about the price of the bag, as if she was just carrying it casually. Should I ask Chen Qi to buy me 2 more bags? If I only carry this one bag when taking photos, others will think I only have this one bag and show it off all day long. Chen Qi said, this price is a bit cheap. Let's take a look. Big customers are here. They are probably here to pick out bedding for their wedding room. You two could take a look at this one. Many of our newlyweds at Gongyuan No. 1 and Yulong Mansion choose this one as their wedding bed. Really? Please introduce yourself. Chen Qi took Han Linlin's hand without explaining, as if he was deliberately trying to make people misunderstand their relationship. Han Linlin's favorability, +1, currently 41. Brother, why don't you explain? You didn't explain it either. Han Linlin was speechless. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything just now. In her heart, she hoped to be with an elite like Chen Qi, who is both handsome and rich. Wu Ying took the two of them to see the same mattress as Big S. Can we give it a try? Of course, Wu Ying said with a smile. Let's lie down and try it. Without waiting for Han Linlin to answer, Chen Qi took her hand and lay on the 2 million mattress. To be honest, Chen Qi didn't feel any difference between this bed and the one in the hotel. Han Linlin was lying on the mattress, looking at the handsome face next to her, and suddenly her face turned slightly red. Han Linlin's favorability, +1, currently 42. It would be great if I could really have a home with him. Well, how come this also increases favorability? Linlin, what do you think of this mattress? Han Linlin was stunned. Oh, it's good, it's good. Chen Qi stood up and pointed at the mattress. That's it. When can it be delivered? Wu Ying was so excited that she was going to make a lot of money from this deal. I knew these two people were rich, but I didn't expect them to be so rich. Sir, the warehouse is picking up the goods. At the earliest, it will be delivered to your door tomorrow morning. Okay, and the bed I just saw, the one that cost 1 million, a 4-piece set? Linlin, which of the 4 sets do you think is the best? When asked this question, Han Linlin really had the illusion that she was the mistress of that house. The sky blue one, I think it looks good. That four-piece bedding set costs 88,000 yuan, not counting the deductions. The bed and mattress alone are more expensive than her house. Lin, the other two rooms haven't been chosen yet. Let's take a look. This is a real multi-million-dollar mansion. If you buy more, the furniture will be more expensive than the house. Han Lin's favorability +5, currently 47. Afterwards, I selected two more sets. The beds for the two secondary bedrooms were not that expensive, only 1 million. When the store manager of Hason's heard that a big customer had arrived, he came to greet them in person. In the end, he gave Chen Qi a discount and rounded up to the nearest 5 million. Brother, the 5 million you spent on bedding is more exaggerated than the 8.6 million you spent on a house. You mean to say that the house is not worthy of this bed, right? It's okay. I can buy a better villa later. A house worth 8.6 million is not good? How rich is he? AD1 is not bad, but I want a bigger space. Do you want to give the house to Lin? Chen Qi thought that if he gave away a house worth 8.6 million, his favorability should increase by dozens. Han Lin stopped. Han Lin's favorability -2, currently 45. We are not even boyfriend and girlfriend yet, but he gave me a sky-high price gift. Although I really want to live in a mansion, this is too much. Is he trying to launder money? Or is he trying to use me for something? Brother, even if you gave me such an expensive house, I wouldn't dare to accept it. Unless we are married and own the property together. Chen Qi cursed inwardly. Damn, why is the favorability decreasing again? Getting married is basically impossible for Chen Qi. With that constraint, how can he live off someone? Lin wants to get married? No way. Han Lin said coquettishly. The two then went on to choose a sofa, coffee table, dining table, kitchen utensils, and tableware, and spent 1 million. Chen Qi would definitely not cook at home very often in the future, so he bought the kitchen utensils and tableware just as decorations, so he didn't choose expensive ones. While choosing a TV, Chen Qi looked at the time. It was already 5 o'clock, and they had been shopping for the entire afternoon. That 98-inch Samsung one. Chen Qi paid for the TV, 119,800 yuan. Brother, I'm a little tired from shopping. Let's stop shopping and go eat. What would you like to eat, Lin? Han Lin knew that Chen Qi was very rich and spent more than 6 million yuan on furniture and appliances in just one afternoon. If she said she wanted to eat at a high-end restaurant that cost tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, Chen Qi would probably agree without blinking an eye. Brother, I want to eat hot pot, the one that opened last week to bash a hot pot. I saw good reviews online, and many bloggers have reviewed it. Lin wants to eat. Let's go eat. Chen Qi never dared to say such things before, like eat what you want to eat, go ahead and buy what you want to buy, but he has been able to say them freely these days. If you have money, you will lose your worries, but you will gain happiness. The two drove to Dabisha Hot Pot. Chen Qi asked Zhu Quan to park his car nearby and have dinner by himself, and then call him when he was about to leave. There was a long queue outside Dabishu, and many people were sitting at small tables playing cards. Chapter 29. Straight to the table. Chen Qi looked at the time, July 9th, Tuesday, 5:15. It's just past 5 o'clock. Aren't you going to work? Brother, it's summer vacation now. There must be a lot of people, adults with children and students. I forgot it's summer vacation. There's so many people. It's even more outrageous than Haida Leo. All new stores are like this, and with so many influencers promoting them, even more people come to try them out. Chen Qi want to get the ticket, small table 222. At this rate, it's even a question whether we can have dinner at 9 o'clock. Han Lin didn't care. She was the kind of person who could wait just for a bite to eat. In the past, Lin Yuan and I would often check in at some popular online stores and wait in line for 2 or 3 hours. When Chen Qi and Li Ting were together, they didn't like this kind of store with long queues. Regardless of whether it tastes good or not, the long queue already makes it taste bad. In addition, there are many scalpers and accomplices hired by the store owners, which makes him have an even worse impression of these internet celebrity stores. But I didn't have any money when I was with Li Ting, so I definitely couldn't afford the scalper tickets. Now that he has money, there is no point in waiting. Chen Qi took a number, but did not go to queue. He stood aside and looked around. A young man with a flat head and a wretched appearance walked over. Friend, do you want some money? What money? Han Lin didn't react for a moment. Dinner number. My small table is number 158, and there are only 5 tables left to go. How much? Chen Qi asked. He didn't want to buy, but he wanted to know how evil the hearts of these damn scalpers were. 500 yuan can save you at least 2 hours of waiting in line. It's a good deal. It's so damn evil. These scalpers not only disrupt the dining experience of normal diners, but also sell a free number at such a high price. Although Chen Qi was angry, he had no choice. No matter how rich he was, he could not change the scalper industry. A few years ago, I heard that a popular hot pot restaurant opened in Jiling City. Many celebrities have been there to eat. Scalpers sold tickets for 2,000 yuan, but there are still people who buy them. Han Linlin thought Chen Qi would buy it. It was only 500 yuan, but he spent more than 6 million in the afternoon. No, 400, no less, bro. Seeing that Chen Qi refused, Han Linlin said, "Brother, don't you want to cut in line? Why don't we eat something else that doesn't require a queue?" "No, I think 5 tables are still too many. We have money. So can't we have a hot pot? Come with me." Chen Qi held Han Linlin's hand and walked into the store. The clerk at the number-taking counter called the two people over and said, "Hello, what's your number? Let's go in and look for someone." "Brother, you don't know the boss of Dabashu, do you? He is so rich that he might be friends with these big bosses." After hearing Han Linlin's thoughts, Chen Qi wanted to get to know her. When he became rich in the future, he would really need to get to know some people from the upper circles. "I don't know. This is my first time here too. Who shall we go in to find?" Chen Qi stood in the aisle of the store and scanned around and found the target. They were a young man and woman who had just gotten their turn in line and put on their aprons, but hadn't started ordering yet. "It wasn't easy, baby. I spent 400 yuan to buy a scalper ticket to get in. Otherwise, I would have to wait in line for 2 hours." The young man with glasses said that he was so heartbroken that he was reluctant to use the speed-up pack when buying train tickets. "Today, I spent 400 yuan to cut in line to eat hot pot with my girlfriend at this shabby internet celebrity restaurant. I'm starving. Let's order some food." At this time, Chen Qi and others appeared at the table. "What's up?" the man with glasses asked. "Hello, can you give us your seat? I'll buy it for 2,000 yuan." The young man was stunned for a moment. "Did I hear correctly? He said 2,000? This is equivalent to a quarter of his salary." He was very tempted, but seeing that his girlfriend didn't say anything, the young man said, "We waited a long time to get in here, and you asked us to stand up right after we sat down. How much does a hot pot meal cost?" 300 yuan is enough. And with scalper tickets, it's only 700 yuan. 2,000 yuan. He can still earn 1,300 yuan. The young man wanted to sell the position immediately. But he was afraid that his girlfriend would be angry, as he had promised her to have hot pot last week. "If I don't eat, my girlfriend will definitely say that I couldn't do what I promised. And she might even bring up the past when we have a fight in the future." Rather than 2,000 yuan, he wanted more of a good meal and some peace and quiet. At least his girlfriend wouldn't quarrel with him about it. "Add another 500. You are stupid. You can have so many hot pot meals with 2,500 yuan. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, this seat is for you." My girlfriend suddenly offered to sell the place. "Okay, give me the payment code and I'll scan it for you." The girl immediately gave the payment code and was delighted to see 2,500 yuan deposited into her account. "I didn't expect that I could pick up money while eating. I'm really lucky today." "Hurry up and give up your seat," the girl glared at him. "Baby, let's go to another hot pot restaurant." "Why eat hot pot? Let's eat Japanese food." "Didn't you say you wanted to eat hot pot today?" "I want to eat something else now, okay?" The young man was helpless. He knew that if he had suggested eating something else, his girlfriend would definitely say that she had waited for a week just to eat hot pot. Looking at the couple leaving noisily, Chen Qi seemed to see himself 4 days ago. At that time, he was also very humble and around Li Ting, considering Li Ting's feelings in everything. "What's wrong, brother?" Han Linlin saw that Chen Qi was a little distracted, so she called him. "It's okay, let's order. I thought my brother knew someone in there, but it turns out that's how he operated. His money skills are really useful." The scalper at the door saw the young couple coming out and thought, didn't he just give them tickets to enter? Why did they come out so soon? "Brother, why did you come out? Don't you want to eat?" "No, a guy just bought our spot with his girlfriend for 2,500. Huang Yo just saw Chen Qi and Han Linlin go in. "Damn, no wonder they didn't buy my ticket. The rich don't even look at it, they just put it on the table." Han Linlin took the iPad for ordering and started choosing the soup base. "Brother, do you like spicy food?" "I can't eat much. Order a 4-square grid." "You can order spicy food if you want. Order me a mushroom soup base." Han Linlin suddenly realized that she and Chen Qi had only known each other for 3 days and knew very little about him. I don't know what he likes to eat or drink, his height, weight, birthday, or shoe size. What she knew best about Chen Qi was that he was rich and inhumane. "Brother, you can eat both beef and mutton, right?" "I like it very much. Where are the duck intestines and tripe?" "Okay, Order one of each. Chen Qi has been eating high-end ingredients these days and is tired of Kobe beef. Now he eats synthetic meat to change his taste and feel the atmosphere of a crowd. Don't order too much. There are only two of us. It would be a waste if we can't finish it. Chen Qi didn't dare to say this before, for he was afraid that Li Ting would think that he was reluctant to spend money, so he ordered less. Han Linlin didn't think so now. Would someone who can easily buy a bed worth 2 million care about ordering a few more dishes? He must think it's shameful to waste food. I didn't realize that he has such a lot of money, but still has such character. Perhaps it was a habit. Chen Qi really didn't want to waste food, so when he ate at the presidential suite, he always asked his private chef to prepare a single serving. Chapter 30. Yours is real. What about mine? There were 3 dipping sauce dishes on Han Linlin's table: a dry dish, a spicy dish, and a sesame sauce dish. Chen Qi was not very good at making dipping sauces, so Han Linlin made him 3 identical ones. Brother, this tastes better than Haidaleo. I feel pretty much the same. If you like it, I'll charge your card so you can come and eat with your friends later. Okay, thank you, brother. Han Linlin really likes eating at this restaurant. She was in a good mood when she heard that Chen Qi wanted to top up her card. Although it was fun to go shopping with Chen Qi, going out for dinner with sisters was another experience. When the time comes, I will bring Lin Yuan and the others here to eat, take photos with the sisters, and chat about gossip. Brother, let's go to the movies later. When Chen Qi heard this, he decided to go to the movie The Amazing Spider-Man 3, which had just been released. Although he liked it very much, he had just watched it with Su Lu 2 days ago, and he didn't want to pretend that he hadn't watched it and watch it again. Chen Qi took a sip of water and said, "Forget about the movie. We are so full. Why don't we go swimming in the river?" The Jianing River in Donghai City runs through the center of the city and leads directly to the East China Sea. In the past 2 years, the tourism industry has been vigorously developed and many yachts have been built on the riverside. Yachting projects are very popular in summer. Tourists can enjoy the evening breeze on the yacht and appreciate the night view of the city. Take a yacht? But it's hard to buy a ticket now. Han Linlin smiled playfully. I forgot my brother has superpowers. Chen Qi waved his hand and asked the waiter to come and settle the bill. This meal cost 310 yuan, which was the cheapest meal he had eaten in recent days. Hello? Can I get a membership card? Sure, we have a promotion in our store now. Recharge 1,000 and get 100 for free. Recharge 2,000 and get 300 for free. Recharge 5,000 and get 800 for free. What about charging 100,000? The waiter was stunned for a moment. Sir, do you want to charge 100,000? Yes, 100,000. We need to discuss this with our manager. Please wait a moment, sir. The waiter ran to find the manager, and Han Linlin said on the side, Brother, this is too much. How long will it take me to finish it? Even if I eat 3 times a day, it will take me 2 years. Eat slowly. You have a few sisters who come to eat often. You won't be able to eat for long. Then I will thank my brother on their behalf. Han Linlin's favorability +2, currently 47. The manager of Dabashu came over to confirm with Chen Qi again. Sir, do you want to charge 100,000? Yes, 100,000. We don't have any promotions for 100,000 top-ups in our store, but I'll make the decision and give Mr. 15,000. I'll give you another platinum card. You don't have to queue up when you come to the store. You can just go in and dine. Chen Qi doesn't care how much the gift is, since he won't come to eat anyway. Okay, Lin, give your phone number to the manager, and I'll use your number. Chen Qi paid 100,000 yuan, and the manager respectfully handed the card to Han Linlin. The two got up and left, and the waiter said with envy in his eyes, Being rich means being generous, and my girlfriend is so beautiful. Will I ever have the chance to experience the happiness of being rich in my lifetime? Hurry up and work. Go home and go to bed early after get off work. You can even be an emperor in your dreams. The manager urged. Chen Qi and Han Linlin just walked out of an aisle. When we got to the seasoning area, there were quite a lot of people, and a child of 7 or 8 years old was running hurriedly with a dipping saucer. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected happened. The little boy ran too fast and didn't hold the dipping saucer steady, so half of the water spilled on Han Linlin's Chanel bag. Han Linlin's face immediately fell. I just bought this yesterday. I've only been carrying it for a few hours. It's covered in oil and soy sauce. How do I wipe it off? She immediately took out wet wipes from her bag and wiped off the oil stains on the bag. But the effect is not good. It must be sent to the counter for professional cleaning and maintenance. Looking at Han Linlin's frown as she wiped the bag, Chen Qi could understand her mood at the moment. Anyone would be annoyed if the expensive things they just bought got dirty and wasted. Little boy, if you bump into someone, you should say sorry. Chen Qi reached out and stopped the child. Lil. The kid actually made faces at him. Damn, I met a naughty kid, Chen Qi said secretly. At this time, a woman in her 30s with a tech-savvy look pulled the naughty kid behind her. What are you doing? Why are you so fierce? You are his mother, right? Your child spilled the dipping sauce on my friend's bag. I just want him to say sorry. Chen Qi said. What does a kid know? It's just a bag, just wipe it off. Han Linlin got furious when she heard this. This was the first bag Chen Qi gave her, and also the most expensive bag she had ever carried in her life. What do you mean it's just a bag? This is Chanel, a 100,000 yuan bag. The woman stared at the bag and raised the corner of her mouth in disdain. It's a 100,000 yuan bag. If you're carrying a high-end imitation, don't shout so loudly. If Han Linlin hadn't chosen it herself in the Chanel store, and Chen Qi had been very wealthy, she might have questioned it when she heard it, but now she just thought the woman was shirking her responsibility. This is genuine Chanel. I just bought it at the counter yesterday. Children are ignorant, and you as a mother are also ignorant? Do you have cerebral palsy? Chen Qi didn't tolerate it and just spoke sweetly. The woman immediately got angry and said, Who are you scolding? Wearing fake brand names. Do you really think you were someone important? When the manager heard the quarrel, he rushed over to mediate. When he saw that the person quarreling was his super VIP guest, he immediately became nervous. Mr. Chen, what happened? Chen Qi briefly explained the matter. I don't have any demands. It's just a dirty bag. It's just a child. Just ask her to apologize. The manager just received 100,000 yuan from Chen Qi. How could a man who could spend 100,000 yuan on a hot pot give a fake bag to his girlfriend? He said to the woman, Girl, parents need to keep an eye on their children in public places. Children have poor self-control, so parents should always pay attention. What do you mean that my child has no family education? It's funny. I can't walk around freely after eating in your restaurant. There is nothing you could do about a shrew as long as she is unreasonable. Chen Qi wanted to use his money to hire someone to fight, but this was a public place. With so many people watching, people will take out their mobile phones to take pictures and post them on TikTok, and they might make the headlines. This is inconsistent with his style of keeping a low profile. Besides, if Su Lu sees him with another woman, her favorability towards him will definitely drop. The beautiful lady's Xiangjia bag is genuine, and the skirt she is wearing is also genuine Xiangjia. The LV that handsome guys wear is also genuine. At this time, two girls stood up and spoke. They were both from wealthy families. We often go shopping in luxury stores and even open a review account together. Her knowledge of luxury goods may be more professional than that of the sales girls in the counter. Oh, if you say it's true, then it's true. We review bags and clothing. We have 500,000 followers on Douyin, so we can tell the authenticity of products. The woman was actually already panicking because she had just said that Han Linlin's bag was fake because she also had one that was the same. The pattern and the shape of the buttons looked somewhat different from Han Linlin's. She believed that the gift from her husband was genuine, so she concluded that Han Linlin's was a high imitation. Chapter 31. One for each. Young man, young lady, you didn't ask me to pay you anything. Just apologize. That's right. Your child stained the name of someone else's bag. Even if it's not a brand name bag, you should still say sorry. The young couple are obviously rich and they don't bother with you, so you think you're right. More and more people gathered around and spoke out. Even though the technologically advanced woman was thick-skinned, she could not stop the power of public opinion. The woman with the tech face had a conflicted expression and was about to pull down to apologize. Chen Qi suddenly pulled Han Linlin up. Forget it, let's go. I'm afraid looking at her too much will affect my digestion. Poor cerebral palsy. His face is fake, and he probably has never carried a real bag. You. The woman with the tech face turned livid with anger. What did you say? Don't go. The manager stopped the tech face. Seeing her getting so angry and stamping her feet was more acceptable to Chen Qi than her saying sorry. Simple bad breath, ultimate enjoyment. Zhu Quan had already parked the car outside. The two got in, and Han Linlin still looked unhappy. Linlin, don't be angry. Don't bother with that kind of person. But this is the first bag my brother bought for me, and I've only been carrying it for less than a day. As Han Linlin spoke, her eyes turned red with grievance. It's okay. I'll send it to my old classmate later and ask her to clean and maintain it. Master Zhu, go to Yixiang City. Half an hour later, inside the Chanel store. Old classmate, you are here to take care of my performance again. Wang Siwen greeted him enthusiastically. The bag I bought yesterday got dirty. I came to take care of it. Han Linlin handed over the bag. Hey, how did you do this? It's all oil. Don't mention it, sister. Can this be cleaned? That's no problem. Just come and get it tomorrow afternoon. Chen Qi said, Lin, pick 2 more and take turns carrying them. Old classmate, you dote on your sister too much. When Han Linlin heard this, she felt much better and her brows relaxed. Han Linlin's favorability +1, currently 48L. Han Linlin and Wang Siwen were choosing bags while chatting. Sister, what was Chen Qi like in high school? Wang Siwen actually has nothing in common with Chen Qi, but Chen Qi is so rich now that she has to force a connection. She thought Han Linlin was Chen Qi's girlfriend, and if she got along well with Han Linlin, she would be able to get in touch with Chen Qi. Yesterday, she talked about Chen Qi in the group, and several sisters also wanted to add him on WeChat. Wang Siwen sent them his business card on WeChat, but none of them could add him. Just think about it, and you will know that Chen Qi has set it to private, so others cannot add him, and he is the only one who can add others. Chen Qi, he was so handsome when he was in high school. My grades are good, but I didn't do well in the college entrance exam. I remember that after school, he always liked to go to a fishball shop to buy fish balls. She couldn't say any more, and she didn't dare to make it up. If Han Linlin starts chatting with Chen Qi later and talks about something inexplicable that never happened, she will be embarrassed. At that time, they all felt that Chen Qi became very gloomy after his parents passed away. He didn't communicate much with his classmates. I remember that at that time, there was only a boy from the next class who got along well with him. The two chatted for more than half an hour, and Han Linlin was thinking about going boating in the river later. Brother, I have made my choice. Chen Qi was watching Douyin. His private messages were all read, probably hundreds of them. If he hadn't set his profile to private and others couldn't follow him, he might have become an internet celebrity. Sunny Yao started the live broadcast, and before the live broadcast, she also sent Chen Qifa a WeChat message. Brother, the live broadcast will be at 8 o'clock. Please come and watch. Chen Qi replied, I have something tonight, so I may not be able to watch it. Although Sunny Yao was a little disappointed, she had to keep up the good form and work hard on the live broadcast while the popularity was still there. Chen Qi locked his phone and stood up. Now that you've made your choice, let's move on to the next one. Let's change to another one? You feel bad for the first bag I bought you. That was your first Chanel bag. You'll buy your first LV, Prada, and Hermes bag later. He's really good at it. I didn't expect that he could do it in such a romantic way. Han Linlin's favorability +3, currently 51. Brother, is this how you always coax girls? Han Linlin's eyes were full of Chen Qi, and her eyes were almost tearing. How can other girls compare to you? You are special. Chen Qi also said this when they first met at the Black Rose Bar the day before yesterday. Han Linlin's favorability +1, currently 52. Sweet words are more effective when used with money. Sweet words alone will only seem greasy. Chen Qi, you are too good to your girlfriend. If she said she wanted to buy our store, you would agree. Wang Siwen was so upset that he could pickle a jar of sauerkraut. This shady guy, how come he is so rich now? He just bought 2 bags for 230,000 yuan, and now he wants to buy more from another store. Is he planning to make up a total of 1 million? Oh my God, why is there such a big difference between people? Wang Siwen thought of her husband, who only earns more than 20,000 yuan while working 996 hours a week. If I want to buy her a bag, I have to plan carefully, and I can only buy her 1 per year. Lin, do you want it? No. No matter how rich my brother is, he can't waste it like this. Chen Qi knew that because he was rich, the girls would take the initiative and speak sweetly and nicely. But he was quite satisfied when he heard Han Linlin's answer. Let's go buy a donkey bag. Chen Qi is very familiar with LV's store. Although the layout of the one in Yixiang City is a little different from the one in Yida Plaza, the goods inside are basically the same. Su Lu was working in the store absent-mindedly. She had just finished eating takeout from a private restaurant, and it tasted much better than pre-prepared food. The ingredients are all fresh, and after they are cooked, the waiters in the store will immediately deliver them upstairs. Su Lu has a small appetite and can't finish 3 dishes. So I told Sister Zhang and Xiaojing not to order takeout and to take turns eating later. Lulu, Chen Qi is so good to you. He even pays for your meals. The monthly food expenses are 12,000 yuan. Who in an average family can afford that? Sister Zhang, don't forget that there are still 50,000 yuan worth of fruits. Xiao Jing reminded. You are so rich, Lulu. Do you know that there are many people who earn less than 50,000 yuan a year? My heart is hurt. No, I will buy 2 Musang King durians later to soothe my wounded heart. Bye. It's just a small amount of several $100s, so Su Lu doesn't mind being taken advantage of by her two colleagues anymore. Her mind was full of Chen Qi at the moment. Chen Qi had seen her for 3 days in a row since Saturday, but there was no news from him the whole day today, and she didn't know whether Chen Qi would come tonight. She was very conflicted about whether or not to tell Chen Qi the news. What are you thinking about? Sister Zhang could tell at a glance that Su Lu was absent-minded. It's Chen Qi, right? Su Lu said faintly. He didn't say yesterday that he would come today, and he didn't send a message all day. Is this how you chase a girl? Isn't it all about finding topics to talk about with her? Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Are you there? Have you eaten? Did you sleep? Xiao Jing patted Su Lu's forehead and said, Lulu, you were talking about losers. Do you think Chen Qi is a loser? The material foundation of a rich second generation is there, and girls will take the initiative to cling to him. Besides, Chen Qi is so handsome. Even if it's as we guessed, he was an ordinary person before and has just returned to a wealthy family. But have you ever heard that men become bad when they have money? He's so rich now. How could he chase girls like ordinary boys? Maybe he might be dating another girl right now. Su Lu's expression changed slightly. It's not like she hadn't thought about it before, but she believed more that Chen Qi was serious about her. Chapter 32 Lulu wants to cook. Xiao Jing saw that Su Lu's expression was not right and immediately changed her words. He may also be busy with his career. As you know, some second-generation rich people are very outstanding and are very busy working in the family business. When we have a lot of customers, we don't even have time to look at our phones. Sister Zhang took Su Lu's hand and said, Lulu, you're not a silly girl. You should be able to sense whether Chen Qi likes you or not. Of course, Su Lu felt that Chen Qi liked her. Which rich second generation would spend more than 1,000,000 yuan on buying bags and clothes just to hold hands? He must want to pursue me seriously and take his time, and he's not some low-level second-generation guy who's just greedy for my body. It is impossible for Chen Qi not to be greedy for her body, but what he wants is the love between you and me after everything comes to fruition. If it's purely for physical needs, just go find Jenny or someone else. Throw in a few tens of thousands of dollars, and they'll provide very good service. Sister Zhang said, Lulu, why don't you send me a message in chat? Sister Zhang, didn't you tell me to be more reserved before? Oh, how can those guys in the past compare to Chen Qi? He is a real second generation, tall, rich, and handsome. Su Lu actually wanted to find Chen Qi very much. After Sister Zhang said that, she immediately opened Chen Qi's dialogue box. Is my brother here? I typed a few words, but they looked stupid, so I deleted them because I felt they were inappropriate. Is my brother busy? No matter you are a beauty or not, in a relationship, as long as you are in a lower position, you will unconsciously become humble. Su Lu had never said such things before. It was always others who came to her. Ask her what she is doing, if she is busy, and if she is free. If she wants to come back, she can come back. If she doesn't want to come back, she can just leave it alone. Chen Qigong finished paying the bill at LV and bought a bag worth 110,000 yuan for Han Linlin. Now the two of them went to Gucci next door. Chen Qi's WeChat rang, and he took out his phone and saw that it was a message from Su Lu. He typed back, something's going on. I'm outside. Lulu miss me? He sent another message. Su Lu held the phone in her hand and blushed. No. Lulu, are you so hard-hearted? I miss you so much. Then why don't you come to see me? You haven't sent me a message all day. I am busy accompanying clients and making money. If I don't make money, how can I be so carefree with Lulu? There is nothing wrong with this. The bound goddesses can be said to be Chen Qi's clients, and Chen Qi makes money from them. Now accompanying Han Linlin shopping also counts as accompanying a client. Su Lu thought that since Chen Qi was so rich, the clients he was receiving must be some pretty big names. Maybe he is the CEO of a well-known company, so she doesn't want to disturb him at this time. Then brother will be busy first. Brother, are you free the day after tomorrow? She sent another message. Chen Qi thought about it and decided that he would have dinner with female anchor son Yao tomorrow, so he should have nothing to do the day after tomorrow. I'm free. What do you want to do, Lulu? I'm taking a rest the day after tomorrow. I want you to stay with me for a day. I'll cook for you. Chen Qi was overjoyed, thinking that he could now eat gigolo again. Lulu can cook. Of course, I cook delicious food. When I have nothing to do during my breaks, I like to think about cooking. Then I'm in luck. I'm a little tired of eating out all the time. Then come to my house the day after tomorrow, and I'll cook a big meal for you. Chen Qi was staring at his phone and typing. When Han Linlin came over, he immediately locked the screen. Is there anything wrong, brother? It's okay. Michaelo asked me if it would be convenient for them to come and install the TV tomorrow. Han Linlin took Chen Qi's hand and said, it's a 98-inch TV. Can I go to my brother's house to see him? We are a single man and a single woman. Aren't you afraid? Chen Qi grinned. My brother wouldn't do that. If he just wanted to sleep with me, he could have made a request after buying me something worth 400,000 yuan yesterday. He must want to have a serious relationship. Chen Qi heard Han Linlin's thoughts and thought to himself, yes, I want to have a serious relationship with you guys. After coming out of Prada, Han Linlin had another bag in her hand. This one was cheaper, only 88,000. Then we entered the store of Hermes, a top luxury brand. The sales lady at Hermes was also a little surprised when she saw Chen Qi and the other man. Have they bought out all the stores next door? Han Linlin was holding 3 shopping bags, one from LV, one from Gucci, and one from Prada. Her skirt and shoes were both from Chanel. Chen Qi's short-sleeve shirt, casual pants, and sneakers are all green. Are you a luxury goods collector? Chen Qi glanced at the salesgirl and said, Mr. Ruan, give me some points. Name, Lin Hui. Age, 25. Height, 168. Charm value, 88. Occupation, saleswoman. Number of romances, 3. Favorability, 10. Unfortunately, the charm value is 2 points short. Hello, welcome to Hermes. How may I help you? Lin Hui's attitude is much better than Zheng Fengyue's at Hermes in Yida Plaza. Although Chen Qi knew that it was because he was dressed like a rich man. Look at the bag. I've seen that Kelly model online. It's very nice. Beauty is good taste. The Kelly bag is a relatively high-end series of Hermes, and its general price is around 300,000 yuan. Moreover, this popular model cannot be purchased directly at Hermes. If you want to buy this bag, you need to purchase it first. What this means is that you have to buy other items in the store first and get them worth 300,000 yuan before you can buy the Kelly bag. Netizens said that this is bundling consumption and screening out several customers. If you don't comply with the store's rules, don't buy it. Of course, there is no shortage of rich people. It doesn't matter whether they are bundled or not. In their eyes, there is no difference between 300,000 and 600,000. Chen Qi didn't know these things before, but after staying in LV for a long time, Su Lu, Sister Zhang, and others would talk about things in the luxury industry. Beauty. Take a look at these shoes. They match the Kelly bag very well. Lin Hui couldn't tell the customers directly that if they wanted to buy a bag, they had to buy an equivalent product first, so they all hinted at the customers. Han Linlin's use of TikTok and Zaihongshu is not for nothing. She knows Hermes tactics. She looked at Chen Qi. Buy it. Buy clothes, shoes, and bags. Chen Qi said generously. Han Linlin's favorability +2, currently 54. Then, brother, you have to sit down for a while. It will take some time to pick it up. Chen Qi found a stool in the store, sat down, opened Douyin, and started watching Sun Yao's live broadcast. To be honest, this girl's figure and appearance are indeed attractive. If Daji was replaced by her, King Zhou would probably be just as bewildered by her. He is not planning to watch the carnival tonight. He has a little understanding of the rules of live streaming. The platform takes half of the profits. If there is a union, it depends on the profit-sharing contract between the union and the anchor. Big anchors can get more, while small anchors usually get a 50-50 split after deducting taxes. The anchor actually did not get that much money. The 1 million that Chen Qi swiped yesterday all went to the platform and the union. It is estimated that Sunny Yao has less than 150,000 yuan, which is not enough to buy a Hermes bag. Moreover, after spending 1 million, Sunny Yao's favorability rating only increased by 10 points. It can be seen that spending money on the internet is not as fast as spending money in person to increase favorability. If you have money, spend it wisely and don't waste it recklessly. Han Linlin looked at the bag and glanced at Chen Qi. She put the shoes back on the shelf and said to Lin Hui, wait a moment. Han Linlin took out her mobile phone, opened Meituan Takeout, and searched for nearby food. This is it. This is a famous fishball shop. What makes it famous? Mainly because it is expensive. Ordinary fish balls cost only a dozen yuan a bowl, and they are handmade. Their most expensive fish balls cost more than 100 yuan. A few seconds later, Han Linlin placed the order and paid, and the takeaway showed that it was expected to be delivered in 15 minutes. Chapter 33. Finally, I'm Lin's gigolo. Chen Qi was watching Sun Yao's girl group dance with great interest when an unfamiliar number called. Hello, takeout. Takeout? I didn't order takeout. Chen Qi wondered, is this Mr. Chun from Hermes? I'm already on the escalator. Half a minute later, the delivery guy in yellow came over carrying a nice-looking delivery bag. Mr. Chen? I am. Your takeaway. I didn't. Chen Qi was about to speak when Han Lin ran over and interrupted him. Brother, I ordered this. I saw that you didn't eat much hot pot tonight, and you accompanied me here to buy bags, so I was worried that you would be hungry. Chen Qi was greatly touched. This little girl was quite thoughtful. During dinner in the evening, Han Lin asked Chen Qi for his phone number. He said that if WeChat couldn't get through, he could call Chen Qi. At that time, Han Lin didn't think about ordering takeout for Chen Qi. She just wanted to save his number. Lin is so thoughtful. What did you order? Fish balls. Han Lin smiled. I heard from Wang Siwen that my brother liked to eat fish balls when he was in high school, and there happened to be a delicious Jining fish balls restaurant nearby. Han Lin is a local in the city. She has been hanging out in the city since she was a child and likes to visit shops with her sisters. She knows a lot about where to find delicious food. Chen Qi is from Jining County. Jining's fish balls are famous. The handmade fish balls she ordered are recognized to be delicious, but also expensive. You're still asking Wang Siwen about this. Chen Qi was indeed a little touched. The price of this portion of fish balls was not high, but Han Lin began to pay for him, which was a good start. After hearing the system prompt, he was even more moved and retracted his previous thought that the fish balls were not expensive. Get 163 soft rice coins. Cashback 1630000 Huaxia coins. What the hell, fish balls? Such a small bowl costs 163. Used to like buying fish balls at the school gate, but they were all synthetic fish balls that cost 3 yuan a bowl. He had never eaten such expensive ones. Chen Qi glanced at the takeaway order, which stated that handmade grouper fish balls cost 158 yuan, and the delivery fee was 5 yuan, totaling 163 yuan. No wonder it's so expensive. It turns out they are handmade fish balls made from grouper. Damn, what a luxury. Even the grouper is used to make fish balls. The fish balls are quite big, but there are only 6 in a bowl, which means 27 yuan per ball. Chen Qi earned 1.63 million, which is more than the money he spent on the bag tonight. I hope Han Lin will keep up the good work. Seeing Chen Qi so happy, Han Lin was also happy. She was afraid that Chen Qi used to eat cheap food, but now that he had money, he would not eat these cheap things. I need to chat with Wang Siwen more in the future and learn more about my brother's past. Chen Qi thought, it's a good idea, but Wang Siwen and I are not familiar with each other at all. We are just nodding acquaintances. Han Lin was also generous for once. She only had an internship salary of 4,000 yuan, but she was willing to spend money on hot pot and milk tea. Anyway, she lives at home, eats at home and at school, and has no other expenses. But if she was asked to order a bowl of fish balls for herself for 158 yuan, she would be reluctant to do so. But it's different if it's given to Chen Qi, as Chen Qi has spent nearly 1 million on her. It wouldn't be too much to treat him to a bowl of fish balls that cost 10,000 yuan, but she doesn't have that much money. My total savings now are only over 10,000 yuan, and there will be many places to spend money in the future. While eating hot pot and chatting, she also learned that Chen Qi's birthday was in the month after next, so she must prepare a presentable gift for him by then. I spent 610,000 yuan at Hermes, buying bags, clothes, shoes, and 2 bags from Chanel, Gucci, LV, and Prada. Brother, did I buy too much? Chen Qi and Han Lin were both holding shopping bags. It's not that much, it's just a few bags. Han Lin's favorability +3, currently 57. I spent 1.12 million on luxury goods tonight, plus 400,000 yesterday. The money spent on Han Lin has exceeded that of Su Lu, but Su Lu has received much more cash back. Brother, what you said sounded like buying vegetables and making meat buns. Han Lin said with a smile. Let's go, put the things in the car, and we'll go for a cruise. It's just past 9 o'clock now, and the last yacht is at 11 o'clock in the evening. However, Chen Qi checked the ticketing website and found that the tickets had already been sold out. The two went directly to the yacht dock and boarded the next yacht at 9:30. There are already dozens of people queuing up. A yacht is not like a hot pot restaurant. Chen Qi cannot go on board and buy a seat directly. He needs to check his ticket at the ticket gate before he can get on board. Rich people like to buy yachts, and the rich people in Donghai City are no exception. Lin, tell me, should I buy a yacht? A yacht is expensive, right? But my brother is so rich. I would believe you if you told him to buy a plane. Donghai City has a long coastline, and many wealthy people have bought yachts and parked them at the seaside pier. When Chen Qi went to the beach before, he saw those luxurious yachts and was really envious. A rich guy and a few girls had a swimsuit party on a yacht. At that time, Chen Qi was wondering whether he could live such a life in this life. Now, he really lives up to his promise. Chen Qi can't afford a top-of-the-line luxury yacht yet. A few months ago, the boss of Facebook spent $2.3 billion on a yacht. It is no exaggeration to say that the financial resources of such world-class tycoons are enough to rival a country. Of course, I am referring to African countries. An ordinary yacht that can seat a dozen people would cost several million. When I have time, I'll take you to the beach to see the yachts and feel them, and then we can buy one too. Riding a yacht is also one of the entertainment methods for rich wives. Han Linlin naturally wanted to take a yacht and sail on the blue sea. If I could live the life of a rich wife, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. What's the point of teaching then? I'm tired of dealing with parents all day long. Chen Qi thought to himself, your idea is very dangerous. I just got a free meal from you, and I'm counting on you to keep up the good work. The yacht on the riverside can accommodate 30 people at a time. Chen Qi just needs to find one in line and buy a ticket at a high price. He glanced through the line, ready to choose a seller. Brother, look at those two people. Han Linlin pointed at a man and a woman standing at the back. Aren't these the young couple I met at Dabisha Hot Pot in the evening? What a coincidence. I ran into them again. I want to ask them if they had any tickets for sale. The young couple also saw Chen Qi and the other person. Baby, it's the rich guy from the hot pot restaurant. Chen Qi walked over and said, Hey guys, we meet again. Brother DeHeo, you're not going to buy a seat again, are you? Said the man with glasses. You guessed it right. 1,000 yuan per copy. Do you want to sell it? The yacht ticket is only 100 yuan. Although it is a bit difficult to buy it on the day, you can still buy it for tomorrow in advance on the ticketing website. However, Chen Qi wanted to get on the boat today. Not for sale. The girlfriend of the man with glasses actually rejected Chen Qi. Baby, it's 2,000 yuan. Didn't you say before that you wanted more good things like this? I just don't want to sell it. Is that a problem? Two male college students nearby heard their conversation and came over to ask. Dude, are you really paying 1,000 yuan for one? Are you selling it? Chen Qi asked. The two male college students said in unison, Sell, sell, sell. Only idiots would not sell it. They are local people from Donghai. They came to the river to swim at night when they had nothing to do. They didn't expect to have the opportunity to pick up money. Chen Qi didn't have to buy the man with glasses. He just thought it was a coincidence, so he came over and talked to him. Plus, he felt that the man with glasses was a bit like his former self, so he wanted to give him some money. But if they don't sell it, then forget it. It's the same if I buy from others. We're all on the boat together anyway. Chapter 34, are you talking about Happy Beans? Why didn't he raise the price? The girl didn't actually want to sell. She was just thinking about how Chen Qi had raised the price when they were at the hot pot restaurant. Can I sell it for a higher price now? But she forgot that everyone in the line had the same tickets, and even if she didn't sell one, there were plenty of people who could. Wait, we sell it. Chen Qi said, sorry, I bought it from these two brothers. Now it's a buyer's market, and Chen Qi has the final say. 900 per piece. The girl suddenly lowered the price. The two male college students became nervous and wondered why a price war had broken out. Is Chen Qi the one who is short of those $200? Since you said you won't sell, then I won't buy. I've already promised these two guys. Chen Qi said. The two male college students breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the opportunity to make money was gone, the girl began to complain to the boy with glasses. It's all your fault. The man with glasses looked confused. What's wrong with me? Why didn't you say you were going to sell it before me? Now he's bought it from someone else. The man with glasses knew that his girlfriend had a bad temper, and even if he had said sell it right away, his girlfriend might have objected halfway. He felt a little aggrieved, and the mood for traveling along the river was gone. His girlfriend's fickle personality was too exhausting for him, and he didn't know how long he could hold on. 10 minutes later, on the yacht, the evening breeze blows, making people feel relaxed and happy. This was Chen Qi's first time to enjoy the river scenery without any pressure. Chen Qi looked at the tall buildings standing on both sides of the river, with thousands of lights and flashing neon lights, a prosperous scene. I used to wonder, can I buy a house of my own before I turn 40? If you work hard now, maybe you could buy a building next month. Han Linlin quietly took Chen Qi's hand. Brother, what are you thinking about? I was thinking the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Han Linlin was stunned for a moment. She knew this sentence was a translation of the Japanese writer Natsume Soseki. When Natsume Soseki was teaching his students, he asked them to translate the meaning of "I'll love you." The students directly translated it as "I love you," but Japanese people are more reserved, so Natsume Soseki said this sentence should be translated as "The moonlight is so beautiful tonight." Is he confessing his love to me? What should I say? What did I say? How did it become a confession? Chen Qi just said it casually, without thinking so much. Han Linlin said, yes, the wind is also gentle. If the other person also has feelings, you can reply, and the wind will be gentle. But after Han Linlin said that, Chen Qi did not react, but just looked at Jiang Jing quietly. Am I overthinking this? Is he just talking about the moon? After getting off the yacht, Chen Qi sent Han Linlin home. As soon as Han Linlin got home, she went back to her room, closed the door, lay on the bed, and started a group video call. Guess how much money Chen Qi spent today? Lin Yuan. You guys went to Gigolo today, right? Lin Yuan thought about it and decided that to buy furniture and appliances worthy of Chen Qi's 8.6 million yuan house, she would need at least 2 million yuan. 2 million? I guess right a little bit. I bought a mattress for 2 million. The three people in the video were stunned, and the picture seemed to be still. Yunyan asked in disbelief, a mattress costs more than my house. What kind of mattress is that? It's not the kind from Big S's house, is it? It's the same style as the S's. The furniture and appliances she bought totaled over 6 million yuan. Fuck, is this the extravagant life of the rich? Even if you sell the three of us, we still can't get 6 million. Lin Yuan gritted her teeth. Xiao Xu asked curiously, Lin, are you just buying furniture? Did they buy anything for you? Wait a minute, I'll show you. Be prepared. Han Lin pointed the camera at tonight's spoils. 6 bags of different brands, a skirt, a pair of shoes, and a hat. Oh my god! Oh my god! I don't want to talk anymore. You guys talk. Lin Yuan said. Yunyan, it's a Hermes bag. How much does it cost? I had 320,000 yuan for the bag, but I had to buy other things first, so I bought a dress and shoes. I spent 610,000 yuan at Hermes. Also, the 5 bags from Chanel and Prada are worth 510,000. Is there any justice in the world? I spent 1.12 million in one night. Wait, are you talking about Chinese currency? I don't even have this many happy beans. Xiao Xue said. Yunyan reminded. You forgot that there were 400,000 yesterday. Are we using the same currency? Why do I hesitate for so long when buying a 20 yuan milk tea? You buy luxury goods worth more than 1 million yuan just like buying cabbage. Lin Yuan said, I'm jealous and envious. No, you sell one bag and treat us to milk tea for 10 years. Yun, you have so many bags. Let me carry them. Lend it to me too. Lend it to me. Xiao Xue said. Han Linlin cursed. What kind of lunatic is this? Why are you selling bags? Let's have dinner at Dabashu tonight. He topped up a card for me with 100,000 yuan. I'll take you guys out to eat tomorrow. 100,000? 100,000? 100,000? Can you really spend money like this if you have money? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Sister, does Chen Qi have any single friends? Introduce them to me. Han Linlin had only known Chen Qi for 2 or 3 days and had only met him alone. So how could she know any of his friends? As for female friends, Wang Siwen doesn't know if it counts as one. Maybe later. I'll ask around. Sister, you've married into a wealthy family, so don't forget your partner when you become rich and powerful, said Lin Yuan. Outside the door, Han's mother knocked, then opened the door and walked in. When she saw the luxury shopping bags all over the floor, she was also shocked. Lin, which man bought all these? Then who else? Tell Mom how much these cost. Today plus yesterday, I bought 1.52 million. Even though Han's mother is already 50 years old and has rich life experience, many of her colleagues at school have married into wealthy families. 2 years ago, a young female teacher married a rich man. Half a month after their marriage, her husband bought her a BMW 5 Series worth 500,000 yuan. This matter has been talked about among the female teachers in the school for half a year, and they all praised her for marrying well. But this was the first time Han Ma had seen someone spend money like Chen Qi. He just gave it to you for free, without asking for anything. Mom, what are you talking about? He's not that kind of person. Daughter, I'm not a rigid person. I'm not saying that you must marry a civil servant. Mom will be happy if you can marry into a good family. But I want to remind you that rich people are cunning, especially those in the financial circle. You must be careful. Especially pay attention to whether there are other women around him, so that you don't end up doing it by accident and everyone knows about it. Han Linlin was a little upset these past 2 days and didn't think too much about it. She just felt that Chen Qi was very good to her. I see. Mom, can you please ask Dad to stop arranging those blind dates for me? Your father is stubborn and old-fashioned, so I'll try my best to explain it. In just 2 days, Chen Qi hadn't met Han Linlin's parents or said a word, but Han's mother's attitude changed. Although he didn't speak, the money spoke. Chen Qi lay happily in the bathtub, taking a milk bath, with Sun Yao's live broadcast playing on his mobile phone. I don't know what it's like to dance in front of you and watch you. Chen Qi was looking forward to the meeting tomorrow at noon. Of the two girls now, Su Lu is a beautiful lady with temperament, while Han Linlin is a pure lady. As for a girl with a hot look like Sun Yao, Chen Qi has had in-depth contact with one of them, Jenny. But the two of them only had a superficial and in-depth communication, and their hearts were blank. Chapter 35, Come to my house to see the bed. Wednesday, July 10th, cloudy with showers. Today, Chen Qi got up very early and washed up at 9:30. He will go to AD number 1 later. The furniture and home appliances will be delivered today, and he wants to go over to look after them. Number 1 AD, Unit 8, 16th floor. Chen Qi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the wetland park. The furniture had not been delivered yet, so the house seemed empty. 210 square meters is already quite large for a residence, but Chen Qi, who has lived in the presidential suite for a few days, can still clearly feel that the space has become smaller from 400 square meters to 210 square meters. I still have to buy a villa with a large yard. A manor would be even better, Chen Qi said secretly. The first people to arrive were those who were installing the television, but they were stopped at the gate of the community. Chen Qi communicated with the security guard on the phone and registered before the installation master came in. Starting at 10:30, Chen Qi received calls one after another. Equipped with electronic smart locks, curtains, sofas, TV cabinets, wine cabinets, several groups of people gathered downstairs of Unit 8. After Chen Qi made some arrangements, they went upstairs to install the equipment in an orderly manner. After waiting for more than an hour, the bed delivery team finally arrived, but Chen Qi didn't have time to watch them finish it. He now had to set off for Socrates, as he had an appointment with Sun Yao to have lunch there at 12 o'clock. But this place couldn't be left unattended, so he made a WeChat call. Manager Jiang, are you free now? Jiang Min was eating takeout in the sales office. When she received a call from Chen Qi, she immediately cleared her throat. Yes, Mr. Chen, what can I do for you? Can you come to my house now? Chen Qi said. The little drama in Jiang Min's mind immediately began. What does he mean? Is he interested in me? He asked me to go to his house for that. His girlfriend is so pretty. Is he cheating on her? But it's hard to say. These rich people spend a lot of money. Jiang Min's charm value is 88. She is 30 years old, but girls nowadays take good care of themselves, and there is no difference between a 30-year-old and a 20-something. She thinks she has a good look and figure, and because of this, she is very picky about her partners, and she chooses people who are up to 30 years old. Okay, wait a moment. Jiang Min immediately put on some makeup and appeared at Chen Qi's door 10 minutes later. Mr. Chen, your girlfriend is not here today? No, I'm alone. 3 installers were installing a bed in the bedroom, and a mattress was being placed upright in the living room. Hester's mattress. Many residents in our community use this brand. They all say it's comfortable to sleep on, but it's expensive. How much did Mr. Chen buy? It's okay, 2 million, and they say it's the same model as Big S's. Hearing this, Jiang Min silently lifted the skirt of her professional attire 2 centimeters higher. The black stockings are actually lace, which are the new stockings she just changed into. Young and rich, that's him. He's so rich that a 2 million mattress is enough to buy a house. Jiang Min has read Chen Qi's information. He is 26 years old, from Jianing, Donghai, and unmarried. As long as she is unmarried, she still has a chance. Although his girlfriend is very beautiful, she doesn't look like a powerful person. Mr. Chen, are you asking someone to come and look at the bed? Jiang Min moved towards Chen Qi, and Chen Qi's arms were hit by 2 soft objects. Did she misunderstand something? Why did she have a fever? Chen Qi took a step back and said, Manager Jiang, I'm sorry I didn't explain it to you clearly. Jiang Min is 4 years older than Chen Qi. But if you don't say she is 30, you would think she is only 25 or 26. She is indeed good-looking, with a slim waist, long legs, and fair skin. If it were Chen Qi a few days ago, if such a beauty threw herself into his arms, he would definitely be distracted and unable to control himself. But now, he doesn't bother to deal with girls who don't have a score of 90. There are too many girls who have a score of more than 80. He is not a teddy bear who will take every girl he sees. I'll be out in a moment. Can you please help me keep an eye on them while they install the bed? As he spoke, Chen Qi transferred 2,000 yuan to Jiang Min's WeChat. This money is for afternoon tea from Manager Jiang. Jiang Min's face turned red. It turned out that she was just being too sentimental and had misunderstood Chen Qi. No problem, I'll help you watch it. Boys must protect themselves when they are outside, and the same applies to home. When Chen Qi arrived at Socrates, he was a few minutes late, and Sunny Yao was already sitting in the seat he had reserved. When Chen Qi came in, the waiter came to greet him and told him that the lady had arrived. The young man still remembered Chen Qi and ordered 2 cans of caviar in the store a few days ago. It's so good to be rich. You can play with beautiful women at will. The one on the table seems to be the female anchor who was on the hot search yesterday. Although Chen Qi brought 2 different girls to dinner, the young man's professional ethics did not allow him to talk nonsense. When Sun Yao came in, she reported her table number, and the young man quietly took her to her seat. The waiter took Chen Qi inside. When Sun Yao saw the handsome guy, she didn't associate Chen Qi with the roast duck brother in her mind. She thought that the roast duck brother should be a rather old-fashioned middle-aged man, until Chen Qi stood in front of her. "Hello, Miss Sunday." Sunny Yao looked up at the young man, who looked somewhat like Takashi Kaneshiro. Sunny, handsome, well-dressed, and with a nice smell of perfume. By the way, the perfume was in Su Lu's store, and Su Lu helped Chen Qi pick it out. "Roast duck brother?" Sun Yao said uncertainly. "It's me." "Why? Don't I look like someone who can swipe 1 million? Sun Yao stood up immediately, with her tall figure of 168 centimeters. Plus, today she was wearing a purple stepmother skirt that really showed off her figure, with a curvy figure. Chen Qi felt that the real person was even more attractive than in the video. "I didn't expect roast duck brother to be so young and handsome. I thought he was a middle-aged uncle." Sunny Yao's favorability, +5, currently 15. "I was originally thinking about how to face the top guy on the list, but I didn't expect him to be tall, rich, and handsome. If he made that kind of request, would I agree?" Sunny Yao herself was shaken. Before, the 3 big brothers had all been polite to her during the meal, treating it as a social event, and she resisted when they wanted to hold her hand. "You look better than you do in a live broadcast. Is your live broadcast equipment too cheap? It can't show your beauty. Brother Roast Duck, you are really good at talking," Sunny Yao said with a smile. "Can I know your name now? It feels weird to call you Roast Duck Brother." "Chen Qi, the Qi that means start." After saying that, Chen Qi extended his hand. "Nice to meet you. It's my honor to meet Brother Chen Qi." Sunny Yao's hands are soft as if they have no bones and feel warm, smooth, and extremely comfortable to the touch. "Has anyone ever told you that you look like Lee Sunmi?" Appeared Chen Qi's actress analogy. "She's a South Korean beauty. I'm just a small anchor. How can I compare to her?" No. Yao Yao is prettier than her. Brother is really good at talking." "Yao Yao, you must be hungry. Order some food. Just order whatever you like." Sunny Yao took the menu. She had eaten at Socrates before, and the dishes were very expensive. But for Chen Qi, who made 1 million in one night, it should be a small amount of money. "Brother, I'll treat you. I won't be polite." Seeing that Sun Yao seemed quite skilled in ordering dishes, Chen Qi guessed that her eldest brother must have brought her here to eat before. "Brother, have you seen enough?" Chen Qi said. "Yao Yao, dancing is hard and it consumes too much energy. Eat more meat. Let's have some M9 Wagyu." As usual, I ordered 2 cans of Ostra caviar, which tasted really delicious. "Yao Yao, is it okay to drink a little wine at noon? If you want to drink, I can drink with you." The bottle of Chateau Petrus worth 22,000 renminbi that Su Lu and I ordered last time was quite delicious, so Chen Qi asked the waiter if there were any other good wines in the store. Chapter 36. A gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother in school, and a broken woman. "Brother, is there any good wine recently?" Chen Qi asked. "Sir, you came at the right time today. Our boss just flew back from France this morning. I brought 6 bottles of Romanicani white wine. The price is 43,500. Chen Qi nodded. "Open a bottle." This meal was even more expensive than the one I had with Su Lu, totaling 120,000 yuan. "Does my brother know much about wine?" "I don't know, just drink it. It won't taste bad if it's expensive." He spends hundreds of thousands for a meal. His financial resources are much stronger than those of the previous brothers. Sunny Yao's favorability +3, currently 18. "What does my brother do? He is so capable." "I'm making some investments. I live off women. E-commerce women's clothing and beauty products." Sunny Yao could only think of these 2 men who rely on women for a living and make so much money. Those big anchors who sell goods are the most profitable in the female market, according to China Consumer Power Survey. The first in spending power is young girls, second is women, third is children, fourth is the elderly, fifth is dogs, and sixth is men. In short, women's money is the easiest to make. That's about right. Chen Qi thought that he had invested millions in buying brand-name clothes and cosmetics for the goddesses, and the returns would be huge. Brother, do you often watch live broadcasts? Well, if you broadcast it, I will watch it often. I don't believe you, but my brother doesn't even pay attention to me, so I can't pay attention to you either. Chen Qi picked up his phone and said, I'm usually quite low-key, and I've also set Douyin to be private. Brother, can you follow me now? Sure. Okay, you're my only focus now, Chen Qi said. Then brother must always support Yao Yao. Be Yao Yao's only one, and don't go to other female anchors to watch the carnival. It's hard to say. If he finds a female anchor who meets the requirements, he will still swipe her. But it will definitely change the number. But now, in front of Sunny Yao, I still have to say something nice. No other female anchor is as pretty as Yao Yao. Even if she doesn't use beauty filters, she looks like a painting when she sits here. Which girl doesn't like to be praised for her beauty? Sunny Yao smiled charmingly. My brother is a sweet talker. I don't know how many girls he has deceived. Not many, just one, and he was asking me how many girls I had cheated on. Sunny Yao's favorability +1, currently 19. Yao Yao dances so well. Did you practice before? Even someone like Chen Qi, who doesn't watch the Dance Zone hosts very often, can see that Sunny Yao dances much better than many female hosts who can only twist their hips and waists. I majored in dance in college and was a dance teacher at an art institution before becoming a host. No wonder, it's a perfect match for your major. I've always wanted to find a girlfriend who's a professional dancer and would just dance for me at home every day. Girls majoring in dance have good body flexibility and can generally perform difficult moves. For example, the splits Chen Qi had asked Jenny to try before, but she couldn't do it. Brother, are you hinting at me? Sunny Yao stared at Chen Qi. Chen Qi smiled and said, isn't that obvious enough? I want you to be my girlfriend. As soon as we met, I treated you as my girlfriend. You just wanted to sleep with me. The truth is revealed when the truth is revealed. Almost every time the female anchor meets the big brother, they cannot escape this incident. Jin Jianlong, who was previously #1 on the list, directly said that sleeping with him for a night would cost 50,000 yuan. This price is very high among the escort girls, which shows that Jin Jianlong thinks highly of Sunny Yao. Sun Yao naturally refused. What she meant was that if you like her, you should help her to improve the charts and have more people come to the carnival. Sunny Yao needs a lot of money. Although 50,000 yuan is a lot, it is far from reaching her goal. Although sleeping with men in private could allow her to have no worries about food and clothing and live a good life, she couldn't make a lot of money. She hopes that the big brothers can help her to attend more carnivals, increase her fame, gain more fans, and make her a big anchor. In the future, if you take business orders and bring goods, you will be able to get very high prices so you can make a lot of money. But Jin Jianlong is not stupid. He swiped 100,000 yuan, and the platform and the union divided it, leaving only 13,000 or 14,000 yuan in Sun Yao's hands. Sun Yao only received more than 10,000 yuan. How could she be satisfied? But in order to satisfy her, she would need to spend at least more than 1 million yuan. Jin Jianlong might, as well, offer 50,000 yuan for one night's companionship. The 50,000 yuan does not need to be taxed and goes directly into Sun Yao's pocket. He is so handsome and rich, sleeping with him won't hurt you. But you can't sleep with him for free. People are all double standard, especially when they meet that greasy middle-aged guy like Jin Jianlong. Sun Yao acted very cold and didn't even allow him to sleep with her or hold her hand. And she couldn't psychologically accept lying in the same bed with a greasy middle-aged man. So she told Jin Jianlong that she wanted to start a business and make money on her own and hoped that he could support her career. If it were Chen Qi, as long as he could afford the price, Sunny Yao would be willing to follow him wholeheartedly. Even if he has other women, being my boyfriend is very expensive. How much does it cost? 5 million. When Sunny Yao said this number, she was also nervous. She stared at Chen Qi's face, observing his expression. If he showed any displeasure, Sunny Yao would say that she was just joking. When I said this to Jin Jianlong before, he started cursing on the spot. Those who cursed her said her lips were inlaid with gold or diamonds, and she really thought she was a fairy. You have to know that the top female anchors in the dance area only earn 2 to 3 million a year. Small anchors can earn 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month, and those who are worse off can earn a few thousand yuan, which is barely enough to make ends meet. Sunny Yao actually asked for 5 million. Even if Jin Jinlong had that money, he would not give it to her. Fuck, she can't even pretend. Is she just going to start fishing? But Soft Master forbids transferring money directly to the goddess. Chen Qi still has about 18 million, so he can afford 5 million. Sulu will treat him to a meal tomorrow, and he will probably get several million in cash back. But after spending 5 million, how much favorability can Sun Yao gain? And how much can she get back to herself? I'm a little curious. Why is it 5 million? Chen Qi asked. Sun Yao didn't expect Chen Qi to answer like this, so she picked up a piece of conch sashimi for Chen Qi. Brother, don't you think I'm a gold digger? Chen Qi said, let me first hear why it is 5 million and not 3 million or 8 million. Sun Yao said after a moment of silence. My family owes 5 million. Others say that it is not easy to earn 5 million, but it takes some skill to owe 5 million. My father was deceived by a company partner into going to a casino in Macau, where he lost a large sum of money. Not only did he sell his company shares, he also owed the bank 5 million. You can't trust what a gambler says. I don't know whether Mr. Sun was really cheated by someone or he just loves gambling. Now he has become a deadbeat, working odd jobs every day. My mother has become so angry that she is bedridden, and my brother is still in high school. Now I have to support this family by myself. What kind of plot is this? A gambling dad, a sick mom, a younger brother who goes to school, and a broken girl. If you don't help her, who will? Isn't this the kind of story that should only be heard in foot massage parlors or clubs? A woman who can make up such a story is definitely talking nonsense and rarely tells the truth. How many boyfriends have you had? Chen Qi suddenly changed the subject. 2. Sun Yao answered honestly. If it weren't for Ruan Yi, Chen Qi would definitely think that she was lying and deliberately said so little. But the number Sun Yao gave was the same as Ruan Ye's, and she did not lie. Chapter 37 card number sent. Brother, don't you believe it? Yeah, I look like this. No one would believe me if I told them I was 2. With Sun Yao's charming looks and such a melodramatic family story, it is hard to believe that she is telling the truth. Chen Qi said, I believe it 100%. Sun Yao looked at Chen Qi with a moved expression. Really? Why don't you believe me? Are you a liar? Brother, haven't you heard that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie? If that's the case, then you must be a top liar. Sun Yao was amused by Chen Qi. No one is as flattering as you. So, you want 5 million to pay off your family's debts. You are a filial daughter. How can you be called a money grubber? Do you think I want to be this filial daughter? In the past, I had no worries about food and clothing. I ate and drank, and even if people called me a bastard, I would accept it. After hearing Sun Yao's inner voice, Chen Qi was certain that this story must be true. Brother, do you really think so? He can't be a high-level scumbag who only says nice things to me just to sleep with me. Chen Qi nodded. It's not easy for a weak woman like you to shoulder the burden of the family. He immediately asked Ruan Yi, if I can't transfer the money directly to her, can I transfer it to her father? Can. After getting Ruan Ye's reply, Chen Qi had an idea in mind. Sun Yao continued, actually, I originally planned to become a big anchor by doing live broadcasts on my own. That way I can earn a good income and help pay off my family's debts. There are many examples like Douyin and Douyu where the hosts earn money to pay off their debts at home, but those who stand out are the lucky ones. There are so many people working hard on live streaming, but still finding it tepid. To be honest, there were also older brothers who wanted to support me, but I resisted, and the money they paid was not enough to pay off the family's debts. Chen Qi smiled slightly. Then how do you think I can afford 5 million yuan for keeping you? You look like your brother is very rich, but I just tried to tell him. I thought you would scold me. I didn't expect you to talk to me so much. Chen Qi picked up a crab roast shrimp ball for Sun Yao. 5 million, not much, I can pay for it. Sun Yao's eyes flickered. She didn't expect Chen Qi would really agree. This was 5 million, not 50,000, 500,000. If it were a year ago, when her father's company was still running, those rich second-generation men who pursued her would have been willing to accept a dowry of 5 million yuan. Because this is a powerful combination, the Sun family estimates that the dowry will be 3 to 4 million. Given her family's current situation, those rich second generations would avoid her as much as possible. Anyone who wants to hook up with her and be with her will have to solve her family's debt problem. Moreover, it would be difficult for her father to make a comeback, and the Sun family would be just an ordinary family, not even well off. But it depends on your performance. Isn't this the rhetoric used by scumbags to get free sex? He's trying to PUA me. Sun Yao's favorability -2, currently 17. Brother, you're not going to say, Let me stay with you for a few days first. And when you're satisfied, then give me the money, right? Do I look like the kind of scumbag who gets things for free? Chen Qi asked. It looks a bit like that. Chen Qi said. Send me your father's card number. What are you doing, brother? Sonny Yao was surprised. Of course I paid the money. Okay, I'll send you the card number and see what you can do. Soon, Chen Qi received a WeChat message from Sonny Yao. He copied the card number and entered 1 million into the Daxia Bank app. 1 million is not a lot. Han Linlin spent more than 1.5 million, while Su Lu spent a little less, only more than 900,000. Chen Qi wanted to see how much Sun Yao's favorability could increase after spending 1 million. 10 seconds later, Sunny Yao received a call from her father. Yao Yao, I just received 1 million yuan in my card, but it was immediately deducted by the bank. Do you know what happened? Mr. Sun has become the bank's main focus. As soon as there is money in his card, it will be automatically deducted. Her house was also auctioned off by the bank, and she now rents a place. This year, Sunny Yao sold all the BMWs under her name to use for family expenses. Sunny Yao stared at Chen Qi blankly while holding the phone. 1 million just like that? Not even mentioning financial difficulties? Sunny Yao's favorability plus 40, currently 57. Chen Qi trembled all over and was frightened by the system prompt. Fuck, it's a 40-point increase. This 1 million is worth it. But in Sunny Yao's eyes, this is more than 1 million. It is a promise of 5 million. She thought that Chen Qi was not just talking big to get something for free, and that he would really give her the remaining 4 million in the future. This saved her family of 4. Brother, you bet 1 million? Sunny Yao's voice trembled a little. This is different from the 1 million yuan reward on Douyin. Only a few 100,000 yuan of the reward money went into her pocket. Now it is 1 million in cash, and every penny has been put into his father's card. Your father should have told you everything. Brother, aren't you afraid that I'm a liar? I made up a story to trick you. Chen Qi put down his chopsticks and looked in his son Yao's eyes seriously. Eyes are the windows to the soul. Your eyes tell me that you are not lying. One Yi suddenly said in Chen Qi's mind. I also installed it for you. Didn't I tell you? To be honest, if I didn't have the ability to speak my mind, I wouldn't be able to hear Sun Yao's inner thoughts. Based on Sun Yao's charming looks, most people would stereotype her as a gold digger and a money grubber. She looks like an otaku in a club. How is it possible that she has only had 2 boyfriends? Sun Yao was touched by Chen Qi's love words. Her family fell into poverty, and she saw the ups and downs of life. Those sisters who used to be good friends with her now don't even answer her calls, for fear that she will ask to borrow money. Chen Qi, a man whom she had just met for half an hour, actually transferred 1 million yuan directly to her family. Sunny Yao's favorability plus 1, currently 58. Sunny Yao was so moved that she cried, tears welling up in her eyes. It was the first time in this year that she felt cared for. Seeing her like this, Chen Qi immediately stood up and wiped her eyes with his hand. Why are you still crying? I'm happy, Sunny Yao said with tears and laughter. So you are my girlfriend now? My brother hasn't transferred all the 5 million yet. In fact, Sunny Yao has already agreed that she is willing to follow Chen Qi. If you perform well, I will continue to play. If you continue to play, I will be your girlfriend. The two looked at each other, and after a while, they both laughed. Playing with nesting dolls here. Chen Qi said, I have a condition now. If you do this, I will give you another 1 million. Finally, you made that request? What do you want, brother? If you become my girlfriend, you can't be the host of the dance section. The first day, Chen Qi entered Sun Yao's live broadcast room. He saw some obscene words in the comment section. Yesterday, Sun Yao's fans exceeded 1 million, and the comment section became even more lively, with obscene words flying all over the screen. Men are possessive. Chen Qi felt uncomfortable with being his girlfriend and then wearing so little to dance sexy dances for other men. If I don't do live streaming, how can I make money? Will my brother support me? Sun Yao asked. How much can you make doing live streaming? About 20,000 yuan. This is an exaggeration. In the first few months, she only earned a few thousand yuan. Later, the number of fans gradually increased and finally stabilized at 15,000 to 20,000. The verification period has begun. Please support me. I will urge you to update for free. If you are interested, please feel free to ask for one. Chapter 38. Soft Lord adds some more. How many years will it take you to pay off your family's debt with this salary? Listen to me and stop broadcasting. I will support you. Sunny Yao was moved by the sweet words and spoke slowly. In fact, teaching dance in a training class was pretty good before. Although the salary was not very high, there was not so much pressure. Now I have to be mentally prepared to read comments and private messages every day. I know very well what those men are thinking, and I am not mentally strong enough. I can't be like those top female anchors who can remain calm in the face of foul language. Chen Qi said, "If you like teaching dancing, go back and continue teaching. I like teaching dance, but I signed a 2-year contract with the union. If I don't broadcast it, I will have to pay 1 million yuan in liquidated damages." A few months ago, a female anchor was sued for 1 million yuan by the union because she did not broadcast live for the length of time stipulated by the union. If Sun Yao simply stops broadcasting, that would be even more serious, and she would definitely have to pay liquidated damages. That's not a problem. I'll pay the penalty for you. No normal man can accept his girlfriend wearing so little and dancing the beaker dance in front of others. Sun Yao's outfit was relatively good, but Wang, the top instructor in Doyu's dance section, was really hot. His hot pants were even shorter than Chen Qi's underwear. Sun Yao shook her head and said, "No, I don't want my brother to spend this money in vain. I can continue the live broadcast, but I will not do the passionate dance anymore. I will wear hanfu and do the classical dance instead. You look like this, and you wear so many clothes to dance classical dance. No matter how well you dance, the live broadcast effect will be terrible." There was not a single hand doing classical dance in the dance area. If you want traffic, wear as much as you can. If you wear so many clothes, there will be fewer obscene comments, which is more acceptable. Okay then, I'll buy you a house after a while. Sun Yao probably guessed something and said with a smile, "Brother has a wife, right? He wants to keep me as his golden canary. What are you thinking? I'm single." Single. Sun Yao's face was full of disbelief. "You are so rich and so handsome, and you say you are single?" It's just like when Sun Yao said she had only dated 2 guys. No one believed it. I trust Yao Yao so much. Yao Yao won't still doubt me, right? Although these are typical quotes from a scumbag, Sun Yao was moved by Chen Qi's decisive action of transferring money and his touching words of love. I believe it. I believe whatever my brother says. Let's go shopping at Hermes later. Chen Qi said, "Brother, do you want to buy clothes?" Chen Qi pointed at the bag next to Sun Yao. He was now gradually understanding luxury goods, and that Prada bag was probably worth just over 10,000. "I'll buy you a bag. Look, your bag is old." Sun Yao felt a little embarrassed by what he said. "I have sold most of my luxury goods. I used to have bags worth hundreds of thousands of yuan at home." The two chatted and ate, and more than an hour later, Chen Qi took Sun Yao to the parking lot. "Look at the sky. It looks like it's going to rain soon," Sun Yao said while looking at the gloomy sky. "I checked the weather forecast this morning, and it's going to rain this afternoon." Less than 2 seconds after Chen Qi finished speaking, raindrops fell from the sky without warning. Suddenly, the raindrops turned into heavy rain. "Damn it, it comes as soon as I say it." Chen Qi took Sun Yao's hand and ran towards the car. Fortunately, the car was only a dozen meters away from them. Zhu Quan immediately got down from the driver's seat and opened the door for the two of them. Chen Qi and Sun Yao's hair were both wet, and Sun Yao's snow-white skin was covered with drops of rain, like a beauty emerging from the bath. Sun Yao smoothed her hair and said, "My hairstyle has collapsed after being blow-dried for half an hour. Wet body temptation has its own unique flavor." "Brother, be serious." Sun Yao took out a hairband from her bag, tied her hair up into a high ponytail. "It looks great. Daji has transformed into Hua Mulan. Brother, you should tie it up too. It's a mess now." Chen Qi's hair is a little long. If he pulls it all back, he can tie it into a small bun, which can barely be considered a martial arts hairstyle. It is this hairstyle that makes him look more like Takashi Kaneshiro. As she spoke, Sun Yao leaned towards Chen Qi, with Chen Qi's face just facing Sun Yao's weapon. If you go a little further, it will become a facial cleanser. Even though Chen Qi had good self-control, he almost pounced on the spot. Fortunately, the system prompt interrupted him. "Get 20 soft rice coins and get 200,000 Chinese coins back." 200,000 what? Chen Qi touched the hairband on his head. "Is this thing worth 20 yuan? Because of his hairstyle, Chen Qi also bought hair ties online, and the price online was only a few cents per piece. Li Ting bought better ones, which cost only 2 or 3 yuan each. 20 yuan? What brand of hairband? It was not easy for Chen Qi to take off the hair tie. He just took a glance and found that the one on his head was the same as the one on Sun Yao's head. "Yao Yao, this hairband is quite special. Is it a colorful rainbow?" The hairband is woven from 7 colors of thin ropes and has a pink kitten on it. I made it myself. Does it look good? It's really beautiful. Yao Yao has really skillful hands. It's just a few dollars of material, and I spent an entire night editing it when I had nothing else to do. Chen Qi thought, why would Softy give 20 yuan for materials that cost only a few yuan? Could it be the labor fee? Wan Yu replied, don't you want me to charge you a dozen extra dollars for the labor cost? So that's how it is. Master Wan is so righteous. Well, Mr. Soft, can you increase the labor cost a little? After all, it's done by a beautiful woman. Don't push your luck, kid. Sunny Yao looked at the interior of the car, which was very similar to a car she had ridden in before. Brother, is this the Maybach S800? Although there is a Mercedes-Benz logo on the front of the car, Sunny Yao obviously knows more about cars than Han Linlin. After Maybach was acquired by Mercedes-Benz, it changed to the Mercedes-Benz logo. This S800 was owned by a friend of her father. You know anything about cars? I just happened to see this one. Otherwise, I would only know it was a Mercedes. Master Zhu, go to Yixiang City. On the 3rd floor of Yixiang City, there is a row of luxury goods counters. When Sunny Yao's family was well off, she would often come here to shop with her sisters. But now, not only can she no longer afford to come here, she has also sold her collection of bags. Brother, are you really going to buy it for me? Just buying a bag. But my brother has already transferred 1 million to my dad. That's one thing. Buying a bag is another. Sunny Yao got a definite answer, so she said, then I'll go to Chanel first. Chen Qi wanted to say no problem, but suddenly remembered that Wang Siwen was at Chanel, and it seemed that Wang Siwen was getting along well with Han Linlin. It would be troublesome if she told Han Linlin about it. If I'm going to buy anything, I'll buy the top-notch Hermes, which is more worthy of my temperament. Sunny Yao chuckled and pulled Chen Qi's clothes. But brother, you are wearing Louis Vuitton from head to toe. It's a personal preference, it's not important. When I buy a bag for Yao Yao, I must buy the best one. Most of his clothes were chosen by Su Lu, so he needs to buy a few more brands to change into. Otherwise, people would think he only loves Louis Vuitton. Chapter 39. Is there any imported milk tea? Welcome to Hermes. How can I help you? Lin Hui came forward to greet him, and she recognized Chen Qi at first sight. Didn't I just buy a bag yesterday? I changed to a new girl today. This one has a better figure. These second-generation rich people, as expected, have no shortage of beauties as long as they have money. Lin Hui was very sensible and did not greet Chen Qi, but instead received the two of them as if they were meeting for the first time. Chen Qi nodded at her, indicating that she had done a good job. Hello, I want to see the Kelly bag. Sunny Yao said. She leaned close to Chen Qi's ear and whispered, Brother, this bag is 320,000. Is it okay? It's okay. Just buy it if you like it. Let me take a look first. I've seen it online before, but I don't know what the real thing is like. Lin Hui smiled and said, Beautiful lady, please come this way. The girls he brought, why do they all have the same taste? And they all carry Kelly bags. Chen Qi's clothes were also a little wet, so he picked out 2 t-shirts at Hermes. Sunny Yao spent a total of 630,000 yuan on bags, clothes, and shoes. Sunny Yao's favorability +3, currently 61. Before her family went bankrupt, she would at most go to Chanel or LV to buy bags that cost less than 100,000 yuan, and she couldn't bear to spend more than 300,000 yuan on Hermes. If he continues to buy things for goddesses like this, I guess all the salesgirls in luxury stores in Donghai City will know Chen Qi. But luxury goods are liked by every woman, no matter if she is a goddess or not. Even an ugly person wants to carry a branded bag when going out. Brother, did you fall in love with me at first sight? Sunny Yao, in a good mood, asked about the things that couples often say to each other. No, I was attracted by your beauty. You old pervert, Sunny Yao said coquettishly. She was very confident about her looks. She was actually quite happy to hear Chen Qi say that, but she still couldn't help but act a little bit. If my brother meets a prettier girl, will he also be tempted by her beauty? I think it's difficult, unless the space agency can find the heaven. Sunny Yao blinked. What do you mean? Your beauty is unrivaled in the world, unless you are a fairy. So greasy. Sunny Yao said this with disdain, but her favorability rating was increasing. Sunny Yao's favorability +1, currently 62. Brother, will you watch my live broadcast tonight? Chen Qi thought about it and felt that there seemed to be nothing to do tonight, so it would be nice to stay in his new home for a night and watch the live broadcast while lying down. I've never seen classical dance before, so I'll just watch it tonight. Sunny Yao held Chen Qi's hand and rushed into someone with the ball. Chen Qi stared at the weapon without any concealment. Still looking? Sunny Yao glared at him. Beauty is a feast to the eyes. I want milk tea. No matter how rich you are, you still have to drink milk tea. Principal Wang and Jay Cho still buy it to drink. Chen Qi pinched Sun Yao's delicate face and said, "Okay, let's go down and buy it." Sun Yao ordered a cup of succulent grapes, and Chen Qi ordered a cup of cheeseberry. "Brother, is yours delicious? Would you like to try it?" Sun Yao said playfully. "Okay." She leaned over, bit the straw, and took a small sip. "Delicious." Chen Qi looked at the bright, red lip marks on the straw and continued drinking without any disgust. "It's almost there." "What do you mean? Aren't the cheeseberries tasty?" "Then drink mine." "Yours is almost there." "So what would you like to drink, brother?" He probably rarely drinks milk tea, or maybe there is a dessert chef at home who makes it specially. Imported milk tea tastes better. Where can I buy imported milk tea in Donghai City? I haven't even heard of it. Sunny Yao thought about it. Is the milk tea in foreign countries delicious? She has been to several countries, and she feels that none of them are as delicious as the milk tea in China. Chen Qi stared at her, and she suddenly thought of something. "Brother, you hate it? There are no imported ones." "Who said there are no imported products? Isn't there an imported supermarket in front?" Chen Qi pointed to the Sam's Club in front of him. He just remembered that he would be staying in his new home that night and needed to buy some daily necessities. "Let's go shopping in the supermarket." "Okay, let me see what imported milk tea we have, Chen Qi was buying toilet paper when he received 3 messages in a row on WeChat. He looked and saw that it was his good friend Chen Etian. "Cheesy, are you going to work overtime tonight? I'll pick you up after get off work. Have a drink. I'll treat you." As soon as Chen Qi saw it, he knew that Chen Etian must have had a quarrel with his girlfriend Lin Qian. When talking about Lin Qian, we have to mention Li Ting. Chen Qi and Li Ting met through Lin Qian. "Don't drive if you're drinking tonight. I'll call a taxi." Chen Etian replied immediately. "Okay, I won't work overtime today. I'll leave on time at 5:30. Even Jesus can't stop me." Chen Qi pulled Sunny Yao's hand. "Yao Yao, I have something to do tonight, so I can't have dinner with you." Sunny Yao is also very sensible. She knows that rich people like Chen Qi have a lot of things to do, and they may make millions of dollars in a minute. "Brother, go do what you need. I'll take a taxi back later." "Then don't worry. I'll take you back." It was raining heavily outside, and the Maybach came out of the basement as if it had rushed out of a waterfall. The rain poured down on the car, but fortunately the sound insulation of Maybach was very good, and Jay Chow's 7 Miles of Fragrance was playing in the car. "It rains all night long, and my love overflows like the rain," Chen Qi sang along. Sunny Yao clapped and cheered. "Brother, your singing is so beautiful. If you go to the beauty zone to sing, there will definitely be rich ladies who will give you tips, and maybe even support you. A rich woman is no match for you." Chen Qi sent Sun Yao back home. When getting off the car, Zhu Quan opened the door for Sun Yao. He was already standing outside with an umbrella open. There is a built-in umbrella in the trunk of the Maybach, but the one Zhu Quan used was not the one in the car, but the one he just bought with his own money in the mall. Zhu Quan took Sun Yao to the corridor of the community, where she would not be exposed to the rain. "Miss Sun, please check if there is anything left." Zhu Quan handed the luxury shopping bag to Sun Yao. "Thank you, Master Zhu." Zhu Quan was about to leave when Sun Yao stopped him. "Master Zhu, does Chen Qi have a wife? Or a girlfriend?" Even if Chen Qi doesn't have a wife, for a rich young man like him, his girlfriend must be a rich lady of equal status. Sun Yao understood this. When her family was doing well, her father always told her that she should look for a partner who was of equal social status, and all her friends thought the same. If Chen Qi had a girlfriend, given her current situation, how could she compare with a rich lady? Even if Chen Qi liked her, Chen Qi's parents would not allow their son to marry the daughter of a deadbeat. However, Zhu Quan's answer made Sun Yao feel relieved. "I don't know much about Mr. Chen, but as for a girlfriend, I don't think he is one. At least the only woman I pick up is you, Miss Sunday." "Thank you." "Then Master Zhu, please go back quickly. Chen Qi is still waiting." Zhu Quan returned to the car and repeated the conversation he had just had with Sun Yao to Chen Qi. "This girl still doesn't trust me. Master Zhu, you said it very well." Chen Qi immediately transferred 5,000 yuan to Zhu Quan. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Zhu Quan was very happy. He thought that working for a boss like Chen Qi would be so comfortable. Chapter 40. You are a succubus, right? Sunny Yao returned home. She now rents a small 3-bedroom apartment, which is just enough for her parents, her younger brother, and herself. Dad's son went to the labor market in the morning to look for daily wages, but failed to get any work. It rained heavily at noon, so he came back. My younger brother Sun Yu is in the second high school and just had his summer vacation 2 days ago. Mother's son has been recuperating at home. She used to be a rich lady who never worked, but now that she is in poor health, it is even more impossible for her to go to work. Yao Yao, why did you buy Hermes? Don't you know what's going on at home? When Sun's mother saw the 4 or 5 Hermes shopping bags, she immediately became angry and accused Sunny Yao of spending money indiscriminately. Father Sun pulled Sunny Yao aside and asked, Yao Yao, what happened to the 1 million at noon? Sunny Yao didn't know what to say on the phone at the time, so she told her father to talk about it after returning home. That money was paid by my big brother on the list. Sun Yu is a sophomore in high school. Students nowadays know a lot more, he said tactfully. Sister, did you do that with him? Sun Yao glared at him fiercely and said, Stop talking nonsense, or I'll beat you up. Sister, that #1 roast duck guy is really powerful. What's he like in real life? He's very handsome, only 26 years old. He has no conditions. He just transferred 1 million to his dad's card. The lunch at Socrates cost 120,000 yuan. He also bought me these Hermes items, which cost about 630,000 yuan. The 3 members of the Sun family were stunned. Grandma's son said, When our family had money, we didn't dare spend it like this. What car does he drive? Asked Sun's father. It's a Maybach S800. He's not driving it. There's a driver. Sun Yu touched his chin and said, Sister, you are not a succubus, even though you look okay. But after meeting you for 3 or 4 hours, he spent more than 1.7 million yuan on you. How did you do that? Have you signed up for a class? I saw someone selling a course called 3 Sentences to Make a Man Spend 1 Million on Me online. Sunny Yao picked up her slippers and was about to beat Sun Yu. What do you mean by looking okay? I'm a beauty. In the eyes of her younger brother, his sister with a glamorous and beautiful appearance is all illusion, and only her current state is real. Especially since Sunny Yao is 7 years older than Sun Yu, and Sun Yu was basically beaten when he was a child. When he reached junior high school, he had grown bigger and Sun Yao could no longer beat him, so she gradually stopped beating him. But when he was a child, his sister's fierce image left a shadow on Sun Yu's young mind. Mom, look at my sister. Mother's son stopped Sunny Yao and pulled her onto the sofa. Yao Yao, whose son is he? He didn't tell me. All I know now is that his name is Chen Qi and he's an investor. Old son, do you have any impression? Asked Sun's mother. Mr. Sun has been in the business world for decades and knows many bigwigs in the upper class, many of whom have the surname Chen. Many of them were investors, but he had never heard of Chen Qi. Perhaps it was because his rank was too low and he could not reach the real upper level. He's probably a low-key young master from some wealthy family. Mother's son said, Yao Yao, she is willing to spend so much money on you. She must like you. You must catch him. Whether our family can return to the old days depends on him. Sun's mother now lives in this small 3-bedroom apartment of 110 square meters and feels very suffocated. Her family used to live in a villa with a yard. Yao Yao, if he can help Dad with business, Dad will definitely be able to make a comeback. Sunny Yao is under a lot of pressure. The whole family is counting on her, and her parents seem to treat Chen Qi as an ATM. Although she also wanted to help her family pay off its debts, her parents' words made her feel uncomfortable. Mother's son whispered in Sun Yao's ear, Yao Yao, if you two are doing that, don't take any safety precautions. If you get pregnant, you'll have something on him. Mom! Sunny Yao was a little angry. How could her mother say such things? Don't other mothers always tell their daughters to protect themselves and not be cheated by men? Chen Qi was now almost at the office building where Chen Etienne worked. The office building where they work is not far away, only about 10 minutes away, so Chen Qi is quite familiar with it. I'm almost there, wait over there in the green belt. I'm going downstairs too. Damn, it's still raining. How annoying. Chen Etienne stood on the green belt, looking at the online hailing taxi coming from the east. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz drove towards him. Chen Etienne didn't think much about it. He glanced at it and continued to look at the online car-hailing service. Chen Qi opened the window in the back seat and shouted to Chen Etienne. One day, Chen Etienne looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person in the car was Chen Qi, and he cursed. Fuck, you're riding in a Mercedes-Benz. Let me ride in one too. Come up quickly. Chen Etienne put away his umbrella and got into the Maybach. Just take a taxi if you want. You have more money now? Why take a luxury car? It won't cost much, Chen Qi said with a smile. Chen Qi sat in the back and looked at the interior and found something wrong. It was much more luxurious than the ordinary Mercedes-Benz. Master, what kind of car is this? Zhu Quan replied, Maybach S800. Chen Qi's eyes widened. Boys usually joke that they would buy a Maybach or a Rolls-Royce when they had money in the future. I didn't expect that I would actually sit in a Maybach today. Cheesy, how much money did you spend to afford a Maybach? Chen Qi was very clear about Chen Qi's income situation. It was simply crazy for him to drive a Maybach with such a small salary. Chen Qi suddenly thought of something and stared at Chen Qi. Wait, you're not going to get rich. A few days ago, a high school classmate suddenly spread the news that you spent more than 300,000 yuan at Chanel and also said that you were worth tens of millions through investment. I didn't know you yet. I saw them spreading rumors but ignored them. I thought they must have seen the wrong person. Don't tell me you're really rich? Chen Qi knew that wealth should not be shown off, as he had read a news report about it before. A man won tens of millions in lottery, but he didn't tell anyone, including his wife. He went to work as usual every day and still drove his old secondhand car. But he secretly bought an apartment near the company and lived there alone whenever he had time, ordering tens of thousands of dollars worth of food from the hotel and eating it by himself. Normally, no one in his family could tell there was anything different about him. Chen Qi didn't want to live like this. He just wanted to have money and be open about it. If he is afraid of others asking him to lend him money, he should just not lend it. He has no parents or relatives, so he is not afraid of people gossiping about him, who can do anything to him. If you are afraid that bad guys will kidnap and extort you because of money, then you have a bit of paranoia. Principal Wang and the Emperor of Shanghai should just stay at home. Besides, Chen Qi is not a famous rich man. His assets of tens of millions are not noticeable in Donghai City, let alone the whole of China. Chen Qi said, I won the lottery jackpot. Do you believe it? Fuck. Why don't I believe it? You've already got a Maybach and spent over 300,000 yuan a night. So this LV outfit of yours must be real, right? Who still wears fake stuff? Chen Etienne gritted his teeth and said, Damn it. This is more painful than killing me. Why don't I have this luck? As the saying goes, I am afraid that my brothers are suffering, and I am also afraid that my brothers are driving a Land Rover. Good brothers can share joys and sorrows, but not alone. However, when brothers are happy, they will grit their teeth. Tell me, how much did you win? A lot. Anyway, I don't have to worry about food and drink. I can live my life in peace. Tell me a number and let me give up. Don't ask me anymore. I'm afraid you might have a heart attack. Chapter 41. 1 less 0. Chen Etienne put his hands on Chen Qi's shoulders and shook him hard. You didn't even tell your friends that you got rich. You were afraid that I would borrow money from you. And you even said you would treat me to dinner tonight. Chen Qi was dizzy from the shaking. Stop shaking. I'll treat you tonight. I'll treat you. Chen Qi and Chen Etienne have a very good relationship. They have lived in the same community since they were young. We were in the same school in elementary school, in the same class in junior high school, and in next-door classes in high school. After Chen Qi's parents passed away, he was in a very low mood and stopped communicating with his classmates. Wang Siwen and the others privately called him a dark bastard. Chen Etienne would come to Chen Qiban to see him after almost every class, go home with him after school, and treat him to fish balls. Chen Qi spent almost all the holidays during his 3 years of high school with Chen Etienne's family. Chen Etienne's family is very kind to him. Western food, Japanese food, Sichuan cuisine, barbecue. What do you want to eat? Chen Qi asked. Damn, it's so hard to choose. Brother Fu is treating. I want to eat everything. What's your budget? There are no restrictions. As long as it's in Donghai City, you can go to any restaurant you choose. Chen Etienne raised his eyebrows and asked, Socrates can go too? It is the only 2-star Michelin restaurant in Donghai, with an average cost of 8,000 yuan per person. Master Zhu Socrates. No, buddy, are you serious? Chen Qi sent a message to Butler Li, asking him to help arrange a seat. If he went there at the last minute, there would most likely be no seats available. The waiter saw Chen Qi again, and this time he brought not a beautiful girl, but a boy. It's really hard to figure out the habits of rich people. He comes 3 times a week. He probably treats Socrates as a canteen. It was Chen Etienne's first time to come to such a high-end restaurant. He asked in a low voice while looking at the fish in the aquarium. Godfather, how did you get this seat? The internet says you have to book it 2 or 3 days in advance. Don't underestimate the power of money. Come, take the menu and order whatever you want. Don't look at the price. Just order whatever you like. Your godfather will take you on a lavish holiday today. Thank you, foster father. Chen Etienne's eyes lit up. and he ignored all the prices of several thousand on the menu. He ordered 10 dishes in one go. How about Godfather? Chen Qi looked disdainful and said, I have money, but you won't spend it. Add more dishes, 10 more. There's so much, I can't finish it. The food here is in small portions, so just eat as much as you can. The two of them turned the Michelin restaurant into a roadside inn. Chen Qi asked, what did you quarrel with Lin Qian about this time? Well, what else could it be? We've been dating for 2.5 years, and it's time to talk about the wedding gift. How much does she want? When Chen Qi heard this, he suddenly felt that the Kobe beef in his mouth was no longer fragrant. Don't say any more. 588,000 is the betrothal gift. There is also 100,000 for hardware, the money for getting off the car, and the fee for changing one's name. I don't even dare to count the banquet yet. You know how expensive it is to hold a banquet. Since Donghai is a coastal city, there is usually more seafood at banquets, so the price is relatively expensive. A table at a hotel wedding banquet usually costs more than 5,000 yuan, not including drinks, and this is considered a normal price. It is common to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to host a banquet. Let's not talk about the house. If you don't have a house, you can forget about getting married. My parents have also used their savings to help me pay a larger down payment so that I won't have to bear the pressure of repaying the loan in the future. If you consider the 600,000 yuan down payment, the betrothal gifts, hardware, and banquet, it's more than 1 million yuan. I think if the gift is lower, like 18.8, my family can handle the rest if they grit their teeth. But she refused to give a cent, and even said that everyone else's score was 58.8. It's not easy for her parents to raise her, and she has a younger brother. If I refuse to pay, it means I don't value her and don't love her. Chen Qi thought that it was indeed the case. It was another very cliched bride price plot. He had no idea how many times he had seen it on the news in the past 2 years. How much is her dowry? The 4-piece bedding set is said to be made of silk. Chen Qi said helplessly. Chen Qi laughed when he heard this. Who cares if it's silk or pure cotton? Don't you think it's ridiculous? We haven't been to other places, so we won't comment on them. We don't talk about the rich people in Donghai City. For ordinary people to get married, a betrothal gift of hundreds of thousands is just for good luck, and more than 200,000 is considered good. According to the custom, the bride's family will give a dowry of tens of thousands of yuan, not to mention the dowry of the same amount. Moreover, neither of the parents will take the money, but give it all to the young couple. Lin Qian must have watched too much Douyin. What do you mean others are getting 58.8? She must be crazy because she is poor. Your relationship is only worth a 4-piece suit? Chen Qi did have some feelings for Lin Qian, so he said, her family doesn't have much money, so they can't even afford to give her a car as a dowry, and I already have a car. I understand what you mean. Is the dowry the concern is about? Does she really like you? Let me ask you, if she agrees to only charge 18.8 for the bride price, can you even give up the 4-piece suit? Chen Qi said, that's for sure. You've been together for 2.5 years. You can get the house, car, and other things. It's not that I won't give you a betrothal gift. It's just a little less. If she really likes you, she will understand you instead of standing still. Chen Qi filled Chen Qi's glass with wine. Uncle and aunt, do you understand? I know. I told them a few days ago. What do they say? Chen Qi sighed. My dad said that they can only take out 1 million at most. There's really nothing I could do about the 400,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. Forget it. This girl is too high for me. You also know that physical business has been tough in recent years, and my family's grocery store is getting worse year by year. Chen Qi nodded. I agree with uncle and aunt. But I really like her. What do you like about her? Like her giving you a 4-piece suit? One day, let me be honest. I envy your family. Your uncle and aunt are very nice people. I have some savings which can support you when you get married and buy a car. If you change a girl, she will definitely be better than Lin Qian. Seeing that Chen Qi didn't say anything, Chen Qi picked up his phone and opened the Daxia Bank app. A few seconds later, Chen Qi received a text message. Fuck, who gave me 100,000, cheesy? It can't be you? 100,000? Chen Qi looked at Chen Qi's appearance and thought that he didn't hit him, but he didn't expect Chen Qi to say, sorry, I missed a zero. Then Chen Qi received another text message about a transfer of 900,000 yuan. He was stunned, looked at the text message, and then looked at Chen Qi. Cheesy, how much money did you win? Godfather. You'll be my godfather from now on. With your money, I can marry Lin Qian smoothly. Chen Qi's next words made Chen Qi feel like he was filming a joke. The 1 million is not for you to marry Lin Qian. it's for you to break up with her. You can't beat this T0 version. If you stay with her, you will have a hard time. I don't care if you suffer like this, you little bastard. I will not allow your uncle and aunt to get in trouble. I will not allow you to be taken advantage of at your age. Wait, isn't this the plot where the rich lady's father gives the poor boy money so that the poor boy can leave the rich lady? Just tell me whether you want to split it or not. If not, return the money to me. Chen Qi fell into a brief dilemma. Chapter 42. The ability of money has failed? 1 million yuan. He only drinks tap water every day, does not rent a house, and sleeps under a bridge. It takes him 9 years to save up the enough money. 1 million, plus the 600,000 down payment given by my parents, can buy a small 2-bedroom apartment in the city. Point. That's right. Chen Qi smiled with relief. Don't you think I'm greedy? I broke up with my girlfriend just for money. Chen Qi said, I won't say that you are greedy for money or playing with girls' feelings. You have given her all you can give. She is the one who is greedy and wants more. Let's go, we're almost done eating. Next game. Where to go next? Black Rose. Bar. Okay, I just haven't had enough to drink, so I won't be polite to you since Brother Fu is treating me. He had only been to Black Rose with friends before, and it was a little expensive, so he couldn't bear to spend the money. But now that Chen Qi, who won the big prize, is treating us, we can just drink as much as we want. Although I am unlucky and can't win the jackpot, my brother is lucky. Cheesy, you take care of me for the rest of my life. I'm lying down now. Chen Qi pushed him aside in disgust. Get lost, I'm not gay. Half an hour ago, Chen Qi booked a booth with Xiao Xiao from Black Rose. He also sent a message to Jenny, asking her to arrange all the beauties. At the entrance of the Black Rose bar, there were already quite a few energetic young men and women waiting for the door to open. At 8 o'clock, the bar opened and young men and women walked in 2s and 3s. A young man said as he looked at the people in the bar and his companions, What's going on today? The atmosphere team came so early. Don't tell me. And those who come are all good-looking. Is there any activity tonight? I haven't heard of it. Promotion? That's Jenny. She usually comes after 11 o'clock. Jenny, Xiao Xiao, and 8 sexy tall beauties are having a small meeting. Mr. Chun will be here soon. He's a big money man. Jenny, you and your sisters must serve him well. If there are 3 more frozen dragons, everyone's commission will exceed 10,000. A beautiful woman said, Xiao Xiao, what's the point of commission? Last time, Chen Xiao just gave us wine. We resell it to bars and make more money than the commission. Jenny thought, what's the point of that little bit of wine? Young Master Chen gave her all the 6 bottles he hadn't finished. That night, he earned 100,000 yuan in hard work. If Mr. Chen asked her out again tonight, she could make another lot of money. When Chen Qi arrived at Black Rose at 9 o'clock, he was stopped outside the door by the security guard. They were holding barbecue takeaway boxes, and the notice next to the bar door read, No bringing your own drinks or food. On the way here one day, Chen suddenly said that Socrates' Western food was too high-end and too elegant, and he was allergic to elegance. I want to try something rustic, so I want to have some barbecue. So Chen Qi took a detour to pack up some barbecue and brought it over. Sir, I'm sorry, we don't allow food to be brought into our store. The security guard pointed to the notice. Chen Etienne said, Cheesy, how about we eat first and then go in? You are my baby king. Chen Qi said to the security guard, Brother, please be flexible. The security guard said expressionlessly, No, I'll give you 3,000 yuan so you can buy some cigarettes. It was the first time that Chen Etienne saw Chen Qi using his money ability. He gave the security guard 3,000 yuan just to bring in some food. This is pure waste of money. Zhou Leishan was shocked. He knew that there were many rich people coming to the bar. Yesterday, a security guard moved a car for a customer, and the customer gave him a 200 yuan tip. He only earns 6,000 yuan a month working here, but Chen Qi actually gave him 3,000 yuan just for bringing in barbecue. No! Zhou Leishan didn't even expect that he would actually refuse a 3,000 yuan tip. 5,000. Zhou Leishan's heart was already shaken. After all, the purpose of working is to earn money. Who would go against money? Sir, don't embarrass me. The bar has rules. If I let you in, I'd be breaking the rules. Chen Qi had previously bought a seat for a hot pot and a ticket for a yacht, and it only cost him over 2,000 yuan. Now you can't even hire a security guard for 5,000 yuan. He saw that the security guard stood straight, his clothes and hat were neat, and his temperament was different from other street-smart security guards. You were a soldier? 8 years in the army. At this time, Xiao Xiao ran out. What are you doing? Young Master Chun is our VLP guest. and you're blocking him out. Do you want to continue working? The bar rules say. You still say that. Xiao Xiao glared at him. Chen Qi waved his hand and said, It's okay. There are not many people who are so principled. He is just following the rules. Xiao Xiao said flatteringly, Rules are for ordinary people. Chen Xiao is a rich man, so it's different. Chen Qi listened to these words. Although they were harsh, this was how society was. A very small number of people made the rules, and the majority obeyed. Fortunately, Master Chen doesn't bother with you. Mr. Chen, let's go in. Zhou Leishan looked at Chen Qi, who came in, and began to question whether what he had just done was right. He had been in the army for too long and was out of touch with society. After retiring, he looked for a suitable job for several months, but couldn't find one. Either they can't adapt to the company's pace, or they can't accept the so-called human relationships. Zhou Leishan told himself that he was principled, but he knew what others said about him. He was stubborn. As Chen Etian walked over, he asked, Cheesy, are you a regular customer? I've been here once. Mr. Chen, it's still A06. Xiao Xiao led the two to A06, where Jenny and 8 beauties were already sitting. When Jenny saw Chen Qi coming, she immediately stood up and hugged him with both hands. Mr. Chen, why are you here just now? I've been waiting for a long time. Chen Etian had never seen such a scene before. Each of them was a beauty, especially Jenny, who was holding Chen Qi. Damn it, I've only seen this kind of thing in jokes online. What's the next batch? Do you want to change to the next batch? Chen Qi asked. Suddenly, 2 beauties in black short skirts grabbed Chen Etian's arms, one on the left and one on the right. Handsome guy, aren't we good enough? Don't want the next batch. Chen Etian felt the softness on his arm, and his heart was suddenly distracted. No, just them. Chen Etian's eyes were fixed on the beautiful legs in black stockings. Each of them was longer than his life. Chen Qi said, This is also young Master Chen. He is the protagonist tonight. Accompany him well. If he is happy, I will be happy too. The girls smiled coquettishly and said, Don't worry, we will accompany you well. They knew that if Chen Qi was happy, they would make a lot of money. Xiao Xiao, 2 sets of frozen dragon first. Mr. Chen, I haven't even drunk the wine you gave me last time. Jenny said, Then keep it and drink it slowly. Seeing that Chen Qi didn't care about storing wine at all, Jenny was overjoyed. The 6 bottles of Spade Ace were returned to the bar at a low price, and were still worth 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Chen Qi was essentially giving Jenny 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Cheesy, the frozen dragon. The price is 128,888. 2 sets directly? Chen Etian was stunned. He thought he could just order a big dragon to satisfy his craving, but he didn't expect to spend money like water. 2 sets aren't enough? Then order more later. No! Chen Etian was speechless. On the DJ, stand outside. The DJ shouted with full energy. Congratulations to A06 for choosing the 2 sets of Frozen Supreme God. I wish the boss all his wishes come true and everything goes smoothly. The guests in the bar were all excited. Chapter 43. Your uncle dotes on her dad. A06. It was A06 last time. Is it the same person? I saw Jenny went to A06. Too powerful. Which family is this young master from? A dozen bunny girls and 4 men in suits carrying 2 wine racks walked around the bar and then walked to A06. The bunny girls pulled firecrackers and scattered gold paper, instantly bringing the atmosphere in the bar to a climax. The DJ worked hard to move the beats, and the beauties twisted their waists to their heart's content. There are so many beauties here, and I'm still so stupid as to hang on to Lin Xian. It's not easy to find a girlfriend here. Chen Etian leaned close to Chen Qi's ear and said, Just have fun, don't think about these things. Why? Look at them. They're so pretty, with slender branches and large fruits, long legs and plump buttocks. How many good people are there who come to the bar to have fun? Chen Qi said, These are all playboys. If you choose a girlfriend like this, you'd better be played to death. It was the first time that Chen Etian felt surrounded by such beautiful women, and he felt a little overwhelmed. That's not necessarily true. You can't just generalize. There are always some good girls. Are you good at math? I'm just average at math, you know that. Chen Etian didn't understand what Chen Qi meant. Then you're still playing with probability. There are indeed some girls who come to the bar out of curiosity. But what do you think is the probability of you meeting a good girl among so many playboys? Remember, it's okay to have fun, but don't think about anything else. After drinking for a while, Chen Qi felt the urge to defecate and ran to the toilet. Sitting on the toilet, I clicked into Sunny Yao's live broadcast room with my mobile phone. Sunny Yao is wearing a light blue hanfu dress and dancing classical dance. I have to say, beautiful women look good even when wearing sacks. But the audience in the comment section didn't buy it. Chen Qi took a look and found that there were indeed fewer foul language, and the number of fans dropped a lot. But there were more insults and accusations. What kind of playing is the anchor doing? Didn't you dance sexy and passionately yesterday? We are here to see the long legs and black stockings. What's the point of wearing so much? Sent this a scam? The anchor is now really in line with LD. Yao Yao is not sexy. Slip away? I'm a rather vulgar person. I can't watch something so elegant. I'd rather go watch some hip shaking. Unfollow. Wasting my emoji. The comment section was filled with curses, and Sunny Yao's union group on WeChat was full of messages tagging her, with more than a dozen missed calls. Li Xiang, the head of the trade union, sent several WeChat messages to Sunny Yao. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Why are you dancing classical dance? Why don't you sing Peking opera? Do you want to be famous? You finally got some traffic, but it's all gone. Change to hot dance immediately. Sunny Yao did not read this information. She just danced according to the time specified in the contract. The contract did not state that she could not dance classical dance. Anyway, Chen Qi said he would support her, so she doesn't have to wear so little and pose coquettishly while dancing the sexy dance. But the union makes money from the anchors. The more popular the anchors are, and the more rewards they receive, the more money the union makes. Sun Yao finally had some signs of becoming popular, but she extinguished it herself. Seeing that Sun Yao didn't reply to him, Li Xiang called the assistant he assigned to Sun Yao yesterday. The new college student assistant was scolded by Li Xiang. The assistant said aggrievedly, "Boss Li, Yao Yao said she won't dance anymore. She dances a lousy classical dance. There are only a few people dancing classical dance in the dance area. Ask her if she doesn't want to pay off the family debt." The young assistant lives in the house rented by Sun Yao's family. When she came today, she found that everyone in the Sun family was in a good mood. The takeout and fruits I ordered in the evening would probably cost 7 or 800 yuan. This doesn't look like a debt-ridden situation at all. Sunny Yao's live broadcast of classical dancing is not considered a breach of contract, as long as the live broadcast duration is sufficient. Although this will cause her to lose fans and not make money, she doesn't care. Li Xiang stared at Sunny Yao with a gloomy look. It would be fine if she never became popular. Now that there is a chance to become famous, Sunny Yao does this instead. This is only cutting off the union's financial resources. Sunny Yao's fans dropped from 1.1 million to 700,000 in 2 hours, and the trend is still continuing. There aren't that many anchors who dance classically, and they are usually teachers from dance institutions who promote their own institutions, and having 200,000 or 300,000 fans is considered a lot. Chen Qi didn't want Sunny Yao to dance a sexy dance, but the classical dance looked good and had a unique flavor, but the audience didn't like it. Chen Qi saw all the insults, slander, and sarcasm in the comment section. Being a host is not easy. No matter what you do, there will always be people who can find fault with you. Jin Jianlong, who was once the top brother on the list, sneered when he saw Sun Yao losing fans because of her own mistakes. He really thinks he's a big shot. He is so proud of himself that he broadcasts whatever he wants. Chen Qi recharged another 1 million yuan into Douyin. Then he typed a few words in the comment section. Nice dance. Ouch! A roast duck guy suddenly appeared in the comment section. Brother Roast Duck, your uncle dotes on her father. What's so good about classical dance? Is this a new way of drainage, reverse drainage? Are we also part of their play? There are so many beautiful female anchors online. No need to waste time here. I'm gonna do you. Now Sunny Yao's fans have dropped to 600,000. Chen Qi has a rebellious mentality. You don't like watching classical dance, right? Then I will find something you like to watch. A small portion of roast duck rice was given to Carnival in the unsexy live broadcast room. Sun Yao hadn't seen Chen Qi typing in the comment section just now, but after watching the Carnival, she realized that Chen Qi had come to watch the live broadcast. Didn't he say he had something to do tonight? I thought he wouldn't come to see me. Sunny Yao was overjoyed. She walked to her phone, smoothed her hair, and said, "Thank you, Roast Duck Brothers Carnival." After changing into Hanfu, Sunny Yao's voice is no longer hoarse. No, what's so good about this? I would rather watch CCTV than watch classical dance on TikTok. A person who dances slutty. Why is he pretending to be pure now? Chen Qi did not argue with them, but started his carnival reign. A small portion of roast duck rice was given away in the unsexy live broadcast room of Yao Yao. and carnival times 10. A small portion of roast duck rice was given away in the unsexy live broadcast room of Yao Yao, and carnival times 30. The carnival continued to refresh, this time more continuously than the day before, without stopping in between. He stopped only after he had used up 333 of them and the 1 million he had recharged. Chen Qi's account level went from 55 to 60, and to reach level 61 required 2 million, so he was still 2,000 yuan short. During this half hour, Sunny Yao's live broadcast room ranked first on the national hourly list and was officially recommended by the platform. Her number of fans dropped sharply at the beginning, but now it has increased dramatically to 1.6 million. The fan base has changed from being mostly men who watch the dance to now being mostly women. Sister is so beautiful. This Hanfu is so beautiful. Is there a link? Dancing classically, it feels like a dream back to the Tang dynasty. Sunny Yao's favorability, +5, currently 67. Sunny Yao just sent a message to Chen Qi, asking him why he spent so much money again. He is busy with the carnival and hasn't replied yet. Reply now. I didn't agree to it when I saw people bullying you in the comment section, but they picked on me. They don't like to watch it, but I do. Yao Yao has such a good dance foundation that she looks good in any dance. Sunny Yao's favorability, +1, currently 68. Brother, you don't have to pay attention to them. Chapter 44. Did you borrow the money? Sunny Yao originally didn't want Chen Qi to pay the 100 yuan penalty for her, so she continued the live broadcast. She doesn't need to please the audience now. She just dances on her own and ends the show when the running time is up. It's okay. It's just a small amount of money. Just dance as you like. Don't get too tired. Then I will do folk dance tomorrow. Okay, as long as you're happy. When Sunny Yao was in school, she was the best at classical and folk dances among her professional courses, and she was also good at ballet and Latin. Modern dance is out of the question, and live streaming of sexy dance is also a possibility. This is what people love to watch online now. Since you don't have to worry about making money, it's also nice to live stream dancing your favorite dance. Doing something you like always makes you happy. The union was originally very angry, but now everyone is very happy. Li Xiang said to several employees, Yao Yao is now with a big boss. Brother Xiaoya is capable. Tonight, just from Chen Qi's tips, the union received another 250,000 yuan. With the tips from some passers-by, the union earned 300,000 yuan tonight. I didn't expect that Sunny Yao, a small anchor, would become a cash cow for the union. A sinister idea suddenly arose in Li Xiang's mind. Chen Qi squatted on the toilet for half an hour, and his legs were numb. When he returned to the booth, he found that there was a girl there. He thought it was Chen Etienne who sent someone in. The girl was standing next to Chen Etienne and talking, and Chen Qi walked closer to take a look. Fuck, isn't this Lin Xian? More than half an hour ago, Chen Etienne took a short video and posted it on WeChat Moments, also including his location. There are 12 bottles of Ace of Spades on the table, surrounded by sexy beauties. The copy is "Thank you, Godfather, for taking me to a life of luxury." Lin Xian was so angry when she saw the circle of friends that she ran over immediately, searching one booth after another until she finally found Chen Etienne. Chen Etienne, you are really interesting. You asked if we could give you less betrothal gifts. Our family is financially limited. In the end, I came here to spend money freely. Chen Etienne had already decided to break up with Lin Xian, so he said, Lin Xian, you said that if I can't come up with a betrothal gift, we'll break up. Then let's break up. I can't come up with it anyway. Lin Xian sneered, I can afford to drink wine worth more than 200,000 yuan, but I can't afford the betrothal gift of more than 500,000 yuan. Is this what you call loving me? I've been with you for 2.5 years. Chen Qi patted Lin Xian's shoulder from behind. You're wrong. I bought this wine. Lin Xian turned around and sneered. You? Stop being funny. Don't I know how much you earn? Li Ting broke up with you because you have no money. Li Ting and Lin Xian are good sisters, and they tell each other everything. Lin Xian knew that Chen Qi and Li Ting had broken up a long time ago, but she didn't tell Chen Etienne. You broke up with Li Ting? Chen Etienne just found out. Jenny stood up and spoke for Chen Qi. Mr. Chen can't be poor. He has spent 600,000 or 700,000 yuan drinking here, and he still thinks he has no money. Mr. Chen's ex-girlfriend is probably looking for Mr. Ma to be her boyfriend. Lin Xian disagreed. She looked at Chen Qi in green and said sarcastically, Chen Qi, just because Li Ting thinks you don't have money, you're pretending to be rich now? He wore all these fake clothes and even rented some wine and hired a crew to help him feel the atmosphere. Jenny couldn't bear to watch it anymore and pointed at the wine on the table. Master Chun, do you still need to rent wine? Are you kidding? Master Chun gives away wine casually. That is, you have never seen LV, right? What kind of eyes are you looking at? He is an A-lister. Young Master Chun is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lin Xian still didn't believe it. Okay, Chen Qi, you really spent a lot of money and took out loans to show off, right? Chen Etian couldn't help but speak as he watched Lin Xian mocking his brother. Lin Xian, are you so jealous of others? Go and get a loan of a few million and see if the bank will lend it to you. When Lin Xian heard this, she began to waver. She knew that Chen Qi had no house or car, and he couldn't borrow much from the bank. The maximum credit loan was 500,000. She suddenly remembered that it was Chen Qi and Li Ting who broke up. Chen Qi, did you break up with Li Ting because you won the lottery? You're afraid she'll spend your money. Chen Qi admired Lin Xian's imagination, but this kind of thing has happened in society before. How much did you win? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Why should I tell you? Chen Qi said. Chen Qi, you are such a selfish person. It is absolutely right for Li Ting to break up with you. Chen Qi got angry when he talked about this. He was totally devoted to Li Ting, and the word selfish could not be used to describe him. Chen Qi smiled and said, I'm very generous. I just transferred 1 million to Etienne. Don't believe it? One day, check the balance on your phone. Chen Etienne thought there was no need to provoke Lin Xian like this, but Chen Qi shouted again, and he was the one who hit her before. Chen Etienne opened the Daxia Bank app and turned to the transfer record, which showed 2 transfers. One is 100,000 and the other is 900,000, which adds up to exactly 1 million. When Lin Xian saw the balance, her face suddenly changed and she said shamelessly, Chen Etienne, you are rich now, so you can afford the bride price, right? I'm sorry. I gave him this money to ask him to break up with you. When Lin Xian heard this, her eyes widened and she cursed at Chen Qi. Chen Qi, how can you be so vicious and mean, destroying other people's feelings? I still think you are a brother. Chen Qi said. Then ask him if he still wants to marry you. Everyone's eyes were on Chen Etienne. Chen Qi looked at his brother. He had said so much to him during dinner in the evening, hoping that he had listened to him. If he still plunges into it, Chen Qi won't care and will just consider the 1 million as a gift. Chen Etienne stared at Lin Xian. The dim light in the bar shone on Lin Xian's face, making her look a little strange. Is she always so mean? Chen Etienne asked. Can't the betrothal gift be less than 588,000 yuan? Lin Xian said in a surprised tone. Chen Etienne, you are so rich now, but you are only willing to pay 58.8. When a man spends more money on a woman, isn't that a sign of love for her? The bride price is 688,000 yuan. When Chen Etienne heard this number, he completely gave up. He didn't expect that Lin Xian was so greedy and even raised the price. Go ahead. I won't pay for the bride price. Lin Xian sneered. Is this what you call loving me? You're not willing to spend money on me. So, you just want the bride price. It doesn't matter whether you are with me or not. You don't want it, right? Okay. Chen Etienne, don't come and beg me. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian picked up the wine glass on the table and splashed it on Chen Etienne's face. She also wanted to splash it on Chen Qi, but was stopped by the big man in a suit at the door and carried out. A girl with yellow hair took Chen Etienne's hand and sat down, wiping his face with a tissue. Mr. Chen, your ex-girlfriend doesn't understand you at all. What's wrong with paying less betrothal gift? If the remaining money is not hers after marriage, she doesn't consider you as a family member. What's yours is yours, and what's hers is hers, so she's going to have to find a way to get more from you. They even raised the price at the last minute. Brother Tian, my mom said that I only need 28.8 as the betrothal gift, but I think 18.8 is also fine. The blonde girl is very smart. She now knows that Chen Etienne is rich, and more importantly, he has a rich friend named Chen Qi. Chapter 45, I was kept by a rich woman. The fact that Chen Qining transfers 1 million to Chen a day shows that the relationship between the two is very close. If she could be with Chen Etienne, and Chen Etienne got along well with Chen Qi, he would not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Chen Etienne remained silent. Although the blonde girl was skeptical, this was indeed what he thought just now. He took 1 million from Chen Qi, but he still felt that the 58.8 yuan gift was too high. If Lin Xian could consider him, he could transfer the remaining money to their joint account after marriage and let Lin Xian use it freely. However, Lin Xian only had eyes for the bride price, her own family, and her younger brother. The temporary price increase made Chen Qi completely disappointed. Jenny, send out another frozen dragon, Chen Qi said. As soon as Lin Qian walked to the door, she heard A06 ordered another frozen dragon set. Chen Qi really made a fortune. She immediately took out her cell phone and called Li Ting. Li Ting had just finished her manicure with her friend and packed some barbecue to go home. Ting Ting, guess who I just bumped into? How can I guess that? Who is it? Your ex-boyfriend, Chen Qi. Why mention him? He's a poor bastard who wouldn't even buy me a cell phone. He's just a bit handsome. Don't you know? Not to mention one cell phone. He can afford 100 cell phones now. Li Ting chuckled disdainfully. You were talking about the model machine, right? He won the jackpot. He's wearing all LV clothes now. He said to have spent 600,000 or 700,000 on Black Rose these past 2 days. Li Ting stood up from the sofa in shock. What? He won the lottery? How come I didn't know? How much did he win? I estimate it's at least tens of millions. He transferred 1 million to Chen in 1 day. Li Ting murmured, no wonder, it turns out that person is him. What's so strange? When I was getting my manicure done that night, I saw a handsome guy getting into a Mercedes on the side of the road. I think his figure is a bit like Chen Qi, but think about it. How can Chen Qi afford a Mercedes-Benz? Ting Ting, did he win the lottery when he was with you, but kept it a secret from you? Only after we broke up did he spend it on his own? When Li Ting heard this, she was shocked because she could have become a multimillionaire. As a result, Chen Qi played tricks on her and deliberately said that he couldn't afford a mobile phone just to be happy alone. Li Ting hung up the phone and immediately sent a WeChat message to Chen Qi. She didn't delete Chen Qi, and Chen Qi didn't delete her either. It's just that Chen Qi deleted all his previous moments and set the moments to be visible for 3 days. A few minutes later, Chen Qi found a WeChat message from Li Ting. He was not surprised. It must be something that Lin Qian and Li Ting said. Wang Taiwan scratching his head, .jpg. Chen Qi responded with a child's question mark expression. He knew what Li Ting's question mark meant. She was just asking him how he became rich. He also deliberately replied with a child's emoticon because Li Ting had previously said that she didn't like children. Don't post emoticons of children. Chen Qi was scolded several times, and he dared not post it anymore. When Li Ting saw this expression, she immediately became angry and sent another question mark. Chen Qi also understood what was going on. This was a question to him. Why did he still post the children's emoticon package when he knew that he didn't like it? Can't speak human language? I don't have time to play charades with you. Li Ting typed while holding her breath. You won the lottery. Why didn't you tell me? Why should I tell you? We broke up. You were right before we broke up, so you deliberately said break up and dump me alone. Do you have delusions, or are you crazy about getting rich? Who told you that I won the lottery? Lin Qian said that you spent 600,000 or 700,000 yuan on Black Rose, and I also saw you driving a Mercedes-Benz. If you didn't win the lottery, where did all this money come from? I told you that I was kept by a rich woman. Do you believe it? Chen Qi, are you really that petty? You can even make up an excuse like this because you're afraid I'll spend your money. Chen Qi was helpless. No one believed him even if he told the truth. He set the message, do not disturb, setting for Li Ting, and ignored her. He now has the ability to show off and slap Li Ting in the face, but there is no need. It's all in the past. Master Ruan, Li Ting is the first goddess to be bound. Is it okay to just leave her alone? Ruan Yi replied, it does matter. I am occupying the goddess position. Damn, there's a goddess position? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. You took the initiative to bind it. Chen Qi was helpless. That's because there were no other goddesses at the time, so I wanted to bind her first to test the system. How many goddess positions are there? 10. Chen Qi thought to himself that he had already bound 4 people, and only Su Lu had the highest output. 4 Han Linlin and Sunny Yao. It's just the beginning. Can you untie me? Okay. I'm not some overbearing system or overbearing clause. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi thought to himself that Ruan Yi is quite humane. Then untie Li Ting. Yes, once the favorability reaches 100, you can unbind. Chen Qi was stunned. Ah, isn't this a hidden clause that is meant to trick people? Chen Qi doesn't really want to have any contact with Li Ting anymore. But if he doesn't have any contact, his favorability level won't go up, and he can't unbind her until it reaches 100. Soft Lord, if I unbind after the favorability reaches 100, will the favorability of the goddess be reset to 0? You're still loyal to each other until death, but if the goddess spends money on you after you unbind her, you won't get a 10,000-fold cashback. Only goddesses in a bound state can get a 10,000-fold cashback. Damn, That means Li Ting will stay with me no matter what, unless I waste a goddess position. After tasting the sweetness of a 10,000-fold cashback, Chen Qi naturally knew that the more goddesses he had, the more opportunities he had to make money. Even if I don't want to be entangled with this ex now, I still have to continue to have contact with him. But he is different now. He cannot spoil Li Ting. His own comfort and good mood come first. Seeing that Chen Qi didn't reply to her, Li Ting immediately made a voice call. Chen Qi hung up with a flick of his hand. Chen Qi, you are awesome. You are rich and awesome. How dare you hang up on me? She called several people in a row, but Chen Qi hung up every time. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. I know you are in Black Rose. I will go find you now and make things clear. Chen Qi still didn't reply to her, but he didn't want to see Li Ting and ruin his mood for the night. One day, that's enough, let's go. Chen Etian looked at the time, and it was only 11:30. The nightlife had just begun. It's still early. Didn't we just order 6 bottles? We haven't even finished drinking them yet. You don't have work tomorrow. If you can't finish the drink, save it on your account and come back next time. Cheesy, we're already a millionaire. Why do we still go to Mao class? Chen Etian was a little drunk, and Chen Qi patted him on the head. 1 million is nothing. I'm so rich, but I still work hard. Do you still want to lie down and do nothing? Cheesy, what are you working on? What projects are you working on recently? If you have good investments, please guide me. Before we talk, just go to work honestly first. Chen Qi's project is something only he can do, but when he has enough funds, he can start a company or acquire a company for fun. Mr. Chen, are you leaving so early? Jenny held Chen Qi's hand reluctantly. She wanted to continue doing something with Chen Qi that night. Next time. When Li Ting and Lin Qian came to A06 again, Chen Qi and the other person had already left. Chen Qi, you're hiding from me, right? You must have won the lottery. Li Ting thought to herself. Chapter 46, Lulu's Private Dish. Chen Qixin sent Chen Etian home, and then went to Hildo to take all the clothes in the presidential suit to the car. When we got back to AD1, it was already 12:30. Although this place is not as big as the presidential suite, it is Chen Qi's home. The furniture and appliances for the house have all been purchased, and he has just changed the password for the combination lock. Lying on the 2 million Hastings mattress, I saw a message sent by Sun Yao a few minutes ago. Brother, can you accompany me to buy dance costumes tomorrow? Sun Yao starts broadcasting at 8 o'clock every day and ends at 12 o'clock, which is actually quite tiring. Chen Qi gave her a reward of 1 million yuan, and she broadcast for more than 2 hours longer. Now she has finished broadcasting on time, has taken a shower, and applied body lotion. Tonight, Chen Qi gave her 1 million yuan, and she topped the hourly list. However, half an hour later, he was eliminated by the big brother of other anchors. There are still many rich people in China. I have something to do tomorrow, so I can't accompany you. When Sun Yao saw that Chen Qi had replied to the message, she was a little disappointed, but she still replied. It's okay, I'll go buy it myself. Will you still watch my live broadcast tomorrow night? It depends. If I'm not busy, I'll take a look. Rest early. Dancing is so tiring. I'll take you to a big meal in a couple of days to make up for it. Brother, go to bed early too. Don't be too tired. Good night, brother. Good night. Chen Qi opened Su Lu's dialogue box again and looked at the conversation they had that night. It was the address of Su Lu's home. Lulu is still the best. I haven't spent much money on her. I have to spend more tomorrow. A dreamless night. July 11th, Thursday, sunny. Chen Qi slept until 10 o'clock in the morning and got up full of energy. I have to say, this $2 million mattress is more comfortable than the president's. I looked at my phone and saw that Su Lu sent me a message at 9:30. Su Lu got up 3 hours earlier than on weekdays. The alarm clock woke her up at 6 o'clock. She wanted to give Chen Qilu a hand and make a sumptuous family meal. In order to buy fresh ingredients, she arrived at the vegetable market early in the morning, but the aunts and grandmas who were buying vegetables arrived earlier than her. Brother doesn't like spicy food, so let's cook some local dishes from the East China Sea. Su Lu ran to the poultry stall. She planned to make a chicken and conch stew, and first she had to buy a local chicken. Although she knew how to cook, Su Lu had no experience in choosing ingredients, so she asked the stall owner which local chickens were better. Local chickens are available in many varieties. Some are 30 yuan per pound, and some are 60 yuan per pound. The most expensive ones are raised with traditional Chinese medicine and seafood, and they sell for 150 yuan per kilogram. They are all raised for 4 or 5 years. When Su Lu heard that the fish was raised on traditional Chinese medicine and seafood, she thought it must be very nutritious. so she immediately asked the boss to pick one for her. Boss, pick a bigger one. This one is the biggest. The stall owner weighed it on the scale. It's exactly 4 pounds. Do you want to take it home and raise it for a few days? Or should I help you deal with it now? Help me with this now. The stall owner was extremely skilled, and he finished cleaning the old hen in less than 5 minutes. Sulu would never have thought of buying an old hen for 600 yuan before. It would be the same to eat ordinary chicken. Now she has to cook for Chen Qi, and she has more money in her pocket, so she has to buy good ingredients for this meal. Boss, how much is a pound of flower snails? 100 per pound, all fresh and big. The market price of flower snails is not very expensive, but they are artificially cultivated. If they were wild, it would not be surprising to sell them for 200 yuan per caddy. Okay, weigh 1 pound for me. They have to be alive. At 11 o'clock, Chen Qi arrived at the gate of Su Lu's community. No outside vehicles are allowed to enter. The young security guard at the door came over and knocked on the passenger window. Chen Qi opened the back window and spoke to the security guard. Dude, please be flexible and just have lunch. As he spoke, Chen Qi handed over a soft cigarette. When the young security guard saw the whole piece of soft wazi, his eyes lit up and he took it without hesitation. Rich people are always generous. This one costs 650. I dare to draw it during the Chinese New Year. It seems that being a security guard is a wise choice. Not only does it save me 40 years of traveling, but I also get to smoke cigarettes. The security guard asked, just for one lunch? Are you sure you'll be out in the afternoon? Of course I will come out. Please help me find a parking space. Okay, follow me. After Zhu Quan parked the car, Chen Qi let him move around freely and called him back after dinner. Chen Qi found Su Lu's house according to the address and rang the doorbell. Su Lu had already been sitting in the living room, waiting for Chen Qi to come. As soon as I heard the doorbell, I ran over immediately. Brother, you are here. These are slippers. I just bought them. Get 249 soft rice coins. Cashback 249,000 Huaxia coins. Fuck, is this even possible? Chen Qi never expected that he could get cashback on slippers. It seemed that Su Lu bought them specially for him. Why are these slippers so expensive? When Chen Qi was putting on his shoes, he bent down and picked them up to take a look. There was a small concave hook on the edge of the shoe. It's Nike. Because of the surprise of cashback, Chen Qi didn't notice that Su Lu was wearing cool and sexy clothes. A white silk lace suspender pajamas. The little white rabbit in the front is faintly visible, and the slender and well-proportioned calves are white and delicate, which looks very seductive. Lulu, did you ask me to come and eat? Or to eat yours? Su Lu crossed her arms and said coquettishly, hated, of course it's for eating. Brother, please sit down for a while. The lamb chops will be ready soon. Su Lu poured Chen Qi a glass of water and projected The God of Cookery on the TV. Last time, Chen Qi said that he liked to watch Stephen Chow's movies while eating. Chen Qi looked around. Su Lu's house was not big, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The decoration in the house was very girlish and warm. Half an hour later, Su Lu shouted, "Brother, the food is ready." Chen Qi walked into the kitchen, and Su Lu started to serve the food. So many. It's rare for my brother to come to my house, so I must make sure you have a good meal. Come, I'll help you. Chen Qi helped to bring out all the dishes, a total of 5 dishes and a soup. Get 1370 soft rice coins. Cashback 1370,000 Huaxia coins. Chen Qi was overjoyed. Lulu did not disappoint him. Lulu, this table of food is expensive. No, it's just over 1,000. Don't be disgusted by it, brother. Let me have some conch and chicken soup first. It's so delicious. This table of dishes costs 360 for 4 oysters, 150 for 2 grilled lamb chops, and 750 for a chicken and conch pot. Cuttlefish and seaweed soup 50, pork belly and baby cabbage 50, black fungus and cucumber 10. Get 200 soft rice coins, cashback 2 million Chinese coins. Chen Qi was stunned when he heard the reminder about cashback again. Master Ruan, what is this money? Sorry, I forgot to include the labor cost, said Ruan Yi. Damn, Ruan Yi is very generous. But Lulu is such a beautiful woman. Wearing such cool clothes to cook, is it only worth 200? Do you want it? Yes, yes, yes. Chen Qi was in a good mood and picked up Su Lu's bowl and served her a bowl of soup. Lulu has worked hard. You should eat more. Brother, I want some oysters. These gigolo oysters are the same ones we had at the barbecue restaurant the day before yesterday. Guess how much each one costs? It's 200 at the barbecue restaurant. So, it should be cheaper at the market. 100? 90 yuan each, much cheaper. Barbecue restaurants really make huge profits. Sulu added a chicken leg to Chen Qi's meal, and Chen Qi found it particularly delicious. Lulu, what kind of chicken is this? The meat is tender, fresh, and fragrant. It's much better than ordinary chicken. Of course, this is a free-range chicken with Chinese medicine and seafood, and it costs 150 yuan per pound. So expensive. After Chen Qi got Ruan Yi, he had never eaten chicken dishes. If this chicken was sold in Socrates, it would cost at least 2 or 3,000. Chapter 47. Acquired a multi-million mansion. It's not expensive. I can cook dozens of tables of dishes like this for a meal with my brother. Lulu's craftsmanship is so good. Did she learn it from Stephen Chow? Chen Qi glanced at the TV, which was currently showing the final episode of the God of Cookery competition. My dad is a chef, so I learned a little from him. The two of them ate and chatted in a very harmonious atmosphere, just like a newly married couple. Lulu, did you rent or buy this house? My family helped with the down payment, and I paid the mortgage myself. It's not a big house, only 75 square meters. It's not big. It's really uncomfortable to listen to. What's the EQ? It's not high, but I bought it myself. Sulu was muttering to herself, but Chen Qi's next words immediately made her overjoyed. She secretly cursed herself for having wronged Chen Qi. A bigger house is more comfortable to live in. I'll buy you a big house. Brother, you are kidding, right? In Sulu's opinion, buying a house is a big deal. Not only does it cost money, but it also shows how much the other party values it. This is nothing to joke about. I'll buy you a big house so you can live more comfortably. Chen Qi said seriously. Damn, when buying a house, should I put my name on it, or should I put your name on it so I can live in it? I really want to ask directly. Go straight after you finish eating. I'll ask Master Zhu to come and drive. So soon? Has your brother found a house he likes? Don't you work at Yida Plaza? The best property nearby is the Marriott Plaza. Sulu really didn't expect Chen Qi to say this name. Her eyes flashed, and she spoke excitedly. Brother, Wanhui, this building is considered top-notch in Donghai. The average price is 50,000, and there is only one unit type, 200 square meters. I know. If it's not 200 square meters, how can it be called a big house? Donghai City is not as good as the first-tier cities such as Shanghai and Beijing, where there are many houses with an average price of more than 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. 3 high-rise residential buildings in the first phase of Donghai. The average price of Gangyuan number 1 is 43,000, and there are 3 apartment types to choose from. The average price of Marriott Plaza is 50,000 yuan, and the apartment only has a size of 200 square meters. The most expensive Yulong mansion has an average price of 60,000 yuan and only sells large floors of 300 and 450 square meters. The good floors can be sold for more than 30 million yuan. There are many other properties with an average price below 40,000, but their locations and supporting facilities are definitely not as good as these 3. How can he make buying a house with an average price of 50,000 yuan as easy as buying cabbage? Chen Qi looked at the balance and found that his assets had reached more than 33 million. The main contributor is Sulu. It's not too much to spend 10 million to buy her a house. An hour later, the 2 men left. Sulu sat in the car, feeling restless and too excited to calm down. When driving into the Marriott sales office, Master Zhu got out of the car to register. Before Chen Qi and his companion entered the store, a salesperson came out and waited for them to get out of the car. The saleswoman Su Yun is very elegant and has a charm score of 91 according to Wanya. She has been in love 6 times. Chen Qi secretly thought it was a pity. A Maybach S800 worth more than 6 million yuan, with handsome men and beautiful women getting out of the car. It is probably a rich kid who is buying a wedding house. Sir, ma'am, do you have an appointment? Does it take an appointment to view the house? Top properties do require an appointment to view, but it also depends on whether the salesperson is busy and in a good mood. Originally, you need to make an appointment, but I happen to be free now and can receive you too. Thank you for your help. Please follow me. Sulu would pass by this building on her way to and from get off work, but had never been inside. Now following Chen Qi in, it really feels like entering the upper class and completing a class leap. Excuse me, Mr. Chen and Ms. Su. Are you planning to buy this house as your wedding house? Sulu stared at Chen Qi. She really wanted to know how Chen Qi would answer. No, I bought it for my girlfriend to live in and put her name on it. Although the answer she heard was not the one Sulu wanted to hear the most, it was enough to make her happy. He took the initiative to publicly announce that he is my boyfriend in front of others. Does this mean he has acknowledged our relationship? They actually said they would write my name. Is this true? It's a 10 million mansion. Su Lu's favorability +2, currently 47. Although Su Yun had seen many wealthy men, this was the first time she had seen one who treated his girlfriend so well. Miss Su, Mr. Chun is so nice to you. You two look like a domineering president and a rich lady from a comic book. I'm not a rich lady at all. I am just a Cinderella at best. He is just like that. He likes to spend money recklessly, Su Lu said with a smile. Su Yun took the two of them to see the model room. The fine decoration of Marriott Plaza looked a bit like a hotel, while AD number 1 had a more family atmosphere. When Su Lu was looking at the house, she was smiling the whole time and could not hide her excitement. With this large open kitchen, I can make more delicious food for my brother in the future. The kitchen in Su Lu's current house is very small, but she has a lot of kitchen utensils. The oven, microwave, large and small pots, frying pans, and casserole make the kitchen look crowded. She likes this big kitchen very much, but of course, what she likes more is the independent dressing room. Then I'm in for a treat, Chen Qi said. Take us to see those 2 sets. Chen Qi chose 2 units on different floors, one on the east side and the other on the west side. Brother, this apartment is facing Yida Plaza. Obviously, Su Lu prefers the one on the 21st floor. For this set, the current price is 11 million. Even though Su Lu knew the price of Marriott Plaza, she was still shocked when she heard the sales quotation in person. If you buy me a mansion like this, I may not even be able to afford the property management fee. Chen Qi didn't think about this problem. The property fee of number 1 AD is 30,000 yuan a year. The Marriott Hotel would probably be a bit more expensive, so he could just pay for Su Lu when the time comes. If Su Lu were asked to pay, she could afford it, but Chen Qi couldn't let her spend this money. After spending this money, he will have tens of thousands less to spend. Does Lulu like it? I like it, but it's too expensive. A mansion worth 11 million. I love it. It's fine if you like it, Miss Su. Let's sign the contract today and pay the full price for the house. Is this the strength of the second generation of a wealthy family? Su Lu and Su Yun thought so. Su Yun smiled as brightly as a flower. She made a lot of money from this order again. No problem. Please go to the VIP room and take a rest. I will go and prepare the contract. Chen Qi and his partner were drinking tea and waiting in the VIP room. Su Lu said, Brother, the property fee of Marriott Plaza is very expensive. I'm afraid I can't afford it. Don't worry, I'll pay for you later. Brother is so thoughtful. Su Lu kissed Chen Qi on the cheek. Su Yun brought the contract, and after Su Lu signed more than 10 pages, Chen Qi immediately transferred money to Marriott's account. Su Yun was happy and got the commission of 30,000 yuan smoothly. Su Lu was even happier. Su Lu's favorability +20, currently 67. The money has been paid, the contract has been signed. This must be a dream. I have really become the owner of a multi-million-dollar mansion. My impressionability has increased by 20 points. Not bad. It seems I still need to spend more money. However, Chen Qi cannot let Su Lu's favorability increase too quickly. When the favorability reaches 100, Su Lu will give him double the cash back on all the purchases he makes. He also needs Su Lu to spend more money on him. Miss Su, congratulations on becoming the owner of Marriott Place. Here are the keys. It was also a silver suitcase, similar to the one that AD number 1 gave to Chen Qi. Chapter 48, The Bonus of a Luxury House. Brother, can you help me move today? Marriott Plaza is also finely decorated, but unlike AD1, Marriott Plaza even comes with home appliances and furniture. If the residents don't like the furniture and appliances, they can replace them with what they like. Although they were gifts, they were all branded home appliances and furniture better than what Su Lu had at home now. She liked them very much and never thought about replacing them. Of course, I'll call a moving company for you. There was nothing much to move in Su Lu's house. The most important things were the LV bag and clothes she had just bought. The other things were not valuable. This kitchen is so big. I have to buy a bigger oven and a 4-layer steamer. Su Lu has started adding items to her shopping cart frantically on Taobao. The moving company drove a small van, but they didn't move the bed or any appliances, just 3 suitcases and 5 plastic storage boxes. This move can be said to be the easiest one in their history. At 4 o'clock, Su Lu was already tidying up the cloakroom in her new home at Marriott Plaza. I want to hold your hand like this and never let go. Su Lu was humming a song and was in a good mood. Brother, I will cook you a big meal when the new kitchen utensils arrive. Chen Qi's eyes lit up. Then I can't wait. Brother, I want to eat Socrates tonight. No problem. I'll call and reserve a seat now. Chen Qi has eaten at Socrates 3 times and has become a VLP. Now he doesn't need the hotel to help him reserve a table. He can book it himself. Su Lu was very curious. Chen Qi gave away a mansion worth 11 million yuan so easily. So what kind of house did he live in? Among the high-rise residential buildings in Donghai City, the only one that is more expensive than Marriott Plaza is Yulong Mansion. As for villas, there are several properties. Brother, I don't even know where your home is. Which home are you talking about? Su Lu was stunned. That's right. How could someone so rich have only one house? How many houses does my brother have? It's hard to say, just by what you like. What the hell? The rich are so inhumane. Is the property certificate thicker than the dictionary? If I marry him and have a child, I will really inherit the throne. Su Lu's favorability +1, currently 68. Chen Qi didn't expect that just by using her imagination, she could actually increase his favorability. Brother, when can I pick up the Ferrari? I want to sit in the passenger seat. Chen Qi pinched Su Lu's little face. You can pick up the car the day after tomorrow morning. It's your exclusive passenger seat, and only you can sit in it. Lulu, do you have a driver's license? Su Lu shook her head embarrassedly. I failed the subject 2 test 5 times, and now the test validity period has expired. If I want to take the test again, I have to register for subject 1 again. Forget it. I'm going to let you drive this Ferrari. Su Lu made a cross sign with her hands. To me. Absolutely not. I will never take a driver's license again in this life. Besides, it only takes a few minutes to get to work now, and my brother will pick me up when I go out to play. Brother, are you tired of me and don't want to pick you up anymore? Chen Qi smiled and said, How could that be? It's my honor to pick up Miss Su. You are the only one who can speak. Su Lujiao said with a smile. Su Lu's favorability +1, currently 69. Fuck, what's going on? Is Su Lu in her sensitive period now? Why does she like me more just by saying something nice? It can't be because he lives in this 11 million mansion, and there is a luxury bonus. Chen Qi really guessed it right. Su Lu is now very excited to live in a mansion. This is a luxury house with only Su Lu's name on it. When other young couples get married, it is common for the girl to end up breaking up with her boyfriend just to add a name to his name. Chen Qi had known her for less than a week, although Chen Qi was very nice to her and was also very rich. But I didn't expect that he would be so rich that he could give away luxury houses for free. Brother, when you signed the contract, you said you were buying it for your girlfriend. So, what is our relationship now? Chen Qi pulled Su Lu to the sofa. Su Lu sat diagonally on his lap, and the two of them were tightly pressed together. What do you think? What is our relationship? Su Lu pouted and pretended to be confused. I have no idea. Chen Qi looked at her alluring red lips. The two of them were in such an ambiguous posture. My mind was blank at that moment. I didn't think of anything, and I kissed him subconsciously. Su Lu suddenly shuddered all over, as if she had been electrocuted, and a tingling sensation swept through her body. She didn't expect Chen Qi to kiss her directly. Su Lu's favorability +2, currently 71. Chen Qi's eye reacted after hearing the system prompt sound. Nima, no more. Su Lu has currently spent more than 51,000 on Chen Qi, which means more than 50 million to Chen Qi. If the favorability reaches 100, the system will give you a cashback of 100 million. This is still a bit too little. 100 million, not even in the top 100 of the Donghai City rich list. Su Lu is currently Chen Qi's most promising and most sensible goddess. Let her spend more money to slowly increase her favorability. By then, double cashback of billions will not be a problem. Chen Qi stopped his verbal sparring with Su Lu. Su Lu collapsed on Chen Qi. Brother, are you staying here tonight? Su Lu actually took the initiative to ask Chen Qi to stay overnight, as Chen Qi was indeed attracted by her body. But in order to control points and get higher cash back, he had no choice but to reject Su Lu. A kiss would increase the favorability by 2 points, and if you stay and grow, it would increase by at least 5 points. After all, Chen Qi was very confident in his growth skills. During that time of growing up with Jenny, her favorability increased from the initial 20 to 25. Although every girl has different feelings in this regard, a veteran like Jenny added 5, so Su Lu must have added 7 or 8. Tonight, I have an appointment with a client to discuss something. Brother has something important to do, so come back next time. Chen Qi is most afraid of the kind of woman who talks about feelings with rich men and talks about money with poor men. Fortunately, Su Lu is sensible. If it were Li Ting, she would probably say, clients are more important or she is more important. When the two went to Socrates for dinner, the waiter was already numb. This rich guy really treats this place as a canteen. Every meal costs at least 100,000 yuan. Damn, if you didn't know, you would think Socrates changed to a 10 yuan cafeteria. Su Lu said as they were eating. Brother, I wanted to ask you at noon, why are you wearing Hermes? I thought you only liked LV. As for clothes, wear whatever you want. They say women are like clothes. Brother, are you also casual with me? You know why I bought so many LVs? Because you were there. Su Lu continued. Brother is wearing Hermes now. So does he have someone in Hermes? It's unfair. If Lulu doesn't like it, she won't wear it anymore. Chen Qi hadn't said half a sentence yet. I won't wear it when I see you. Su Lu smiled and said, I won't tease you anymore. Brother can wear whatever he wants. I'm not the kind of girlfriend who doesn't even give me freedom of dress. At this time, Chen Etienne's voice call popped up. Cheesy, save me. Chen Qi's heart tightened. Could it be that he had lost money yesterday, and he and Chen Etienne were taken over by someone else? What happened? Lin Xian and Li Ting are blocking my door. If you don't reply to Li Ting's message, she can't find you, so she and Lin Xian will come to block me. Hearing this, Chen Qi wanted to beat Chen Etienne. Why are you yelling? I thought something happened to you. Just ignore them and move to another house tomorrow. Okay, I've had enough of this small studio. I'll find a serviced apartment to stay in tomorrow. After Chen Qi hung up the phone, Su Lu asked curiously, Brother, who is it? My friend, there's nothing wrong, just yelling. From the tone of the voice on the phone, Su Lu roughly guessed that it was Chen Qi's friend, and probably a very good friend of theirs. Brother, I haven't even met your friends yet. I'll take you to see him when I have time. When a boyfriend takes his girlfriend to meet his friends, it is a kind of recognition for his girlfriend. Su Lu was very happy when she heard that Chen Qi agreed. Chapter 49 Sun Yao's Little Surprise. After returning to Marriott at 8 o'clock, Su Lu's video calls never stopped. First, he showed Sister Zhang and Xiao Jing his 11 million mansion in all aspects. Said excitedly again. He made it public that I was his girlfriend and said he would take me to meet his friends. Lulu, if I wasn't married, I would have snatched the man from you, said Sister Zhang. Xiao Jing bit her back teeth to pieces. Just one day, and you've entered the upper class? No, Lulu, I want to stay at your house tomorrow. Which home are you talking about? Su Lu wanted to tease Xiao Jing. Okay, I finally got to play this trick on you. Sister Zhang asked, where is your house? It's just empty now? I plan to rent it out to help me share some of the mortgage, and I can also invite my parents to live with me in the future. It's no problem for Su Lu to rent that house at 2,000 yuan a month, and her mortgage is 4,500 yuan, so this can help her save a lot of money. Lulu, now that you've married into a wealthy family, don't forget your poor sisters. Xiao Jing said, I don't even know what wealthy family he comes from. He's very low-key. During the past few days we've been together, he never talked about his family. I'll do it for you. Xiao Jing searched the list of the richest people in Donghai City. A wealthy man with the surname Chun who has a son as old as Chen Qi should be in his 50s or 60s. These two rich men are quite similar. One is worth 5.8 billion and the other is worth 9.1 billion. Try to be more specific next time. Chen Qi was leaning on the sofa, watching the live broadcast on the screen, when he suddenly sneezed. The 98-inch TV was playing Sun Yao's live broadcast, and the effect looked much better than on the mobile phone. Sun Yao was dancing folk dance today and had just finished the Dai Peacock dance. In order to prepare for the live broadcast in the evening, Sun Yao went to Folk Street with her younger brother Sun Yu during the day. Here, there are various ethnic costumes and accessories for sale. Strolling into a store selling Tibetan clothing, Sun Yao prepared to buy some beads and chains as accessories. Wow, sister, look at this Z bead. It's so small, but it's sold for 280,000 yuan. It's more expensive than gold. Z beads are a unique accessory of the Tibetans. In fact, they are dyed agate. There is no real or fake distinction between them, only new and old. The shop owner was an old man with a goatee and wearing a Zhongshan suit. He came over and spoke to Sun Yu. It's an artifact from the Sui dynasty, plus a lost craft. Brother, 280,000 is not too much. What are you two looking at? Sun Yao has already bought Tibetan costumes for Tibetan dance, and now she needs some Tibetan accessories. The owner of the shop specializes in Tibetan folk items, and the two siblings have rarely seen all kinds of rare things. Sun Yao was attracted by a bright red bracelet in a glass box. The shop owner was also a smart guy. When he noticed Sun Yao's eyes fell on the red bracelet, he immediately spoke. The chicken bloodstone bracelet from the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty was blessed by Tibetan monks. It can increase blessings, ward off evil, and ensure safety. Sun Yao's family used to run a business. They believe in Buddhism and are quite interested in these things. Upon hearing that it was a bracelet blessed by a Tibetan monk, Sun Yao couldn't help but take a few more glances. Seeing that she was interested, the owner immediately took out the bloodstone bracelet from the cabinet. "Miss, take a closer look." Although the shop owner is old, he often watches Douyin and knows that there are various types of girls, such as takeaway girls, frisbee girls, tea girls. Among them are Buddhist girls who pretend to be Buddhists and go to temples to check in and take photos, or pose for photos kneeling down to worship, all day long. Many Buddhist ladies have come to his shop. These women are the easiest to cheat. He can sell them bracelets worth dozens of dollars at 10 times the price. The best bloodstone has a bright red color, smooth and continuous blood lines, high integrity, and fine and clear texture. This bracelet is one of the most valuable treasures in my store. This bracelet is genuine. The owner is not lying. It is indeed made of top-quality bloodstone. But to say that it is from the Ming Dynasty and has been blessed by a monk is misleading. It can be sold on Taobao for a maximum of 3,000 yuan and comes with a bunch of maintenance items. How much is this? If you really want it, 50,000. When Sun Yao heard the price, she was not very surprised. After all, she was from a wealthy family before. The several bracelets her mother wears are worth hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. But things are different now. Although she has earned more than 200,000 yuan from live streaming in the past few days, she still can't bear to spend 50,000 yuan to buy a bracelet. "Sister, 50,000 yuan is too expensive. It's just for live streaming. It's not necessary. Just buy a few strings for a few hundred yuan." Sun Yao said, "I didn't buy it for myself." "Who did you buy it for?" Time goes back to the present. Chen Qi is not very interested in folk dance. Yesterday's classical dance had a bit of the flavor of a brothel, and he couldn't appreciate the folk dance. He typed in the comment section, "Nice dance. Brother Roast Duck is here." Seeing Chen Qi appear, Sun Yao guessed that he should not be busy at the moment, so she picked up her phone to send a message to Chen Qi Fa. Chen Qi saw Sun Yao playing with her mobile phone during the live broadcast and guessed that she was sending a message to him. Sure enough, 2 seconds later Chen Qi received a WeChat message from Sun Yao. "Brother, are you free tomorrow? Did Yao Yao miss me?" "Humph, you wish." Sun Yao continued to speak stubbornly. "I wore Hanfu for a live broadcast yesterday, and today a Hanfu manufacturer contacted me to promote their products." Chen Qi heard that these merchants had a keen sense of smell. In fact, Chen Qi himself knew that with Sun Yao's current situation, there would definitely be merchants coming to him. "Congratulations, Yao Yao, you're going to get rich." "Brother, don't tease me. I'm just a small business. The advertising fee is not enough for my brother to have a meal." The business actually offered 200,000 yuan for advertising, but the union wanted to take half of it. Regarding the specific matters, someone from the union has already contacted the merchant, and Sun Yao will just go to the merchant's experience store to try on the clothes first. "It should be fine tomorrow. Then, brother, accompany me to try on clothes." "No problem." Sun Yao typed a few words, "I have a surprise for my brother tomorrow," and then deleted it. She thought about it and decided that a small bracelet worth tens of thousands of dollars was not much of a surprise, so she decided to take it out when they met tomorrow. "See you tomorrow, brother. I will continue the live broadcast." Chen Qi walked to the second bedroom, which he used as an esports room. There were 9 rectangular boxes neatly stacked against the wall. These 9 boxes turned out to be all Alienware laptops, and there was one disassembled and arranged on the table. These Alienware laptops were given to me by the Hasten store. Chen Qi bought a bed worth 5 million yuan, and the store gave him a lot of gifts, including a bedside table, a dining table, a mobile phone, an alien computer. He didn't ask for anything else, just took 10 alien notebooks. Originally, I wanted to wait until the assembled computer that I spent 500,000 yuan on arrived before playing with it. Since I have nothing to do tonight, I'll just use my Alienware laptop for now. I logged into the LOL Black Rose account and saw Chen Qi in the game as soon as I came online. He made a phone call. "You kid, you're playing the game very enthusiastically. We are all single now. If we want to play games, we play games. If we want to drink, we drink." Chen Qi said, "Hurry up and play together next time." "Brother, I just started the game. Why don't you find a girl to play with first?" Okay. Chen Qi had not yet thought of finding a girl to play with him. This girl is much better than Chen Etian. He quickly downloaded an app for playing with other people and searched for a playmate that caught his eye. If you see the handsome guys and pretty girls in the latest chapter, Please click to urge the author to update, so that the author will be more motivated. Chapter 50. Playing with Girls. Most of the people who work as playmates are part-time college students, but there are also some full-time ones. The personal profiles of the playmates all have photos and videos, but they are all overly photoshopped. Some of them have poor skills, and the Photoshop is so outrageous that it makes Chen Qi feel sick. Some of them are still okay and can be considered beauties after a little photoshopping. Chen Qi flipped through them one by one. His standards had improved now, and these photoshopped internet celebrity faces could not arouse his interest. This is good. This girl named Tian caught Chen Qi's attention, as all the other girls who played with him had snake-like faces. She has a round oval face and big eyes, and looks very cute and innocent. Ruan Yi, is this 90 points? Chen Qi's naked eyes cannot tell the girl's true appearance after beauty, plastic surgery, and makeup. With the development of technology these days, a 40-year-old aunt can be photographed looking like an 18-year-old girl. Name, Su Tian. Age, 22. Height, 165 centimeters. Charm value, 92. Occupation, part-time student playmate. Number of romances, 0. Favorability, 0. Do you want to bind? Fuck. What new world did I discover? 0 love affairs? Such a pretty female college student has never grown up with anyone. Bind. It's not that girls like this don't exist. They definitely do exist, but they are definitely top-notch. In today's society, the relationship between men and women is not so sacred. There is no such thing as choosing one person to spend the rest of your life with or meeting one person to grow old with. Perhaps the person who is lying next to you and expressing his love to you tonight will be in someone else's arms tomorrow. Chen Qi was a little excited. He looked at Su Tian's price. Online play, 60 per hour. Offline play includes esports games, board games, and script-killing games, 200 per hour, pure green play, limited to public places. Chen Qi had never ordered a playmate before, so he didn't know the price, but he didn't need to look at the price now. Place an order directly and spend 1,000 hours offline first. Su Tian just finished her junior year and has started her internship this summer. I was only recently asked by my roommate to do this part-time job as a playmate. Su Tian's appearance and voice are just as sweet as her name. So many bosses order her. But her skills are not very good, and the boss who hired her to play with her also wanted to improve his scores, so naturally he hoped that the player could play well. Her good looks and sweet voice are a plus, but her skills are not good enough, and few bosses will continue to hire her. If the boss is simply lustful, he would not spend money to hire someone to play with him. It would be better to go directly to a KTV or club where the prices are clearly marked. Su Tian had just finished an order. The boss ordered it because she was pretty. He didn't expect that her skills were so poor that she caused the boss to lose points. Roommate Zhou Ningning saw that Su Tian looked a little depressed and guessed that the boss must have scolded her again. Zhou Ningning is currently a full-time companion player. She has relatively good skills, can play the supporting role, and cooperate well with the boss, and can speak. She has a lot of regular customers and can earn at least 300 yuan a day, and sometimes more than 600 yuan. Su Tian's salary is not very stable, and she works part-time. Sometimes she makes more than 200 yuan a night, and sometimes she makes nothing. Zhou Ningning suggested to Su Tian that she should add an offline companion to play with, because if she only played online, Su Tian's skills were not good, and her income would be unstable. If we go offline, the boss will see how pretty Su Tian is, and he probably won't get angry even if her skills are poor. Su Tian knows that many girls who provide offline entertainment services on the platform have high incomes, but she is also aware of the tricks involved. Tian, just tell the boss that you are a pure green companion and are only allowed in public places. Su Tian struggled for a while and finally added the offline item to her own accompanying play program. As a result, as soon as I modified my personal information, I was swiped by Chen Qi. Su Tian received a notification from the companion app that there was a new order. She opened it and screamed in surprise. What's wrong, Tian? Zhou Ningning was startled. Su Tian held the phone in front of Zhou Ningning. Look at this 1,000 hours of offline playtime. Zhou Ningning was also shocked. This was 200,000 yuan. The platform took 30% of the commission, so there was still 140,000 yuan left in profit. Spend 200,000 to find a playmate. With 50,000 yuan, you can even get Uzi to play with you. Quick, contact the boss and ask if he typed 2 extra zeros. Su Tian immediately contacted Chen Qi on the platform. Boss, you just placed an order for 1,000 hours of offline playtime. Can I confirm that it is 1,000 hours? Chen Qi replied, that's 1,000 hours. Su Tian looked at Zhou Ningning in disbelief. The boss had invested huge sums of money to hire her for the project she had just joined. Ningning, the boss said, it's 1,000 hours. Calm down, Tian, your luck has changed. You've met a rich man. In the playmate circle, there are those rich second generations who are bored and want to find girls to play with. They are very generous and may even develop into boyfriends and girlfriends. I'd be thankful if he wasn't a greasy uncle, let alone a rich second generation. Su Tian said, 200 per hour for offline play companionship. This price is equivalent to a normal worker's daily salary. It can be said that losers can't afford it and rich guys just disdain it. It costs 200 to play with you, and food and entertainment are not included. Fugu is not allowed to do anything with any color. What is Fugu looking for? You might as well go to a club. Of course, there are also rich guys who want to conquer their playmates with their strength. Many companion games are also selling dog meat under the guise of sheep meat. They claim to be green companion games, but in fact they can become yellow companion games by paying a little more money. Su Tian typed and asked, what game do you want to play, boss? League of Legends. When does it begin? Chen Qi replied, right now. Su Tian glanced at the time. It was already 9:30. Would it be unsafe to go out and play with her friends at this time? Tian, it's clearly written on your profile that it's only allowed in public places. Ask the boss if you can go to a designated internet cafe. The Phone You Companion app that Su Tian and her friends play has the largest number of downloads and is relatively the most formal. The companion app has cooperated with internet cafes and board game bars in many cities. If you want to play offline, you can go to designated places and there will be discounts. Su Tian thought about it and decided to go to the designated internet cafe. Anyway, she has her own bottom line. She will definitely be a pure green companion. If the boss touches her, she will just leave. Su Tian gave Chen an inspiration for a location, Yulong Internet Cafe. Chen Qi knew that the girl was probably thinking about her safety. He saw that the internet cafe was not far away, so he told Su Tian that they would be there in half an hour. Seeing that the boss agreed, Su Tian immediately started to take out her makeup box. Ningning, which one do you think I should wear? Don't wear long pants, wear a preppy plaid skirt. You have nice legs and they look longer in it. Donghai Business School is only 15 minutes away from Yulong Internet Cafe. Su Tian took a taxi to the Internet Cafe. As soon as she walked in, all the boys' eyes fell on her. What a beautiful girl. The legs are so long, white and straight. It would be nice if a beauty like this could play games with me. Idiot, you're still playing games with a beauty like this? Play with a beauty. Let me see which bastard you are here to see. Su Tian stood at the door and sent a message to Chen Qi on the app. Boss, I'm here. The message instantly showed as read, but not replied. Su Tian stared at the dialog box, thinking that Chen Qi was typing, and waited for 7 or 8 seconds, but there was no reply. Tian. Chen Qi had already appeared in front of Su Tian. Su Tian didn't pay attention and was startled by the sudden appearance of Chen Qi. She looked up and saw that he was a handsome guy. 1,000-hour boss? It's me. Why do you look so surprised? Chapter 51. He thinks it's dirty? Su Tian suddenly became inexplicably nervous. Why is my heart beating faster? Su Tian's favorability +3, currently 3. No, I didn't expect the boss to be such a handsome guy. I didn't expect you to look better than in the photo. You look a bit like Li Jian. The celebrity analogy strikes again. No way. Li Jian is super pretty. Chen Qi stared at this top female college student who had grown up for the first time, and her eyes were clear. Su Tian noticed that Chen Qi was staring at her. She didn't dare to look him in the eye, so she turned her head away and spoke. Boss, turn on the machine first. Chen Qi walked to the bar. The girl working at the front desk was also a part-time female college student. She was pretty. I see losers all day long, but it's rare to see a handsome guy. Beauty, let's get a private room. Handsome guy, are you a member? Top up 1,000 and get 200 free, plus a drink. The girl at the front desk had a very enthusiastic attitude, which was completely different from how she treated other boys. The boys who were sitting closer to the front desk looked at the girl at the front desk with disdain. Face dog. It's not that girls don't take the initiative, it's that we're not handsome enough. Chen Qi said as he took out his cell phone. Okay, charge 1,000 and get a private room. The girl at the front desk looked at the recharge amount and said immediately, Handsome, did you charge the wrong amount? You charged 3,000 yuan. Chen Qi said, That's right, just charge 1,000. For the other 2,000, please help me replace the mouse and keyboard in the private room, and bring some snacks and drinks. Tian, what would you like to drink? Su Tian stood there in a daze. Is he a second-generation rich man who came to experience life? He spent 2,000 yuan to buy a new keyboard and mouse. Is it because they are dirty? Although the environment in the private room is much better than that in the lobby, the keyboards and mice are still rubbed and touched by thousands of people. It's okay for Chen Qi to spend a little money to make his experience more comfortable. This was the first time the girl at the front desk had encountered such a request. She felt so good. In order to save costs, internet cafes will not replace keyboards and mice casually. These are consumables, and if they are replaced frequently, the expenses of the internet cafe will be too high. Since he said he only charged 1,000, I can withdraw the extra 2,000 to myself. Spend a few $100 to buy him a new keyboard and mouse from an internet cafe. Thinking of this, the girl at the front desk immediately agreed. Handsome guy, room A3, I'll get you a new mouse and keyboard right away. Su Tian came back to her senses and said, whatever, mineral water will do. The college students who were sitting nearby were all shocked. Fuck, did you hear that? Is this Brother Fu's strength? No, if he thinks it's dirty, he can play at home. What do you know? Maybe they just want the atmosphere. I don't understand Brother Fu's world. This beauty looks familiar. If she's a beautiful woman, you'll look familiar. No, doesn't she look like the guy who designed the costume? Chen Qi and his companion walked into private room A3. The space was okay. The price for a private room is 20 yuan per hour, which is a bit expensive to be honest. When he was in college, Chen Qi went to the internet cafe a few times, but later he felt it was a waste of money and just played in the dormitory. Su Tian asked, what's the boss's name? Chen Qi, the Qi that means start. My name is Su Tian, boss. What heroes do you play? I play Yasuo. Su Tian was speechless. During this period, she played as a companion. The bosses who played Yasuo were either very good or very bad, and the bad ones were the majority. Boss, I usually play Sona and Lux, but I'm not very good at them. Su Tian gave Chen Qi a heads up so that he could be mentally prepared when the game started. It doesn't matter whether you play well or not, but maybe you should change your name. Chen Qi said, name? Oh. Su Tian reacted, brother, don't look down on me for playing badly. Just play it casually, just have fun. Are games still important now? Now that I have met this top-notch goddess, of course I want to get to know her better. Su Tian saw that Chen Qi's account was Black Rose, so she borrowed one to play with him. Is Tian still a student? Tanghai Business School. I'm going to be a senior soon and just started my internship. What major are you studying? Fashion design. What does your brother do? Make some investments. Investment? In the financial industry, brother is really good. Su Tian's favorability +1, currently 4. Chen Qi was speechless. This could increase favorability. Could a simple female college student be so easily deceived? She is so easy to deceive. Why is her growth rate still 0? It's okay. I can make a living. My brother is too modest. He has worked hard on his own and is much better than the second-generation rich who don't work properly. From what I heard, what does this rich second generation who doesn't work properly have in common with you? Chen Qi said. Su Tian quickly shook her head. No, I just said it casually. The second-generation rich man who does not work properly does have something in common with Su Tian. Su Tian's father is just an idle playboy. Back then, his father was handsome, rich, and very popular with girls. Her mother is a train attendant and is very beautiful. Su's father fell in love with her at first sight. Dad Su deliberately stayed for a few more stops just to spend more time with Mom Su. By the time he got off the car, he had already asked for Su Ma's home phone number and then launched a fierce offensive. Su's mother couldn't resist the sugar-coated bullet and soon fell in love with Su's father. A year later, they got married and had Su Tian. But Father Su did not become more family-oriented just because he got married. He was still the same carefree and playboy as before. Dance halls and karaoke were popular at that time. But since Su's father's family was rich, he didn't look for a proper job. If you go to those places every few days, something unexpected will happen. He hooked up with a dancer and was discovered by Su Ma, who tolerated at that time. A few years later, when Su Tian was in kindergarten, Su's father had an affair with another woman, and that woman became pregnant. What's even more infuriating is that after the woman gave birth to a son, Su's father and mother filed for divorce and married the woman. Su Tian and her mother moved back to her grandmother's house because of her rich second-generation father. Since Su Tian was young, Su's mother has instilled in her the idea that none of the second generation of rich people are good. Although Su Tian was not completely led astray by her mother, she did not generalize all the rich second generations. But I have no good feelings towards those kind of playboys and idle rich second generations. Don't be impatient, take your time. Chen Qi said. Su Tian just gave away another kill, and now his record is 0-4. He has a good temper and didn't even say I'm a bad boy. Chen Qi played as fiercely as a tiger, but his record was 0 wins and 5 losses, so both of them were noobs. Although his main purpose was not to play games, it was still somewhat embarrassing to play like this. So Chen Qi ordered 3 more technical companions on the Fengyu companion app. They were all experts and could lead the 2 of them directly. With the guidance of an expert, the 2 were having a great time when suddenly the door of the private room was opened. The young man at the door looked at the 2 of them and said, Tian Tian, who is he? From the tone of questioning, Chen Qi thought that this man was Su Tian's boyfriend. However, Su Tian's data shows 0 growth. Could it be that they just started dating and haven't done it yet? Senior, why are you here? Huang Qingyi and Su Tian are not in the same major. He is 1 year older than Su Tian. I discovered this beauty by chance at school and asked someone to introduce me to Su Tian. He had asked Su Tian out many times, but unless they were having a party with friends, Su Tian always refused if they wanted to go out alone. Su Tian knew that Huang Qingyi was interested in her, but she heard that Huang Qingyi was rich and good at having fun, and he changed girlfriends very quickly. Such a person would be the first thing she would pass over when choosing a partner. But the 2 still get along as friends and occasionally go out to eat and drink together when there are gatherings. On August 5th, the first show started. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, please support me. After reading the updated chapters, please click on the reminder. If there are any free gifts, please give me. Generate power with love. Chapter 52. You don't want to lose your job, do you? A junior student said that he saw you in a private room with a man, so I came. Who is he? Huang Qingyi looked at Chen Qi with a bad expression. He is a client I play with. Su Tian said. You still play with me? Huang Qingyi was a little surprised. He didn't know. I also just started recently. I used to play online, but I only started playing offline tonight. Chen Qi thought, what a coincidence, he became the first offline customer. Tian Tian, are you short of money? If you need money, you can ask me to borrow it, and I will give it to you. There's no need to come and play with someone. You don't know who you'll run into. It's very dangerous. Su Tian said. It's just playing games normally, and nothing will happen here. Chen Qi asked, Tian Tian, your boyfriend? Ha. Yes, I am his boyfriend. Huang Qingyi answered quickly. Chen Qi could see that this man was being too sentimental. Huang Qingyi looked at Su Tian. Tiana, I finally found you an internship. You should focus on your work now, instead of messing around with this. Speaking of internship, Su Tian does owe Huang Qingyi a favor. Huang Qingyi found him a company that matched his major, offering an internship salary of 6,000 yuan plus commission. This is almost the same treatment as old employees, except that they are temporarily unable to pay the 5 insurances in one fund. In Donghai City, the internship salary for senior interns from second-tier universities who have not yet obtained a diploma is usually between 3,000 and 4,000 yuan. No matter how capable you are, it is impossible to get 6,000 as an intern in a company unless you have connections. Senior, what you said is right. I should cherish the internship opportunity and work hard. I'm glad you understand. Let's go. We have to go to work tomorrow. I can't leave yet. I have accepted the order and I have to complete it. Su Tian said. The internship conditions are indeed good, but this order from Chen Qi is more of an opportunity, and if I miss it, I'm afraid I won't have it again. For 1,000 hours. Even if the platform takes 30%, she can still get 140,000 yuan. I will do my day job well and won't cause any trouble to the senior. Huang Qingyi said in a strange tone. Su Tian, you don't want to lose your job, do you? Su Tian is very satisfied with this internship, and she wants to continue working in the clothing industry in the future. She was very grateful to Huang Qingyi for finding such a good internship opportunity for him. But now, Huang Qingyi actually used this to threaten her, which made Su Tian feel disgusted. Don't think that you can tell me what to do just because you introduced me to a job. At worst, I can find another one myself. Senior Huang Qingyi, I know my own business clearly. Please don't interfere too much. Also, you're not my boyfriend. Huang Qingyi saw that Su Tian's face turned cold and immediately changed his words. No, Teng, you misunderstood me. I just hope you can do better at work. Chen Qi watched the show for a while and he realized that Huang Qingyi wanted to pull Su Tian. He probably wanted to use the job introduction to make Su Tian feel grateful so that he could get closer to her. I'm so annoyed. I'm in no mood at all. Chen Qi looked at Huang Qingyi. This guy's clothes, pants, and shoes were all branded, costing tens of thousands of dollars in total. He is considered a wealthy guy among college students, and he can even introduce a good job to Su Tian, which shows that his family conditions are not bad. He was just a little self-righteous and arrogant, thinking that if he helped Su Tian would listen to him. Tian, let's stop here for today. I'll find you tomorrow. Chen Qi confirmed the fee of 400 yuan for 2 hours on the companion app. Su Tian was not in the mood, and Chen Qi's play experience was ruined by Huang Qingyi. Not only was he not angry, he also let Su Tian go back first in a very good attitude. Su Tian said embarrassedly, "Boss, I'm not in good shape today. I'll play with you tomorrow." Huang Qingyi was unwilling. It was a shame for the girl he liked to be his playmate. "Brother, how many hours did you order? If you cancel, I will give you twice the price, and you can find someone else to play with." Huang Qingyi has never ordered a playmate, but he heard from friends that the price is not high, between 200 and 300 yuan, and he could do other things for a little more money. Generally, it only takes a few hours to order companionship, and Huang Qingyi could afford it by double the price, which would only be a few thousand yuan. Su Tian was stunned. She knew that Huang Qingyi was a rich second generation and was quite famous in school. "I used to drive a Porsche 911 to class. But now he said he would pay Chen Qi double the amount. This is a bit too much. If he knew that Chen Qi ordered 1,000 hours, he would be scared to death." Chen Qi smiled and said, "Are you sure? Hurry up and return the order. It's only a few $1,000s. I'll give it to you right away." Chen Qi opened the companion app and clicked on the order, which showed that there were 998 hours left. Chen Qi Chong invested 200,000 yuan, and on the platform, the playing time was negotiated between the client and the playing companion. "I just played for 2 hours, and Chen Qi confirmed the 2 hours before the money could be transferred to Su Tian's account. He showed the order interface to Huang Qingyi. "Remaining time for playing with me, 998 hours. There's 199,600 left on it, and you said you'd give me double that, so that's 399,200. Do you want a card number?" Huang Qingyi took a deep breath. Who would spend 200,000 yuan to have someone to play with, especially a green one? The college students who were watching the excitement at the door were also dumbfounded. "Rich man. This rich guy just had someone replace his mouse and keyboard." Huang Xiao hit the wall this time. Huang Qingyi's family runs a company, and they give him 50,000 yuan in pocket money every month. Sometimes he can even ask for 80,000 yuan if he insists. This is higher than the salary of many white-collar workers, and he lives a very carefree life in school. "Drive a Porsche and pick up schoolgirls, and basically you'll get them all. When I go to a bar, I always sit in an area. Occasionally, I can pool some money with other rich second-generation friends and order a frozen dragon. But if you ask him to take out 400,000 in cash, he can't do it. How could someone order 998 hours? You must have done it on purpose. You just placed the order." Huang Qingyi was unwilling to believe what he saw. "Senior, the boss placed an order for 1,000 hours at the beginning," Su Tian said on behalf of Chen Qi. Huang Qingyi's face turned pale. He was pretending to be too arrogant. If he had known, he would not have offered to pay him twice as much. "Dude, you're not his boyfriend. Is it necessary for you to be so lenient?" Chen Qi said. Huang Qingyi still wanted to argue to save his face. "Boss, I'll leave first. See you tomorrow night," Su Tian said. Su Tian turned and left the private room, and Huang Qingyi followed behind her. "Tian, I'll take you there." "No, I'll take a taxi myself." Chen Qi was also preparing to go home. He was in a good mood as he had bound himself to a new goddess today. Without spending a few dollars, Su Tian's favorability increased by 4 points, which shows that this girl's threshold is relatively low. Maybe she is still in love. If you want to get along with her, you have to control the score well and not let her favorability increase too quickly. When Chen Qi came back from Sulu, he asked Zhu Quan to go home from get off work. Generally, as long as he goes home, he rarely uses the car, so Zhu Quan can have a rest. He just called a special car when he went to Yulong Internet Cafe, and now he called a car again when he went back. At the entrance of the Internet Cafe, Su Tian refused to get into Huang Qingyi's Porsche and was waiting for her own online taxi. Chapter 53. This is not the way you act. "Tianian, let me take you there. It's not safe to take a taxi at night." "Thank you, senior." "No thanks." Su Tian saw Chen Qi coming out and went over to talk to him. "Boss, you don't want to play anymore?" It's boring to play alone. Now that the pretty girls are gone, what else can I do? Su Tian had a very good impression of Chen Qi. He was handsome, rich, and very polite during their communication. No dirty jokes or excessive words were said. I heard from other girls who play with the girls that it's good enough if the bosses don't touch them, but they will definitely take advantage of them with words. Some bosses who like feet will insist that girls take off their shoes and socks when playing games. My car has arrived. An Audi A6 drove to the entrance of the internet cafe. Chen Qi chose a luxury car, but did not specify the model. Mercedes-Benz E-Class, BMW 5 Series, Audi A6, and above models can be registered as luxury cars. It is basically impossible to take a taxi to the Maybach S800. Huang Qingyi took a look and saw that Chen Qi took a taxi. Didn't he even have his own car? Don't deliberately put all your money into the companion app, pretend to be rich, deceive the girl, and then apply for a refund from the platform. Huang Qingyi spoke very loudly so that Chen Qi and Su Tian could hear him. Su Tian has heard from girls on the platform about this kind of tactics, and there are indeed some people pretending to be rich. But when Chen Qi was chatting with her, he didn't show off how rich he was and didn't mention money at all. Those who pretend to be rich usually like to brag about how much they spend on what and how much they spend on which girl. Is this true? Su Tian also looked at Chen Qi to see how he would respond. Chen Qi sighed. This society is so vulgar. If you don't drive a luxury car, you dare not speak loudly. Chen Qi went over and said a few words to the Audi driver, paid him, and let him go. Then he came back and said to Su Tian, if you are not in a hurry to go back, I will drive you in the Maybach later. Maybach? Stop bragging. I was right. Start pretending. Huang Qingyi is now even more convinced that Chen Qi doesn't have a lot of money, and he has used it all to cheat girls on the companionship app. People in the internet cafe spread the word that the rich guy just now was coming in a Maybach. These losers had never seen a Maybach before. So many of them came out to watch the fun. Su Tian said, Boss, my car is only 100 meters away. A few seconds later, a Toyota Corolla stopped at the entrance of the internet cafe. Chen Qixin ran over and said a few words, then transferred 500 yuan to the driver and asked him to drive away. Let's go, just take my car. Su Tian was helpless. In fact, she also wanted to see what Maybach looked like. She had only heard of it on the internet before. Oh well. Zhu Quan received a WeChat message from Chen Qi at this moment and hurried out of the staff dormitory of the Hildo Hotel. As long as Chen Qi does not check out, he is the hotel's VIP guest, and Zhu Quan has to serve him well. Zhu Quan took the car keys from Butler Li and rushed to Yulong Internet Cafe according to the location. Where's the car? It's been more than 20 minutes. Stop pretending. Huang Qingyi said, Don't worry, we'll be there soon. He is so confident. It must be true. Although Su Tian received 1,000 hours of orders, she also generously recharged her card in the internet cafe just now. But in fact, Chen Qi didn't spend much money. She played for 2 hours, and the platform settled 400 yuan, and she received 280 yuan. Recharging a card with 3,000 yuan is indeed very generous and magnanimous among college students. But Su Tian didn't know how much a Maybach cost. It should be at least several million and not something that ordinary people could afford. 2 minutes later, a luxury car with a Mercedes-Benz logo on it stopped in front of Yulong Internet Cafe. The college students who were watching the fun talked on their cell phones. Isn't this a Mercedes? You may not know this, but Maybach was acquired by Mercedes-Benz, and now all cars are branded with the Mercedes-Benz logo. Is this really a Maybach? Take a photo and check it out on Cargo Expert. Huang Qingyi recognized the car in front of him at a glance. It was a Maybach S800. This car could buy him 6 Porsches. But he didn't believe that the car belonged to Chen Qi. Zhu Quan got down from the driver's seat and went to the back seat to open the door for Chen Qi. Mr. Chen, are you going home now? This scene looks too much like a TV drama. To be frank, it's too fake and too much like an act. He drove a Maybach, hired a driver wearing white gloves, and said a few lines that were so awkward that they made him pick his feet. Fuck, that's not the way you pretend. Huang Qingyi said. The onlookers have already found out the price of the car. Damn, the starting price of the Maybach S800 is 6 million. 6 million? So expensive. Su Tian was also shocked when she heard the price. Most of the rich second-generation people she met at school were at Huang Qingyi's level. Either you drive a Maserati, or a Porsche, BMW, or Mercedes-Benz, all of which cost around 1 million. She had never heard of anyone in school driving a Maybach. Boss, is this your car? No. Huang Qingyi was delighted and laughed out loud. I know it. If you rent it, it will cost around 8,000 to 9,000 yuan a day. Are you really heartbroken? You spent a lot of money just to show off. Chen Qi said, it's the hotel's car, and the driver is also from the hotel. Return the hotel car. You are staying in the presidential suite. Zhu Quan was also a man with good eyesight. After listening to 2 sentences, he knew what was going on, so he spoke. Mr. Chun is the VIP guest of our 100,000 presidential suite at the Hildo Hotel. I've been staying in the hotel for 6 nights, and I've been serving him all the time. Huang Qingyi said, the actor's lines are still a bit stiff. Mr. Chun is a distinguished guest of our hotel. The hotel has the responsibility to take care of his travel. As for renting a car, it is totally unnecessary. This Maybach S800 is the car of the Hildo Hotel, and it costs 6.8 million yuan. This is my employee ID. If you have any questions, you can go to the hotel to verify my identity. Zhu Quan showed his employee ID, and the surrounding college students believed him. Fuck, a presidential suite costs $100,000 a night. Even if the car isn't his family must have a car that's no worse than a Maybach. Brother Fu is staying in the presidential suite as if it were a motel. Damn it, how can he be so rich? A presidential suite worth 100,000 yuan. Is he the overbearing CEO in the TV series? Su Tian looked at Chen Qi. Boss, you are so rich. Do you still need someone to play with? Such a rich man should be surrounded by beautiful women wherever he goes. Besides, he is so handsome. There is no shortage of beautiful women throwing themselves at him. Su Tian couldn't understand why he was looking for a girl on the Playmate website, especially a pure green one. If I hadn't asked you to play with me, how would I have met you? What does he mean by this? Let's go. I'll take you back to school. Huang Qingyi watched the 2 men get into the Maybach and gritted his teeth in anger. From childhood to adulthood, he has always been the center of attention in school. The boys are his followers and the girls are jealous of him. Everyone in school agrees with him, and no one dares to argue with him. Today he encountered the first slap in the face in his life. Chapter 54, Sun Yao's Gift. Tiantan, wasn't that guy just now really your boyfriend? Chen Qi asked. Really not, he's just a senior. I met him at a party. He introduced me to an internship a few days ago. I am quite grateful to him. But he just threatened me with this, and I'm thinking about changing jobs. Chen Qi smiled and said, then you can be my full-time playmate. No, I still have to go to work. It is true that full-time companions can earn quite a bit of money, but this job is not very good no matter how you put it. Besides, doesn't it sound like keeping someone as a full-time playmate for Chen Qi? Her grandfather was a fussy old teacher and her mother was a crybaby, so they would never allow her to do this kind of job. It's okay to do playing games with others as a part-time job in private, but she herself can't accept it as her main job. Don't worry about the job. If you need it, I can introduce you to a better one. These days, if you have money, you can just buy a job. Besides, Chen Qi also plans to start his own company, and he can recruit Su Tian then. Boss! Didn't I tell you? Why are you still calling me boss? Su Tian is actually not used to calling brother. When she is playing games online, she often blurts out boss. This makes the boys who ordered her not very satisfied. The customers want to hear the sweet voice of brother. Brother, aren't you in the financial industry? I studied fashion design, which doesn't quite match my job. What's this? If you need it, I can open a clothing company. This is too exaggerated, Su Tian said. Su Tian has a very clear understanding of herself. She grew up in a single-parent family, and her family background is very ordinary. If her grandfather hadn't been a retired senior teacher with a pension of more than 10,000 yuan, her mother probably wouldn't have been able to support her to go to college. Fortunately, God blessed her with a good appearance, and she knew that this was her natural advantage. But because of family reasons, she felt that if she were to get married in the future, she would not marry into a wealthy family. Which wealthy family would look down on an ordinary single-parent family? She felt that the upper limit of her ability to marry a man should be at Huang Qingyi's level or slightly worse. Chen Qi was obviously several levels higher than Huang Qingyi, and she couldn't reach him. Let's go early tomorrow and play 2 more games. Okay, what time will brother come over? Chen Qi thought about it and promised son Yao that he would accompany her to try on clothes tomorrow, and they would definitely have dinner together. About 8:30. Then see you tomorrow at 8:30. When Su Tian returned to the dormitory, Zhou Ningning couldn't wait to pull her aside and ask about the sponsor. Guess. Su Tian smiled slyly. Look at you. You're a handsome guy, right? Not only handsome, but also extremely rich. Su Tian was having a great time chatting with her sisters, but Huang Qingyi was furious. He was just browsing TikTok and saw a video titled Maybach Beats Porsche. It must have been taken by a college student watching at Yulong Internet Cafe. Most of the people commenting under the video are students from Tanghai Business School. Isn't this Mr. Huang from Business Administration? I know that beautiful lady. She is Su Tian, a fashion designer. Who is this handsome guy who looks like Takashi Kaneshiro? Is the Maybach his? It seems like two men are fighting over a beautiful woman, but the Porsche one has never been fought over. No one drives a Porsche, but if I had money I would drive a Maybach. Huang Qingyi felt very embarrassed. This slap in the face was even posted online. He lost all his face. He couldn't swallow this humiliation, and he would never allow Su Tian to see that man again. After Chen Qi returned home, he watched Sunny Yao's live broadcast for a while. He didn't know when he fell asleep in a daze. July 12th, Friday, sunny. Chen Qi woke up very early today. He couldn't fall asleep after 8 o'clock. He originally wanted to go downstairs for a walk and have breakfast, but the sun was already very strong at around 8 o'clock in the middle of summer. So he gave up strolling and ordered takeout instead. At 9 o'clock, Sun Yao sent a message. Brother, are you coming to pick me up? Wait for me an hour and I'll be there. He had finished breakfast, and Zhu Quan had also arrived downstairs in the community. If they went to Sun Yao's house now, they would get there in half an hour. But Chen Qi is very calm now. He goes to the cloakroom to pick out some clothes first, and then blow-dries his hair. It took me half an hour to get myself ready before I went out. Sun Yao is wearing a cool outfit today, a white vest on the upper body and denim shorts on the lower body. Mr. Chen, where are we going now? Zhu Quan asked. Yao Yao, talk to Master Zhu. Sun Yao looked through the chat history and found the location. Then she handed over the phone. Master Zhu, this is the location. Zhu Quan took a look and entered the address into the car navigation. Brother, aren't you busy today? Sun Yao knew that Chen Qi was an investor. Investors are generally very busy and have to meet many people and sign many contracts. She was very happy that Chen Qi was willing to take time to accompany her to try on clothes. No matter how busy I am, I will make time to be with you. You've been wearing a lot of clothes during the live broadcast these 2 days. Not bad. I'll give another 1 million to your dad. Chen Qi originally didn't want Sunny Yao to perform the Shao dance in front of so many people. Now that I've switched to classical dance, he doesn't mind it so much. Men are damn possessive. They're just afraid that I will be seen if I don't wear enough. Brother is eager for me to wear a cotton jacket and broadcast live. The cotton jacket is not interesting. With a Transformers armor. The Tin Man is more interesting. You want to tire me to death? It's so heavy. Sunny Yao received a WeChat message from her father, and another 1 million came in. Sun Yao's favorability +2, currently 70. The favorability gained from this 1 million is pitifully small. When Chen Qi promised to help her family pay back 5 million, he directly added 40 points of favorability, but at that time it was equivalent to an advance payment of the favorability points that would be added later. Now Chen Qi is just following his promise and slowly helping her pay off her debts. The money Chen Qi spent on Sun Yao included 2 million in tips, 2 million in debt repayment, 630,000 on Hermes products, and 120,000 on meals. The favorability level is rising rapidly, but the cashback is only a 20 yuan hairband. Until she continues to return the money, the favorability rating cannot increase any further. Chen Qi looked out the window. The street scene outside looked so familiar. Wasn't this near where he used to work? Give it to him now? Will he like it? Sunny Yao wanted to give Chen Qi a gift, and she was a little worried that Chen Qi would not like this cheap thing. Ah, she's going to send me something? Chen Qi heard Sun Yao's thoughts and was overjoyed in his heart, but he couldn't show it on his face. Sun Yao rummaged through her Hermes bag and took out a mahogany box. This box looks antique and not very big. What's inside? Brother, yesterday, I went to Folk Custom Street to buy clothes and accessories for the live broadcast. I saw a very nice bloodstone bracelet in a Tibetan folk store. Sunny Yao opened the wooden box and found a bright red bracelet inside, which was indeed very beautiful. The shop owner said that this is an item from the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty. It has been blessed by a great monk and can increase blessings, ward off evil, and ensure safety. Chapter 55, Balance exceeds 100 million. I saw that my brother had nothing on his hands, so I thought of buying him something to wear to ward off bad luck and bring good luck. Chen Qi looked at his arms and found that he was not wearing anything. The main reason is that he was poor before and didn't have the habit of wearing watches or beads. It seems that he will have to develop this habit in the future. L. Yao Yao can still think of me while shopping. Do you like it, brother? I like the one Yao Yao gave me. Chen Qi immediately put the bloodstone bracelet on his left hand. Get 20,000 Refunded coins. Cashback 200 million Huaxia coins. When Chen Qi heard the prompt tone from Ruan Yi, he almost bit his tongue out of excitement. 20,000 for me? This broken bead costs 20,000? No, this precious bead is so expensive. I will give you 200 million in cash back. Yao Yao, you are really amazing. He now wanted to help the Sun family pay off the remaining 3 million debt in one go, but he still held back. Sunny Yao is so sensible. Maybe she will give him expensive gifts in the future. It would be great if you could accumulate double cash back. Chen Qi pretended to be calm, but his heart was actually in turmoil. He touched his bracelet and said, "This bloodstone looks very good. Yao Yao must have spent a lot of money on it. It's not much, just tens of thousands of yuan. I'm very happy that my brother doesn't mind it." Yesterday, the store owner wanted to cheat Sunny Yao and offered a price of 50,000. Sunny Yao and Sun Yu bargained for an hour before they got the price down to 20,000. The owner finally sold the bracelet to her with a look of reluctance and made a huge profit of 17,000 yuan. When he came out today, Chen Qi thought that trying on clothes would be boring. Unexpectedly, before he even tried on the clothes, Sun Yao gave him a big surprise. Chen Qi now has a balance of more than 222 million yuan in his card, and he has suddenly become a billionaire. The two went to a Hanfu clothing company, and it was Sunny Yao's first time to live broadcast products. Although the agreements with the merchants were all handled by the union, and she had nothing to do with it, she wanted to try out the quality of the clothes to avoid bringing bad things to her fans. Chen Qi is in a very good mood now. He responds positively to whatever Sunny Yao says, giving her enough emotional value. "Brother, which one looks better, this green gauze one or the pink gilded one just now?" It's made of green gauze. The texture looks more elegant, the design of the belt feels better, and it makes you look whiter. Chen Qi usually only says everything is good and you look good in anything you wear. Now he's in a good mood and said so many words. Sunny Yao still had several sets of Hanfu to try on, and Chen Qi looked out the window. His previous company is only a 5-minute drive away, and he also has a thermos cup with Manager Wang. Even though it has been used for more than 10 years, even if you give it to a junk collector, they don't necessarily want it, but it was his father's cup, so it has a different meaning. Now that I'm on my way, I'll go over and get the cup back. Yao Yao, I'm gonna go out for a while. I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'll take you to dinner later. Okay, brother, hurry up. Su Tian was not in a good mood. She didn't know who told the truth that Su's mother knew that she was a playmate. Su Tian was at work when her mother called and said she saw Su Tian with a man on Douyin. "Your grandpa and I worked hard to raise you and send you to college because we wanted you to study hard. I can learn some useful knowledge and find a stable job in the future." "What are you doing? Playing with others? I haven't even heard of that. I searched it online. I'm really pissed off by you. You are a virgin and you want to be a playmate? What's the difference between you and a hostess in a dance hall?" Suma was once seduced by a hostess in a dance hall, so she hates those questionable women very much. "Mom, what do you mean by a hostess? I'm a green playmate." "Green?" Suma didn't understand either. "I don't care what color it is, but you can't do this again. If this gets out, I'll be so embarrassed. If Grandpa knew about this, he would be so angry that he would have a heart attack." Su Tian knew his grandfather's temper. The old man was old and in poor health. "Mom, please don't tell Grandpa. I'm quitting." "Okay, go home tonight and see your grandpa." Su's mother hung up the phone. Su Tian's family is also from Donghai City, but they live in the suburbs. If she goes to work, it is better for her to live closer to the school dormitory. Huang Qingyi hid outside the stairwell door and eavesdropped on Su Tian's phone call. When he heard that his goal had been achieved, he smiled cunningly. Huang Qingbu is the son of the boss of this company, but he didn't tell Su Tian that he also came to work in the company a few days ago. The reason why he didn't tell Su Tian was that he wanted Su Tian to think that he had gone to great lengths to use his connections to get an internship position. In this way, Su Tian would thank him, and then he would come to the company under the pretext of changing jobs. In fact, Huang Qingyi just said hello to his father and easily let Su Tian come in for an internship, and the salary was quite good. Huang Qingyi works in the Human Resources Department. When Su Tian joined the company, the emergency contact person she filled in on her profile was her mother. He found Su Ma's number from the employment form, searched for TikTok, and sent the TikTok video to Su Ma in a private message. That's why Su's mother called and got furious. Su Tian hesitated for a while, but finally sent a WeChat message to Chen Qi. Brother, I'm sorry, something happened at home. I can't play with you anymore. Chen Qi was a little surprised when he received the news, but it didn't have much impact. It doesn't matter. I have one less person to play with, but I have one more friend. That's good too. Will my brother be online tonight? Okay, let's try to win 10 games in a row tonight. Chen Qi put away his phone and went into his former company. The girl at the front desk was surprised to see him. Chen Qi, why did you quit so suddenly? People always strive for higher places and find better places. Chen Qi said. When Chen Qi entered the room, he met many colleagues, but he was not familiar with them, so he did not say hello. He went directly to the operations department, and his old colleagues stood up one by one when they saw him. Look who's here. The operations department is here. It's the front row. Chen Qi, your resignation is too sudden. Colleagues asked in a few words where Chen Qi was now and whether he had a better job. Only a slightly plump young man wearing round-frame glasses complained. Chen Qi, you are so unkind. You left so suddenly. You left a mess behind and asked me to clean it up. Zhang Ding looked miserable. Manager Wang said he would handle the matter, but the result was that the new store managed by Chen Qi was handed over to Zhang Ding. Manager Wang took 200,000 yuan from Chen Qi and only gave 3,000 yuan to Zhang Ding as overtime pay. Because there was no Chen Qi to take over, Zhang Ding not only had to be busy with his own shop these days, but also had to reorganize the data of Chen Qi's shop from scratch. He basically works until after 1 a.m. If he knew that Manager Wang took 197,000 yuan, he would definitely quit. Thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to a drink when I have time, Chen Qi said. Chen Qi entered Manager Wang's office, where he was watching a TV series. Who is it? Don't you know how to knock on the door? Manager Wang looked up and saw that it was Chen Qi, the lucky guy who became rich overnight. Chapter 56, This is a Misunderstanding. Chen Qi, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I just happened to be passing by and came to pick up something. Manager Wang stood up, walked to the sofa, and picked up a small cardboard box. This was all Chen Qi's things. Just 2 notebooks, 3 pens, a sticky note, a pair of headphones, a pack of tissues, and a thermos cup. It's all here. Nothing is missing. I packed it for you myself. Excuse me, Manager Wang. Chen Qi didn't take anything else, just picked up the thermos cup with peeling paint. Manager Wang took a look at Chen Qi. Wow, the total value of his LV was estimated to be more than 100,000. This guy really won a big prize, but it wasn't reported in the news, so we don't know how much he won. Chen Qi, what are you busy with recently? Nothing much, just invest. Most people like to brag about how they are investing recently, or what projects they have recently launched. However, this kind of empty talk has no value at all. However, when Manager Wang heard what Chen Qi said, he believed it. You must have won a lot in the lottery, Chen Qi. I have a good project outside, and the preparations are almost done. We're just short of funds. If you're interested, we can talk. Chen Qi said perfunctorily. Okay, let's get together another day and chat then. I have something else to do. Then you go ahead and do your work. We'll get together when you have time, said Manager Wang. The change of identity did not require any fanfare. Chen Qi was a subordinate a week ago, but now he had become the object of his flattery. Chen Qi walked out of the manager's office with a thermos cup and happened to meet Manager Chow from the Human Resources Department, who was looking for Manager Wang. This person is Chen Qi. Oh no, he is hated by the whole company. Manager Chow is the boss's brother-in-law, and he is the kind of person who particularly likes to seek attention. How much do people like to look for it? Those who have worked in e-commerce know it every June 18th or Double 11. I'm basically busy half a month in advance, doing all kinds of data, adjusting prices, and placing advertisements. The most outrageous thing Manager Chow did was on the morning of June 18th, when he called everyone to a meeting, saying it was for safety education, which resulted in no one even responding to the customer service. The Human Resources Department is responsible for the monthly performance appraisal, and Manager Chow will definitely cause trouble. Chen Qi had been in trouble with him and had several hundred yuan of his salary deducted. Manager Chow was very surprised to see Chen Qi. When Chen Qi resigned, he didn't say a word, didn't fill out any information or hand over any documents, and didn't even say hello to the Human Resources Department. Only Manager Wang knew about it. Manager Chow learned from Manager Wang that Chen Qi had resigned, and he scolded him for not following any rules. If Chen Qi wants to get a certificate of resignation later, he will definitely not approve it. Manager Wang also did not tell Manager Chow that Chen Qi did not need a certificate of resignation at all because he was already financially independent. Chen Qi, why are you still here in the company? You don't want to get your salary, do you? Don't even think about it. You resigned without reason and caused losses to the company. I want to settle accounts with you. Chen Qi was annoyed by this kind of guy. He didn't bother to pay attention to him and just walked out. Don't even think about leaving. Manager Chow grabbed Chen Qi's shoulders. Let go, Chen Qi said coldly. Manager Wang heard the noise and ran out immediately. What are you doing? What are you doing? Chen Qi informed me of his resignation, and the store he was in charge of was taken over by someone else, so there was no loss. Manager Chow also didn't give Manager Wang face. The resignation of an employee must be approved by the Human Resources Department. He neither gave a month's notice nor did he do any handover. The colleague who replaced him suddenly had an extra workload. Wouldn't this cause trouble for the department's operations? Zhang Ding did have some complaints. Although Manager Wang gave him 3,000 yuan privately, he would rather not have the money. It is too tiring for one person to do the work of two people, and if something goes wrong, he has to take the blame. We haven't been able to recruit any operators in the past few days. How can you expect Zhang Ding to take over? Manager Chow didn't know that Zhang Ding had received 3,000 yuan, but he was not standing up for Zhang Ding. He didn't care how much overtime these hard workers had to work. It's just that someone ignored him and just resigned, which made him lose face. Normally, an employee would resign, then have a private chat with him, get educated by him, and then go back to work. The noise in the operations department soon spread to other departments. When Huang Qingyi from the Human Resources Department heard that an employee who had resigned without reason before had come back to cause trouble, he ran over immediately. He rushed to the operations department and was stunned the moment he saw Chen Qi. Huang Qingyi pulled a colleague from the operations department and asked, "He is the one who resigned before?" "Yes, just before you joined the company." Huang Qingyi was overjoyed, as this was just running into his trap. I knew this guy rented the car. Damn, it turns out he's a former employee of my company. I'm dying of laughter. Huang Qingyi came up with an idea and immediately ran to the design department. Tian, come with me. Where are you going? Su Tian was in a bad mood at the moment. Operations department. Chen Qi looked at Manager Wang. Manager Wang, didn't you say everything has been handled? Manager Wang did handle it and asked Zhang Ding to take over. As long as there are no problems with the store, the HR department won't be able to find fault. Who knew that Manager Chow would be so arrogant, not only not giving face to Manager Wang, but also holding Chen Qi accountable? Chow Kun, that's enough. Chen Qi didn't ask for salary, and he didn't cause any loss to the store. Just hire someone else to take over. Wang Guanhua, is this how you teach your subordinates? If all employees learn this way in the future, there will be no more rules, and the company will be in chaos. Besides, can we recruit people immediately just by saying so? Manager Wang walked up to Zhang Ding and spoke in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. I'll give you another 3,000 yuan. Then Manager Wang asked loudly, Zhang Ding, is your work going well? Can you hold on for another month? Once Manager Chow recruits someone, I'll help you share the workload. If no one can be recruited within a month, then it's Chow Kun's problem. Zhang Ding thought 6,000 yuan, 1 month of overtime, so he did it. Manager Wang, I'm fine. The store data is pretty good recently, and the sales are pretty good. Logically speaking, since Zhang Ding, who took over the job, said there was no problem, the matter should be settled. But Manager Chow was not happy about this, as it caused him to lose all authority in the company. He had to find Chen Qi some money to serve as a warning to others. Su Tian was taken to the operations department by Huang Qingyi. When he saw Chen Qi, he was also shocked. Chen Qi also saw Su Tian and Huang Qingyi at the door. What's going on? The internship that Su Tian mentioned is in this company. Huang Qingyi was extremely proud at this moment. This was his home court. He said to Su Tian, Tian, isn't this the man from last night? I heard he was a former employee of the operations department and resigned without reason. Just think about how much money a small employee could have. You were almost cheated by him. Su Tian's favorability, -1, currently 3. Su Tian's favorability, -1, currently 2. Su Tian's favorability, -1, currently 1. Chen Qi was paralyzed when he heard the system prompt. What's going on? Don't fall again. Chen Qi immediately walked to the door. Tian, you are interning in this company. Don't call me sweet, I don't want to talk to a liar. Chen Qi looked at Huang Qingyi, who was grinning beside him, and knew that he was probably the one causing trouble. Chapter 57. Is the company for sale? Although he was misunderstood, Chen Qi had already thought of a way to deal with it. I didn't lie to you, Chen Qi said. Didn't you say you were investing? Now, you dare to say that you are not an employee who just resigned from this company. Su Tian hates those liars who use sweet words but never tell the truth. Su Tian's favorability -1, currently 0. Chen Qi saw that his favorability had dropped to 0, and he knew that no matter what he said to Su Tian, she would not listen. I just resigned not long ago. There is nothing I am afraid to admit. Huang Qingyi is very arrogant in his own company, although no one knows his identity except Manager Chao. Huang Qingyi almost spoke to Chen Qi with his nose turned down. You are so stubborn. It's been less than a week since I left my job. Don't tell me you can afford a Maybach. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole company was in an uproar. Manager Wang knew that Chen Qi had won the lottery and was very rich, but he didn't expect that he even bought a Maybach. Other colleagues were discussing this matter one after another. What? Chen Qi bought a Maybach? No wonder he quit his job. Could it be that he won the lottery? What? Didn't you understand what Huang Qingyi said? I guess Huang Qingyi saw Chen Qi driving a Maybach and is now questioning him. He didn't buy it. Chen Qi signaled to Manager Wang with his eyes. Manager Wang, please accompany me to meet with Mr. Huang. I have a project I want to discuss. I laughed. Who do you think you are? Can the boss meet you whenever he wants? Manager Wang is convinced that Chen Qi is now financially strong, and he probably wants to discuss a big project with the boss. Chen Qi asked him to be the go-between, and if the project was successful, he would definitely benefit from it. Xiao Huang, please make way. Chen Qi has something serious to discuss with the boss. He has a serious business. He is just a pretentious loser. He is still pretending to be cool. He even has a project. Xiao Huang, talk about chickens instead of BA. Be civilized. Why do you talk like this in the company? Huang Qingyi said unscrupulously. What's wrong? That's how I talk at home. This is a company, not your home. A new employee has only been here for a few days, and he is so arrogant. Wang Guanhua looked at Chao Kun. Manager Chao, is this your subordinate? Huang Qingyi's next words stunned everyone. My boss is my father. Tell me, is the company my home? Qingyi, I told you to keep a low profile in the company. Chao Kun said. Uncle, I have to teach this pretentious guy a lesson. Wang Guanhua's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, you're the boss's son. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Now I'm embarrassed. Chen Qi whispered in Wang Guanjuan's ear. Manager Wang, I want a huge prize. A huge one. If you come with me on this trip, your life will be better after you come out than it is now. Seeing Chen Qi's calm demeanor and how he transferred 200,000 yuan to him without saying a word, Wang Guanhua chose to stand on Chen Qi's side. Let's go and meet Mr. Huang, said Manager Wang. Go ahead, let me see how you get scolded by my dad. Huang Qingyi said. Su Tian looked at Chen Qi and felt very uncomfortable. She had thought that Chen Qi was a gentleman, capable, and elite person, but she didn't expect him to be a boastful liar. Senior, why didn't you tell me that this is your company? I'm not afraid that you'll think too much. Huang Qingyi didn't say it before, because he wanted Su Tian to feel that he had put a lot of effort into introducing this job and make Su Tian grateful to him. The second is that he wants to hide his identity and establish a persona, so that when he becomes successful in the company, Su Tian will think that Huang Qingyi has achieved his success through his own hard work. In the chairman's office, Wang Guanhua stood aside stiffly. Chen Qi stood in front of his desk, looking around the office. This was his first time here. Huang Guerong glanced at Chen Qi with displeasure. Wang Guanhua, who did you bring in? Boss Huang. His name is Chen Qi. He was also an employee of our company before, and he wants to discuss a project with you today. Huang Guerong shouted angrily. Get out. Chen Qi said, Mr. Huang, I'll get straight to the point. I want to buy this company. Ah. Wang Guanhua was dumbfounded. You didn't say the big project was to acquire a company. Wouldn't I be a traitor who led the enemy? Get out, Wang Guanhua. Kick him out immediately, or you get out of the company too. Huang Guerong was furious. A former employee of the company came up to him and said he wanted to buy his company. How can one not be angry? 60 million in cash, and I will become the boss of this company today. Return 60 million. Can you come up with 60,000 yuan? If you make trouble again, I will call security. How could Huang Guerong have thought that Chen Qi really had 60 million? He just thought that Chen Qi was here to act crazy and cause trouble. Boss Huang, Chen Qi won the grand prize. Grand prize? Wang Guanhua was certain that what Chen Qizhong won was not a jackpot of tens of millions, but hundreds of millions. Lottery tickets? How much can it be? It's hard to say how much, but I can afford 60 million anyway. Chen Qi said, you can contact a lawyer you know now to draw up a contract. Huang Guirong saw that Chen Qi was very calm from beginning to end and thought that he must have really won a prize of hundreds of millions, so he had the confidence to talk to him. Wang Guanhua is a shrewd man and has followed Huang Guirong for many years. Since Wang Guanhua brought him here personally, it is very likely that Chen Qi has a large sum of money. Acquiring a company? Are you serious? Mr. Huang, I am serious, so I hope you take it seriously too. If you don't believe me, you can find a lawyer or accountant you trust. Sometimes a deal in a shopping mall can be finalized with just a few words, and it is not as complicated as you think. As long as the interests are satisfied, Huang Guirong can sell the company immediately. 100 million. I won't sell it for less than that. Chen Qi smiled and said, Boss Huang, let's stop arguing. I just left the company. How could I not know the company's situation? Manager Wang is in the operations department. The lifeblood of the company lies in the operations department. He knows best how much profit we make each year. Huang Guirong looked at Wang Guanhua as if he was a traitor. Wang Guanhua avoided Huang Guirong's gaze and did not dare to meet his gaze. E-commerce was doing well in the past few years, with the company's net profit ranging from 8 to 10 million. Now with the rise of TikTok and Pinduoduo, e-commerce has become more competitive and its profits have been falling again and again. Especially if the company is engaged in women's clothing, it is even more competitive. During the 6.18 and Double 11 promotions in the past 2 years, the sales volume was simply unbearable. The company's profit dropped to 4 to 5 million, almost cut in half. Huang Guirong looked at the financial statements and was worried that they were getting worse year by year. We don't know what the situation will be like in the next decade or so, but in the past 2 years, the country has vigorously supported new energy. He was thinking of changing his career path, and if Chen Qi was able to acquire the company, he would be happy to sell it to him. The company's market value is estimated to be around 70 million, based on 12 to 15 times its net profit. Huang Guirong asked for 100 million, which was a sheer exorbitant price. Boss Huang, you should also know how the women's clothing industry is doing right now and how low the profits are. Huang Guirong has been in the business world for decades, and he clearly feels that business is becoming increasingly difficult. However, he never thought that someone would come to acquire his company. His company has about 100 people in total. There are many clothing companies of this size in Donghai. Those acquisition cases were all acquisitions of listed companies, with valuations of tens of billions or hundreds of billions. Who would look down upon a small company that has no competitiveness? 90 million, this company is my life. Huang Guirong began to tell a story. As long as the story is told well and the PPT is beautifully made, you can get something for nothing. Chen Qi didn't buy it. It wasn't like he had to work for this company. Chapter 58. Your new boss, Mr. Chen. Mr. Huang, there's no need to tell the story. It's 70 million. After today, I will no longer be interested in this company, and I will acquire another company tomorrow. Huang Guirong's bottom line price is 60 million. But as a businessman, every businessman wants to make more money. 80 million, this is my hard work? Chen Qi interrupted Huang Guirong. If Mr. Huang is not sincere in selling, then forget it. I think 70 million should be enough to easily buy someone else's hard work. Just keep Mr. Huang's hard work for yourself. Huang Guirong cursed inwardly, wondering why this kid was so stubborn. Cashing out 70 million? Where can you find such a good thing? With this money, he can invest in other projects or retire directly. Chen Qi turned around and was about to leave. This was not the kind of pretense of leaving like bargaining in the vegetable market. He was preparing to leave to acquire another company. Wait, 70 million in cash. Cash. Cash flow is king. We are afraid that Chen Qi will use equity or real estate as collateral. Half an hour later, 3 people came into the chairman's office. He is a lawyer, accountant, and manager of the Donghai branch of Daxia Bank, whom Huang Guirong knows. While the contract was being drafted on the spot, Chen Qi called Sun Yao. Yao, the bracelet you gave me is really useful. What's the matter, brother? I just came out to do some work, and I signed a contract to buy a company along the way. Sun Yao was stunned. In the eyes of investment tycoons, buying a company and buying cabbages are the same concept. Just bought it on the way. Chen Qi didn't expect that he just came to pick up a thermos cup, but it turned out to be an acquisition company. Just stay by yourself for a while and have lunch later. It's okay. Come over when you're done with your work, brother. Sun Yao was very happy. Chen Qi just said that he signed the contract because of the bracelet she gave him. Doesn't this mean that I have brought wealth to Chen Qi? Chao Kun looked at the chairman's office. It's been almost an hour since you went in. Why haven't you come out yet? Is your dad going to be fooled by that kid? Huang Qingyi said. I'll go take a look. Huang Qingyi walked to the office door, grasped the door handle, but found it was locked. Dad, it's me. If you have anything to say, let's talk later. Huang Guerong said inside. Huang Guerong was afraid that Chen Qi would go back on his word about the deal, so now no one was allowed to enter the office and disturb them. The bank manager called the president and then nodded to Huang Guerong. As a rule of thumb, bank employees are not allowed to check customer deposits without authorization. Now the supervisor has obtained Chen Qi's permission and asked the president for instructions. After checking the balance, he determined that Chen Qi could complete the acquisition. But the supervisor did not tell Huang Guerong that Chen Qi had more than 222 million. According to the process, large transactions of tens of millions of yuan need to be applied for 1 working day in advance. Now that the president has approved it, the transfer can be completed today, said the supervisor. The lawyer has also drafted the acquisition contract. He is a professional and has taken over several such acquisition cases. Wang Guanhua saw that a change of dynasty was about to happen, so he tried to curry favor with Chen Qidao. Chen Qi, oh no, Mr. Chen. You said before that if I came in with you, my life would be better. Chen Qi smiled and said, Manager Wang, the contract hasn't been signed yet, and I'm not the boss yet. It will be here soon, Wang Guanhua said flatteringly. Don't worry, you will still be your manager from now on. Wang Guanhua heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Whenever a company changes its boss, a group of senior executives will also be replaced. Wang Guanhua was satisfied as long as he could keep his position, but he thought that Dong Kuan was not so lucky. Half an hour later, several people walked out of the office as usual. No one knew that in just over an hour, the company had changed its owner. Huang Guerong was extremely happy, and he sold the company at a very satisfactory price. It was 10 million higher than his expectation, and he felt he had made a huge profit. Chen Qi also knew that his price was a little high. But it doesn't matter. It's only 10 million. Money can't buy my willingness. He just wants to acquire the company immediately. Even if this company is not acquired, there will be another lucky company that he will acquire at a high price. Call all managers here. I have an announcement to make. Huang Guerong did not go to the meeting room, but stayed at his workstation in the lobby. This was Chen Qi's request. Soon, the company's 8 managers arrived in the hallway, next to which were dozens of employees' workstations. Everyone stared at Huang Guerong. From today on, I, Huang Guerong, am no longer the boss of Donghai Xingrong Garment Company Limited. The company was acquired an hour ago. The new boss now. Huang Guerong turned and looked at Chen Qi. It's Director Chen. There was complete silence. Not much information, but very explosive. Zhang Ding patted his chest with his chubby little hands. It's okay. It's okay as long as it's not bankrupt. At his previous company, everyone was still working hard overtime the day before, and the boss even ordered takeout for everyone. When I came to work the next day, the company was gone and all the computers, desks, and chairs had been moved out. Zhang Ding has not received his salary for that month yet. Cheng? Now this company has been suddenly acquired, which is very confusing. But it was just a change of boss. But this boss wanted someone who was unexpectedly his former colleague. Dad, are you kidding me? What did this kid say to you? Huang Qingyi was dumbfounded. How did his company suddenly become someone else's? And that person was a show-off. He just said that the boss of this company is his father. So isn't Chen Qi his father now? Brother-in-law, what's going on? Chao Kuan couldn't understand why the junior employee who had just resigned last week came to buy the company today and became his new boss. Isn't this a plot that only exists in novels? Huang Qingyi stepped forward and grabbed Chen Qi by the collar, shouting viciously. What tricks did you use to make my dad sell the company? Qingyi, let go. Huang Guerong yelled. Chen Qi smiled faintly. No tricks, just normal trading. Normal transaction? Buy it. Although Huang Qingyi is a second-generation rich man who asks for money, his family runs a company after all. He still knows how much it costs to buy a company. How many tens of millions can this pretentious guy come up with? If you don't let go, I can sue you for disturbing public order. Fortunately, there is a lawyer here. Chen Qi said. The lawyer said, Mr. Chen purchased Donghai Xingrong Garment Company, Limited for 70 million. All contract documents are complete and legally binding. Wang Guanhua went up and grabbed Huang Qingyi's hand. Why don't you let go? You don't want to do this anymore, right? You're in Mr. Chen's company and you're attacking him. What Wang Guanhua said was in vain. If Chen Qi became the boss, Huang Qingyi would definitely be the first to leave. My colleagues were furious. What's the plot? The loser strikes back, pretending to be awesome and getting slapped in the face. 70 million. Chen Qi must have won the first prize in the lotto. With a new boss, we should be okay, right? Su Tian's head was buzzing in the crowd. He didn't lie to me? Is he really an investor? I still talk to him with that attitude. What should I do? I don't even have the face to look at him. Chapter 59. Are you playing workplace play? Managers of various departments felt betrayed by Huang Guerrero. After following him for so many years, he actually sold the company without saying a word. However, Huang Guerrero had already made a lot of money, so he didn't care about the friendship between colleagues. Qingyi, let's go. Huang Guerrero said. Mr. Huang, what is going on? You have to give us an explanation, said the purchasing manager. Wang Guanhua is the one who needs least to worry now. He has chosen the right person and now has a new boss. He can still live his life as before. Manager Liu, don't you understand? The company has been acquired by Mr. Chen. Huang Guerrero sold all the people to Mr. Chen. The Huang family father and son abandoned the company's employees and just left. Chao Kuan is just a relative and a scoundrel. He just offended Chen Qi. There is no place for him here. Only by following Huang Guerrero could he make a living. The remaining managers and employees were worried. There is a consensus among everyone that after a company is acquired, there will be a major reshuffle or layoffs. Especially now that the economic environment is bad, it is very difficult to find a job after being laid off. Amid everyone's expectant and nervous eyes, Chen Qi finally spoke. The manager came to the meeting room, and everyone else returned to their posts and worked. The company has 8 departments: operations, customer service, design, procurement, administration, personnel, finance, and warehousing. The HR manager left, and there are still 7 people in the meeting room. We are all old colleagues and acquaintances, so I won't be polite. I guess you're all very nervous about the personnel changes in the company. The managers all stared at Chen Qi. Their relationship was not actually like what Chen Qi said, that they were old acquaintances. Some people just met and said a few words to each other, and some people never even said a word, but just knew that person existed. Chen Qi said 4 words. Everything remains the same. Of course, if anyone feels uncomfortable with the change of boss, they can leave. When everyone heard this arrangement, they felt relieved. Just change the boss. Nothing else changed. Mr. Chen, the position of Human Resources Manager is vacant now, said Wang Guanhua. Leave it empty for now. I'll arrange someone later. I'll be very busy later. If you have anything, you can communicate with Manager Wang first. Wang Guanhua suddenly straightened up, feeling very proud. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I'll help you look after the company. Chen Qi said to the manager of the administrative department. Manager's son, the company name needs to be changed. From now on, it will be called Tianqi Clothing Company Limited. Although the employees outside were all sitting at their workstations, none of them were working, and hundreds of small groups were in an uproar. There must be a bloodbath in the conference room right now. What should we do? Will they announce a list of layoffs as soon as they come out? If you want to lay off employees, just lay off employees and pay the compensation. I don't want to be laid off. It's hard to find a job, and it's hard to integrate into a new environment. Su Tian was in a daze at her workstation. Will he fire me? Just fire me, it's my own fault. 10 minutes later, the managers came out and returned to their departments. The subordinates gathered around their leader to inquire about the news. Manager Wang, what an outrageous plot. How come Chen Qi, who was sitting opposite me last week, has become the new boss? I had a pretty good relationship with Chen Qi before, so he shouldn't fire me, right? Oh no, I took a pen from Chen Qi last month and didn't return it. Wang Guanhua cleared his throat and said, What are you arguing about? Just work hard and keep everything as usual. Ah, what? It's just a change of boss. What does it have to do with a small employee like you? Wang Guanhua walked up to Zhang Ding and said, Zhang Ding, you are lucky. Dongxing Chen, you will be the deputy manager of the operations department. Zhang Ding's mind was in a state of confusion. He had previously blamed Chen Qi for suddenly leaving the company and leaving him with a mess. Unexpectedly, after Chen Qi became the new boss, he also promoted him. Manager Liu from the design department was feeling uneasy. He returned to the department and saw Su Tian sitting at her workstation. What's the relationship between this intern and the new boss that she wants me to take good care of her? Su Tian, come here for a moment. Manager Liu shouted. Su Tian was worried. It's over, they're going to fire me. She walked into Manager Liu's office. Manager, are you going to fire me? Manager Liu was stunned. What do you mean by dismissal? Let me ask you, what is your relationship with Mr. Chen? He asked me to take good care of you. Su Tian thought about it and realized that they were just playmates and clients who had met once. But Chen Qi said yesterday that they were friends. Yes, friend. He didn't fire me and asked Manager Lu to take care of me. Su Tian's favorability plus 10, currently 10. Chen Qi received a system prompt and found that his favorability had increased so much. Sure enough, a weak explanation is not as good as proving it with an action. Chen Qi was sitting in the chairman's office. On the table was a worn-out thermos cup, which stood out. He picked up the phone, called the administration department, and asked them to replace all the furniture and furnishings in the office. At this time, the WeChat notification sound rang. Boss, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have questioned you. Still calling me boss? But now, you are officially my boss. Call me boss again, or I'll deduct your salary. Brother, don't deduct my salary. I'm just an intern. You can't bully me. Chen Qi made Su Tian laugh. Okay, I won't deduct your salary. I'll let Manager Lu personally teach you. If you study hard, I'll give you a raise if you do a good job. Thank you, brother. Chen Qi thought that Su Tian was just a poor student with no money and no savings. It is a bit difficult to get her to buy gifts or spend money for Chen Qi. Ruan Yi, can I ask Manager Lu to give her a raise? This doesn't count as giving the goddess money directly. Okay, you can give her an extra 100,000 or 1 million, Ruan Yi replied. Really? It's not good to add too much. 50,000 or 60,000 is about right. You really have it in mind. If you don't want the account anymore, you can do this. Chen Qi was helpless. This doesn't count as transferring money directly to her. What's the difference between asking someone else to transfer money to her and you transferring it directly to her? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Then my position as chairman is too useless. I can't even raise the salary of an intern. I'm not an unreasonable system. You can't say it directly, but you can hint to Manager Lu. Wang Yi said. Chen Qi heard this and thought that this was possible. He was the boss, and his subordinates would get his hints, and any of them with a bit of brains would do as he said. So Chen Qi called Manager Lu to the office again. Manager Lu, I think the intern in your department is doing quite well. Manager Lu was speechless. You just returned to the company today. How can you tell that the intern performed well? Are you guys having an affair? Are you deliberately playing workplace cosplay here? We are all part of your play. Su Tian is really capable. She is currently doing some artwork. After a while, she can be allowed to design independently. How much is her internship salary? 6,000 base salary plus 2,000 performance bonus. This was the salary that Huang Qingyi had gotten for Su Tian through the back door. Most interns would only get 4,000 at most. Chen Qi thought to himself, damn, it's so high. When I was an intern in college, I only made 3,000 yuan. Her internship salary is about the same as other old employees. Chapter 60 Yao Yao becomes famous. I think the girl is very hardworking, so we can make some adjustments to her salary, said Chen Qi. Manager Lu was very confused. How much should I add? You are her direct supervisor, so you take care of this. Chen Qi couldn't say it clearly, but it was enough to say this. Manager Lu was overwhelmed and complained in his heart. What do you mean I can do it? She's already paid 6,000 for an intern. How much more can she pay? Why don't I be your manager? You are someone who can afford 70 million, but you're giving me a few thousand yuan salary. Isn't this embarrassing for me? Manager Lu said, okay, I'll go back and discuss it with the HR department. Chen Qi looked at the time. It was already 12 o'clock, time to get off work, and Sunny Yao was still waiting for him. When going downstairs, several employees saw Chen Qi get into a Maybach. In a few minutes, the whole company knew that Chen Qi drove a Maybach. This is much more impressive than the Mercedes-Benz S600 worth more than 2 million yuan that the former chairman Huang Guirong owned. It's lunchtime now, but Manager Lu is in no mood to eat. If he fails to complete the first task assigned by the new boss, it will be difficult for him to stay in the company in the future. The HR manager had left, and now he could only talk to HR manager Feng about Su Tian's salary. Manager Lu, can you tell us what the relationship between Su Tian and the new boss is? Asked Manager Feng. How would I know? Anyway, they have a special relationship. Su Tian is pretty. I think they are probably in that relationship. Manager Lu looked around and said, Shoo, don't talk nonsense or the boss will hear it. Manager Feng said, the boss wants to give Su Tian a raise, but he didn't say how much. This is difficult to handle. How about this? We'll start with the base salary of our design department manager, 8,000 plus performance bonus. When the time comes for performance evaluation, you need to be discerning, said Manager Lu. Manager Feng said, I'm not stupid. I got full marks for my performance. Manager Lu told Su Tian the new salary situation, and Su Tian was surprised by this unexpected surprise. Which company in Donghai City offers such treatment to interns? This is higher than many people in the workplace who have been working for 5 or 6 years. Su Tian knew that it must be Chen Qi who gave her the raise. She gave Chen the enlightening message. Thanks, brother, for giving me a raise. Chen Qi thought that Manager Lu was quite quick. How much did you add? Brother asks, even though he knows the answer. I don't know. It was Manager Lu who made the adjustment. Brother, don't you know? Well, let me tell you, my salary is much higher now. The base salary is 8,000 plus 2,000 performance bonus. After a long time, Manager Lu added 2,000 yuan to the original amount. Chen Qi thought it was too little and wanted at least 20,000 or 30,000. But Manager Lu felt that this was already an outrageous salary for an intern from a second-tier university who had not even received his diploma. Su Tian's income is much higher than Han Linlin and Li Ting. Back to that Hanfu company. Sun Yao had changed back in her own clothes and was sitting on the sofa waiting for Chen Qi. Seeing Chen Qi coming in, Sun Yao went up to him and held his arm. Brother, what company did you buy? A small e-commerce company that sells women's clothing. Women's clothing? Can you show me? I'll take you there when I have time. You must be hungry. Let's go eat first. Chen Qi would not take her with him. If the two of them walked into the company hand in hand and Su Tian saw them, she would not know how much their favorability would be reduced. I'm really a little hungry, brother. Let's eat Cantonese food. Okay, I'll eat whatever you say. There are not many Cantonese restaurants in Donghai City. Although they're all located on the coastal area, the taste should be similar. But the most popular cuisines are still Hunan cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, and Jiangxi cuisine. Chen Qi found a Cantonese restaurant that many bloggers have reviewed, and the name is very Cantonese style, Longfenglu. When it opened 5 years ago, Andy Lau was invited to be the guest of honor at the opening ceremony, and he even sang a song called Gongxi Fa Kai. It was so popular at that time that if you wanted to eat there, you had to make a reservation a week in advance. Although it is not so exaggerated now, it is still difficult to get a number at mealtime. Zhu Quan slowed down the car, and Chen Qi saw the 3-story dragon and phoenix tower with an antique style. Sun Yao stretched her head and looked. Sure enough, there are a lot of people here. I came here once before, and it was very popular. Brother, let's go to Li Ji. That restaurant serves authentic Cantonese cuisine. Before my family lived there was no need to queue for VLP. Chen Qi said, we're already here. It's already 12:30. If we go around again, we'll be starving. He has money, so if he spends some, is he still worried about not having enough to eat? Chen Qi took Sun Yao out of the car. The number of people eating at Long Feng Lu stretched from inside the restaurant to outside the door, and they didn't even feel hot at noon. Several girl students were still wearing hanfu, and Chen Qi was afraid that they would get heat stroke. That seems to be an internet celebrity. Who is it? Just a few days ago, I wore hanfu and danced and received 1 million in tips. Several young girls in hanfu were talking about it. Just as Chen Qi and his companion were about to enter the store, a few young girls came over. Sister, you are Yao Yao, right? So beautiful. Sister is even prettier in person than in the video. Sister is so stunning wearing hanfu and dancing classical dance. Can we take a picture together? Sun Yao's number of fans has reached 1.6 million. Although not as high as those big internet celebrities, she is also considered a host with millions of fans. She was a little surprised that she was recognized by fans while walking on the street. A few days ago, she was just a small anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans, and she couldn't adapt to the change of identity all of a sudden. Want to take a photo? Sure. Chen Qi tactfully walked aside and let the little girl take a photo with Sun Yao. There was even a male fan of Sun Yao among the passersby in the queue, who also ran over to take pictures. After they finished taking pictures, Chen Qi joked, "This is incredible. There's a big star standing next to me. Big star, you have to sign an autograph for me later." Sun Yao pinched Chen Qi's arm. Brother, you always make fun of me. I'm not a big star. If it weren't for my brother, I would still be a small anchor that no one cares about. Sun Yao knows how to repay kindness and does not get carried away just because she has become a little famous. Yao Yao, big star, let's find a private room to eat. I'm worried that you have too many fans and they keep asking you to take pictures, so I can't even eat properly. Sun Yao said, but the private rooms are all full. She had never seen Chen Qi use his wealth to cut in line. He was so domineering that he didn't even have to queue up and could go straight to the table. At this moment, The waiter was leading a family of 4 to the second floor. Chen Qi called them. "Excuse me, are we going to the private room on the second floor?" This family consists of 4 people, a middle-aged couple and 2 junior high school girls. The middle-aged man replied, "Yes, it's our turn now. Hello, let's discuss this. I'll pay you 3,000 yuan and you give me the private room. What do you think?" The price of Longfenglu is a bit higher than Dabashu. The last time Chen Qi bought a space in Dabashu, he asked for 2,000 yuan. This time he asked a bit higher. The middle-aged man glanced at his wife. He wanted to sell it immediately, even though he was a company manager with an income of nearly 20,000. But he didn't want to miss out on such a good opportunity as cutting in line for 3,000 yuan. Chapter 61, Get a VVIP. My wife is also a housewife. They are expected to spend 700 to 800 yuan for dinner here. With 3,000 yuan, they can go to a more upscale restaurant. Really 3,000? The woman confirmed. It's really 3,000. I can scan the code and give it to you right away. Okay, I'll give you the private room. The woman agreed. 3,500, give me the private room. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their transaction. I saw a middle-aged man with a flat head and a charming woman walking over. As soon as Sunny Yao saw that man, she held Chen Qi's hand even tighter. Chen Qi felt something strange on his arm, so he asked, "Yao Yao, what's wrong?" Sunny Yao whispered, "That was the third on my live broadcast room's previous list. Set you monkey." Taoni Ho Ho, whose real name is Yang Daji, spent more than 200,000 in Sun Yao's live broadcast room. After that, they made an appointment to meet offline. As soon as he saw Sun Yao, he became horny and kept staring at Sun Yao with lustful eyes during the meal. After dinner, Sun Yao found an excuse to run away, which made Yang Daji very angry. In the end, he spent more than 200,000 yuan, but didn't even get to hold her hand. The middle-aged woman was ecstatic. What a lucky day today is. I'm going out to eat, and someone is paying to cut in line, and they're bidding for it. Chen Qi also found it interesting. It was the first time he encountered someone trying to cut in line with him. "Sister, I'll give you 4,000. The woman suddenly held her husband's hand. She was so excited. The waiter was dumbfounded. Rich people have to spend money to warm up before eating. Yang Daji looked at Chen Qi and then spoke to Sunny Yao. The anchor is hooking up with a rich second generation. He must be the roast duck guy who made $1 million. Yang Daji didn't know yet that Chen Qi had already given him a total of 2 million in rewards. He only saw it online when Chen Qi gave the reward for the first time. He didn't go on Douyin much afterwards, but he spent 200,000 yuan on Douyu to date a female anchor, the one next to him. The female anchor flew all the way to the East China Sea to see him. Not only did they hold hands and play soccer, they also worked out hard over the past few days. When the woman heard Chen Qi offer 4,000, she immediately agreed. "Then I'll give it to you." Yang Daji insisted. "My girlfriend is hungry and doesn't want to wait in line. I'll pay 4,500. The female anchor took Yang Daji's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother Yang is so nice and really capable. 5,000. Chen Qi continued to raise the price. 5,500. No matter how much Chen Qi shouted, Yang Daji had 500 more than him, and the two of them shouted out to 12,500. The woman almost broke her husband's hand. "Can you earn more than 10,000 yuan just for a meal?" The pie in the sky hit her hard on the head. Yang Daji is not at all weak. He can get more than 200,000 in Sunny Yao's live broadcast room, which shows that he has some ability. He opened a trading company and could earn 3 to 4 million a year, which was enough to make him very successful in Donghai City. He often pays to cut in line. He was not targeting Sun Yao today. He had originally planned to cut in line and buy a private room, but he just happened to run into Chen Qi, who was also buying a private room. Yang Daji looked at Chen Qi smugly. Why, brother number 1 on the list is not going to raise the price anymore? He did not think highly of Chen Qi just because he spent 1 million. Yang Daji felt that he could afford it, but giving it to Sunny Yao was too cost-effective, so it would be better to give it to other female anchors. "No need to add more, sister. You sell it to him," Chen Qi said. The woman didn't care. She actually hoped that the two would continue fighting so that she could earn more. Okay, I'll give the private room to this brother. Sorry. The woman also apologized to Chen Qi. After all, it was Chen Qi who asked to buy it first. When Sunny Yao saw that the private room was gone, she thought Chen Qi was a little angry because Yang Daji had caused trouble, so she spoke. "Brother, let's go to another place." "Why change? It's already late. I'm starving. Let's go up to the 3rd floor. Dragon and Phoenix Hall." The waiter quickly explained, "Sir, the Dragon and Phoenix Hall is still empty, but it is for VVLP guests. When Chen Qi was searching for Longfenglu, he saw a review blogger's revelation on the internet that Longfenglu had a hidden private room. It is only open to VVLP guests. If you want to become a VVLP, you must spend at least 1 million in Longfenglu in 1 year. I know. Can I go to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall now that I'm a VVLP? The waiter's level was not enough to handle such a high-end customer, so he immediately called the manager on the intercom. When the manager arrived, the waiter whispered something in his ear. "Sir, would you like to apply for VVLP?" Manager Zhou asked. "Yes, do it now. We are waiting for dinner." "Sir, the annual fee for Dragon and Phoenix Towers VVLP is 1 million. Is it not possible for a one-time payment? Don't you have a recharge card?" Chen Qi asked. Manager Zhou was shocked by Chen Qi's words. Recharging the card with 1 million yuan at one time is much more impressive than spending 1 million yuan in total. There are also more than a dozen VVLPs in their store, and they spend hundreds of thousands every time they come. But they only pay after each meal, and I have never met anyone like Chen Qi who recharges 1 million at one time. If you put 1 million in the bank, you will only get more than 10,000 in interest for nothing. There is not a penny left after charging to Longfeng Tower, and Longfeng Tower may even use the money to earn interest at the bank. Yes, sir. Do you want it done now? Right now, waiting for dinner. Sunny Yao knew that Chen Qi was rich and powerful, and a meal at Socrates cost hundreds of thousands. But she was still a little surprised that she had to spend 1 million to have a meal. Does he want to use this place as a canteen and eat here every day? Yang Daji's expression twitched. Is this guy kidding me? He's deliberately bidding against me. Although he can earn 3 or 4 million a year, it is absolutely impossible for him to spend 1 million on food. The tech-faced female anchor next to him suddenly wanted to pounce on Chen Qi. Chen Qi is young, handsome, and rich, hundreds of times better than Yang Daji, the greasy middle-aged man. The middle-aged couple were also speechless with shock at Chen Qi's wealth. It turns out that spending tens of thousands of dollars to cut in line is just a way for rich people to pass time. Manager Zhou personally took Chen Qi to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall on the 3rd floor. Chen Qi did not hesitate and immediately signed up for a VVLP membership. The Dragon and Phoenix Hall is very spacious, with a large round table for 20 people, 2 rows of sofas, and even a rockery fountain. Generally, VVLP guests will tell you in advance when they come to dine, and most of the time, they are entertaining important customers. Manager Zhou had never met a person like Chen Qi, where only 2 people came to eat. Manager Zhou, will VVLP serve the food faster? Mr. Chen, all services at Longfeng Building are given priority to VVLP. That's good. I was starving. I was just afraid that I would have to wait for food. Chen Qi said. Yao, please order the food. Sunny Yao asked, Brother, have you always been so arrogant? That's not the case. I used to be more low-key. It's not that he wants to keep a low profile. It's mainly because he doesn't have the strength to do so. Now that he is stronger, he must make himself live comfortably. Sunny Yao ordered several Cantonese specialties. Boiled chicken, braised pigeon, barbecued pork with honey sauce, crispy roast pork, salt and pepper mantis shrimp, baked lobster in broth, steamed grouper, ayat abalone, braised sea cucumber in abalone sauce, blanched geoduck. There are 10 dishes, but the portions are not very large, so 2 people should be able to finish most of them. Chen Qi got up a little early today and had a basket of crab roe buns for breakfast, which he had already digested by now. Seeing that Chen Qi had a good appetite, Sunny Yao ate a few bites herself and then helped Chen Qi peel shrimps and pick up fish. Chapter 62, Yao Knows How to Live. This was the first time Chen Qi had eaten such expensive Cantonese food. Maybe because of the novelty, he thought it tasted better than the 2 Michelin star Socrates. Brother, eat the shrimp. The shrimp meat is so tender. It's indeed okay. You can eat it too. This meal is cheap. Only 30,000 yuan. Chen Qi really couldn't eat anymore. There was still some food left on the table, probably enough for 3 or 4 people to eat. It would be a waste to pour it out like this. So he planned to ask the waiter to pack it up and take it down for Zhu Quan to eat. Brother, can I pack up the leftovers? Sunny Yao suddenly asked. You packing? I think the dishes are all clean. I'll pack them up and bring them back for my brother and his family to eat. 30,000 yuan worth of dishes were not often eaten by her family before, and they can no longer afford them now. Because there were only 2 of them eating, Chen Qi didn't pick up much food for him. It was Sunny Yao who picked up the food for him. The dishes were still in good order and had not been messed around, so Sun Yao wanted to take them home for dinner for her family. It's over. I hope he doesn't think my behavior is low. It's so cheap. How could I say the word packing in front of him? When Chen Qi heard Sun Yao's thoughts, he felt that she was quite good at living. Okay, there are only 2 mantis shrimps left. Order another plate. Sun Yao breathed a sigh of relief and said happily when she heard this. No, there are plenty of other dishes. Chen Qi said, that won't work. There are 3 people in your family. How can you bring 2 shrimps? Chen Qi handed the VVLP membership card to Sun Yao. Here's the card. Bring your family here when you have time. The food here is pretty good. Sun Yao was embarrassed to accept it at first, but she thought that Chen Qi always spent millions every time. When it came to paying off her family's debts and giving her rewards, he was extremely generous. This VVLP membership card is probably just a recharge card for the cafeteria for him. Thinking of this, Sun Yao took the membership card. Then I would like to thank my brother on behalf of my parents. Sun Yao's favorability +2, currently 72. After eating, the two sat in the Longfeng Tower for a while. There were professional Cantonese opera actors performing in the restaurant, and with the antique decoration, many young girls in Hanfu came to check in and take photos. Chen Qi was leaning against the window and listening to music in a brothel when Butler Lee from the Hildo Hotel called. Hello, Mr. Chen. You haven't stayed in the hotel these 2 days. Are you dissatisfied with the hotel service? Not really. The service in your hotel is very good. Tonight is our last night. Will you stay here tomorrow night? Chen Qi remembered that the 4-day extension of his stay would expire tonight. I'm not staying any longer. I'll go to the hotel to check out later. Sun Yao was very curious when she heard Chen Qi calling. Brother, are you staying in a hotel? I stayed in a hotel for a few days some time ago. Isn't he from Donghai? Why does he need to stay in a hotel? Could it be a mistress? When Chen Qi heard Sun Yao imagining things again, he felt nervous. It was Su Tian's own imagination that lowered her favorability towards Chen Qi in the morning. After waiting for a while, the system did not prompt that Sun Yao's favorability was deducted. This is Sun Yao's vision. It's very big. Yao, come with me. I am mentally prepared that he will have other women. But what's the point of taking me directly to the hotel? Aren't you afraid that I'll run into that woman? The two got in a car. Chen Qi felt a little sleepy after his meal, so he leaned on Sun Yao's legs and asked her to massage his head. Brother, is your strength okay? Sun Yao's soft and boneless delicate hands pressed on Chen Qi's head, which was very comfortable. Okay, press your temple again. Chen Qi closed his eyes and said, Master Zhu, how much do you earn a month at Hill? When Zhu Quan was asked this question, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. He didn't know what Chen Qi meant by asking this, whether he just wanted to chat after a meal or he wanted to poach people. Zhu Quan received a fixed salary at Hildo, a base salary of 12,000 yuan, plus miscellaneous subsidies totaling about 500 to 600 yuan. After deducting 5 social insurances, 1 housing fund, and taxes, the remaining amount is 11,000. Zhu Quan is a down-to-earth man. He doesn't brag, he just says how much he gets. It'll probably be around 11,000. Master Zhu, I see you drive pretty steadily. How about you come with me? Zhu Quan appeared calm on the surface, but he was a little excited inside. After this week, Zhu Quan knows Chen Qi's financial resources better than those goddesses. Moreover, he was very generous, although it was only twice. However, Zhu Quan felt that Chen Qi should not be a stingy person towards his employees. He now felt a little regretful that he had not reported a higher salary just now. If he changed jobs, he could get better treatment. Sun Yao listened to their conversation and realized that Master Zhu was not Chen Qi's employee. Zhu Quan thought, you didn't even tell me how much the salary is. How can I answer you? 30,000 a month after tax, 5 social insurances, and 1 housing fund as usual, and I have a day off every Sunday. Damn it. Zhu Quan unconsciously stepped a little harder with his right foot, and the car began to accelerate. 30,000 after tax, which is basically 3 times his current salary. What is the standard of a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan in Donghai City? It is definitely a company management level or upper level. Middle-level people can only get 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Zhu Quan is from the neighboring city. Since the economic level of his hometown is not as good as that of Donghai City, he came here to work. I am in my 40s and my child is only in elementary school, although it only takes 3 hours to go back to my hometown. But in order to save money, he basically only goes back once every 2 months. The children came to Donghai to play during the summer vacation. Since Zhu Quan lived in a hotel dormitory, it was not convenient for him to bring his wife and children over. So he rented a house for his wife and children on a short-term basis, but the expense was also quite high for him. With 30,000 yuan, I don't have to live in the dormitory anymore. I can rent a better house outside and bring my wife and children over. But he thought about it and realized that since Chen Qi's salary was so high, his requirements must also be higher than his. Mr. Chen, have your working hours and work content changed from now? 9 in the morning. At night, it's hard to say. Just drive just like now. Chen Qi seldom goes out before 9 o'clock, so he may have more things to do at night. Zhu Quan sounded basically the same as he is now. As for the time he got off work in the evening, he was used to it and his hours in the hotel were irregular. Besides, Chen Qi's salary is so high that he would be willing to work overtime. Chen, now, I have no problem. When do you need me to start work? By 12 noon tomorrow, Chen Qi's presidential condom will expire and his private driver service will no longer be available. He must want Zhu Quan to make a seamless transition and continue driving for him tomorrow. I will start my job tomorrow. Tomorrow? Zhu Quan was a little embarrassed. He had worked at Hill for 5 years, and morally speaking, he did not dare to quit suddenly and jump to another company. Besides, his contract with Hildo also stated that he would have to pay the hotel 20,000 yuan in compensation if he left without reason. This was considered the training fee the hotel paid for him. A qualified luxury car private driver needs to undergo training before he can take up the job. Mr. Chun from Hildo's side, if I quit suddenly, I will have to pay compensation. That's easy. I'll compensate you. Chen Qi didn't care how much compensation a small employee could get. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Chen Qi planned to bring Zhu Quan to the company he had just acquired, but he personally could not afford to pay for Zhu Quan's 5 insurances and 1 fund. Chapter 63, Working Emperor. Sunny Yao gradually became immune to Chen Qi's arrogance. I used to dance live, and I was exhausted and could only earn 20,000 a month at most. He's paying 30,000 yuan for a driver. Why don't I just be his driver? Chen Qi heard Sun Yao's thoughts and asked, Yao, what are you thinking about? I was thinking, Master Zhu, it's tiring to drive alone. How about I drive for you too? I'll work the night shift and Master Zhu the day shift. Chen Qi opened his eyes and looked at Sun Yao from bottom to top. Are you driving a proper car? Brother is annoying. After returning to the Hildo Hotel, Chen Qi directly told the hotel manager that he wanted to poach Master Zhu. Although the hotel manager was a little surprised, the sudden poaching also affected their staffing arrangements. But someone who stayed in the presidential suite for 7 consecutive days was definitely not an ordinary person, and as a manager, he could not afford to offend him. Mr. Chen, it is a blessing for Master Zhu to be favored by you. However, our hotel's employees have all received training before joining the company, so if they suddenly leave, there will be some minor issues with their contracts. Chen Qi said, I understand this. I also paid for him to compensate the hotel. Mr. Chen, you are not staying tonight? The 100,000 yuan cannot be refunded. I can't stay here anymore, Chen Qi said. He actually stayed in the presidential suite, which cost 100,000 per night. Wait, it doesn't seem strange that he lives in a $100,000 presidential suite. Sunny Yao began to follow Chen Qi's pace. She told herself not to make a fuss when she heard about hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. Otherwise, you will seem to be not up to par with others. It only took half an hour to complete Zhu Quan's resignation procedures. Chen Qi called Wang Guanhua. Manager Wang, I have hired a private driver. Please help him get the job. He will add you on WeChat later. Okay, Mr. Chun, don't worry, I will definitely get it done. Wang Guanhua is now in high spirits. Not only did he stand on the side of others, but he was also Chen Qi's direct superior before, and his status in the company was obviously higher than that of the other managers. If Chen Qi were the emperor, he would be the prince's tutor. Having nothing to do in the afternoon, Sunny Yao said she wanted to watch a movie, and it turned out to be The Amazing Spider-Man 3. Chen Qi quickly said that he wanted to watch Stephen Chow's movie, but the cinema didn't have it. So I found a riverside restaurant with a private cinema and watched Kung Fu. Brother likes Stephen Chow's movies, right? Master Xing is talented, and it still looks good even now. We had a candlelight dinner at a riverside restaurant in the evening, but the weather was not good. Didn't they say it would be sunny today? It's still scorching hot during the day. When has the weather forecast ever been accurate? Chen Qi said. Both of them ran back indoors from the open-air restaurant before finishing their drinks. At 8 o'clock, Sunny Yao still had to do a live broadcast, so Chen Qi sent her home. He returned to AD1, took a shower, and looked at his changed clothes. We still need to find a cleaner to do some housework. Although nothing works when you stay in a hotel, and there is always someone to serve you everything, it is not home after all. The Chinese people's obsession with home is ingrained in their bones. This house is the first house Chen Qi bought. He estimated that he would be living here for a while, so it would be necessary to hire a cleaner to clean the house. As for the chef, he is not needed for the time being. He is free all day anyway, so it would be a good idea to go out and look for food and find different delicious restaurants. At 8 o'clock, Su Tian sent a message asking Chen Qi when he would be online. Chen Qi said 9 o'clock, and it is exactly 9 o'clock now. Brother is online. Tian has been waiting for me. As soon as Chen Qi came online, Su Tian sent him a message in the game. Su Tian was watching TV with her grandfather in the living room with her computer. As soon as she saw Chen Qi coming online, she ran back to her room. In order to play the game well without being disturbed by Su Ma, she also locked the door. No, I just came online too, Su Tian said. Wait, I'll call someone else. Chen Qi called Chen Tian. Go online. I'm taking a shower. Don't worry. How can you answer the phone while taking a shower? Chen Qi asked. I'm used to it. Before, Lin Qian asked me to answer the phone at any time, even when I was taking a shower, so I took my phone into the bathroom. You have a good habit. Please keep it up. 10 minutes later, Chen Tian came online and found a girl. He immediately became interested. Cheesy, who is this? Su Tian heard that another boy had joined the team, and he sounded like he had a good relationship with Chen Qi. Hello, my name is Su Tian. Woohoo! That sounds so sweet. Are you looking for someone to play with? Yesterday, Chen Tian was only concerned with playing by himself, and asked Chen Qi to find someone to play with first. Now he naturally thinks that Su Tian is the playmate. Well, you were my employee before, and you are my employee now, said Chen Qi. Your employee? What do you mean, you own a company? Chen Qi won the grand prize, so it was not difficult for him to start a company. He just needed to rent a place, recruit a few people, and set up a makeshift team. Almost. I didn't start a company, I bought a company. I acquired the company I worked for before. Chen Tian asked with doubts from the depths of his soul. He knew the scale of Chen Qi's company. Although the profits of the e-commerce industry had dropped significantly in the past 2 years, it was still profitable, just not as much as before. The boss of Chen Qi's company is actually willing to sell a company that can generate sustained profits. Unless Chen Qi offered a very high price to acquire it, and Chen Tian didn't dare to guess this number. Cheesy, how much did Debulio buy? Chen Tian waited nervously for Chen Qi to report the number. Not much, 70 million. This sound came from Su Tian. Cheesy, you're now at a height that I look up to. The acquisition of a company was downplayed, like a business tycoon in a super rich novel. Chen Qi said, you must have read too many novels. You're a super rich man. I'm just lucky enough to win the jackpot. The three of them were chatting while playing Aram. Cheesy, you are the boss now, please guide me. I don't want to stay in this crappy company for even one more day. Chen Qi originally wanted Chen Tian to come over, but now he doesn't have any confidence of his own, and he is off and away. Things will definitely get into trouble over time, even though he doesn't make any money from the company at all. Who can spend the profit of 4 or 5 million a year? It's not even as much as the cashback from Su Lu's meal. But since we have acquired it, we must take responsibility and not let the company go bankrupt. Come on, I'll be your manager. When Chen Tian heard this, he began to refuse. I'm kidding. Your company makes women's clothing, and I make pet products. Aren't you afraid that I'll bankrupt your company? I'm not asking you to be an operations manager. I'm asking you to be a human resources manager. I can't do personnel work anymore. You know I don't usually do personnel work. Chen Qi said, I'm not afraid. So what are you afraid of? There are supervisors below to help you. Just help me keep an eye on the company. 50,000 a month, 200,000 bonus at the end of the year. Chen Tian was silent for a long time and spoke stutteringly. You're not kidding? This is nothing to joke about. A company with a value of 70 million can buy it just like that? And you're still worried that I can't afford to pay this little salary? Chen Tian said, no, I'm not worth 50,000. In Donghai, one can get an annual salary of 800,000. We call him the working emperor or the working immortal. Chapter 64. 2 days off from now on. Chen Tian felt that the price was too high, and he felt guilty about taking it. He positioned himself as being able to earn 20,000 yuan a month at best, and he couldn't even dream of an annual salary of 800,000 yuan. However, 800,000 is not enough for Chen Qi to take his goddess to Hermes. If I say you are worth it, then you are worth it, Chen Qi said. Chen Tian's family has been helping him after his parents passed away, and he remembers this kindness. Providing Chen Qi with a job that pays only 800,000 yuan is also a way to repay his family. Come and report in tomorrow. Chen Qi said. Chen Qi yelled, I'll take a rest tomorrow. Chen Qi suddenly remembered that his company only had 1 day off a week, while Chen Qi had 2 days off a week. If you can find a job with 2 days off a week in Donghai City, that's awesome. If you can also get 5 insurances and 1 fund, that's even better. There are many factories that have a 1 day off policy, which is commonly known as a single day off policy. Chen Qi thought that his own company also needed some changes. Come over tomorrow to get to know each other. Yes, boss, Chen Qi shouted. I will introduce you to other managers. When you are in the company, please take care of Su Tian. Su Tian felt warm in her heart when she heard that Chen Qirong, the newly appointed human resources manager, would take care of her. Don't worry, boss. Chen Qi said, Tian, if there is anything in the company, just go find him. I'll trouble manager Chen from now on. Sister-in-law, calling him manager Chen is too formal. Call him brother Tian in private. Su Tian didn't dare to respond, as Chen Qi thought that Chen Qi and Su Tian were in that kind of relationship. Chen Qi said, Tian, it's okay to call brother Tian. He either didn't hear the term sister-in-law or chose to accept it. Have I picked up the script of The Overbearing President and The Silly Intern? Su Tian has read many novels about domineering CEOs, and the male protagonist always has a brother who serves as a tool. Usually this brother will create opportunities for the male and female protagonists. Sometimes, the assistance from friends is more effective than your own direct expression. Su Tian's favorability +1, currently 11. The threshold of little girls is so low, Chen Qi said secretly. Chen Qi and Chen Qi haven't played games together for a long time. When they both had girlfriends, they would play games once a month or so, and they had to do it secretly. Now I forget the time when I start playing. Cheesy, do you think you will play games with Principal Wang in the future? This is really possible. As long as Chen Qi's goddesses are supportive, his wealth will increase exponentially. By then, he would definitely be dealing with China's top wealthy people, and maybe Principal Wang would take the initiative to make friends with him. I'll try my best, Chen Qi said. Sure. Then Lin Go will have to join us in the 4th row. Principal Wang's friend in the entertainment industry, Lin Go, also plays games frequently, but I don't know how good his skills are. Su Tian looked at the time, and it was already 12 o'clock. She was a little sleepy. Brother, you guys go play. I'm going to get off first. I have to get up early tomorrow, Chen Qi said. The boss is here. What are you afraid of? It's his fault if you're late. No. Su Tian didn't want to take advantage of her relationship with Chen Qi to do whatever she wanted in the company and be late and leave early. Even if her colleagues didn't dare to say it to her face, she didn't want to talk about it behind her back. It is better to be yourself and give others no chance to gossip about you. Su Tian is staying at home tonight. Going from home to the company is much farther than going from school to the company. She still needs half an hour to put on makeup and has to get up at 6:30. I usually put on makeup at school, but it's just a simple one that only takes 10 minutes. Now that Chen Qi is also in the company, she has to put on makeup more carefully and delicately. Su Tian went offline, and Chen Qi was thinking about taking Chen Qi to the company tomorrow. I had to go to Ferrari to pick up the car, so I turned off the computer and went to sleep. July 13th, Saturday, cloudy. At 9 o'clock, Zhu Quan arrived at AD number 1. He called Chen Qi and asked where the car was parked. Car. Chen Qi didn't react for a moment. Didn't Zhu Quan drive here? He suddenly remembered that the Maybach belonged to the Hildo Hotel, and Zhu Quan could no longer drive it. Wait downstairs for a moment. I'll be down right away. At the gate of AD number 1, Zhu Quan saw Chen Qi coming and immediately went to greet him. Boss, Master Zhu, can you drive a Rolls-Royce? Chen Qi asked. Zhu Quan thought, wow, a Rolls-Royce is even more advanced than a Maybach. What kind of business is he in? He's so rich. I wonder if he's meeting some big clients this week. Zhu Quan nodded and said, yes, the hotel has a Cullinan, and I have driven it several times. Okay, I'll go buy a Rolls-Royce in the next 2 days. Boss, what car are we driving today? Ferrari. As a result, 1 minute later, a BMW 5 Series arrived. It was the special car that Chen Qi had ordered. Get in the car. The Ferrari hasn't been picked up yet. We'll pick it up later. When I arrived at the company at 9:30, I happened to meet Chen Qi, who was waiting for the elevator in the lobby on the 1st floor. Chen Qi had been to Chen Qi's company before and was able to find the place by himself without anyone to lead the way. You are really punctual, Chen Qi said. Of course not. Chen Qi saw Master Zhu behind Chen Qi, whom he had met once before. Is Master Zhu also joining the company? Yes, he is my personal driver now. The three of them entered the company, and the employees nodded and greeted Chen Qi when they saw him. Manager Wang, call all department managers to the conference room. The managers thought to themselves and held another meeting. It turned out that there would be no peace after a change of dynasty. I will just talk about two things today, so as not to waste your time. One day, you stand up. Chen Qi stood up, and Chen Qi introduced him to the other managers. This is my friend, Chen Qi. He will be the HR manager from now on. The other managers all had the same idea. Another relative. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Qi. We will work together in the future. Please take care of me. Chen Qi said. There is nothing much to say about the new boss arranging a confidant. As long as this new guy is not a troublemaker like Chao Kun before, it will be fine. The second thing is that the company will change to a 2-day weekend. As soon as these words were spoken, the other managers showed joy on their faces. There is a huge difference between having 2 days off a week and having 1 day off a week. The single day off time is too tight, so we can only go out for a day trip. But the managers of operations, customer service, and warehousing seem to have something to say. Wang Guanhua said, Mr. Chen, operations sometimes need to adjust their work based on the platform's activities. Mr. Chen, there is no one in customer service, so the store will definitely receive a lot of complaints, said the customer service manager. Also, if the warehouse does not ship goods, it will affect the store's weight. The warehouse manager echoed. Chen Qi is also in this business. How could he not know? If everyone really had 2 days off a week, the company would go bankrupt within half a month. Starting next week, the entire company will have 2 days off per week. If you have tasks to do overtime on weekends, you will be paid double the salary. Mr. Chen, customer service and the warehouse have different weekend schedules, so how do you calculate this? You originally had 1 day off a week, but now you have 2. The customer service manager said, but we can't arrange the staff this way. Manager Chen, please recruit people for customer service and warehouse as soon as possible in the next few days. Chen Qi said. As soon as Chen Qi took office, he received the task, and he responded with confidence. Receive. After the other managers left the meeting room, Chen Qi asked Chen Qi a question. Cheesy, your acquisition of 70 million, plus the change to 2-day weekends off to expand staff, your operating costs have also increased. How many years will it take to make back the money? Chapter 65, What's Wrong with Being More Philanthropic? The company's profit is about 4 to 5 million. If more people are added, the profit will be reduced, so Huang Guirong has been reluctant to add more people. To add 1 more employee, the salary, 5 social insurances, and 1 housing fund will have to spend about 100,000 more. How can the capitalists be kind enough to do that? But Chen Qi doesn't rely on the 4 or 5 million in profits to get rich, so he doesn't care even if the company can only make 1 million. Don't worry, with me here, the company won't go bankrupt even if we hire another 100 people. Chen Qi estimated that Chen Qi might have won a grand prize of over 500 million yuan. Okay then, leave the recruitment to me. Design department, at a workstation against the wall. Su Tian's eyelids drooped, as if she was about to fall asleep. She is a sleepy person and usually gets up at 7:30, but 6:30 today is really a bit early. We had weekends when we were in school, but now that I've just started my internship, I have only 1 day off a week, and my biological clock is still a little out of tune. Su Tian, Mr. Chen is here. The girl working at the next desk kindly reminded her, fearing that the new boss might see Su Tian daydreaming. Manager Liu did not spread the rumor that Su Tian and Chen Qi might have some kind of relationship in the company. Now only he and HR manager Feng know the secret. Are you sleepy? Chen Qi stood beside Su Tian's workstation with an expressionless face. Several colleagues around felt the atmosphere suddenly become tense. The intern was caught slacking off by the boss on the spot. This time he was finished. Mr. Chen? Su Tian shivered and was no longer sleepy. She stared at Chen Qi with her big eyes. Come with me. There was no one in Manager Liu's office next door, so Chen Qi called Su Tian into the office. She saw that Chen Qi had a serious look on his face, and since this was a company, it was only natural for Chen Qi to give her a lecture in a businesslike manner. Mr. Chen, I won't dare to do it next time, Su Tian said nervously. There are only 2 of us now. Call me brother. Didn't you sleep well last night? Su Tian felt relieved when she saw that Chen Qi did not teach her a lesson. I slept well, but I woke up too early, so I'm a little sleepy. You live not far from school? Do you have to get up very early? I went home last night. I didn't live in the school. My home is in the western suburbs. That's a bit far. How about this, Tian Tian? You don't have to live in the school anymore. I have a suite next to my company, and the tenant just moved out last month. You can live there. It only takes 7 or 8 minutes to walk here, so you don't have to get up so early. Chen Qi said. Su Tian heard that it only took 7 or 8 minutes to walk, so riding a shared bike would only take 3 or 4 minutes. This was too tempting for her. She had to go to work at 8:30, then she could get up at 8 o'clock and sleep a little longer. Does your brother live there too? Su Tian asked shyly. I don't live there, so when you ask me this, do you want me to live there or not? I don't know. Su Tian lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Chen Qi. Do I hope or not? He really seems like a domineering president. Su Tian's favorability +1, currently 12. I'll ask someone to clean it up, and you can move in after get off work on Monday. Thank you, brother. After Chen Qi came out, he left the design department. Several colleagues asked Su Tian if she was okay. It's okay, it's okay. The boss didn't scold me. Chen Qi walked to the HR manager's office and pushed the door open without knocking. Chen Tian was sitting in his exclusive seat, taking photos and videos. You scared me, but you didn't even knock on the door. How is it? Are you satisfied with the manager's office? Asked Chen Qi. Satisfied, very satisfied. Tomorrow I will go to the flower and bird market to buy a few bonsai trees to display. I'm thinking I could put a lucky bamboo here and a fortune tree over there. Chen Qi pulled him up from the chair. Don't think about it anymore. Go out and find me a house in a nearby community that's within a 10-minute walk. Why are you looking for a house? Do you want to buy one? Chen Qi and Su Tian said that he had a house nearby. The word had been spoken, so even if he didn't have one, he had to buy one. It was still not too late to buy one now. Yes, if you want to buy a house, you can find a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom one. Price is not a problem. The key is that it has to be close, new, and ready to move in on Monday. Chen Qi said that price is not a problem, so it is definitely not a problem, and there is no exaggeration involved. So, urgent? Well, Su Tian will be moving in on Monday. Oh, a beautiful lady in a golden house, that's fine. It fits your current status as a rich man. Go quickly. Chen Tian asked. Aren't you coming with me? I have to go out for something later. What? I bought a Ferrari and went to pick it up. Chen Tian grabbed Chen Qi's arm and shook it hard. Damn it, if you don't invite me to buy a Ferrari, I want to go too. A man's love for sports cars needs no words. Half an hour later, Chen Qi and his 2 companions arrived at the Ferrari 4S store. As soon as he entered the store, Chen Qi was shocked to find Su Lu there. Su Lu arrived at the store at 9 o'clock. The salesperson Zhang Li still remembered Su Lu, so she invited Su Lu to the VIP room to rest. Miss Su, why isn't Mr. Chen with you? I didn't tell him. I came here secretly. Don't tell him either. Su Lu said. She waited in the store for more than an hour and finally waited for Chen Qi to come. Brother, you are here. Su Lu went up to Chen Qi and took his arm. Lulu, why are you here? Aren't you at work today? I want to pick up the car with my brother. Chen Tian opened his mouth and asked, Cheesy, what is this? My girlfriend, Su Lu. Lulu, this is my buddy Chen Tian. Chen Qi introduced. Hello. Su Lu greeted politely. His friend. This is the first time I meet him. Su Lu was very happy that Chen Qi introduced her as his girlfriend, as it was a recognition of her in front of his friends. Hello. Hello, Cheesy. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Chen Qi said, Of course not. Not only is she beautiful, she is also a great cook. Brother, please bring your friends here to taste my cooking if you have a chance. Chen Tian's mind was full of questions. If this was his girlfriend, then was Su Tian from that company really a mistress? While Su Lu was looking at the car, Chen Tian asked Chen Qi in a low voice. Cheesy, how many girlfriends do you have? As a rich man, what's wrong with being more philanthropic? They're all good girls, and I want to give each of them a home. Damn, Cheesy, you have changed, Chen Tian said. Chen Qi has indeed changed completely and drastically. People always change. Chen Tian gnashed his teeth and said, I have become the person I envy the most. I hate it. Why can't I win the lottery? Don't hate me anymore. Work hard and I'll raise your salary to 1 million next year. Chen Tian is a very contented person. He knows that his sudden wealth is all thanks to Chen Qi, let alone an annual salary of 1 million. He is already very satisfied with 800,000 now. As for Chen Qi's several girlfriends, as a brother, he just needs to be a good wingman and not worry about anything else. Cheesy, how much is this car? I forgot, it seemed to land around 480. Chen Tian sat in the passenger seat and took out his cell phone to take a lot of photos. So cool. Lend it to me. Lend it to me. Next time, next time. Chen Qi pushed Chen Etienne down. Lulu, come. I'll take you for a ride. Chen Etienne said, what about me? The Ferrari 488 is a two-seater, and there is no room for anyone else if Chen Qi brings Sulu with him. You two take a taxi back to the company. Chapter 66. Lulu sends another gift. Sulu opened her LV bag in the car and took out a beautifully packaged rectangular gift box with the LV logo on it. Brother, you picked up a new car today, and I don't know what to give you. This car aromatherapy is from our store, and it smells great. If you like, you can put it in the car. Get 2835 Wanfan coins. Cashback 2835000 Huaxia coins. The original price of this aromatherapy is 4,050 yuan, and after the discount, it is 2,835 yuan. Sulu originally wanted to ask the store manager to help her buy it, as the store manager would give a bigger discount. But think about it. Using the store manager's discount will only save you a little over 200 yuan, so I won't bother others. Chen Qi was ecstatic inside, but pretended to be calm on the surface. It still depends on our Lulu. Sulu spent a little over 8,000 yuan on gifts and dinner for Chen Qi, which added up to more than 80 million yuan for Chen Qi. Although not as valuable as Sunny Yao's bracelet, Sulu gives Chen Qi surprises most frequently. Let me smell it. Chen Qi went over to sniff it. The smell was okay, not irritating. It would be a good idea to put it in the car to remove the odor. It smells good, but not as good as you. If you sit in the car more often, the smell will be better. The two of them were very close, with their heads almost touching, and Chen Qi could clearly smell Sulu's body fragrance. The narrow space in the car reminded both of them of their passionate kiss at the Marriott Hotel 2 days ago. The two of them got closer and closer and could hear each other's breathing. Chen Qi was about to taste the delicious and tempting cherry mouth. Will you reimburse me for the taxi ride back? Chen Etienne, who had just taken a few steps, ran back and asked a stupid question. Go, go, go. The spell was interrupted by Chen Etienne. Chen Qi and Sulu smiled at each other and kissed each other lightly. Let's go take Lulu for a ride. Go, 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 Sulu waved happily. The roar of the Ferrari V8 engine is announcing to passersby that rich man is out to rock the streets. The temperature outside was 36 degrees, the air conditioner was on in the car, and the windows were still open. Sulu felt extremely satisfied when she saw the envious looks from passersby. Living in a multi-million-dollar mansion in Marriott Plaza, Sulu has already filmed videos on Douyin and Zaihongshu, showing off her mansion from all angles. There are thousands of messages in the comment section. Sisters are so pretty. I envy my sisters who live in luxury houses. Where did you find your boyfriend? He's so nice to you. Sulu spent the entire evening just replying to these messages, and she never got tired of it. Now sitting in the Ferrari, she can more intuitively feel the envy of passersby. Regardless of gender, age, or status, when seeing the combination of luxury cars and handsome men and beautiful women, they can't help but take a few glances. The camera of Sulu's mobile phone was working intensively today. After getting in the car, she kept taking pictures. Brother, let's take a photo together. Sulu thought, they are already boyfriend and girlfriend, but they don't even have a photo together. She saw on Zaihongshu that when other girls' boyfriends picked up cars, they would take photos together next to the cars, and there would be a car handling ceremony. I didn't take a photo in the store just now, so now I have to take a photo in the car and post it online. And you must capture the car logo on the steering wheel, but don't make it too obvious so as to appear deliberate. It should be natural, as if it was captured unintentionally. Okay, go ahead and take the photo. Chen Qi was driving, his head slightly tilted towards the passenger seat, and Sulu leaned over. The camera was in continuous shooting mode, and I took 10 photos at a time, 100 photos at a time. Brother, can I post a photo on TikTok? Sulu asked as she picked out photos. Both of them are handsome men and beautiful women, and they look good in any photo. They can be directly produced by adding a filter. Post it on WeChat Moments. It's better not to post it on other platforms. You know, I'm a low-key person. Only Sulu's own friends can see the moments. If she posts it online, it might be seen by other goddesses. It seems that rich people pay more attention to privacy. You can also post it on Moments to make those sisters really envious. Okay, I'll pick the best one, Sulu said. Sulu picked a group photo and added a caption. My boyfriend picked up a new car, took it for a spin, and was happy. As soon as the post was published on WeChat Moments, Sulu's archenemy, Zhou Yali, the salesgirl at La Mer, saw it. Zhou Yali immediately enlarged the photo and found that the man driving the car was the same one who came to the store last time. Fuck Ferrari, This bitch really found a rich husband. Zhou Yali was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Seeing her archenemy living so well was more painful than killing her. She commented to Su Lu with gritted teeth. Lulu, your boyfriend, is so rich. I'm so envious. When Su Lu saw Zhou Yali's comment, she felt very proud. She did not reply and turned off the screen. Brother, can you accompany me to do my hair this afternoon? Chen Qi used to be very annoyed about accompanying Li Ting to do her nails and hair, just waiting by the side and providing emotional value. When asked whether his new hairstyle looks good, he cannot just say good looking. He has to explain what is good looking about it and how it looks good. But now he has money and free time, so he might as well go with her. After all, Lulu is also a big client. Lulu, do you want to dye your hair or perm it? I want to dye it again. It's a little faded. Su Lu's hair color is brown. Among Chen Qi's 5 goddesses, she is the only one who dyes her hair. Sun Yao and Li Ting have big waves respectively. Han Linlin and Su Tian both have long straight black hair, but Han Linlin's is longer. Brother, what color do you think I should dye my hair? Chen Qi thinks this brown color looks good and matches Su Lu very well. I'd rather go with this color. It's pretty nice. Okay, then dye it brown again. Brother, let's eat first and then go after we finish eating. What does Lulu want to eat? Su Lu turned her beautiful eyes and said playfully. Kaifeng dishes. Chen Qi thought quickly in his mind. Are there any high-end Kaifeng restaurants in Donghai City? Lulu, are you talking about KFC? Su Lu smiled and said, yeah, brother wouldn't be unaware of this, right? I didn't react for a moment. When Chen Qi talks about food now, he definitely thinks of high-end and expensive restaurants. How can I even think of Western fast food? Why do I suddenly want to eat KFC? I just suddenly want to eat junk food. Rich people also eat fried chicken and barbecue. As long as their mouths are satisfied, it doesn't matter whether it is healthy or not. I haven't eaten it for a long time. It's nice to change the taste occasionally. Chen Qi is rich now and has never thought about eating KFC. He couldn't afford to eat there before. After all, KFC is still more expensive than Shaxian and Lanzhou. The two of them found a KFC and ordered a set meal for 2, which was just enough. Not bad, Chen Qi said. Brother, you have eaten too many delicacies from land and sea. Eating junk food occasionally may give your taste buds a fresh feeling. I don't think so. It should be that eating with you makes this ordinary burger taste better. Brother, it's so greasy, even greasy than this big chicken drumstick. Then drink some iced cola to relieve the greasiness. When he was almost done eating, Chen Qi received a message from Li Ting. Although he had set the message mode to do not disturb and there would be no notification sound or vibration, he happened to be checking WeChat, so he clicked on the dialog box. Chapter 67, Li Ting wants to get back together. There was that question mark he hated again. If you can't speak, don't speak, Chen Qi replied. Li Ting felt excited when she saw that Chen Qi finally replied to her. She said to Lin Xian beside her. He replied to me. Lin Xian came over and said, let me see what he said. Ting Ting, you can't be so arrogant. You've broken up. You can't be as arrogant as before. You have to speak nicely. The reason why Li Ting looked for Chen Qi again was because Lin Xian saw the latest update on Chen Etien's moments. The photo shows Chen Qi and Chen Etien sitting in a Ferrari with a caption. Congratulations to my godfather for getting a Ferrari. If it were before, when Lin Xian and Li Ting saw such a message on WeChat moments, they would have questioned whether they rented a car to show off. Now that we know that Chen Qi won the lottery, it is normal for him to buy a Ferrari. The two girls became angrier the more they thought about it. After Li Ting and Chen Qi broke up, she thought Chen Qi would definitely come to ask her to get back together. After all, she was very confident in her appearance. After waiting for 4 or 5 days, there was no news. Finally, I learned from Lin Xian that Chen Qi had won a big prize and was spending money like water in the bar. Lin Xian felt the same way. She thought she had Chen Etian under control and that now that he had taken the 1 million yuan from Chen Qi and had enough money to pay the bride price, he would definitely come back to find her. A Ferrari must cost about 3 or 4 million. The person sitting in the passenger seat should have been mine, Li Ting said secretly. Lin Xian advised Li Ting to put aside her pride. You should be more gentle. He has been with you for more than half a year. Is he good to you? Li Ting hesitated and said, it's fine. She herself knew that Chen Qi had given a lot and treated her as well as possible. But she was greedy and wanted more. So she didn't feel that Chen Qi's kindness to her was precious. Then he must have feelings for you. You've only broken up for a week. You still have hope of getting him back now. You should ask him to meet up and talk face to face. It's better to talk face to face. You can't tell the feelings through the phone. Li Ting was a little conflicted. It was Chen Qi who proposed the breakup, and she agreed decisively. Because Chen Qi didn't buy her a mobile phone, she felt that Chen Qi didn't value her. Now she was asked to ask for reconciliation, and she felt a little embarrassed. Isn't this too humble? It seems like I'm the one giving it away. Sister, if it was the previous Chen Qi, I wouldn't say that. His only advantage is that he's handsome. Now he is handsome and rich. And didn't you say that his parents are dead? Even the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is gone. If you can be with him, don't be too happy. Lin Qian continued. Didn't you see that day in the bar? All those slutty girls were sticking to Chen Qi. If you don't get him back, you'll never have a chance again. Li Ting took Lin Qian's mobile phone and enlarged the photo. In the photo, Chen Qi is wearing LV, holding the steering wheel of a Ferrari, and looks so confident. She still looks the same, but in just 7 days, she feels like a different person with a different temperament. Li Ting edited a paragraph in her mind, then typed it out and sent it out. Baby, it's my fault. I shouldn't lose my temper. I will learn to understand you and not act unreasonably in the future. Let's meet and have a good chat. Li Ting wrote these words with great determination. In the past, when she quarreled with Chen Qi, she never lowered her head and always waited for Chen Qi to coax her. When Chen Qi saw Li Ting's message, he snorted in his heart. Don't I know you? If you didn't see that I'm rich, would you speak so humbly? If it weren't for Li Ting taking the position of goddess, Chen Qi wouldn't want to have any entanglement with the past. Among the current Su Lu, Han Linlin, Sunny Yao, and Su Tian, which one is not better than her? But now I can only continue to contact her and raise her favorability to 100 before I can remove her goddess status. I'm busy recently. I'll let you know when I have time, Chen Qi replied. Looking at this cold reply, Li Ting felt extremely humbled. Lin Qian said, he didn't reject you, so I said he must still have feelings for you. Really? But look at his cold tone. He never spoke like that before. Sister, you two have broken up now. It's great that he can reply to you. I think you still have a chance to get back together. Otherwise, why doesn't he just reject you or block you? Li Ting recalled the time she spent with Chen Qi and how he always tolerated her willfulness and bad temper. Chen Qi also said that he wanted to marry her. He must still have me in his heart. Li Ting's favorability +3, currently -7. Okay, then contact me when you are free. Li Ting typed a reply. Lin Qian, the military advisor, saw that Li Ting had taken action and wanted to reconcile with Chen Etian, so she sent a message. But Chen Etian had completely given up on her, and she was destined not to have as good a life as Li Ting. Chen Qi received a prompt from the system and looked confused. Why is the favorability increased? After eating KFC, Chen Qi and Su Lu went to Apollo Haircut, which was the barber shop that Su Lu often went to. This barbershop is a chain brand and is mid to high end. If you want to apply for a card, the minimum deposit is 10,000 yuan. Su Lu can now ask Chen Qi to take her to a more high-end barbershop. However, when girls want to get their hair cut, sometimes they pick one teacher, Tony, and they always want that person to cut their hair, no matter what director or store manager comes. Chen Qi parked the car and followed Su Lu into the barbershop. There are quite a few beautiful women coming to this mid to high-end barbershop. Chen Qi took a quick look and found that they were all of good quality, including young girls and young women. Brother, it may take a while. It's okay, go ahead. I'll sit here and play with my phone. The waiter brought a fruit plate, a glass of lemonade, and some snacks. Chen Qi sat down and opened Tomato Novel and continued to read The Goddess Spends Me $1. The system returns 10,000 times that he had been following for the past 2 days. Su Lu went in to wash her hair. At this time, 2 girls wearing small vests and yoga pants came into the store, one with long hair and the other with short hair. The two saw Chen Qi sitting on the sofa. Isn't this the handsome guy with the Ferrari in the parking lot? Said the girl with long hair. The 2 girls entered the parking lot behind Chen Qi and parked a little slowly. Let's go over and have a chat. The short-haired girl said her girlfriend was here just now, so she must have gone to wash her hair now. What's wrong with my girlfriend? It's not like I haven't slept with a married man before. The long-haired girl walked to the rest area with a bottle of drink in her hand and spoke in a hoarse voice. Handsome guy, can you help me unscrew the bottle cap? It's a bit tight, and I can't unscrew it. Chen Qi was sitting while the 2 girls were standing in their yoga pants. The yoga pants were very tight and made the girls' crotches look lifelike. Chen Qi is neither Miao Renfeng nor Doraemon. At first glance, these 2 girls are indeed very beautiful, with first-class looks and figures. If Chen Qi looked at it himself, he felt that both of them should have scored above 90 points. But Ruan said, you still have to practice, do some minor adjustments to your face, and liposuction on your thighs and abdomen. Can't you see it? How can I tell if it's liposuction? Chen Qi said helplessly. But these are not the key points. The growth times of these two girls are 42 and 51 respectively. Even so, does Chen Qi still dare to look through the gaps between people? He immediately raised his eyes and looked at the two people's faces. Okay, I'll help you open it. Chapter 68, do you mind having two more girlfriends? Chen Qi took the sea salt soda water from the long-haired girl and opened it easily with a twist. Thank you, handsome. The short-haired girl sat down next to Chen Qi. Are you doing your hair alone, handsome? Although Chen Qi looked down on these two people, he had nothing to do anyway, so he chatted with them casually. I'm here with my girlfriend. Do you want to continue chatting? The girl with long hair leaned closer to Chen Qi. Why don't you chat? This LV suit is a new model this year. It costs more than 30,000 yuan. I forgot. My girlfriend picked it out for me. My brother is so rich. I don't have any money. I'm just a gigolo. The short-haired girl giggled and said, handsome guy is really good at joking. They don't think that Chen Qi is living off Sulu. If Sulu is so rich that she can afford a Ferrari, why would she come to Apollo to get her hair done? Apollo is just a well-known chain brand, and its prices are much cheaper than those of private hair salons. Really rich women all go to such places. Handsome guy, do you mind having two more girlfriends? The girl with long hair is also direct and gets to the point. I don't mind, but I don't know if my girlfriend minds. Chen Qi has more than two girlfriends. He can have 20 if he wants, but they have to meet certain conditions, and these two losers obviously don't meet the requirements. The girl with long hair and the girl with short hair looked at each other knowingly. Men are always looking at what's in the pot while eating what's in the bowl, and there's not a single one of them who doesn't cheat. Handsome guy, just don't let your girlfriend know. We sisters can play with handsome guys. The long-haired girl's tone was full of teasing, and she looked at Chen Qi seductively. The short-haired girl added, one dragon and two phoenixes flying happily together. If an ordinary man had been hooked by now, not only would his mouth be curled up, but his second brother would also be curled up. Chen Qi said calmly, how happy is it? Handsome guy, why don't you come and try it with us now? It takes a long time for your girlfriend to do her hair. At this time, Su Lu came out after washing her hair. Seeing two little brats sitting on the left and right of Chen Qi, her face fell a little. Brother, who are they? Beauty, don't get me wrong, I just want you to help me screw on a bottle cap, said the girl with long hair. Seeing the main person coming, the two girls stopped chatting and stood up and talked. Thank you, handsome. This bottle of soda is for you. The long-haired girl handed the soda water to Chen Qi with a tissue under the bottle. After the two of them left, Su Lu said, Brother, can you give me this bottle of water? I'll open it for you. Chen Qi said. Su Lu imitated the tone of the long-haired girl cha-cha and took the soda water. Thank you, handsome. Chen Qi smiled. You were waiting for me here. Did you eat something wrong? Su Lu opened the tissue and found a phone number written on it with an eyebrow pencil. I didn't eat anything wrong. Do you want to add them, brother? Su Lu put the number in front of Chen Qi. Chen Qi didn't even look at it. He just crumpled the tissue into a ball and threw it into the trash can. They are not even as good as a hair of yours. Not even a dog. Su Lu's favorability +1, currently 72. That's more like it. Su Lu said, go get your hair done. I'll sit here and watch you. I'm going. Su Lu had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly turned around, took the soda water from Chen Qi's hand, and drank it all in one breath. Fortunately, this is a small 300 milliliters bottle. If it was 500 milliliters, she probably wouldn't be able to drink it. Chen Qi was amused by Su Lu. He knew what Su Lu was thinking. She just didn't want him to drink the water sent by Xiao Xiaowa. Are you Wang Bao Bao? Thank you, brother, for the water. It tastes so good, Su Lu said. It took Su Lu 3 hours to dye her hair, and Chen Qi was so engrossed in reading a novel that he didn't feel he had been waiting for very long. Brother, come and take a look. How is it? It looks very nice, the color is even, and the dyeing is very detailed. The main thing is that Lulu's face is beautiful. Even if it is dyed green, it will be beautiful. Pa, I don't want green. Teacher Tony said on the side. Miss Su, you still have 1,600 on your card. We're using a better hair dye this time, so it's 2,000 after the member discount. Now the store is having an event where you can get 1,000 renminbi for a top-up of 10,000 renminbi, 20,000 renminbi for a top-up of 20,000 renminbi, and 30,000 renminbi for a top-up of 30,000 renminbi. These barbershops are really rip-offs. If Su Lu wasn't a member, it would cost 3,800 yuan to dye her hair. But with the membership discount, it would only cost 2,000 yuan. She had previously topped up 10,000 yuan. And after using it for almost a year, she couldn't even remember how much was left on the card. Chen Qi knew that this kind of barbershop was expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. Fuck 2,000 yuan. I think 30 yuan is too expensive for a haircut from a neighborhood Annie. Su Lu is now well off, with a salary of around 20,000 yuan, and does not have to pay for food, fruit and milk tea, or commuting expenses. I even rented out the house I lived in before for 2,100 yuan, which paid off half of the mortgage. You pay 10,000 yuan to recharge your card, which only costs about 900 yuan per month on average. Su Lu was prepared to pay for it herself. The money Chen Qi spent on her meals and bags amounted to hundreds of thousands. The house was worth tens of millions, so this 10,000 yuan was just a small change. She was too embarrassed to ask Chen Qi for it. How much will you get for a deposit of 300,000? Chen Qi suddenly asked. Teacher Tony looked shocked. Sir, you said 300,000? Yes, you heard it right. 300,000? Please wait a moment. I will call the store manager. Su Lu was already accustomed to Chen Qi's arrogance and just said, Brother, don't spend money recklessly. I can't use up 300,000 yuan by the time I'm 50. Dyeing your hair too much is not good for your hair quality. You don't need to dye it too much, but you can do some maintenance to make your hair smoother. Chen Qi reached out and touched Su Lu's hair. It was true that even the hair of a beautiful woman is beautiful. If you don't have much money and can't spend it, just bring a friend to get your hair done. Okay then, thank you brother. Su Lu's favorability +1, currently 73. Brother, I didn't eat much of the kai feng dishes I had for lunch, and I'm hungry. Su Lu touched her flat belly. What do you want to eat tonight? There's a Xinjiang restaurant in the East Bay area that people say is delicious online. Let's go eat there. Chen Qi has never eaten Xinjiang cuisine, but he has seen it online, and it looks very appetizing. It just so happens that I'm craving for some food, so let's go with Xinjiang cuisine. Brother, wait for me. Su Lu said this and ran out of the barber shop. She ran back 2 minutes later with a 1-liter bottle of soda water in her hand. Handsome guy, this bottle of water is for you. Su Lu still used the tone of senior student F.A. May. Ha ha, you're gonna make this into a meme, right? Chen Qi couldn't do anything about her and took the big bottle of soda water. Get 8 soft rice coins and get 80,000 huaxia coins back. 80,000 yuan came into his account. Although it wasn't a lot of money, Chen Qi found Su Lu quite interesting. It was the rush hour right now, and after Chen Qi came out of the parking lot and onto the main road, he drove at a snail's pace. Who said there are no traffic jams when driving a luxury car? It's still jammed like a dog. There is a traffic light ahead, and the green light will turn green in 2 seconds. Chen Qi will step on the accelerator, and he will definitely be able to rush through with the horsepower of the Ferrari 488. But he still didn't rush forward. There were many electric bikes on the way home from get off work, and there might be an electric donkey driving around recklessly. I just picked up this Ferrari today. It doesn't have a license plate or insurance yet. If the car is damaged, it's no big deal. But if it hits someone, it will definitely be on the news. No license plate. Ferrari. Car pickup day. Mysterious rich second generation. These keywords are enough for the media to write several reports. Chapter 69. How about I wear Balenciaga for you? Chen Qi stopped in front of the zebra crossing and suddenly heard a loud engine roar coming from behind. He looked in the rearview mirror and saw a sports car accelerating and overtaking, passing 3 cars in a row and arriving next to Chen Qi. As it got closer, Chen Qi saw clearly that it was a Lamborghini Gallardo, which was more expensive than his Ferrari 488 and should cost around 5.5 million. There was also a man and a woman in the Gallardo. The young man turned his head and looked at Chen Qi. He made a gesture to Chen Qi, meaning to compare. Taking the green light as a signal, the 2 supercars raced forward. Chen Qi ignored him. He believed that civilized driving is for the safety of everyone. Speeding was too dangerous, and he would not be stupid enough to do it. I finally got a system, and my wonderful life has just begun. The most important thing is to cherish your life. Brother, does he want to race with you? Su Lu asked. Never mind him. Let's drive our own car. Yeah, drive slowly. The green light came on, Gallardo took off, and ran a long way in the blink of an eye. Chen Qi drove at the speed limit. At 7 o'clock, the two had already eaten in a Xinjiang restaurant. People on the internet say that the taste of this restaurant is very authentic, said Su Lu. Chen Qi had never eaten Xinjiang cuisine from other places, so he couldn't make a comparison. He just thought it tasted really good. This baked bun is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's so greasy when you take a bite, and it doesn't have any mutton smell at all. If you like it, I can make it for you. Can you also make baked buns? Chen Qi asked. I can learn. My brother bought me a house with such a big kitchen. I can't let it go to waste. Su Lu is already quite good at cooking, but she has never made pasta dishes like steamed buns, dumplings, and hand-rolled noodles. However, Su Lu's father has been a chef for decades and knows everything. If you ask Su's father for advice, even if you can't replicate it perfectly, you should be able to do it almost as well. Brother, you asked Chen Qi to take a taxi back to the company this morning. What does your company do? Now Chen Qi is a serious person with a career and a company, so there is no need to play tricks or hide things. It's a clothing company, a small one, just for fun. I know quite a few small business owners, and they don't dare buy luxury homes as if they were buying cabbages. There are several listed companies in Donghai that make clothing. I don't think his company is one of them. Brother is so low-key and humble. Just live your life to your full potential. There's no need for anything fancy and ostentatious. He is very steady, unlike some rich second generations who are afraid that others don't know when they have a little money. After eating a bit too much meat in the evening, the two of them went shopping in the mall. Help digestion and buy cosmetics such as lip gloss, liquid foundation, and eyebrow pencil. I don't buy a lot of cosmetics, and these things are not expensive. The big brands only cost a few thousand yuan. It didn't cost much, only 20,000 yuan in total, but it did take a bit of time. Chen Qi accompanied Su Lu to choose the color of lip gloss and the color of foundation. Only because he has money and free time now, and the goddess is his client, can he be patient and give serious advice. Su Lu wasn't asking casually which one was better looking, which one was more suitable. She really needed Chen Qi's vision to help her choose. After all, women dress up to please themselves, so she will put on whatever makeup Chen Qi likes. Brother, let's go shopping at Balenciaga. Balenciaga is great, Balenciaga. Su Lu smiled slyly. Brother, do you like black stockings or flesh-colored stockings? Black stockings, but sometimes flesh-colored stockings are okay. Can I wear it in front of my brother tonight? Su Lu whispered in Chen Qi's ear. Isn't this a naked temptation to him? It's good, but they are alone in the same room, and they had a passionate kiss last time, plus the current favorability level of 73. If Su Lu wears black stockings tonight, the two of them will definitely grow. According to Jenny's previous experience, after growing up with Chen Qi, the goddess favorability will increase by at least 5 points. This is a bit too fast. The wealth of more than 80 million that Su Lu brought to Chen Qi is still a bit less. No hurry, just prepare some more styles first, and I'll take a look next time. Isn't he moved by this? Is it because I'm not attractive? Or is it because he's been through drug rehabilitation and has extraordinary self-control? Then I'll buy more, Su Lu said. At around 10 o'clock, after sending Su Lu home, Chen Qi also returned to AD number 1. Going shopping with girls is not an easy task. At the end of the day, I feel more tired than working before. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary boy and does not need to worry about money. If he were an ordinary boy, he would feel even more tired after coming back from a day of playing and calculating how much he spent that day. Chen Qi took a shower and leaned back on the sofa, watching several videos that Chen Tian sent him. These are all house videos taken on site by Chen Tian and the agent. I saw 6 houses today and another 5 tomorrow. All of them are within a 10-minute walk from the office. There are a lot of other good units listed for sale, but they've all been up for more than 10 minutes. Chen Qi replied, These ones today look quite old. Let's take a look tomorrow. At this time, Han Linlin called. Hello, Linlin. Why do you want to call me so late? Brother hasn't contacted me for 3 days. Can't I call him? Han Linlin's tone was full of grievance, as if she was about to cry. She looked like the type of person who would cry easily. Chen Qi quickly said, How could that be? Linlin can fight anytime. Chen Qi was indeed busy interacting with other goddesses these 3 days and did not send a single message to Han Linlin. Brother, don't you miss me? Of course. Then why didn't you look for me? Chen Qi said, I've been busy acquiring a company recently and have a lot of things to deal with. I forgot about it now. When Han Linlin heard that Chen Qi was acquiring a company, she thought it was something that only happened in TV dramas and novels. She never expected that someone she knew in real life had done the same thing. Acquiring a company is a very rigorous and tedious process, so it is understandable that Chen Qi didn't have time to look for her. However, she had no idea that sometimes acquisitions are so simple and crude. Once the money is in place and the contract is signed, the company is sold. What company did my brother acquire? It's a small clothing company with not many employees, about 90 or so. But there are many things that need to be corrected when we first got here. More than 90 people, in Han Linlin's opinion, was already a lot. So will my brother be very busy recently? What's the matter? I have something to do tomorrow, and I want to ask my brother for help. I wonder if my brother has time. Linlin is busy and doesn't have time. I have to squeeze out some time too. What's the matter? Han Linlin walked to the door of the room and locked it. Outside in the living room, Han's father had a sullen look on his face and was muttering to Han's mother about how their daughter was disobedient and how irritating she was. Director Lee of the Education Bureau comes from a family of scholars, and his son is also a young and promising man in the Education Bureau. This kind of family is the best match for ours, and your daughter still complains about this and that. It really makes me mad. Han's mother was originally on the same side as Han's father. She also felt that Linlin would have a good life if she married Director Lee. But when she saw the luxury goods worth more than 1 million yuan in Han Linlin's house, she changed her stance and stood with her daughter. My daughter is old enough to have her own ideas, and we can't impose our ideas on her. Why are you helping her now? Chapter 70. Beautiful Landlord. Han Linlin talked in the room about needing Chen Qi's help tomorrow. My dad forced me to go on a blind date with the son of an education director. I don't want to go. Now that he says he won't go, he won't acknowledge me as his daughter. Brother, can you accompany me to the blind date tomorrow? Tell the other person to give up and don't say anything to my dad. Within the system, this is the top tier in the blind date market and is very popular. The Education Bureau is quite suitable for Han Linlin's profession as a teacher, but now she is Chen Qi's bound goddess, so how could she give her to someone else? Don't worry, I will definitely go with you tomorrow. Chen Qi has been a little neglectful of Han Linlin recently, and he should treat her equally. Although Han Linlin only gave him a bowl of fish balls worth over 100 yuan, it can be seen from this that she still has potential for development. After hanging up the phone with Han Linlin, Chen Etian urged Chen Qi to go online and play a few games. Wait half an hour while I install the computer. Aren't you using an Alienware laptop? What computer do you have? I spent 500,000 yuan to buy some parts and assemble the machine. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Then a loud shout came. Fuck, Godfather. Let me play for a while. Chen Qi thought it would be tiring to assemble it by himself. So he sent the address to Chen Etian and asked him to come and assemble it together. Half an hour later, Chen Etian rushed to Chen Qi's house in a hurry. Cheesy, you didn't say you live in 1 AD. This would cost about 7 or 8 million. You bought a company worth 70 million and a Ferrari worth more than 4 million. I wouldn't be surprised if you live in a mansion worth tens of millions. This is probably over 200 square meters. Won't you feel lonely in such a big house? I'll live with you, Chen Qi said disdainfully. Get lost. If you want to live here, buy one yourself. How can I afford a house? No, it seems like I can afford it. Chen Etian has not yet adapted to the current changes, even if he does not use the 1 million given by Chen Qi. Now, with an annual salary of 800,000 yuan working in Chen Qi's company, you can buy a 2-bedroom apartment in 2 years and a large 3-bedroom apartment in 3 years. Cheesy, take a look at the 500,000 yuan computer. Chen Qi took him to the second bedroom, which was his esports room. 9 Alienware laptops piled in the corner had not been opened yet. Damn, you have so many aliens. Give me one to play with. Chen Etian now has enough money to buy an Alienware computer, but he still uses his previous desktop computer. Take one when you leave later, Chen Qi said. It wasn't a valuable item, only a few $1,000s, and it was given as a gift when he bought a mattress. He had originally planned to take it to the company as a prize to motivate employees. Cheesy, I'm afraid your computer configuration is about to catch up with Principal Wang's. Chen Qi knew that Principal Wang had a computer with $1 million configuration, which was a hot topic at the time. It was said that its running score was among the top 5 in the world that year. Not really. Many of the configurations of that machine are not available in China. They were all ordered from abroad. It's been a few years now, and computer configurations are updated very quickly. I guess your computer won't be much worse than his. The two of them worked together to assemble the machine, and it took only a dozen minutes to complete. Chen started using the new computer, and Chen Etian used Alienware. The two immediately started a game, and then Chen Etian played a few games on the new computer. It's almost time. I don't want to play anymore. I have an appointment with the agent to view a house at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Chen Qi said, I'll buy it tomorrow. Price is not an issue. The price of the community near their company is not expensive, just over 2 million. Chen Qi didn't think that Chen Qi was bragging when he said price is not a problem, because he had the ability to do so. A dreamless night. July 14th, Sunday, moderate rain. Chen Qi was sleeping soundly. The dripping sound of raindrops hitting the floor-to-ceiling window was a natural sleep aid. I slept until 9:30, got up, washed up, and had breakfast. I had just finished the takeaway when at 10 o'clock Chen Qi called me. Cheesy, we have looked at all the suitable houses. This one in Shanghai Jinyuan is the most suitable. It's close to the gate of the community, so I can walk less steps, and the house is well decorated. Chen Qi said, I've watched the video. It's okay. How much is it? Just buy it. 2.4 million, not bad. The surrounding area is almost the same price, but the owner is still living there. If I ask her to move out today, she will add 200,000. Chen Qi thought 200,000 is not a lot at all, and it is indeed urgent to ask someone to move out at such a short notice. So just consider it as money for the landlord to stay in a hotel. 2.6 million, no problem. Okay, I'll talk to the landlord, then you come sign a contract. Zhu Quan was already waiting in the underground parking lot. When he saw Chen Qi coming, he immediately opened the passenger door for him. The Ferrari is still too small. Master Zhu, it must be uncomfortable for you to sit in it. It's okay. Even if he felt uncomfortable, Zhu Quan couldn't say it. If you have nothing to do these 2 days, go buy a Rolls-Royce. It's comfortable to sit in. Chen Qi arrived at Shanghai Jinyuan, Building 6, Room 801. Chen Qi, the agent, and the homeowner were all there. Cheesy, she is the owner of the house. Master Wan, rate and rate. The owner of the house did not appear in the house video that Chen Qi gave Chen Qi, so he thought he was just an ordinary middle-aged man. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be a beauty. She wore a new-style cheongsam with a high slit. Her figure was well-proportioned, and she was very elegant. Name, Zhu Yaqing. Age, 33. Height, 166. Charm, 90. Occupation, graphic model. Number of romances, 10. Favorability, 5. This time Chen Qi was not wrong. The beauty was indeed 90 points, but you really couldn't tell that she was 33 years old. Zhu Yaqing had her hair done in a French style, and her makeup was delicate, especially her eye makeup, which looked very vivid. Chen Qi looked at her and thought she was about 25 or 26 years old. The buyer is still a handsome guy. Hello, my name is Zhu Yaqing, and I'm the owner of the house. My last name is Chen, Ms. Zhu. I understand the situation. The price of 2.6 million is no problem. What Zhu Yaqing said next made Chen Qi and the agent feel that it was too unfair. Mr. Chen, I think 2.6 million is still a bit low. We bought it for 2.7 million. I won't make any money from you. I'll just offer you 2.7 million. He is willing to add 200,000 yuan and let us move out today. He must be someone who is in a hurry and has plenty of money. The agent was speechless and cursed in his heart. How could there be such a shameless person? Ms. Zhu, the housing prices have dropped dramatically now. It's unlikely that you can sell it at the same price you bought it at that time. The listing price of this house was 2.4 million, which had already dropped by 300,000. Chen Qi was in a hurry to buy it, so he added 200,000 to let the owner move out. But Zhu Yaqing wants to sell it at the original price, which is either greedy or stupid. When Chen Qi heard Zhu Yaqing's thoughts, he realized that it was his haste to buy the house that made the other party think that her house was the only one she could have. Ms. Zhu, didn't we agree on 2.6 million an hour ago? Chen Qi was a little annoyed. This urgent action made him think of his ex-girlfriend Lin Xian. The difference between 2.7 million and 2.6 million is only 100,000. Mr. Chen is wearing all branded clothes and looks very impressive. He doesn't look like someone who is short of 100,000 yuan. Ms. Zhu, other houses of your type are priced at 2.4 million. We offered 2.6 million. We raised the price because we are in a hurry to buy it. Chen Qi said. Chen Qi waved his hand, signaling Chen Qi not to say anything more. Ms. Zhu, you saw that I was in a hurry to buy it, so you raised the price temporarily. I am very anxious, but if you think you can control me like this, you are wrong. There is another apartment with the same layout as yours in this community, and it's still vacant. Believe it or not, I'll offer 2.4 million, and the owner will sell it immediately. Chapter 71, It's Your Fault That You're Too Pretty. The other house is at the back of the community, and it takes another 4 or 5 minutes to walk to the community gate. Chen Qi thought it was a bit far, and it would be tiring to walk a few more steps, so he chose Zhu Yaqing's apartment, which was close to the main gate. The company was only a 5-minute walk away. That won't work. The real estate market is not good right now. It took 2 months for someone to come and see the house. Zhu Yaqing immediately changed her tone and said, Okay, then let's do as you said, 2.6 million. At this time, a man came in from outside the door. He had a sunny and handsome appearance, a tall and strong figure, a real hunk. Ching, how was the talk? Zheng Wentao said. Mr. Chen's price is very generous. It's hard to find such a good buyer. Zhu Yaqing said. Although you are a handsome guy, you are unlucky to meet us. Chen Qi said, then sign a contract and go to the real estate registration center to transfer the ownership tomorrow, Monday. We will not be in Donghai tomorrow. You can find whoever you want. Okay, Mr. Chen is really straightforward. Chen Qi felt something was wrong. What did Zhu Yaqing mean by this? What did she mean that she would not be in Donghai tomorrow? Can I see the property certificate? Chen Qi said. Sure, Wentao, go get the property certificate. Chen Qi looked at the property certificate for a while, but he couldn't understand it, so he gave it to the real estate agent. Zhu Yaqing and Zheng Wentao looked at each other. They won't notice anything. Chen Qi said, the householder's name is Miss Zhu. I thought it was this gentleman. My husband loves me very much, so the house is in my name. Who cares whose name is written? Just sign the contract. Zhu Yaqing held Zheng Wentao's arm, and they looked very intimate. In our family, Qing has the final say, said Zheng Wentao. Brother, please prepare the contract. Ms. Zhu, take me to see the house again. Chen Qi went around all the rooms and found that the layout and decoration were all pretty good. A few minutes later, Chen Qi received a WeChat message from Jiang Min, a salesperson at AD1. Chen Qi secretly took a photo when he was looking at the property certificate just now. Because he heard Zhu Yaqing's thoughts, he concluded that there must be something wrong with the house. So I sent a message to Jiang Min, asking her if she knew anyone at the real estate registration center. Today is the weekend and the real estate registration center is closed, but if you have private connections, you can still find someone to do the job. Mr. Chen, this property certificate is fake. The owner is not Zhu Yaqing, but Lu Liwei, a 47-year-old man. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi thought, Zhu Yaqing is so beautiful, she can't be a she-male. No, Mr. Wan didn't say anything, so she must be a genuine woman. Her husband doesn't look like he's 47. He's in his early 30s at most. Then there is only one possibility. The house belongs to someone else, and she made a false certificate to sell someone else's house. Chen Qi has seen this kind of news several times, where tenants pretended to be landlords and forged certificates to sell the house. But once the documents were checked, the truth was immediately revealed. What's your name, sir? Chen Qi asked. My surname is Zheng. My name is Zheng Wentao. It's not Lu Liwei. These two are definitely scammers. Chen Qi sent a message to Chen Etian. Pretend to go out for something, call the police, and say someone is using a fake property certificate to commit fraud. Chen Etian looked up at Chen Qi in surprise, then put the phone to his ear. Hello? Mom, I'm not going home to eat tonight. Can't you hear me? I said I'm not going home to eat tonight. Chen Etian walked while calling and walked out the door. After a while, he came back after finishing the call and winked at Chen Qi. The agent's contract was also ready. Zhu Yaqing and Zheng Wentao looked at it once, and then Chen Qi took it and pretended to look at it again. Mr. Chen, are you ready? Zhu Yaqing urged. Don't be in a hurry. This is buying a house, not buying cabbages. You must read the terms carefully. If Su Lu heard this, she would definitely think that he had it wrong. It is obvious that buying a mansion worth tens of millions is like buying cabbage. When buying cabbage, you may have to choose the good and bad ones. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Zheng Wentao glanced at Zhu Yaqing and asked, Who is it? Zhu Yaqing shook her head at him and said, I'll go take a look. Zhu Yaqing went over to open the door and froze in place. Two policemen stood at the door. Zheng Wentao asked, Who is it? Police. Zhu Yaqing pretended to be calm. Why did the police come to my door? The real estate agent was also confused. He was taking a client to see a house, but how did he end up getting into trouble with the police? Is this a haunted house? Comrade, what can I do for you? Zhu Yaqing asked. Someone call the police. Someone here is using fake property certificates to commit fraud. It must be a mistake. How could this happen? Chen Qi winked at Chen Etian. Chen Etian stood up and spoke towards the door. Comrade police, I was the one who called the police. You can check this property certificate to see if it's real or fake. Zhu Yaqing became anxious and pointed at Chen Etian and cursed at him. You think the price of my house is too high and you are framing me, right? How can he tell it's fake? This certificate should be so authentic. Chen Qi said, Comrade police, I suspect they are pretending to be a couple to commit fraud. Comrade, please show me your ID card. This is bad. Once the ID card is checked, the marital status will be exposed. A few minutes later, the police found the information of the two people. You two are both unmarried. How can you be considered husband and wife? Zhu Yaqing hurriedly explained. We all call each other this way. Isn't it normal for lovers to call each other husband and wife? You can make excuses after the police check the property certificate. Zheng Wentao was anxious. Let's go, let's go. We don't want to sell the house anymore. Let's all get out. The police wanted to take the property certificate on the coffee table, but Zhu Yaqing took the lead and stuffed it into her clothes. Chen Qi smiled and said, Comrade police officer, I took a picture here, and it's very clear. It turned out that he took the photo and asked someone to verify it. Zhu Yaqing was so angry that she even wanted to snatch Chen Qi's cell phone. Chen Qi quickly hid behind the police. Lady, don't do it. This was not a complicated case. The police made a phone call and found out that the property certificate was fake. Madam, the owner of this house is Lu Liwei. What is your relationship with him? Zhu Yaqing was already panicking at this time, and when questioned by the police, she told everyone the relationship between the three people. Lu Liwei is my boss who supports me, and Zheng Wentao is my boyfriend. She planned to sell the house and go to Vietnam with Zheng Wentao. This Zheng Wentao is no simple person either. We only found out after questioning him by the police. He is actually in the same industry as Chen Qi. Zheng Wentao is a Taobao model on the surface, but in fact he is a gigolo kept by a rich woman. The rich woman bought a house for Zheng Wentao on her 50th birthday. Last month, Zheng Wentao sold the house, and now he is just waiting for Zhu Yaqing to sell it. The money from selling the house plus their savings would add up to 6 million, which they could use to buy an apartment in Vietnam and live comfortably as a couple. How did you find out that we are not husband and wife? Zhu Yaqing asked. Chen Qi said, It's just because you are too beautiful. Zhu Yaqing didn't understand this sentence, and neither did anyone else. Chapter 72. Han Linlin's Blind Date. Zhu Yaqing and Zheng Wentao can be said to be a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and they seem to be a very good match. You can't lie. I can tell you're lying the moment I hear you. Chen Etienne thought to himself, how come I didn't tell at all that she was lying? In Susu said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Zhu Yaqing thought that she could lie without blushing or getting nervous, and with her beauty, all men could be fooled by her. What a pity! Her charm value reached 90, and Chen Qi could hear her thoughts. Therefore, the more beautiful a woman is, the more honest she is to Chen Qi. The homeowner Lu Liwei rushed to the scene after being notified by the police. Although keeping a mistress is immoral, the law cannot do anything about it. There is solid evidence that Zhu Yaqing and her partner forged certificates to commit fraud, and they will be sued. Didn't he not fall for it? Why did he arrest us? Both policemen were speechless by this beautiful woman who was ignorant of the law. Ms. Zhu, it's not illegal only if you succeed in cheating. Forging a certificate is already illegal. Please come with us. You also follow me back to the police station and record your statement. Chen Qi said, Comrade police, I have something important to do later. Why don't we record it here? Generally speaking, the person reporting the case needs to go to the police station to make a statement. Other assisting personnel can take statements on the spot if there are two police officers present. The person who reported the case was Chen Etienne, and there was no victim in the case, so all Chen Etienne had to do was go to the police station and give a statement. The police took statements from Chen Qi, the intermediary, and Lu Liwei. He took Chen Etienne, Zhu Yaqing, and Zheng Wentao downstairs. Mr. Chen, do you want to buy a house? Lu Liwei asked. Yes. I wonder if Mr. Lu will sell it? Lu Liwei's house was originally used to support his mistress, and the house was almost sold by the mistress. Fortunately, Chen Qi saw through Zhu Yaqing. 2.2 million, as a thank you to Mr. Chen for helping me keep the house. Lu Liwei gave Chen Qi a discount of 200,000 yuan. Then I won't be polite to Mr. Lu. Okay, sign the contract. In the end, the house was bought, and it was much cheaper than expected, although Chen Qi didn't care about the money. But fortunately, he was not cheated. Losing 2.6 million is a small matter. If he was cheated, Chen Qi would be very unhappy. Mr. Lu, what are these things in the house? If Mr. Chen needs any furniture or appliances, I'll leave them to you. I'll have someone move the rest away. There are many brand-name bags, clothes, and trendy accessories that Lu Liwei bought for Zhu Yaqing. He had to take all of these away so that the couple wouldn't sell them. It was already 12 o'clock when Chen Qi came back. Chen Qi said in a good mood, Lu Wei sold the house to me for 2.2 million. Wow, it's 200,000 cheaper. This guy is quite smart. I saved 200,000 yuan. I'm thinking about how to spend it. Now that I have it, I'll buy another house. Chen Etienne received a text message on his mobile phone, and he looked at Chen Qi in amazement. Cheesy, why are you sending me another 2.4 million? I haven't even figured out how to spend the 1 million. You can buy another unit in the back row to save the trouble of renting one. Chen Etienne was almost kneeling down and kowtowed to Chen Qi. Godfather, please accept my greetings. If Chen Qi could see Chen Etienne's favorability level, it would have exceeded the mark by now. Friendship between boys is simple. If you buy your girlfriend a $3 drink, she might call you a loser. But if you buy your brother a drink, you will definitely receive sincere gratitude. Not to mention giving her an apartment. Chen Etienne now only regrets that she is not a girl. Otherwise, she would have to marry Chen Qi. Forget it. When you have time, invite uncles and aunts to stay with you. Han Linlin has already met her blind date, Li Mingda, in Dabashu. Why hasn't my brother come yet? Han Linlin sent a message to Chen Qi just now, and Chen Qi's reply is almost here. Now it's almost half an hour. Li Mingda has an average appearance, neither unattractive nor ugly. He wears half-frame glasses, is 175 centimeters tall, and is thin. In order to meet Han Linlin today, I went to the barber shop to get a haircut this morning. Linlin, you really like hot pot, right? It's okay. Han Linlin replied coldly. She chose Dabashu because eating there is free. It should be said that she didn't spend Li Mingda's money, nor her own money. There was 100,000 yuan in the membership card, which she couldn't even spend on food. After the meal, she paid the bill directly as she didn't want to owe Li Mingda anything. What are your hobbies? Shopping, eating, and traveling. I like traveling too. I heard from your father that you like reading. What kind of books do you read? Just take a look. Li Mingda found various topics and chatted awkwardly for more than half an hour. Anyone could tell that girls are not interested in him. But Li Mingda was completely fascinated when he saw that Han Linlin was even more beautiful in person than in the photo. He promised me that he would come back, liar. Han Linlin's favorability -1, currently 56. Chen Qi, who had already walked to the door of the store, received a system prompt and cursed in his heart. Shit, he must be mad because you're late. The manager of Dabashu recognized Han Linlin when he saw her just now. Isn't this the girlfriend of the rich second generation? Why did a man come to eat hot pot instead? He saw Chen Qi coming in and immediately thought of it. It's over. The rich second generation is not here to catch the adultery. Han Linlin had almost finished eating, and she didn't want to stay with Li Mingda for even a second. The waiter will pay the bill, said Han Linlin. I'll do it. I'll do it. How can I let you pay the bill? Swipe my membership card. Li Mingda saw Han Linlin and him competing to pay the bill and thought, she must be interested in me. We have met before, and when my dad asked about it, you just said it was inappropriate. Han Linlin said, I think it's quite suitable. I am a civil servant in the Education Bureau, with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan and good benefits. You are a teacher in school. My family can help you get some connections when you are applying for a professional title. Li Mingda was very confident in his qualifications, and as he worked in the Education Bureau, he was familiar with the salary levels of various schools in Donghai City. The internship salary at the primary school where Han Linlin is interning is 4,000 yuan. Even if she passes the exam and becomes a civil servant, her annual salary will probably be only 100,000 yuan. Whether in terms of income or welfare benefits, Li Mingda is one level higher than Han Linlin. Han Linlin asked, is 200,000 a lot? It's not enough for her to buy an Hermes bag. Isn't 200,000 a lot? Li Mingda wondered. I am very materialistic. I want to live in a mansion worth tens of millions, drive a sports car, and carry brand-name bags. Li Mingda said, Linlin, watch less Ziyahong Shu and Douyin. You see, your thoughts have been led astray. Why am I thinking wrong? Han Linlin was a little angry. Li Mingda started lecturing her when they just met. It's okay. I can correct your views later. Thank you, no. That's all I need. Look, you're just saying that in anger. This time, Han Linlin was really amused by Li Mingda's shamelessness. He was such a fool. Let me tell you the truth. I have a boyfriend. I came out to see you today only because my dad forced me to. You're lying. You must be angry because I didn't rush to pay the bill just now. Han Linlin was speechless. Is his train of thought so strange? She had already made it very clear that she had no interest in him at all. yet he was still adding drama to himself. What's so good about me? You're so shameless to talk to me. You look pure and sweet, and you have a good personality and know how to live. Li Mingda said. Chapter 73. Can the beautiful lady add me on WeChat? Han Linlin looked at the time. It was already 12:40, and Chen Qi had not arrived yet. Han Linlin's favorability -1, currently 55. Suddenly, Chen Qi appeared from behind Han Linlin and sat down next to her without saying a word. Han Linlin was startled and stared at him with her beautiful eyes wide open, her eyes full of grievance. I was so late that I was annoyed by this guy for a long time. Beauty, you look so innocent, a bit like Lin Yuna. Can we get to know each other? Chen Qi pretended not to know Han Linlin and started role-playing. Li Mingda was unhappy. This was his blind date party. Why were you, a stranger, coming to mess things up? Dude, what are you doing? Don't you know we're on a blind date here? Are you on a blind date? Sorry. Chen Qi pretended to be surprised. Excuse me, why aren't you leaving yet? Chen Qi looked at the two of them, touched his chin, and said, looking at the atmosphere, it seems like your blind date isn't going well. What do you want? Li Mingda said impatiently that if Han Linlin hadn't been there, he would have wanted to go up and beat Chen Qi. No, buddy. How about I teach you how to go on a blind date? You should find more topics that girls are interested in. Let me show you. Li Mingda thought. I have been looking for topics for more than half an hour, and Han's father provided me with information, but Han Linlin just ignored me. Without waiting for Li Mingda to speak, Chen Qi turned and looked at Han Linlin. Beauty, can we add each other on WeChat? What is he doing, role-playing? Han Linlin said expressionlessly, I don't add random boys on WeChat. Li Mingda sneered. He thought Chen Qi was so great, but he was still rejected. Now he liked Han Linlin even more. She is indeed not a casual girl. Chen Qi asked. Then how can I add a beautiful woman to WeChat? Do you have a mansion? Han Linlin asked. Li Mingda was amused. Han Linlin had just said that she liked luxury cars and mansions. She asked this to make Chen Qi give up. Yes, 210 square meters, 8.6 million. Li Mingda thought to himself. Made up, right? Do you have a luxury car? Yes, I just bought a Ferrari 488. Ah, I thought he would say Mercedes-Benz. After Chen Qi picked up the car, Su Lu and Chun Etian posted about it on their moments right away, but he himself did not post anything, and Han Linlin didn't even know that he had bought a new car. The car keys are with Zhu Quan. Otherwise, Chen Qi would definitely take them out and throw them on the table. Then you can add me on WeChat. Han Linlin said. Li Mingda stopped her. Wait, Linlin, how can you just add a boy on WeChat? Why do you care so much? Are we familiar with each other? Han Linlin's cold words came out of her 37-degree mouth, hurting Li Mingda's heart. No, I mean, you can't just believe everything he says. Beauty, look into my eyes, so sincere. Chen Qi said in a pretentious manner. I believe him. He has a luxury house and a luxury car. He is my type. Li Mingda was furious and said, how can you be so snobbish? Vulgar. Materialistic. Han Linlin still had no expression on her face. That's how I am. Brother, I said this to him. Please don't think I am like this. Beauty, are you free now? I'll take you for a ride. Chen Qi said. Okay. Chen Qi and Han Linlin walked straight to the door without paying any attention to Li Mingda. Li Mingda chased after him immediately. He wanted to see whether Chen Qi's luxury car was real or fake. Zhu Quan drove over and stopped at the entrance of Dabashu. Many customers in the store looked at the sports car at the entrance. Ferrari, why don't you have a license? The new car hasn't been registered yet. So rich. Zhu Quan came over with an umbrella. The rain had become much lighter at this time, basically just a drizzle. But he still had to fulfill his responsibilities as a full-time driver and must not let Chen Qi get wet in the rain while getting in the car. Brother, you really bought a Ferrari. I just bought one, and it's not very comfortable to sit in. I plan to buy another Rolls-Royce in the next 2 days. It's really inhumane. Han Linlin's favorability +1, currently 56. Master Zhu, go have dinner. I'll let you go home now, and I'll open the shop myself in the afternoon. Zhu Quan thought to himself, I really did not choose the wrong boss. He paid me a high salary and gave me breaks from time to time. In the afternoon, he could find an agent to rent a house and bring his wife and children over to visit during the summer vacation. Zhu Quan handed the umbrella to Chen Qi. Boss, I'm off work now. Call me anytime if you need me. Go ahead. If the 488 could only seat 2 people, Chen Qi would not want to drive it himself. It would be so much more comfortable to sit in the back. Chen Qi and the other man got into the car. Han Linlin was a little excited, as it was her first time riding in a Ferrari, and looked left and right. Finally, his eyes fell on the car aromatherapy in front of the passenger seat. "This aromatherapy smells pretty good," Chen Qi said calmly. "It was given to me by the 4S store. It smells good." Han Linlin adjusted the angle of the backrest. Su Lu is 165 centimeters tall, and Han Linlin is 164 centimeters tall, so they are about the same height. The front and rear distance of the seat did not need to be adjusted, but Han Linlin felt that the backrest was a little too forward, so she adjusted it back. "I hope Su Lu won't notice that the seat has been adjusted next time she sits down. No matter what, if you ask, just say that Chen Qi sat down there." Han Linlin looked at Chen Qi. "Brother, why are you so late? There are so many accounts to check for the new company that I haven't even had dinner yet." "Ah, I haven't eaten yet. Why didn't my brother eat directly in Dabashu just now?" "Hot pot, I don't have much appetite," Chen Qi said. "So, what do you want to eat, brother?" Chen Qi looked at the restaurants along the street, including hot pot, barbecue, Sichuan cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Jiangxi cuisine, local cuisine, and Western cuisine. They all looked delicious, but Chen Qi had no desire at the moment. "Have no idea." Chen Qi suddenly felt that he had become pretentious. When he went on dates with Li Ting before, he always asked Li Ting what she wanted to eat. Li Ting said she didn't know and asked Chen Qi to guess. He hated this the most. Han Linlin rolled her eyes and said mysteriously, "I know a restaurant that has good food. I'd like to take my brother there to eat." "What to eat?" Chen Qi asked curiously. "Brother, just listen to me. I'll show you the way. It's not far and we'll be there soon." Han Linlin actually aroused Chen Qi's curiosity, but he didn't know what delicious food it was. Han Linlin used to like visiting restaurants with Lin Yuan and the others, so she was quite familiar with the restaurants in the city. The restaurant she takes Chen Qi to now is called Taipei Story, which serves Taiwanese snacks. As soon as Chen Qi saw the restaurant, he suddenly felt hungry. "Linlin, the place you found is good. I really want to eat oyster omelet." Not only does he have authentic oyster omelet, he also has a variety of Taiwanese snacks. 2 years ago, Wu Bai came to Donghai for an event and also ate at this restaurant. He said the taste was authentic. Chen Qi parked the car on the side of the road, and the two of them held hands and trotted into the store in the drizzle. The store is decorated in a retro style, with vinyl records and CDs adorning the walls, all of which are from Taiwanese actors and singers. "Boss, are there any small tables available?" Han Linlin asked. "Beauty, you came at the right time. A table of guests just left on the second floor." Chen Qi listened to the boss's accent, which sounded very motorcycle-like, and he must be a genuine Taipei native. Chapter 74, Lean Lean's Treat. Han Linlin took Chen Qi up to the second floor. At this moment, the music in the store switched to nocturne. "Brother, order whatever you want. It's my treat." Han Linlin generously handed the menu to Chen Qi. She couldn't afford a full meal, and she couldn't afford snacks either. "Wow, Linlin is treating us, so I have to eat more." Ruan Ye's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Please hand over the menu." "Got it." Last time, Su Lu treated Chen Qi to a barbecue dinner for a midnight snack. He wanted to order a whole table of food to get the cash back, but Ruan Ye stopped him immediately and told him not to take advantage of the situation. "I understand immediately," Chen Qi replied. Chen Qi handed the menu back to Han Linlin. "Linlin, you order. I don't know what to eat." Han Linlin had eaten there before, so she was still confident in ordering dishes. "Brother doesn't eat spicy food, right? A little bit is acceptable. Then I'll order a large portion of oyster omelet without any spiciness. The rice noodles with large intestine and oysters are also quite good. I'll also order rice cakes, fish cake soup, and 3-cup chicken." "Brother, is stinky tofu acceptable? It smells bad but tastes good. It's quite delicious." "Then I'd like to have a serving of stinky tofu, a Taiwanese hot dog, and mango ice cream for dessert." Chen Qi took the menu and quickly looked at the prices of the 8 items. Taipei Story not only has delicious food, but also focuses on a sentiment. If something has something to do with sentiment, the price will not be cheap. Oyster omelet costs about 20 yuan outside, but here it costs 38 yuan, and Taiwanese hot dogs cost 10 yuan each. The total cost of the 8 items was 227 yuan. Not bad, not bad. 2.27 million. I paid back the money I spent on buying a house this morning. Han Linlin had already eaten at Dabashu, so she couldn't eat much now and only took a small bite of each snack. "Brother, how does it taste?" "Oh, that's good." Chen Qi imitated Mr. Zhou's tone and said. Han Linlin was amused. "As long as my brother likes it, this kind of snack can change your appetite occasionally, and it's still very satisfying to eat." "Linlin, I find that you know a lot about food, just like the fish balls last time." I don't know much about it. I just had some free time, so I went out shopping and looking for shops, and I found some shops that tasted pretty good. Then next time if there's a good restaurant, take me there again. Chen Qi said, Okay, as long as my brother has time, I will take you shopping. After Chen Qi finished the last of the mango ice, Han Lin Lin took the initiative to pay the bill. Get 227 soft rice coins. Cashback 2270000 Huaxia coins. I feel relieved. 2.27 million has been received. Brother, what are you going to do later? It's still early. Let's go and see where the car is. Rolls-Royce. Han Linlin asked. Yeah, the Ferrari is too small. Wow, there's so many big cars. I don't look at anything else but Rolls-Royce. 20 minutes later, at the Rolls-Royce 4S store. Chen Qi's Ferrari had no brand name, so the automatic barrier-raising camera could not recognize it. So he had to honk the horn. The security guard came out and found that it was an unlicensed Ferrari. Sir, are you here to look at the car? Yes, let's buy a car. Chen Qi directly said buy instead of see. The security guard was also someone who knew cars well. He could tell at a glance that Chen Qi's car was a Ferrari 488, a car worth more than 4 million yuan. The license plate hasn't been applied yet, which means it was bought just 2 days ago. Too extravagant. Just bought a Ferrari and now a Rolls-Royce. The security guard said, I'll open the door for you. The horizontal bar was raised and Chen Qi drove in. There were several luxury cars parked in the Rolls-Royce parking lot, so his Ferrari was not very conspicuous here. Brother, this is a Rolls-Royce. I'm a little nervous about getting in. Chen Qi took Han Linlin's hand and said, You just got off the Ferrari. You're just entering a Rolls-Royce 4S store. Why are you so nervous? It's not like we can't afford it. He said this so manly. Han Linlin's favorability +1, currently 57. A combination of handsome man and beautiful woman like Chen Qi and Han Linlin will attract attention wherever they go. It was raining today, so fewer people came to look at cars, and the saleswoman Kai Yijie was just sitting around doing nothing. When he saw Chen Qi and the other person enter the store, he immediately went to greet them. The man is wearing LV, the woman is wearing Chanel. Should have certain strength and be a potential customer. Sir, lady, would you like to see the car? Yes, let's buy a car. Do you have an appointment for sales? No. Are you free, beautiful lady? Chen Qi asked. Just now. Chen Qi has already received one yes score. Name, Kaijia. Age, 28. Height, 167. Charm value, 94. Occupation, sales. Number of romances, 5. Favorability, 5. Kaijia has a very high charm, but unfortunately, she has had too many romances. Then I'll take you, Mr. and Ms. to see the car. Chen Qi said, Let's take a look at Cullinan. This car is very famous, and you can see many videos of Cullinan on various self-media platforms. It has another name called Pocket Difficulty, not to mention the Lamborghini Veneno, which has been praised by many fans. Even cars of the Cullinan's level are something that ordinary people look up to. Brother, I saw the starry sky ceiling of Cullinan on the internet, and it's very beautiful. Han Linlin said, Madam, our exhibition car has a starry sky roof. You can sit in it and experience it. Let's go and sit on it and take a look. Chen Qi said. It was a rainy day outside, and the light was dim, and the car windows were covered with film, so we could see clearly even when we opened the starry sky roof in the exhibition hall during the day. The bright lights on the roof look like a vast galaxy, which does look a bit dreamy. Han Linlin likes this feature very much and finds it very romantic. Chen Qi directly asked about the price. Mr. Chen, the price range of Cullinan ranges from 7 million to 10 million, mainly depending on what configuration you choose. It was time to choose configurations, and Chen Qi wanted Han Linlin to choose. If Mr. Chen wants to place an order, I suggest you place the order early. The production capacity in the UK is tight right now, and you will have to wait a year to pick up the car. Rolls-Royce is a British brand and is imported as a complete vehicle. In addition to waiting for production, one also has to wait for sea shipment. After hearing this, Chen Qi didn't want to buy it anymore. Damn, he had to wait a year to buy a car. Is there no car available in the country? We don't have new cars, but we do have used cars. If you need them, Mr. Chen, we can introduce some to you. I don't really consider secondhand cars. Chen Qi feels disgusted by the fact that these wealthy people who drive Rolls-Royces don't even know how much they spend on playing in their cars. Kai Yijie suddenly thought of something. Mr. Chen, do you consider Phantom? The Phantom is slightly higher in grade than the Cullinan and is the flagship model of Rolls-Royce. The price range is between 8 million and 13 million. Is there any Phantom car in stock? Chen Qi asked. It's like this. 8 months ago, a customer ordered a top-of-the-line Phantom, but there was a problem with the funding chain. Last week, the car arrived at the store, and the customer told us that if he wanted to consign it, he would pay the original price. The car is brand new, and no customer has ever come to see it. It has been parked in our garage. Chen Qi said, "Take me to see it." Kai Yijie took Chen Qi to the garage of another building. Chen Qi's first impression of the Phantom was that it was slightly shorter than the Cullinan, but he was quite satisfied with other aspects. The most important thing is that this car is available now, and as long as the seller makes a move, he can drive it away today.